How can an ordinary person with 800 keen insights but devoid of curse power survive in a realm of curses? Lin Weiyang remarked, "Thank you for the invitation. I shall tackle this question. Must ordinary individuals face death upon encountering cursed spirits? Suguru Geto, be cautious." Embracing Lin Weiyang, the special grade cursed spirit declared, "Those who dare to interrupt my tender moments with my sister shall face dire consequences." Do ordinary people lack the right to intervene in the world of sorcery? The rotten oranges gazed at the raven-haired girl, seated serenely at the negotiation table, as quiet as a chicken. Lin Weiyang, I perceive significant issues within the structure of the sorcery world. What are your thoughts? Satoru Gojo, haha indeed, you are truly fascinating. Are ordinary people destined to be mere wards of protection? Brain flower. Let us usher in an era of unparalleled sorcery. Lin Weiyang, it must have been arduous to erect so many barriers. I shall graciously accept them. Sorcerers, who exactly are you? Lin Weiyang smiled. I am merely an unremarkable puppeteer orchestrating events behind the scenes. Thus, when everyone fell in love with her, a betrayal occurred within the cursed spirit manipulator. The 6 eyes were sealed and stripped of their power, and the reversal technique was imprisoned in a foreign land. Lin Weiyang maintained her gentle smile, silently observing it all. Eventually, she returned divine authority to the people, bearing her unwavering smile while cradling the source of their suffering alone. Chapter 1. The Transfer Student. Young. A long-haired youth sat beneath a towering ancient tree. A breeze seemed to stir, its origin unknown, as silvery strands danced in the sunlight, obscuring his expression. Go, Weiyang. The voice appeared to dissipate like the wind, leaving behind scattered words. The youth beckoned, and Lin Weiyang may have approached him or remained still, yet she found herself before him. Instinctively, she yearned to wrap her arms around the youth, but he merely placed his hand lightly atop her head, offering a warmth that felt both near and distant. Lin Weiyang gazed upward, but could not discern his visage. She could only see his lips moving, uttering something. Ultimately, it seemed only a sigh remained. Lin Weiyang opened her eyes. Sunlight filtered through the curtain's crevice, suggesting that today was yet another fine day. She rose, caressing the jade pendant around her neck, her eyelids drooping. It had been over half a month since her unexpected encounter with Satoru Gojo. Matters in Huagua were resolved swiftly, and yesterday she officially took residence in the high school dormitory. The moment of encounter is imminent. The thought of those cerulean 6 eyes makes Lin Weiyang feel a rare sense of nervousness. Never mind, it's nothing. Lin Weiyang exhaled a deep breath, turned over, and descended from the bed to commence her morning routine. It seems as if summer has arrived in an instant. The sound of cicadas can already be heard outside the window, and even when the window is opened, only the damp heat wafts in. With neither fan nor air conditioning, 3 boys sit awkwardly in a somewhat dilapidated classroom, engaging in listless conversation. The only female, Ai Natsuko, leans over the desk, pressing down on a thick medical tome. Has anyone seen the exchange students sent from Huagua? Continuing to flip through her book, Ai Natsuko appears somewhat inattentive due to the stifling heat. No, but I've heard whispers that she is the daughter of a prominent family over there, ensnared by some peculiar curse, and must rely on the celestial barrier for protection. Wu Wuju, with a lollipop lodged in his mouth, has his cheeks bulging as he speaks. Ah, it seems she's just an ordinary person, lacking the innate talent of a sorcerer, which is why she's been forced to scurry to Neon like a frightened mouse. Wuju, that's rather impolite, Seiyoji interjected to halt the conversation, though lacking any genuine seriousness. Huh, is it not? Well, never mind. As if struck by a thought, Wuju retracted his long legs, leaning forward slightly. By the way, do you know how much her family spent to send her here? How much? A staggering 100 million Wabik coins. That converts to 20 billion Neon coins. Wuju shook his head and gestured a 2 with his fingers. How much? You heard me right, 20 billion. Wuju exaggeratedly waved his hand, while Seiyoji and Ai Natsuko displayed expressions of shock. 20 billion is an astronomical sum for an ordinary family. Just as Wuju was about to mock his uninformed peers, a somewhat robust figure strode into the classroom. Ahem. Yi Yijing cleared his throat, signaling for everyone to settle down. I trust you have heard the news. Starting today, our class will welcome an exchange student from Huagua. Lin Weiyang, please come in and introduce yourself. The gazes of the three senior students converged to the classroom door. A girl with long black hair entered, clad in a standard JJK uniform, her arms neatly clasped in front of her as she carried her backpack. Her skin was fair, and in contrast to the uniformly robust physique of the sorcery world, she appeared quite frail. Hello everyone, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Lin Weiyang, Hayashi Mio, and I look forward to your guidance. Undoubtedly, she was a strikingly beautiful young lady. In the presence of powerful sorcerers, the girl maintained her usual demeanor, adorned with a gentle smile, her countenance exuding warmth. Her pitch-black eyes possessed an unfathomable depth, rendering her emotions inscrutable. No one perceived her as embodying the essence of 20 billion. The thoughts of the onlookers gravitated towards this notion. Very well, Lin, would you mind sitting next to Natsuko? Yijing inquired politely, noting that only one desk remained, adjacent to the sole girl in the class. Certainly, teacher. Lin Weiyang nodded lightly and proceeded to her seat. Seemingly oblivious to the furtive glances exchanged among her new classmates, she took out her book, presenting a facade of a diligent student intent on listening attentively. Wujiu observed the girl standing at the podium. Without the need for scrutiny, his 6 eyes had already processed a myriad of information about her, transmitting it directly to his mind. He held no particular opinion regarding the new student's beauty. His sole thought was, is this what a 20 billion value individual amounts to? A mere weakling? Followed by a darker thought. Bullying her might elicit tears longer than a songstress's lament. Wujiu maintained his usual stable performance today. Seiyojia, on the other hand, wore his customary gentle expression, though he offered no further remarks. It felt as if he had seen her somewhere before. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, he mused idly. Ai Natsuko continued to study her medical book, while Yijing regarded this year's students with a slight headache. The 6 eyes, which shattered the conventional limits of cursed power the moment they were born, alongside a cursed spirit manipulator possessing immense potential, and the unique ability to employ a reversal technique on others. Each of these attributes could be deemed as extraordinary gifts. For the new classmate, an ordinary individual, envisioning her future circumstances is a daunting task. With a strong sense of duty, Yijing had already begun contemplating how to address the psychological issues stemming from her potential isolation. After Lin Weiyang finished her introduction, she paid no heed to the reactions of those below her and took her seat. As the lesson commenced, Wujiu slumped over his desk, idly doodling turtles in his textbook, while he caught glimpses of a new classmate who sat upright, attentively engaging with her studies. The mischievous tendencies of the feline were stirring restlessly. A crumpled piece of paper struck Lin Weiyang's back. Yet, perhaps due to her intense concentration, the young girl continued to maintain her posture of leafing through the pages of a book. After failing once, Wu Qiao tossed a second paper ball. However, this time, the paper ball did not hit its target. Another paper ball intercepted it mid-air. What? Seiyuji called out. Do not bully ordinary people. The gazes of the 2 DKs met in the air, and in the next moment, a paper ball war erupted. Yi Ezengdo declared, "You two, report to my office after class." As if fearing that these troublesome boys might conspire to bully the new student, who was merely an ordinary girl, Yi Ezengdo swiftly escorted the 2 eager boys to his office, leaving the 2 girls in the classroom to exchange glances of bewilderment. To say they were exchanging glances is somewhat inaccurate, for Lin Weiyang remained absorbed in her own world. Jiarueiji observed this new classmate, mentally tagging her as shy and not adept at conversation. Jiarueiji was also not particularly skilled at initiating dialogue, resulting in a rather awkward atmosphere. It was unfortunate. It seemed that the conversation had completely stalled. Jiarueiji found herself rather nostalgic for Wu Qiao's incessant chatter, which, even if infuriating, was preferable to the near-stifling silence that now enveloped them. Would it be inappropriate to leave directly? Unlike the 2 DKs, Jiarueiji felt a sense of responsibility towards her fellow female classmate, Lin Weiyang. Fortunately, Lin Weiyang finally snapped back to reality. Class is over. The exceedingly delicate girl before her seemed to have just realized this, exhibiting a look of clarity before turning to gaze at her new classmate, whose expression had taken on a somewhat peculiar quality, and offered a gentle smile. I apologize, Kadiri-san. I only arrived at school last night. Could you kindly assist me in familiarizing myself with the campus? Kadiri Shuko hesitated momentarily before acquiescing. This new classmate was so engrossed in her studies during class that she remained oblivious to the two mischievous DKs launching paper projectiles at her. One would have thought her demeanor matched her appearance, embodying a quintessentially demure personality, yet perhaps she was merely lost in thought, reflecting on the grateful gaze of Yaga Mazamichi directed towards the new student for her attentive listening. Kadiri Shuko felt a fleeting pang of sympathy before her mind wandered to a more mischievous contemplation. I wonder how Yaga-sensei would react upon discovering the true nature of the 20 billion? Lin Weiyang trailed alongside this master of reversal techniques, smiling in agreement as they discussed the intricacies of the prestigious school. Yet, her mind diligently analyzed the myriad details she had gleaned about the enigmatic Wu Tiao Wu during the course of the lesson. His behavioral patterns, micro-expressions, and interpersonal dynamics were meticulously deconstructed and catalogued in her mind, augmenting the dossier she was compiling on him, while she engaged in playful banter with Kadiri Shuko. Drawing closer to this master of reversal techniques, she simultaneously synthesized the information in her mind, crafting a social strategy to approach the Six Eyes. This was no mere exercise. It was far from Lin Weiyang's usual manner of interacting with others. After all, she was contending with the strongest favored by this world. And achieving success without diligence was implausible. As an ordinary individual, how could she deftly navigate the challenge of subduing him? With a gentle smile, Lin Weiyang entered the school cafeteria alongside Kadiri Shuko. Chapter 2, Scoundrels. The two DKs, en route to the office, were hardly subdued, covertly exchanging jabs at one another. A paper projectile struck Yaga Mazamichi squarely on the back. Yaga Mazamichi, enough. His fists clenched, he retaliated with a couple of headbutts. Was it melodious? If it sounds good, then it's a good head, Bushy. Upon entering the office, the two boys unceremoniously took their seats, fixating on Wu Tiao Wu, who was lounging nonchalantly with his legs crossed. Yaga Mazamichi's temples throbbed with irritation. Speak quickly. I still need to purchase the newly released limited edition desserts. Natsuhara Ga remained silent, but conveyed a similar sentiment. With a sigh, Yaga Mazamichi articulated the reason for their summons. The higher-ups have tasked your two factions with a mission. Huh, what nonsense are those old-timers concocting now? Wu Tiaowu replied irritably, shaking his head. No way, I'll discuss it once I've had enough rest. Wu, just wait until Yaga-sensei finishes. This mission is rather unusual. Yaga Mazamichi continued. The directive is to protect Lin Weiyang's life and assist in breaking her curse until it is fully dispelled. He placed the documents on the desk. Huh, you want us to protect a weakling? What are they thinking? Without even perusing the file, Wu Tiaowu began to voice his dissatisfaction. Natsuhara Ga also found it peculiar. With their combined strength, such a protective task should not fall upon them. Upon taking the document from the table, it was indeed issued by the department, clearly stating both their names in black and white. I'm not going. This sounds utterly dull. I refuse to babysit that weakling. Wu, do refrain from such derogatory self-references. It's quite disrespectful. What are you, her caretaker Ga? If you're so eager to be a guardian, then this task is perfect for you. It aligns perfectly with your noble ideology of protecting the weak. Wu, do you wish to fight? Come on, I'm ready. Yaga Mazamichi interjected. The righteous iron fist may be delayed, but shall never be absent. After a scuffle, the two DKs exchanged glances, both sporting lumps on their foreheads. Yaga Mazamichi massaged his temples, feeling the weight of his responsibilities increase since taking on this class. In any case, there is a reason this task has been assigned to you both. Lin Weiyang's curse is somewhat unusual. The authorities hope to enlist your Six Eyes assistance in finding a method to dispel it. As for you, Ga, you must ensure Lin Weiyang's safety once the curse manifests. Specific details regarding the curse will be sent to you later. While your abilities are formidable, I must caution you that Lin's curse is not to be underestimated. According to the information received from headquarters, it is at least of special grade. Wait, special grade? Lin Weiyang and Kadiri Shuko sat opposite each other in the cafeteria. The black-haired girl, wielding chopsticks, leisurely savored a bowl of ramen, yet her words left Kadiri Shuko in shock. Although Kadiri Shuko had only just joined the school, she was well aware of the classification of curses, which were divided into 5 levels. Levels 3 and 4 were common but posed little threat, while levels 1 and 2 were significantly rarer, with special grade curses being exceedingly scarce. One could count the documented cases on one's fingers, and due to the barriers, most were confined within Neon. Kadiri Shuko couldn't help but glance at Lin Weiyang, whose cursed energy levels seemed indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. It was unfathomable how she could be associated with a special grade curse. Yes, indeed, special grade. Lin Weiyang took another bite of her ramen. which was cooked to a tender consistency and immersed in a milky white tonkatsu broth, complemented by seaweed and fish slices, delivering a rich umami flavor reminiscent of the sea. Suddenly, she found herself reminiscing about the beef ramen from Huagua, where the noodles possessed a delightful chewiness, and the clear beef broth, especially the tender white radish simmered within, was imbued with a savory saltiness. Special grade seems quite formidable, doesn't it? My family had no solutions, so they sent me here. Mentioning that the barriers could offer some protection, Hideri Shuko was rendered speechless. What does she mean by seems quite formidable? That sounds rather dismissive. She believed that even a level 3 curse could easily overpower this delicate girl. The girl before her, slowly slurping her ramen, exhibited no fear of the special grade curse. Perhaps she simply lacked any comprehension of its dreadfulness. When she spoke of it, her tone was so light and her attitude so oblivious that it was hard to believe she understood the terror associated with such a presence. Haven't you learned about curses? Hideri Shuko wished to rouse Lin Weiyang from her ignorance of the special grade's threats. However, she feared that understanding might shatter her calm demeanor and plunge her into fear, so she cautiously inquired. I have learned about them. Lin Weiyang lifted her gaze, her dark eyes locking onto Hideri Shuko's. From level 4 to special grade, the latter is akin to a natural disaster. Under the scrutiny of those eyes, Hideri Shuko felt an odd sensation, as though she were being closely observed, evoking a feeling of both understanding and resignation. Yet, it was fleeting. She quickly resumed her questioning. Aren't you afraid? Quite afraid, but being sent here means there must be a way to dispel the curse, right? If it can be resolved, then there is no problem. Observing Lin Weiyang, who appeared utterly unperturbed, Hideri Shuko set aside her own bewilderment and recalled something else. So, did your family really pay 20 billion as a protection fee? Hideri Shuko always felt that Wu Tiaowu was deceiving her and Natsuhara Jie, as a master of reversal techniques. She found it hard to comprehend what value a seemingly ordinary girl could possess that warranted such a staggering sum. 20 billion? Not at all. Upon hearing Lin Weiyang's denial, Hideri Shuko's expression reflected a sense of realization. It concerns the opportunity and power of 2 billion and some multinational transactions, to speak candidly. Compared to the benefits these dealings could bring to your realm of sorcery, 2 billion is merely a trifling sum. Kairi Natsuko found herself bewildered, abandoning her train of thought. Is Huagua truly so affluent? She cast another glance at the rather ordinary-looking girl before her. While undeniably adorable, the value attributed to her seemed utterly inconceivable. Is she, then, the tragic and delicate princess, excessively pampered by her family, who has been cursed by the family's enemies, forced to seek refuge in a foreign land? Kairi Natsuko's mind wandered chaotically. Well, after all, Satoru Gojo is indeed an exceedingly rare existence, so such a price might be deemed acceptable. Lin Weiyang continued speaking. Yet Kairi Natsuko remained lost in her reverie, betraying no reaction. However, the moment Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto stepped into the cafeteria, they heard everything clearly. The girl's voice, imbued with a delicate, textured quality, exuded a refreshing gentleness that evoked imagery of sweet and glutinous red bean soup, especially when she uttered the phrase exceedingly rare. Her voice danced between her lips and teeth, conveying a sense of lingering affection. Even Satoru Gojo, who had been surrounded by admiration and adoration since birth, was momentarily taken aback by the unexpectedly ambiguous words. The expression on Lin Weiyang's face as she spoke was vividly captured by Gojo's 6 eyes, filled with a cherishing gaze akin to that reserved for precious treasures, complemented by a tender smile that seemed to brim with yearning and longing. In contrast to Satoru Gojo's expression, which seemed to question whether his beauty could transcend borders, Suguru Geto's reaction was quite comprehensible. Dodging a sudden punch aimed at him, Satoru instinctively retaliated. Hey, what was that for? Satoru, confess honestly, when did you start deceiving innocent girls? Yes. It was the kind of expression that one might expect from a scoundrel who uses his handsome visage to manipulate underage girls. Chapter 3. Laughter. Does this handsome face of mine really need to deceive anyone? After another narrow escape from his friend's affectionate antics, Satoru Gojo's focus was clearly askew. A mere scoff from Suguru Geto expressed his sentiments. Kairi Natsuko snapped back to reality, casting a dispassionate glance at the 2 childish peers before turning her gaze to Lin Weiyang, who sat obediently slurping her noodles. There was no sign of discomfort on her face, suggesting that her earlier compliment was merely casual flattery. Without uttering another word, Kairi Natsuko began to tackle her own serving of ramen. Meanwhile, the 2 curious individuals intrigued by the special grade curse approached. Hey, 2 billion. That is your curse, isn't it? It's quite miraculous that an ordinary person cursed by a special grade curse hasn't perished yet, and even made it to Jujutsu High. The somewhat irritating comment came from Satoru Gojo, laced with a childlike, naive malice directed at Lin Weiyang, who was still savoring her noodles. After all, Satoru Gojo remained himself. One could only hope for him to produce ivory from a dog's mouth in the next lifetime. Satoru. Suguru Geto frowned. Although he had no particular feelings towards this oddly intriguing new classmate, such remarks would undoubtedly come across as offensive, especially when uttered by someone he held in regard. It would be difficult for a girl to endure, and there was a high likelihood she might even be reduced to tears. Suguru Geto had also noticed the precious expression on Lin Weiyang's face when she spoke, naturally leading him to label her as a girl with feelings for Satoru Gojo. He cast an apologetic glance towards Lin Weiyang, bracing himself for her potential discomfort. The girl, smitten with Satoru Gojo, simply continued to slurp her noodles. Next time, I should check if there's beef ramen in Neon. I'll take double the white radish. Observing Lin Weiyang, who seemed entirely oblivious to the situation, Suguru Geto slowly formed a question mark above his head. Before he could voice it, Satoru Gojo's voice rang out once more. Hey, are you too shy to look at me? I'm talking to you. Completely oblivious to personal boundaries, Satoru plopped down right next to Lin Weiyang, nearly pressing his face against hers. If you want the curse lifted, you'll have to rely on me, right? Round it up, your life is in my hands. You'd better hurry and flatter me, or else if I'm in a bad mood and refuse to cooperate, you might just meet your end. Faced with Satoru's blunt and childish demeanor, Kairi Natsuko and Suguru Geto exchanged incredulous glances. Just as they were about to say something, Lin Weiyang spoke up. So, can you see the curse on me? After finishing her noodles, Lin Weiyang turned to the closeness of the six eyes. The pure black and azure dual orbs mirrored each other, the azure sky reflecting darkness, yet the inky depths of those black eyes harbored chaos, revealing nothing beneath. Satoru Gojo paused, then leaned back slightly, scrutinizing Lin Weiyang from head to toe. Despite such an intrusive action, Lin Weiyang remained unperturbed. Her gaze fixed on Satoru with a sense of expectation, almost as if she were examining him. The flow of cursed energy throughout Lin Weiyang's being appeared normal. Yet Satoru's six eyes, akin to a precision X-ray machine, eventually lingered on a spot near her lower back, where the flow of cursed energy seemed awry. How to describe it? It was as if the cursed energy in other areas resembled a thin mist that would disperse upon encountering a breeze, but this mist, which should have dissipated, was instead drawn into a small vortex at her lower back, vanishing completely. Yes, it disappeared, neither manifesting elsewhere within Lin Weiyang's body nor dissipating like a normal person, forming cursed spirits. So, you cannot see where that cursed energy goes. Suguru Geto bent down to retrieve a beverage that had fallen from the vending machine, offering it to the other three present. Lin Weiyang accepted it with a soft thank you. Did your six eyes not detect anything at first? Kairi Natsuko cracked open the can and took a sip. Huh. You didn't see the cursed energy on this guy? Who would even notice such a small amount? Satoru Gojo exclaimed, seemingly offended by the doubt cast upon him. If it were Geto, or if it were you, Natsuko, it would probably be quite apparent, like a hole in a pool. The more water, the larger the vortex. But if it's just a few drops, who would even notice a small hole? It would evaporate before anyone could see. So, if the sorcerer were cursed, that curse would indeed be quite perilous. Fortunately, you're a weakling with little cursed energy. Otherwise, you would have been torn apart by the vortex's power long ago. As Suguru Geto considered this conclusion, he observed Kairi Natsuko, who was resting her chin in her hand, staring at her can, motionless, and he recalled her slender frame. His expression turning somewhat peculiar. Could it be that you can't open it? Do you need my help in the next moment? Lin Weiyang maintained her chin resting position, expressionless yet effortlessly cool as she single-handedly popped open the can. I just finished eating, so I'm a bit full. But it's a gesture from you, so I'll drink a little. Lin Weiyang blinked at the boy with the round hairstyle who had just spoken. No, it's nothing. This sensation, the feeling of incongruity, weighed heavily. Why does it feel so much like a delinquent opening a beer on the street? Kairi Natsuko observed the scene with a mixture of amusement and intrigue. Hey, what are you all doing? Can't you see how handsome I am? My apologies. Have you truly encountered such a thing? Not that I wish to mock this audacious remark. Lin Weiyang turned her head, revealing a smile. Of course. I have never come across such a thing. To proclaim such a statement with such confidence, indeed, it is befitting of Satoru Gojo, Lin Weiyang mused. To boldly express such sentiments, truly, you are remarkable, Gojo. Startled by the realization that it was Suguru Geto, who was disdainfully commenting, she relaxed. You startled me. However, it is good that it remains unsolved. With this thought, Lin Weiyang subtly exhaled, her expression tinged with a hint of regret. But it matters not. The youthful voices were imbued with the exuberance characteristic of their age, as Lin Weiyang shifted her gaze from the soda can to the individuals before her. Some were casual, others reckless, laughing freely with an unyielding courage that seemed unstoppable. After all, we are the strongest. This trivial curse is hardly of concern. Satoru Gojo casually draped his arm over his friend's shoulder, the dark-haired youth chuckling as he playfully nudged him with his elbow, sharing the same pride and audacity. The girl with a teardrop birthmark watched the two, a smile gracing her lips as she took a sip from her drink. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a gentle glow upon the young men and women, the radiant beams shimmering and silently warming the depths of their inky black eyes. Ah, how delightful. This is life. Indeed, Lin Weiyang had encountered countless individuals, an array of existences. Brilliant, resplendent, lush, verdant, or perhaps growing bitterly, timidly blooming, or even splendidly withering, silently decaying. She gazed at the smiling faces around her, and she too smiled. Chapter 4, The Oddities. Go study Weiyang. The silver-haired man affectionately ruffled the girl's raven hair. Another day dawned, and Lin Weiyang, with her tousled hair resembling a bird's nest, squinted as she entered the bathroom. Having spent over half a month at the prestigious Jujutsu High, the isolated scenes foretold by Yaga had yet to manifest. Lin Weiyang possessed a peculiar aura. She seemed extraordinarily attuned to the nuances of others, adeptly grasping the most fitting points when interacting with the trio from Jujutsu High, creating a harmonious atmosphere as if they were longtime friends. Even Suguru Geto, who appeared gentle yet was notoriously difficult, willingly displayed genuine smiles in her presence. Perhaps Lin Weiyang's amusing responses to Satoru Gojo had earned her a newfound respect from Geto. She had heard words that could send the idle singer into tears confronting Gojo. Yet she remained unperturbed, often leaving Gojo speechless or leading him to perform comically immature antics. Each encounter felt less like coincidence when her probing gaze fell upon the girl. All she could see was her unfeigned, innocent smile, leading her to conclude that she possessed an innate ability to disarm all. The observant Karara kept silent, enjoying the spectacle of Satoru Gojo's folly. One could only marvel at the formidable emotional intelligence of someone hailing from a family worth 20 billion. It was truly terrifying. Lin Weiyang, hee. Today, we must venture out from Jujutsu High, as that white-haired one has coerced me into buying limited edition sweets under the pretense of lifting a curse. Subsequently, the boys serendipitously received a cleansing mission at the same location, a grade 1 curse lurking within the city. Thus, the current scene unfolded. Two striking DKs, both nearly 6 feet tall, flanked Lin Weiyang, who stood just over 5 feet tall. The arrangement was aesthetically pleasing, and the atmosphere harmonious. Their striking visages attracted attention on the bustling street, as Lin Weiyang numbly observed the two DKs serving as human shields against the envious glances from beautiful sisters around them. Hey, I am not the kind of man who is fickle, you know. My heart belongs solely to little Weiyang. One could reasonably suspect that you meant to say I just now. How did you manage to evolve your self-reference through 3 iterations, eventually adopting a JK tone? Pardon me. I fear my friend might misunderstand. We are still friends, but I believe she will one day sense my true feelings. Suguru Geto gazed tenderly at the dark-haired girl beside him, as if she encompassed his entire world. How can I discern such a terrifying gaze when your eyes are so small? That girl's eyes seem to crave to devour me whole. Did you see the resentment radiating from those beautiful sisters? They are on the verge of manifesting as curses. I am but an ordinary and fragile JK. Why must I endure this? In a bid to escape this intimidating environment, Lin Weiyang, maintaining her seemingly composed yet genuinely wooden smile, spoke up. We are nearing our destination. Why not part ways here? You go cleanse the curse, and I would not want to hinder you. Oh dear, does little Weiyang wish to abandon us and flee? How cold-hearted. My heart is shattering. Satoru Gojo's large, expressive eyes bore a hint of sorrow. Weiyang, have we done something wrong? Suguru Geto asked. His gentle smile tinged with vulnerability. The gaze enveloping them became more ominous. Lin Weiyang, a quintessence of Chinese culture. I am utterly vexed, let it perish. Lin Weiyang began to reflect. Should she have refrained from elevating her fondness to such heights? Otherwise, Suguru Geto would likely still present himself with the customary grace and politeness. No, I simply believe that splitting up will enhance our efficiency. Lin Weiyang pondered internally, her lips unconsciously voicing such thoughts. Suguru and Satoru have already made great efforts to protect us ordinary individuals. If we cannot allow you to feel some satisfaction post-mission, how can we, the ones being shielded, accept your sacrifices with a clear conscience? I have arranged for someone to procure fresh edamame cream from Jikufuku, as well as the soba noodles from that place you frequent. Suguru, they should arrive just in time after your mission. I have also taken good care of the protective talisman you entrusted me. Shall we meet again afterwards? Lin Weiyang coaxed patiently, yet she heard no response from the two DKs, who had previously engaged in back-and-forth dialogue. Why the sudden silence? As she attempted to raise her gaze, a large hand pressed down on her head, compelling her to lower it. Humph, merely a grade 1 curse. Watch me resolve it swiftly. Keep it chilled, Daifuku. If it melts, I shall throw it at your face, Satoru Gojo declared with feline bravado, though a hint of unnaturalness tinged his words. Yet, the voice was distant, so the hand upon her head. Was it Suguru Geto? Lin Weiyang understood just how challenging Geto's character could be. This was likely their first instance of such intimate contact. Then I entrust you with this, Weiyang. The warmth on her head caused Lin Weiyang to stiffen, and Geto's voice, laced with mirth, echoed as he moved away. The two DKs turned swiftly, inadvertently missing Lin Weiyang's rigid muscles and the abyss of her dark eyes. Go now, Weiyang. Please, be free. The throng of passers-by flowed around the girl. The world bustling and vibrant, the mortal realm swirling. Yet, the girl remained momentarily suspended in solitude. In the vast expanse of the world, Lin Weiyang was met with a sense of belonging that seemed elusive. Weiyang, Weiyang. A gentle touch on her shoulder brought her back to reality. As she turned her head slowly, the short-haired girl with chestnut locks, Shanbei Xiaoxua, looked at her with a hint of concern. A close friend from Lin Weiyang's previous school, this foreign transfer student had formed a bond with her. Weiyang, you seem to be lost in thought even while walking? Shanbei Xiaoxua teased with a smile, her eyes radiating genuine care. Xiaoxua, Lin Weiyang replied, her voice slightly hoarse as she relaxed her muscles. I'm fine, Xiaoxua. What brings you here? I just came out for a stroll this weekend, and then I unexpectedly ran into you. Shanbei Xiaoxua eagerly took her friend's hand and leaned against her. Without you at school, I haven't had any sweet moments to cherish. She pouted playfully. Today, I intend to make up for all the missed sweetness. Observing the girl, akin to a small creature nuzzling against her, Lin Weiyang chuckled and affectionately ruffled her hair. All right. By the way, there's a delightful dessert shop up ahead. Shall we go? It's on me. Yay. You're the best, Zia Weiyang. As Lin Weiyang listened to Shanbei Xiaoxua chatter away, her voice sweet as honey, she managed to calm her own emotions and reflect on the peculiar behavior of the two DKs she had encountered earlier. After analyzing the life experiences of Suguru Geto and Satoru Gojo, Lin Weiyang belatedly realized she had inadvertently touched upon something strange within them. Zia Weiyang just needs to follow her heart and not feel the need to present any other facade, she mused, as a pair of azure eyes flickered in her mind. After all, sometimes her intuitive remarks could wield considerable impact. It seems there might actually be some truth to that. Weiyang, Zia Weiyang, you're spacing out again. Shanbei Xiaoxua playfully pinched Lin Weiyang's cheek, feigning irritation. I was just contemplating how much I should eat later. Overindulgence might lead to weight gain, Lin Weiyang responded earnestly, deftly steering the conversation away. Zia Weiyang, you should eat more. Being a bit chubby only makes you cuter. Shanbei Xiaoxua retorted cheerfully. By the way, all the classmates have missed you dearly. When will you come back to hang out? The two girls continued their light-hearted banter as they walked forward. Chapter 5. The Confused Girl. The desserts were indeed delectable. Even after leaving the shop, the sweet scent lingered in the air. After bidding a reluctant farewell to Shanbei Xiaoxua, Lin Weiyang checked her phone for the time. It's about time. I must attend to my responsibilities. After dialing a number and issuing instructions, she got into a car. Ishimu Ryu sat upright at the front of the hall, his hands neatly folded atop a thick tome of teachings, gazing gently at the congregation below. They were a diverse assembly, some elegantly dressed while others were modestly attired, ranging from elderly women to spirited young students. It was the benevolence of Lord Tianyuan that gathered these wandering souls, forming a warm community. Reflecting on Lord Tianyuan, Ishimu Ryu's gaze took on a touch of reverence. The omniscient and omnipotent Lord Tianyuan granted them a chance to breathe amidst their ignorance. That concludes today's teachings. Thank you all for attending, and may the blessings of Lord Tianyuan be upon you. Closing the tome, Ishimu Ryu stood and bowed slightly to the congregation. As the attendees gradually departed, some saluted the preacher, while others lingered to discuss doctrinal matters. After addressing the queries of the congregation, Ishimu Ryu's attention was drawn to a black-haired girl seated in a corner. She was a newcomer, a familiar sight in the church, yet she piqued his interest. Since her arrival, she had remained quiet, enveloped in an aura that set her apart from the bustling crowd. Ishimu Ryu's position as a preacher was not solely due to his pure reverence for Lord Tianyuan, but also his sensitivity to the human heart. Everyone who came here carried a semblance of confusion, and his purpose was to aid them in finding solace. My friend, are you grappling with some perplexity? He inquired gently, addressing the middle school girl as friend with a warm tone that easily endeared him to others. The girl lifted her gaze to meet his, her initial awkwardness easing in the presence of his kindness. She opened her mouth to speak, but hesitated, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she seemed ashamed of her inability to articulate her thoughts. She appeared to be a shy girl, reminiscent of his own sister, who also exhibited such demeanor when troubled. Ishimu Ryu chose not to rush her, simply waiting for her to gather her words. Finally, as if she had mustered her courage. Her voice emerged, soft as red bean soup. It's nothing much, I'm just a bit curious about this place. She glanced at the young man, reassured by his patience, and continued, I'm sorry, am I intruding? I can leave now. Not at all, everyone here is a friend. There's no need to feel anxious, Ishimu Ryu reassured her. Lord Tianyuan embraces all, there is no need for fear. The Panqing Church welcomes every friend. The girl nodded, offering a grateful smile, though the shadow of worry still lingered in her eyes. You seem to carry a burden, Ishimu Ryu observed. If you don't mind, perhaps you could share your thoughts with me? It may be a bit forward, but I wish to assist you. You remind me of my sister, who is about your age and studying away from home. I haven't seen her in quite a while. The young man's gaze softened as a fond memory crossed his mind. Perhaps it was his gentleness or witnessing the congregation's affection and trust in him. But the girl gradually began to share her story of leaving her homeland for a foreign land, expressing her longing for her country and the discomfort of feeling out of place. Ah, I see. Miss Lin is not from this country. How surprising. Your Japanese is quite good, Ishimu Ryu remarked, astonished. It's nothing. I've been trying my best. If you need any assistance, please feel free to reach out. He added warmly, feeling a deep fondness for this girl who bore a striking resemblance to his sister. Without considering the implications, he spoke freely. I usually spend my time here at the church. There are many congregants around, and everyone is quite friendly, so there's no need for concern. The girl visibly brightened, her demeanor transforming as she smiled in response, grateful for the young man's kindness. As they exited the hall together, the Panqing Church's hall was situated on the ground floor of the church building, with the upper floors designated for missionary work and church leaders' activities, while most congregants engaged in activities on the ground floor. Just as they approached the entrance, a figure entered from outside, coinciding perfectly with their exit. Ah, Mrs. Kaori, hello? Ishimu Ryu greeted the newcomer with surprise. A woman with short black hair, donned in a hood, greeted with a smile after hearing Ayamurashu's salutation and returned the courtesy, taking note of the girl beside him who was gazing intently in her direction. Ayamurashu, recognizing the situation, introduced, This is Miss Lin, who has just joined us today. I was just about to escort her out. The girl, realizing her prolonged stare was quite impolite, quickly lowered her head in embarrassment and offered an apology. It's quite all right. Dear, the woman, named Kaori, said with a carefree smile. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, she turned and entered the elevator. Just as the doors were about to close, Lin Miao felt compelled to glance back. The woman inside the elevator continued to watch them depart, her flawless smile unwavering, but more specifically, she was observing Lin Miao's exit. Lin Miao averted her gaze and bid farewell to Ayamurashu. Beyond the woman's striking beauty and eloquent demeanor, Lin Miao was more preoccupied with the nearly full frontal scar that adorned her forehead. Thus, it seemed the Panqing sect indeed harbored some issues. Lin Miao activated her phone, revealing a photograph of Ayamurashu, with whom she had just engaged in pleasant conversation. Scrolling down, she found meticulously detailed information regarding his entire life trajectory, including the personality of his cherished younger sister. She packaged and encrypted the data, her phone screen briefly revealing the file name, 1098 line, whispering the name Kaori. The woman's visage materialized in her mind, prompting Lin Miao to quicken her pace. She sensed that the object of her quest was on the verge of revelation. Kuju Kaori observed the numbers flickering on the elevator screen, lost in thought. Lin Miao, a student from Huahua attending the prestigious academy as a temporary transfer, was an unexpected variable in her plans. Should she take action? Recalling the ordinary person's plight who had been ostracized, she deemed it unnecessary. Merely a frail, cursed human. The elevator chimed, its doors slowly parting, as Kuju Kaori advanced into the dimly lit corridor, in stark contrast to the ordinary decor of the previous floor. This level exuded a lavish ambience, with surveillance cameras intermittently positioned along the corridor, their red lights glinting like predatory eyes in the shadows. Upon reaching a room at the end of the hall, Kuju Kaori pushed the door open to find a gathering of hooded figures seated silently around a conference table. Apologies for my tardiness. I encountered some unforeseen circumstances, the short-haired woman said as she took her seat. The host at the center gestured for the meeting to commence, illuminating a screen that displayed a photograph of a girl. The main agenda of this meeting was to discuss the recently discovered star matter, Tenkai Rin, which sought to taint the essence of the celestial body. Chapter 6. Those who disturb sleep should be cast into hell. What? That fellow ISNT returning today? Having returned to the academy early, Gojo Satoru awaited the arrival of the chilled Kiku Fuku sweets along with another limited edition dessert that had been requested by the girl the previous day. However, it was not the girl who usually had the capacity to infuriate him with her presence who delivered them. Yes, Miss Lin has some matters to attend to and will be staying in the residence prepared by her family, replied the robust man in a black suit. maintaining a respectful demeanor. I was supposed to be on leave today. He had received a sudden call from Lin Weiyang, inexplicably summoned to masquerade as her caretaker, assisting her in dealing with troublesome students at the academy. Takamine Shinbu felt somewhat drained. What about the curse she bears? Is that of no concern? Suguru Geto pondered another point. Rest assured, we shall ensure the young lady's safety throughout the day, Takamine Shinbu continued. For just a day or two. We are not so weak as to allow anything to befall her. Indeed, the cursed energy emanating from the man suggested he possessed formidable capabilities. However, further specifics remained elusive. Gojo Satoru squinted, his voice laced with sarcasm. Without even a semblance of a technique. Isn't that 2 billion yen quite affluent? Why can't they even hire a decent bodyguard? Satoru. The familiar admonition from his maternal figure resurfaced. Suguru Geto, carrying what appeared to be freshly prepared soba, thanked Takamine Shinbu and, as he watched him depart, casually remarked, I wonder where Miss Lin is staying. Will she be in any danger? Gojo Satoru's eyes lit up. Returning to the academy would be dreadfully dull. Let us go find that 2 billion to have some fun. And bring Shoko along. We can't stay out all night. Satoru, Principal Yaga will be upset. While he feigned concern, Suguru Geto summoned a flying curse spirit, displaying his true nature. Thus, the trio stealthily followed Takamine Shinbu out of the academy. Lin Miao boarded a bus heading towards the suburbs, disembarking at a bus stop along a rural path. Night had already fallen. Perhaps due to the distance from the city's neon lights, the Milky Way was clearly visible, the stars twinkling brilliantly against the dark sky. Lin Miao gazed up at the celestial expanse, switched on her flashlight, and followed a narrow path into a small grove on the other side of the field. Walking steadfastly in a singular direction, hidden within the trees, an aged estate materialized before her eyes. Pulling open the creaky door, Lin Miao proceeded without hesitation towards the inner room. The wooden furnishings within appeared somewhat antiquated, and a musty odor permeated the air. Upon reaching a particular floorboard, she began to feel around, triggering a mechanism that revealed a screen emerging from the ground. With deft fingers, Lin Miao tapped a few commands, and a passageway leading underground appeared in the center of the room. As she advanced, lights along the tunnel flickered on one by one, seemingly welcoming their long-absent mistress. Below lay a vast chamber, contrasting sharply with the dilapidated appearance above. It brimmed with a postmodern technological aura, filled with an array of bizarre machines and densely packed displays emitting a soft blue glow. Lin Miao donned her headphones and activated one of the monitors, her fingers skillfully dancing across the keyboard as white data streams reflected in her dark pupils, rapidly shifting. Time slipped away unnoticed until she finally removed the headphones, stretched languidly, checked the time, and then opened a door to step inside. What lay beyond was an exact replica of her dormitory at the academy, adorned in a cozy, feminine style. The only distinction was a photograph hanging by the window, depicting a tall woman with vibrant red curls, her radiant smile and peace sign contrasting with the emotionless girl beneath her hand. The girl possessed long, jet black hair and a pair of striking silver eyes. One might say that the academy dormitory was modeled after this very room. Lin Miao stared at the photograph, momentarily entranced, before making her way to the bathroom to freshen up. It was nearing 11 o'clock. She needed to retire for the night. After a while, the lights dimmed. In the darkness, she curled up in bed like an infant, slipping into slumber. However, the tranquility was shattered by the incessant flashing of her phone beside the pillow. Irritated, Lin Miao took a deep breath, suppressing her urge to hurl the device away, suspecting it was those two restless souls from the academy. Moshi Moshi. Miao, help. I'm being followed. The man on the other end of the line spoke in a tone devoid of urgency. You can't shake off a few high schoolers? Lin Miao scoffed. You want to let me use my techniques. I can only drive around and evade them. You have too much faith in my driving skills. All right. Where are you currently? Location information. Head to Safe House 3. Once inside, release the barrier. I should be able to make it there. If I can't, use your techniques to bring me over. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Lin Weiyang wore a grim expression as she gathered her belongings. Those who disturb others' slumber deserve to be condemned to the depths of hell. Why do I have the feeling that this person is merely toying with us? After passing through the same neighborhood for the third time, Gojo Satoru posed a profound question. There is no need to sense it. He indeed is. Igarashi Natsuko bit down on a cigarette, her voice laced with irritation. Why on earth did she agree to accompany these two imbeciles on this outing? Hadn't they already been wandering for several hours? Why not rest in her dormitory instead? Since it's too late to turn back now, why don't we just confront him directly? Suguru Geto suggested. Then why can't we simply call or message Weiyang to inquire about her whereabouts? Natsuko raised a soul-searching question. Huh. You both don't even have her contact information? Hitting the nail on the head, the two DKs indeed did not. You two fools. Natsuko felt a surge of frustration. questioning her own sanity for agreeing to embark on this so-called adventure to find Weiyang with these unreliable DKs. You may not have her contact, but I do. What on earth did you bring me along for? You could have just let me ask her, you morons. Lin Weiyang sat in the car, enveloped in an atmosphere of low pressure. Just as they were nearing their destination, she received a message from Natsuko. Natsuko, Weiyang, where are you? Mio, I'm at home over here. What's up, Natsuko? Oh, to her surprise, Natsuko was indeed messaging her. Natsuko, well, we've been out for our task, and it's quite late. Can we come find you? Natsuko, cat eagerly awaiting JPG. Mio, so Natsuko has tasks too? I've never seen her out on a mission before. Mio, sure, but I don't have any men's pajamas. Would Satoru and Suguru be alright? Natsuko, don't mind them. Natsuko, just let them go to hell. Mio, alright, where are you? Should I have the driver pick you up? Natsuko thought of Takayama Shinbu, who had been leading them around for hours. Surely he had noticed, and was intentionally toying with them like a dog on a leash. Natsuko, no worries. We'll come by ourselves. Mio, okay, location. I'm here, call me when you arrive, and I'll have the doorman let you in. Natsuko, okay. Upon realizing that the group of high schoolers was no longer following him, Takayama Shinbu pressed the accelerator and turned into a high-end residential area. As he exited the vehicle, he happened to cross paths with Lin Weiyang. Observing her left eye marked with useless, her right eye with annoying, and a thick shade of gloom hovering above her forehead. Takayama smiled wryly. Takayama, I expected this situation all along, yet what can I do? Lin Weiyang ignored him, entering the house to continue packing, shaking his head in resignation. Takayama dropped the barrier he had maintained around himself. Chapter 7. Conversations in the night. Upon arriving at the address provided, the trio obediently awaited their host. Natsuko's obedience stemmed from feeling somewhat guilty about accompanying these two unreliable peers on such an endeavor. Meanwhile, the two DKs were only just realizing that it was nighttime, and they were about to spend the night at a girl their age's home. A momentary silence enveloped the atmosphere. This stillness persisted until a tall man arrived. Hello, the young lady has sent me to escort you inside. Takayama Shinbu greeted with a butler's bow. The trio? This person returned even quicker than they did. Can he teleport? So, he was merely toying with them all along. Faced with three pairs of bewildered eyes, Takayama exhibited the calmness and maturity of an adult, leading them inside as if nothing were amiss. The room was an ordinary apartment, unremarkable in its appearance. The living room was decorated in a minimalist style, with artwork adorning the walls that reflected the owner's refined taste. You've arrived, greeted a girl with black hair clad in a white cotton camisole nightgown, presumably just out of the shower. Her skin was still flushed from the steam, and the ends of her hair dripped with water, leaving a damp patch on her nightgown that hinted at her complexion. Natsuko swiftly tugged the two stunned peers toward the door, while Takayama quickly shed his black suit jacket, draping it over the girl. Miss, please return to your room and tidy yourself, Takayama said with a serious expression. Lin Weiyang, must you take your role as my butler so seriously? Amidst Natsuko's irritated exclamations, a chaotic scene unfolded, leaving Lin Weiyang, now forced into dressing up, sharing a bemused glance with her classmates. The atmosphere grew awkward once more. The initial eagerness to visit Lin Weiyang was now overshadowed by a complex mix of emotions swirling in the young men's minds. Suguru Geto struggled to maintain a smile, while Satoru Wujo appeared distracted, lost in thought. Well then, shall we sleep? Lin Weiyang suggested, feeling utterly perplexed by the antics of these individuals, sleepiness overtaking her. Each, lost in their own thoughts, agreed, with butler Takayama assigning the guest room to the two DKs while he opted to sleep in the living room. After retrieving the pajamas prepared for Natsuko, Lin Weiyang changed back into her earlier nightgown. Why on earth did this group of idiots come over? And why did I have to change outfits again? Natsuko, however, noticed that the arrangement of the bedroom was nearly identical to that of their school dormitory. This setup will allow me to rest better. I'm a bit sensitive to my surroundings, she explained, sensing Natsuko's confusion. Sleep well, Natsuko. Guiding Natsuko to bed, Lin Weiyang felt herself drifting into slumber. Natsuko was not particularly accustomed to sharing a bed with others, inhaling the fresh scent of the girl beside her, the mattress feeling overly soft for her, and the light blanket too airy. The warmth from another person's body radiated from the closest point between them, as she sensed the other girl's breath and heartbeat. Natsuko gradually came to realize that the girl before her was a living, breathing being, capable of joy and sorrow, possessing her own thoughts, feelings, and connections with others. She had never before felt such a tangible presence of an ordinary person. Being a perceptive young woman, Natsuko vaguely understood something profound, yet was reluctant to fully grasp it. The world of sorcerers is fraught with death and parting. A companion who shared laughter today may be lost tomorrow due to a single mistake. As someone versed in reversal techniques, Natsuko held a deeper understanding of this reality, She had witnessed far too many farewells, leading her to place herself in a safe, observational position. This way, all emotions remained manageable, and every investment had an escape route. She did not wish to become one of those mournful figures. Thus, she ceased to cultivate flowers. But what of the flowers in this garden? Good night, Natsuko. Good night. Natsuko anticipated a restless night ahead, yet contrary to her expectations. She found herself enjoying a refreshing sleep. Once she confirmed Natsuko had fallen asleep, Lin Weiyang slowly opened her eyes. Clarity filled her gaze, devoid of any hint of drowsiness. Her gaze lingered for a moment on the slumbering girl with hair the same shade as her own before she quietly descended from the bed and made her way to the living room. In the darkness, Takayama Shinbu appeared to be soundly asleep, utterly still. I know you're awake, Lin Weiyang said, lounging onto the nearby sofa. The young lady, who neglects her sleep, risks stunted growth. Takayama Shinbu let out a resigned sigh, draping his soft blanket over the girl clad in light attire. After all, this aging individual still requires ample rest to fulfill the tasks assigned by the young lady. Taking advantage of the soundproof barrier, the two continued their conversation, their voices unrestrained and meandering. Sensing Lin Weiyang's distracted demeanor, Takayama Shinbu cautiously inquired, "Is there still no news from Dazai?" Lin Weiyang remained silent. "So, have you two had a quarrel?" After a moment of silence, Lin Weiyang responded with a lack of emotion, "No. Our relationship is not as you perceive it. Thus, the notion of a quarrel is unfounded." Takayama Shinbu sighed once more, realizing that since he had chosen to accompany these two youths, his sighing had increased, resembling a worried matron. What was that term again? Male mother. Yes, he felt he was transitioning from a cursed sorcerer of a rogue organization to a nagging maternal figure. To call it a defection would be misleading, as the organization was obliterated by that boy with the cerulean eyes. Initially, he thought they merely dismantled an organization and fortuitously retrieved him, but based on the peculiarities of these two youths, he reasonably suspected that they might have dismantled the organization to reclaim him instead. He had boarded a pirate ship. However, since he was already on board, he might as well continue. Why not reach out to him? If there are misunderstandings, clarifying them would suffice. I encountered similar situations at your age. Suddenly, Takayama Shinbu's pupils constricted, pausing briefly. He likely detected Fushiguro Megumi, who had been secretly eavesdropping. Yet, their conversation contained no issues. The mention of Dazai's name occurred before Megumi's arrival. Lin Weiyang remained sprawled on the sofa, letting out a soft hum, indicating there was nothing amiss. Hesitating, the deep male voice continued, "As long as you communicate, there will be no problems." Lin Weiyang recalled a phone call she received during gym class at her temporary school before entering Jujutsu High. The sun in May was already fiercely scorching, rendering gym class a formidable adversary for the girls. After completing a long run, the teacher mercifully allowed everyone to engage in free activities. The boys rushed to seize the basketball court, releasing the pent-up hormones of adolescence, while the girls gathered in small groups beneath the shade of trees and awnings, chattering animatedly. Yamabe Koki pulled the nearly exhausted Lin Weiyang to claim the coolest spot, surrounded by a few classmates with whom she shared a closer bond. Amidst the playful banter of the girls, Lin Weiyang, lazily lying on the grass, received a phone call from Dazai Osamu. She stepped into a corner to answer. Greeted by his mocking laughter, his sharp words starkly contrasted with the previous syrupy sweetness. "You must be doing this on purpose, Takayama Shinbu. Don't tell me you're unaware. Do you think I would require a substitute? Do you believe I would transfer my affections due to similar personalities? Is your lack of trust compelling you to create a vulnerability to control me?" Before she could respond, he abruptly hung up, leaving only the lingering coldness of his mocking laughter, which made her ears ache. Humph. As the memory faded, Lin Weiyang lifted her gaze to glance at Takayama Shinbu, before quickly burying her face again. "I'm going to sleep. Please be quiet." It felt as though that fleeting glance held deeper meaning. Takayama Shinbu pondered. What was that look about? Chapter 8. Under the sun, the cerulean eyes suddenly opened. Unfazed by the darkness, Fushiguro Megumi stealthily maneuvered around his slumbering friend and descended from the bed. A hand grasped his wrist. "Megumi, eavesdropping on others is an invasion of privacy." The sound of the girl from the adjacent room getting out of bed evidently also roused Suguru Geto. As the sudden cessation of noise and the fluctuation of cursed energy indicated that he had something to discuss with his butler. "Let go. You're curious too, Geto." Fushiguro Megumi wriggled like an eel, avoiding Geto's grasp while utilizing his 6 eyes to analyze the peculiar cursed energy emanating from the strange barrier. "Hey, this barrier is odd. Is it a method from Huagua?" The soundproof barrier proved insufficient against the scrutiny of the 6 eyes. Once he understood its structure, he began to eavesdrop. Why not reach out to him? If there are misunderstandings, clarifying them would suffice. The low male voice coaxed gently. "I encountered similar situations at your age. There was a brief pause in the voice. Humph. The girl's voice sounded muffled, likely as she buried her face in a pillow, seeming somewhat aggrieved. As long as you communicate, there will be no problems. Then, silence followed, but soon the gentle sound of her breathing filled the air. Did you have a quarrel with someone? Seizing a fleeting opportunity, Suguru Geto pulled him back. So what is going on? If you want to know, go ask. I'm not telling you. Geto pressed against his throbbing temples, observing his friend clamber back onto the bed. Such a reaction suggested that there was likely nothing amiss. The darkness returned to tranquility. The next morning, after a restful night, the youths were once again lively and boisterous. With dark circles under her eyes, Lin Weiyang remarked, "As long as you're happy, let us head back to school together, Weiyang." Ijiri Shoko cheerfully tugged at the somewhat downcast Lin Weiyang. The girl smiled brightly, her small beauty mark drawing attention. Lin Weiyang turned her head to glance at the girl, lightly pulling her, slightly tilting her head. Is something the matter? There seemed to be a hint of intimacy in her demeanor. Just a moment, I need to speak with my butler. Subtly creating some distance, Lin Weiyang approached her diligent butler, retrieving her phone and handing it to him. Deliver this to him. The command was devoid of emotion, and the identity of him was self-evident. Takayama Shinbu sensed something, his gaze softening with a hint of tenderness. Refrain from casting your distasteful glances. It's not as you imagine, merely work. Lin Weiyang turned and walked toward the group of waiting youths, observing the harmonious atmosphere among the boys and girls. Takayama Shinbu felt slightly disoriented. The lively ambience, the carefree laughter, anyone witnessing it would surely exclaim, "Ah, this is youth." Who could fathom the burdens these youths bore? At such a beautiful age, they were confronted with the most sordid malice from the world. The sunlight was warm, casting a beautiful filter over this scene. But what would be revealed if that filter were removed? Takayama Shinbu glimpsed a corner hidden beneath the beautiful facade, filled with obscurity and deception. And he, too, was but a shallow and cruel cog within this indifferent deception. Amidst such scenery, a question surfaced in Takayama Shinbu's mind. If a benevolent lie is merely the unilateral whim of the liar, would those who are favored by such kindness be willing to accept it? No one could answer this question, for the liar would never unveil the truth before the revelation of the lie. The tall man in a black suit vanished at the roadside. By the way, summer vacation is approaching. Do you have any plans? Lin Weiyang sought a topic of conversation, only to be met with several peculiar gazes from her peers. Oh, is this the life of an ordinary person? It's a holiday. She actually mentioned a holiday. Wataru Gojo, as if he had encountered a rare species, teased in a mocking tone. The rarity of sorcerers precludes us from enjoying a normal holiday. There are simply too many curses to handle, especially during the sweltering summer when the negative emotions of the populace peak, and Shoko Yeri is further confined within the barriers of jujitsu, high, due to her reverse techniques. Suguru Geto elaborated, while Shoko Yeri merely shrugged, biting on a cigarette. But you're only teenagers, right? Not even adults yet. Wouldn't this be considered child labor exploitation? Lin Weiyang questioned with a look of bewilderment. Since I possess such power, it is my duty to protect the weak. In stark contrast to the evident annoyance on Shoko Yeri and Wataru Gojo's faces, Suguru Geto appeared to accept this notion with equanimity, genuinely pondering this thought. You, Geto. I'm about to vomit from your moral rhetoric. Wataru Gojo exaggeratedly grimaced. Unlike you, I am exceedingly eager to have a holiday. Without voicing her own opinion, Lin Weiyang listened to Wataru Gojo's incessant ramblings about his imagined holidays, a soft smile adorning her face, her dark eyes shimmering. It will come, Gojo-kun, Lin Weiyang replied patiently, her tone imbued with certainty, as she responded to his whimsical musings. Wataru Gojo turned his gaze aside, falling silent. By the way, I overheard you mention work with that butler? Shoko Yeri's sensitivity to the term was palpable. Ah, yes, it's work from the family side, Lin Weiyang responded. Huh, you actually have work? Wataru Gojo questioned incredulously. Lin Weiyang deftly shifted the topic. You didn't apply to Professor Yaga for leaving school yesterday, did you? He called to inquire, so be prepared for how you will face him. Disturbing someone's sleep will lead you straight to hell. Chapter 9, Osamu Dazai. In Hokkaido, within a certain casino, a slender youth clad in a brown trench coat languidly leaned against the gambling table, idly toying with a few cards. Stifling a yawn out of boredom. You balding fool, have you not played for so long because you believe you stand no chance? The middle-aged man seated opposite him, his jowls quivering, tightened his grip on the cards, cold sweat trickling down his glistening forehead, leaving dark stains on the table. You shouldn't speak so boldly. Don't forget whose territory this is. The venomous words rang out, yet everyone could discern the hollow bravado behind them. Oh, come now, Baldy, you're quite tedious. But who am I to judge? Being a good youth, I shall wager it all, sending you off to retirement early. Such games are ill-suited for an old man like you, with your high blood pressure and baldness. The boy with cerulean eyes chuckled mischievously, extending his bandaged hand to gently topple the towering chips in front of him, sending a cacophony of clattering coins across the table. Bet placed, will you call? The dealer inquired. Hee, this is a mess of your own making. The previously sweating rotund man suddenly erupted in laughter, confidently tossing his cards onto the table, a spade ace, perfectly connecting with the community cards to form a flush. The crowd surrounding them stirred slightly. That kid must be a newcomer. That old fool just scammed a suicide victim a while back. What a pity he has fallen into the hands of this fat pig. The onlookers murmured, casting glances at the cold-faced youth. The fat man gazed at the exquisitely handsome boy, his eyes gleaming with lascivious desire. He had been observing the boy for days, captivated by his slender physique and fragile demeanor, which stirred an insatiable itch within him. Today, he finally found the opportunity to lure the youth into a game, feigning losses to elevate the boy's spirits, preparing to shatter his pride in one final blow. He shall be mine, the man thought, his facade of civility fading, revealing his true, grotesque nature. Oh dear, the boy murmured, his head bowed, shoulders trembling. What shall I do? So you were merely pretending before. How disgusting. But I'm the king. The youth lightly tossed his cards, the colorful gesture appearing mockingly in the fat man's line of sight. So, you repulsive baldy. The boy's cerulean eyes glinted with malice, reveling in the performance. You might as well continue the charade. That pitiful expression suits your face much better. Oh yes. Especially this one, making you look like a little lapdog, haha. Running low on chips, are we? How will you pay? With your eyes? Or perhaps your hands? A man in black, not far from Osamu Dazai, dispatched several lurking figures in the shadows, approaching the gambling table and lifting the boy by the scruff of his collar as one would a kitten. Enough of this, Dazai, it's time to get serious. Takamura Masamune looked on with mild exasperation at the boy exuding an aura of blackened mischief. Their time together had made him acutely aware of just how troublesome this teenager could be. Whether it was his sudden inclinations towards self-destruction or the mischief hidden behind his angelic facade, it was clear that this boy was not only difficult, but also dangerous. His striking appearance often deceived those who beheld him, causing them to overlook his inherent toxicity. When he first joined the Cursed Sorcerer organization, he had elicited crucial information that had long eluded even the most seasoned interrogators, with his methods causing even the most experienced members to retreat in nausea. Alongside sending Dazai to him, the former high-ranking officials of the organization had also hinted at keeping a watchful eye on the boy, scrutinizing his origins and intentions. Yet, Takamura Masamune still found it challenging to regard this child as he would an adult, and amidst the frequent pranks, he had developed a theory on how to handle Dazai. In essence, it was akin to caring for a cat. One must stroke its fur gently and pretend not to notice the harmless mischief. Put me down. I'm not in the habit of being cradled by men. The black cat struggled, attempting to escape the iron grip on his neck. For some reason, this boy, who wore a perpetual grin for everyone else, treated him with unusual harshness. Reflecting on the troubles Dazai had caused him, Takamura Masamune sighed. Very well. But we must attend to our duties now. As Dazai's feet touched the ground, he frowned, tugging at his collar, his gaze falling upon the defeated individuals, neatly piled in the corner like sardines in a can. No blood. Dazai lowered his gaze, pursing his lips. Huh, as a cursed sorcerer, you can't even bear to kill a single person? I wonder what use a waste like you could possibly have. You might as well end it early to avoid crying at the sight of blood later. Noticing the boy's erratic behavior, Takamura Masamune remained vigilant of their surroundings, replying earnestly, but if I were to embrace death first, wouldn't Dazai be driven to madness with jealousy? I'll leave that opportunity for you. Dazai suddenly choked, the swirling black aura around him momentarily stalling before erupting into louder protests. You did that on purpose, didn't you? You seem like a stoic, but are actually filled with malice. Stay away from me. Ah, yes. Who are you trying to appease? Indeed. Lin Weiyang has entrusted me with this. Takamatsu Shinbu retrieved the mobile phone that Lin Weiyang had left for him, seizing the opportunity to shift the conversation. I must admit, the tactic I learned from Lin Weiyang is quite effective, as the boy ceased his antics. Dazai Osamu refrained from inquiring how the man had located him. Instead, he fixated on the phone, displaying no outward reaction. Well, actually, she is quite concerned about you. Takamatsu Shinbu pondered over the dialogue with the girl, meticulously dissecting each word in search of evidence that she cared for Dazai. Alas, he found none. Dazai Osamu took the phone, opened it, and typed a few times. How dull. I crave canned crab meat. Takamatsu-kun, quickly fetch it for me. He casually tossed the phone back into Takamatsu Shinbu's arms and resumed his demands. Perhaps this could be considered a reconciliation of sorts? Takamatsu Shinbu let out a barely perceptible sigh. Today's youth is truly perplexing. Dazai Osamu caught a glimpse of Takamatsu Shinbu, who seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and smirked derisively. It must be rather effortless to be an oblivious, single-celled organism, simply existing, consuming, and instinctively following the directives of life's continuum ensures a stable survival. The two traversed the casino and entered a shadowy door on the other side, adorned with an oddly inscribed letter. Q. Chapter 10. The Encounter Before the High School. The sun blazed fiercely, scorching the entire city. Lin Weiyang sheltered herself under a parasol, holding a melting ice cream cone. I told you I could manage alone. You two would be better off resting at the high school. The ice cream dripped sweetly onto her hands, causing her some annoyance, until a thoughtful individual handed her a napkin. We have been assigned to protect you. Your safety is our responsibility. Suguru Geto extended the napkin with one hand while holding his own ice cream cone with the other. I'm just following along. What can you do about it? A certain white-haired individual swaggered over, his expression boldly challenging. I want to hang out with my original classmates. There's no danger involved. As the saying goes, when there is no danger, Satoru Gojo is the greatest peril. Suguru Geto chimed in. Lin Weiyang bit into her ice cream, her mind overwhelmed with the thought of annoyance. Fine, I'll just let you tag along. Yay, over here. Yamabaki Kuki spotted the group from a distance. The girl in the center bore a striking resemblance to Weiyang, but the two accompanying her made her hesitate until they drew closer. Hey, who are those two next to you? They are the same two from last time. Yamabaki Koyuki raced closer from the school gate, recognizing the two strangers. Suguru Geto finally recalled where he had felt that familiar aura when he first encountered Lin Weiyang. Early May had arrived, bringing warmer temperatures after several days of relentless rain. Today finally welcomed clear skies, the blue unobstructed by clouds, dispelling the gloom that had lingered over the past few days. Leaning against the car, Suguru Geto gazed out the window, momentarily lost in thought. It was the peak time for both work and school, and the streets bustled with pedestrians. Small stalls dotted the roadside, selling charming trinkets that attracted a number of young girls in their uniforms. Recollecting the myriad occurrences of the past few months, Suguru Geto felt a sense of disorientation. He had been informed that those grotesque entities were called cursed spirits, invited into the Jujutsu high school, and had transitioned from an ordinary world into the enigmatic realm of Jujutsu, encountering his kind. While a mix of shock and bewilderment resided within him, a more pronounced thrill simmered just beneath the surface. Much like the boys in every class who secretly read Jump comics at the back, this age group often fantasizes about suddenly possessing superpowers, seeking companions to save the world, or having their mundane lives abruptly disrupted by surreal forces, marking the beginning of an exhilarating journey. Over the 14 years of his growth, Suguru Geto had grown accustomed to silently safeguarding those oblivious to the truth of the world. Now, he had finally been reclaimed, emerging from the solitude of being an outlier and returning to a realm that truly belonged to him. The very first mission after joining the high school, witnessing the familiar world once more, invoked a mindset vastly different from before. Before Suguru Geto could thoroughly contemplate this divergence, a fuzzy head intruded upon his thoughts, jolting him from his reverie. What are you looking at, Geto? What could possibly be interesting in such a mundane place? Have you discovered traces of a curse? The white-haired boy lowered his sunglasses and leaned closer to the car window, revealing those sky-blue eyes revered in the Jujutsu world as miraculous. A mere month into their acquaintance, their initially antagonistic relationship had surprisingly evolved into a friendship after countless inconclusive brawls, even drawing the attention of the only girl in their class, who remarked that one of them must possess some peculiar hobby. Without hesitation, Suguru Geto reached out to strike Satoru Gojo's head, predictably intercepted, when suddenly a small cursed spirit launched an attack from behind, yanking Gojo back to his original position. Don't get too close, Gojo, it's quite disgusting, remarked the dark-haired boy with a bun, grinning mischievously. Is this a provocation, Geto? Do you wish to fight again? I'm more than willing. Gojo responded with a smile, his eyes gleaming with a hint of madness. Suguru Geto remained silent, yet smiling, releasing a few small cursed spirits, further crowding the already confined space of the car. A voice interrupted the intensifying tension. Gentlemen, we have arrived. The vehicle halted on a relatively quieter street. The monitoring assistant spoke. The target is a grade 2 cursed spirit, believed to be located in the alley just beyond this street. Although both of you possess remarkable abilities, please exercise utmost caution. Understood, Gojo replied briskly, leaping out of the car with an air of annoyance. Suguru Geto nodded with a smile, following suit. The duo walked alongside the roadside, where even this somewhat secluded street buzzed with traffic during the rush hour. Just as Suguru Geto intended to speak, his pupils dilated, catching sight of a brown-haired girl about to tumble onto the busy road. Almost instinctively, he summoned a cursed spirit to cushion her fall while he dashed forward to grasp her arm. The girl appeared startled, gripping his clothing tightly, her expression vacant. Are you alright? The dark-haired boy inquired gently, releasing the girl's arm. Yamabaki Koyuki stared at the boy before her, momentarily dazed. Wow, snap out of it. Are you some kind of lovesick girl? Let go of Ghetto. A fluffy white head poked out from the dark-haired boy's shoulder. The boy wearing black sunglasses spoke with a tone akin to a wife catching her husband in an affair, yet his beautifully arched eyebrows hinted at amusement. Remove your head from my shoulder. We are not that familiar. Are we, Gojo? Suguru Geto's previously gentle smile stiffened, veins protruding on his forehead. Just last night, he had been calling him Satoru in bed, and now, in the presence of another girl, he had reverted to Gojo? Geto, I truly misjudged you. Gojo lamented, his tone filled with feigned sorrow. Yamabeko Shiryuki relinquished her grip on Suguru Geto's clothing. Her expression fraught with complexity as she gazed at the rigidly smiling Suguru and the rather imposing yet awkward Fushiguro Wataru, who spoke in a manner that was almost juvenile. Shiryuki, are you alright? Wah. The delicate standoff was interrupted by a girl who had collapsed onto Shiryuki's back. The ebony-haired maiden buried her face in her friend's neck, trembling with sobs. Suguru could only catch a glimpse of the girl's flushed, pearly earlobes peeking through her dark locks, seemingly quivering in time with her weeping. Oh, why are you crying? I mean, you're fine, right? You look so pitiful. It's quite embarrassing. The ostentatiously irritating voice spoke before Suguru could, as the once vanished veins on his forehead re-emerged, a testament to his frustration. Wataru, it's a miracle you've grown up without getting yourself killed. Suguru shot a glare at his junior, whom he had known for less than a month, before turning his attention back to the girls in an embrace. Please disregard him. He has a few screws loose. In truth, Shiryuki hadn't quite caught what Wataru had said. Her cheeks flushed as she consoled her friend, who had just been saved from peril. When she heard her savior speak, she hurriedly helped her friend to her feet, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. I'm sorry. Oh. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate it. I'm sorry for the trouble. Ignoring the childish antics of her impetuous peer, Suguru's gaze instinctively lingered on the weeping girl. The ebony-haired maiden kept her head bowed, her face obscured by her hands, still sobbing. Her slender frame contrasted sharply with her dark hair, which emphasized her porcelain complexion, giving her an almost fragile appearance. It's all right. Just be careful next time, Suguru paused, his tone subtly shifting as he continued. Did you encounter anything unusual just now? Huh. What? Yamabeko Shiryuki, concerned for her friend, noticed that Weiyang usually exuded confidence and rarely exhibited emotional fluctuations. This was the first time she had seen Weiyang act so childlike. She felt a mix of shyness and joy, realizing her significance in Weiyang's heart. Are you joking? You encountered a plethora of cursed energy, akin to rolling around with a second-grade cursed spirit, and nothing happened? The white-haired boy leaned in closely to Shiryuki, the proximity so intimate that their breaths seemed to intertwine. This closeness allowed Shiryuki to see the celestial blue of his eyes peeking out from behind his sunglasses, just as she was entranced by his beauty. A fist collided forcefully with his head. Wataru, mind your personal space. Suguru, having restrained himself for far too long, finally let his fist fall. I apologize. This person has a few loose screws. I will discipline him. With a gentle smile returning to his face, Suguru began to lead his unruly companion away along the path they had come from. Ah yes. Thank you both. Shiryuki, finally regaining her composure, blushed as she called after the retreating figures of the two boys, dazedly remarking, Oh, that was truly high-quality DK. Weiyang, did you see that? They were so handsome. Feeling a tug on her clothing, Shiryuki turned to see Lin Weiyang, who had calmed considerably. Her hands had been lowered from her face, and she was now guiding Shiryuki towards the crosswalk. Ah, Weiyang, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to worry you. The natural girl hastily apologized, recalling how her clumsiness had frightened her friend. Just be more cautious next time. We can't afford any more reckless moments, Shiryuki. Lin Weiyang sighed as she held Shiryuki's hand, leading her across the street. Okay, I'm sorry. But Weiyang, did you see those two DKs just now? They were so cool. If only our class had such handsome boys, I wouldn't still be without a crush. The girl, undeterred by the earlier incident, launched into a new topic, chattering away as she usually did. Wataru, were those two girls really not sorcerers? Suguru, having just vanquished a battered second-grade cursed spirit, inquired. Huh. Are you questioning the unparalleled genius of Wataru Fushiguro? Wataru, distractedly brushing non-existent dust off his clothing, replied. Do you really think I need to collect second-grade cursed spirits? Are you a Pokemon master or something? Familiar veins reappeared on Suguru's forehead as he replied with a sardonic smile. So why did you follow me? Are the sorcerers of the three great families so idle? Don't lump me with those inferior oranges. Wataru paused before continuing. I couldn't see their techniques. They were just like ordinary people. So they must have accumulated considerable virtue in their past lives to face a second-grade cursed spirit unscathed. Who knows? Wataru recalled the ebony-haired girl whose face he and T clearly seen. She might not even need your help, Suguru. You're just being overly sentimental. Are you just itching for a fight, Wataru? Hehe, are you going to strike first? Isn't this a sneak attack, Suguru? The alleyway erupted into yet another round of playful combat. Chapter 11, Fireworks. Are you the crybaby? What is going on? Have you evolved? I haven't seen you cry in ages. A delicate-looking boy shouted from within a dessert shop. Lin Weiyang rubbed her head, finding it quite bothersome. Just as she had anticipated this scenario. I can't believe we met so early. Suguru rested his chin on his hand, observing Lin Weiyang. I didn't notice back then. Shiryuki startled me, and I was just focused on making sure she was okay. This was a half-truth. Lin Weiyang merely wanted to hide her face and prevent Shiryuki from uttering words of gratitude like, "Thank you for saving me. Let me treat you to dessert." That encounter had been an unexpected twist of fate, and to avoid complicating matters, Lin Weiyang had resorted to such measures. Lin Weiyang aimed to redirect the conversation to Shiryuki, but the latter seemed oblivious to her friend's signals. Lost in the revelation that she had transferred to a religious school and was now classmates with these two handsome boys. The more astonishing news was the former. Even though Lin Weiyang had only spent a brief semester at their school, she had left a remarkable impression. Whether in academics or skills, her evaluations were invariably stellar. Even the sternest math teacher had praised her, saying, "The school has found a gem from Todai." Though Shiryuki knew Lin Weiyang well enough to recognize that her gentle demeanor often masked her daydreaming tendencies. Beneath her calm exterior was a vibrant inner world that adeptly diverted attention from troublesome matters. However, none of this could lead Shiryuki to associate religion with Lin Weiyang. The tug on her clothing roused Shiryuki from her reverie. Looking at Lin Weiyang, who wore an inquiring expression, she hesitantly voiced her curiosity. "So, Weiyang, after graduation, are you going to become a nun or a monk?" Lin Weiyang, I'd rather not be a nun. What on earth is a monk? Ha ha ha. A bald monk? Ha ha ha. Wataru erupted into laughter, collapsing against Suguru's shoulder. Suguru struggled to maintain his composure, feeling a faint but perceptible gaze scanning overhead. Lin Weiyang could only vent her frustration by pinching the soft cheek of the girl beside her. Amidst the tumultuous chaos, Yamabuki Shiryuki, her voice a mere whisper, broached the matter at hand. "Tonight is the summer festival. Shall we go together, Lin Weiyang?" The girl's round, dumpling-like face was adorned with two sparkling eyes, brimming with anticipation, making it exceedingly difficult for Lin Weiyang to utter a word of refusal. Thank heavens, the two bothersome DKs had finally departed. It was not an act of conscience. Rather, Gojo Satoru had received news regarding the resolution of the curse afflicting Lin Weiyang. While Suguru Geto had been dispatched on an urgent mission, the two young women perused the streets, selecting their yukatas, a picture of warmth and camaraderie. This was the essence of living, Lin Weiyang mused, feeling the soft presence of the gentle girl beside her. In stark contrast, Geto Suguru stood amidst the ruins, his gaze sweeping across a grim tableau of severed limbs, blood, and remnants of cursed spirits, all bearing the violent marks of destruction. He stared at the cursed jewel in his hand, a thing that evoked nausea merely by touch, his expression dulled, an apathy that followed the thrill of combat, leaving nothing but emptiness in its wake. Undoubtedly, Geto Suguru was a man who relished battle, the clash of forces, the sharp pang of pain stimulating his senses. The metallic scent of blood, each element ignited a fervor within him. Yet, in his fervor to vanquish foes and safeguard the weak, he had forgotten that it was not the monsters that instilled fear in the vulnerable, but rather any force capable of inflicting harm. "Monster! Help! Help!" The lone survivor's terrified gaze haunted him, devoid of gratitude or trust, only blame and dread. It matters not, Geto Suguru thought, for with such power comes the obligation to protect. He clutched the cursed jewel, bringing it to his lips, the familiar, revolting taste brushing against his tongue, triggering a visceral response to reject that which was harmful. Completing the mission is all that matters. With great effort, he stifled the urge to vomit, veins bulging on the back of his hand as he pressed his mouth shut. Once composed, he exited the tent. "My apologies for the delay. There are no survivors within." The last survivor had succumbed to fear, leaving the safety of his protection only to be torn apart by the cursed spirit. "No need to escort me. I can return on my own." Without waiting for the assistant supervisor's reply, he departed. The bespectacled assistant watched the boy's retreating figure, pulling out his phone to draft a message. Gazing at the jovial group of young boys and girls before her, Lin Weiyang's eyes widened in surprise. It turned out that nearly all her classmates had gathered, forming a lively crowd in front of a small stage. Several of them simultaneously pulled the strings of paper poppers, and colorful fragments cascaded from the sky, adorning Lin Weiyang's hair and clothing. "Hey, we've all missed you. Yamabuki Shiryuki tugged at Lin Weiyang's hand, drawing her forward as the crowd enveloped them. We've even rented a small stage for our program at the festival. Come join us, Lin. Her former classmates showered her with warm greetings, a cascade of small gifts accumulating in Lin Weiyang's arms, bathed in the gentle glow of the lights. She recalled a long-forgotten time when a silver-haired deity stood by her side, uttering equally warm words. Weiyang, you will encounter those radiant human souls. Indeed, radiant. So many pairs of eyes, reflecting the vast galaxy. Amidst the throng, Lin Weiyang stepped forward. In the midst of the merriment, her phone vibrated several times. Geto Suguru has completed his mission. His emotional state is unstable. Glancing at the mountain of gifts, Lin Weiyang pondered briefly before dialing Geto Suguru's number. The first attempt failed to connect, but she patiently redialed. When the call connected, silence greeted her from the other end. Is this Geto? I'm nearly done here. But it's difficult to find a taxi. Could you come pick me up? All right. The voice on the other end was somewhat hoarse, clearly unused to speaking. After providing her location, Lin Weiyang resumed her exploration of the summer festival. Thank you for your help. Geto Suguru wandered aimlessly through the streets. Tall buildings obscuring much of the night sky. The streets were sparsely populated, creating an atmosphere of desolation. After an indeterminate amount of time, the persistent vibrations from his pocket finally drew his attention. Weiyang. As an ordinary person, Lin Weiyang's voice came through the line, vibrant against the bustling background of the festival. Geto? I'm almost finished, but it's hard to hail a cab. Can you come get me? All right. The sorcerer had a duty to protect the non-sorcerer, especially since he was tasked with safeguarding Lin Weiyang. Thank you. It seemed someone was urging the girl, and the call was abruptly terminated. The address provided was nearby, and Geto Suguru headed towards the summer festival. From a distance, he spotted the warm lights of the festival, the surrounding world fading into darkness, the festival site thrumming with life. The festive atmosphere dispelled some of the chill that clung to him as he turned his head, searching for that familiar figure. His gaze settled on a spot near the center of the venue, where a girl with black hair donned in a pale pink yukata laughed heartily with those beside her, her eyes reflecting the warm hues of the festival lights. Her smile unrestrained. It was a smile Geto had never witnessed before. The Lin Weiyang he knew had always been gentle, without sharp edges. How delightful it was to see her like this. Such thoughts meandered through his mind as Lin Weiyang, spotting him in the shadows, leaped off the stage and dashed towards him. Come quickly, I need your help. The girl, breathless from her sprint, had a few wild strands of hair sticking out, still adorned with remnants of colorful confetti. She appeared to be thoroughly enjoying herself, a rosy hue brightening her typically pale complexion. Lin Weiyang winked at him playfully. Before he could react, she seized his hand and pulled him into the crowd. The hand that had so recently gripped the cursed jewel was now held by her soft hand, an entirely different sensation. The group of boys and girls watched Lin Weiyang return with the tall boy, their expressions revealing amusement. Oh, Weiyang has found a boyfriend, and didn't he tell us? Murmured one. It seemed someone was a step behind. Everyone discreetly glanced at a handsome boy who had furtively consumed a few sips of alcohol to bolster his courage for today as confession. His face flushed. Amidst the friendly teasing, Lin Weiyang laughed joyfully, the crowd singing and dancing, each individual's eyes sparkling with similar excitement. Guided by Lin Weiyang, Geto Suguru joined the jubilant throng of youth. Initially feeling out of place, he was eventually persuaded by the girl's unwavering grip on his hand. Perhaps it was the spark of joy in her eyes that urged him to be her shield, or perhaps the infectious atmosphere that ultimately kept him from leaving. Suddenly, someone shouted, "The fireworks have begun." All eyes were drawn to the heavens. Bang! Fireworks erupted in the midsummer night sky, blossoming in the eyes of every onlooker. So many pairs of eyes, enough to reflect the Milky Way. Shinjiro Goju silently shifted his gaze to the young girl beside him, her pure black pupils now shimmering with the brilliance of the fireworks. "What's wrong?" she inquired, turning her gaze. Those eyes, seemingly capable of absorbing everything, reflected the smile that curled upon Goju's lips under the vibrant night lights. "It's nothing," he replied. The people he sought to protect were indeed like this. Thus, the pain seemed to have found a reason to be accepted. On this summer night, a girl had pulled him from the shadows, and together they witnessed a fireworks display amidst the stars. Chapter 12. The Cursed Sorcerer. Cursed Rating, Special Grade. Cursed Individual, Non-Sorcerer Lin Weiyang from Huagua. The destination of the cursed energy remains unknown. Even the six eyes cannot perceive its trajectory. Further investigation is required. The curse has persisted for 4 months. Aside from an unidentified attack outside the Neon Realm, no hazardous incidents have occurred. Lin Weiyang herself reported no discomfort. Yet the vortex remains unvanished. In summary, the headquarters has appointed Satoru Gojo and Shinjiro Goju to continue the mission. Goju idly scrolled through his phone. At the entrance stood two impeccably dressed men in black, statuesque and unmoving. Lin Weiyang had been inside for nearly 2 hours, and not a sound could be heard. Naturally, with Goju's acute hearing, the thin barrier of the door posed no obstruction. It was evident that the other party had erected a barrier within the room, shielding them from all external scrutiny. If Satoru Gojo were present, he would either breach the barrier to eavesdrop or have long since abandoned the task to wander the streets. Thus, it was Goju who was here to protect Lin Weiyang. Lin Weiyang had been at the Jujutsu High for nearly half a year, and during this time, such meetings had been held approximately once a month. The Huagua representatives who came to escort Lin Weiyang were remarkably courteous, their respectful tone evident even to those who did not understand Huagua language. Was she the young lady of a prominent family? Her treatment was akin to that of Satoru Gojo. It must be said, the demeanor of these Huagua individuals towards Lin Weiyang easily evoked comparisons to the Gojo family's treatment of Satoru. Yet, while the Gojo family harbored both admiration and covetousness for Satoru's power, the Huagua representatives seemed to exhibit a strange sort of respect towards Lin Weiyang. Reflecting on the girl's slender form and faint cursed energy, Goju found himself perplexed by the source of this mingled admiration and apprehension, especially since most of the individuals present were formidable sorcerers. There were indeed ordinary people among them, but they constituted a minority. Unlike the three families, Huagua had no such lineage. Instead, they possessed a sorcerer organization directly sanctioned by the government, where even non-sorcerers could hold significant positions. Goju theorized that the scarcity of curses in Huagua prevented power from consolidating in the hands of those with sorcerous talents. Lost in thought, the barrier was suddenly withdrawn. "Thank you, Miss Lin Weiyang. We entrust this matter to you." A man in a Zhongshan suit opened the door for Lin Weiyang, nodding for her to proceed. "It's no trouble at all, Mr. Chun. I hope our collaboration goes smoothly," Lin Weiyang replied with a gracious smile, shaking his hand. "Apologies for keeping you waiting," Lin Weiyang said as she approached Goju, offering him a piece of Huagua fruit candy. Goju, not particularly fond of sweets, accepted it and placed it in his pocket. The two exited the building side by side. "Were they not from your family?" Goju suddenly inquired while seated in the car. Why do you think so?" Lin Weiyang deflected the question back at him. Goju carefully selected his words. "It just doesn't feel like a familial interaction." "Oh, how do you believe family should interact?" Lin Weiyang's black pupils bore into Goju's. Instinctively, Goju leaned towards the window, memories of his own family interactions surfacing in his mind. There's a unique bond in the exchanges, I suppose. Something like that. You have keen observational skills, Goju-kun." Without commenting on his response, Lin Weiyang answered his earlier question. "They are not family. It's merely professional communication." "Work, huh? You once said we were like hired child laborers, yet you are one of us." Goju jested. "Speaking of which, since Weiyang-san arrived at the Jujutsu High, I don't think I've seen you contact your family." Lin Weiyang did not respond immediately. Not hearing a reply, Goju shifted his gaze to the girl sitting across from him. She rested her chin on her hand, gazing out at the bustling street, where vehicles flowed and pedestrians exhibited a myriad of expressions, the entire world moving forward with tireless vigor. "When was the last time you returned home, Goju-kun?" Lin Weiyang's voice was soft, as if drifting from a distant place. Goju was taken aback. He hadn't been home in quite some time. Struck by the suddenness of the question, he realized that since joining the Jujutsu High, he had scarcely been in touch with his family. Initially, he would send a brief greeting daily, but as the tasks piled up and the targets grew stronger, his family seemed to refrain from contacting him, only sending periodic messages to inquire about his well-being. It dawned on him that he hadn't truly thought about returning home. The weather has turned cooler. This season is often rainy and damp, making one susceptible to illness, she continued gently. "You've been on external missions for several days now. Why not return home to rest properly and avoid catching a cold?" Goju wanted to assure the girl that his constitution was resistant to illness, and that he had another exorcism task to complete after escorting her back to the Jujutsu High, but before he could speak, she interjected. "I've asked Mr. Chin to negotiate on your behalf, so let us just go. Just tell the driver the address. You've been a great help lately. Today, let us have you rest, all right? Otherwise, I would feel guilty for overworking you." Lin Weiyang winked at Goju, her smile bright. "Then I shall take you up on that," he conceded. At a residential complex, Goju exited the car. As Lin Weiyang was about to leave, the rising window was halted by a hand. "Thank you." The dark-haired boy earnestly expressed his gratitude to Lin Weiyang. "It's nothing. Hurry home," she replied, maintaining her gentle smile. "I have a few matters to attend to, and Mr. Chin's men will keep me safe. Do cherish your holiday." As Goju departed, Lin Weiyang slowly raised the window, which was tinted to obscure outside views, casting the interior of the car into shadow. Her expression remained inscrutable in the dim light. The bonds of family, how extravagant they seemed. Lin Weiyang absent-mindedly caressed the pendant at her chest, her emotions muted. How has Tsushima been lately? Indeed, Miss Lin, when did you notice? The driver responded, avoiding embarrassment. When Goju-kun mentioned the address. I recall I also have an electronic map, implying that he had prepared adequately for the journey. As a Huawei national, you are surprisingly familiar with Japanese place names. Hasn't Tsushima taught you? Lin Weiyang continued the conversation in Japanese. Oh, it seems you have chosen this manner to meet me. Lin Weiyang averted her gaze from the driver's eyes in the rearview mirror, returning to her previous pose of resting her chin on her hand while staring out of the window. Miss Lin is quite astute, the driver remarked approvingly. Had you approached me using Tsushima's methods, I might have discovered your intentions later. It appears this individual harbors some discontent towards the Zai. Now let us get to the point. May I inquire what matter brings you to seek me, Mr. Unknown Curse Master from Q? Chapter 13. The Orphanage. 1. Xiaojia opened his eyes, surveying the familiar yet foreign room, momentarily feeling as if he had returned to his middle school days, rising on a weekend morning. Good morning, Jia. Come and have breakfast. His mother called with a smile. Breakfast adorned the table, his father engrossed in a newspaper. A pot of hot tea steeping on the table, an ordinary scene found in countless households. Yet, Xiaojia felt as if he had not experienced such simplicity in ages. His keen sense of smell detected a faint scent of ointment emanating from his father. He suffered from allergic eczema, which flared up around this time each year, causing his typically robust joints to swell, at times rendering him somewhat immobile. Xiaojia recalled how his father had always been strict with him, meticulously scrutinizing every detail. His uprightness and assertiveness had molded an authoritative figure during his formative years. He remembered a particular incident during middle school when his father's unsteady gait starkly conveyed the encroaching ravages of age upon this man. Once as imposing as a mountain in his heart, a surge of guilt swelled within him as he bit his lip and approached the dining table. While dining, Xiaojia received a call from the Jujutsu High. So boring. Why isn't Jia here? Do you think he sneaked off to laze around somewhere? Wataru Fushiguro complained. Casually dodging an attack from a cursed spirit, he continued his grievances, seemingly oblivious to whether his opponent comprehended him. They say we have to carry out a protection task. That 2 billion doesn't need our safeguarding. I've never seen her suffer a loss. As he pondered this unpleasant matter, Fushiguro inadvertently sent a curse flying, demolishing a significant portion of the building's backdrop. Oops, my mistake. I didn't mean to eliminate you so swiftly, he remarked, glancing at the writhing remnants of the cursed spirit and delivering a final blow before breaking through the auxiliary supervisor's curtain and stepping outside. Oh, should I buy the limited edition suites from the east or the Kikufuku from the west? Without granting him the luxury of choice, the auxiliary supervisor seized the escaping Fushiguro, delivering an urgent new task from above. There's an emergency assignment. They need you to report immediately. I'm not going. If you want to go, you go alone. Fushiguro attempted to sidestep the sticky assistant, but was halted by the next statement. A special grade cursed spirit has emerged, and 14 non-sorcerers, including the Huawei native Lin Weiyang, have lost contact within its domain. Lin Weiyang gazed at the 3-story building before her. Approximately half an hour prior, she had realized she was ensnared in this orphanage, akin to encountering a ghost wall. The sky had turned a deep crimson, devoid of signal. She could see the gate and walls, yet no matter which direction she took, escape eluded her grasp. After circling the edifice, she mentally mapped the dimensions of the space. Having completed her assessment, she ventured into the orphanage. The interior of the orphanage appeared quite ordinary. The somewhat outdated fluorescent lights and various furnishings exhibited no abnormalities. Pausing in the entrance hall, colorful letters on the wall proclaimed, "Welcome to your arrival." A rack against the wall held several picture books, a few small stools were scattered on the floor, and art supplies lay strewn about. Lin Weiyang's attention was drawn to a map of the premises affixed to another wall. The map, etched onto a wooden board and adorned with vibrant paints, seemed to be the handiwork of the children residing there, with numerous childish signatures. Something feels amiss. Just as Lin Weiyang sought to take another look, the air around her suddenly turned cold and clammy. The sensation of being scrutinized by a malevolent gaze felt akin to a serpent's icy tongue flicking against her vulnerable neck, causing her hairs to stand on end and goosebumps to erupt across her skin. A dangerous alarm blared in her mind, and without a moment's hesitation, she bolted down the corridor ahead of her. Boom! The cement floor where she had stood just a second ago shattered under an invisible force, causing the fluorescent lights to flicker erratically. Lin Weiyang replayed the map she had seen in her mind, her feet moving with an urgency that would not relent. The walls and light fixtures she brushed against during her flight indicated that she was being pursued by a larger, corporeal cursed spirit. Its mode of attack appeared to be tentacle-like appendages, with a reach of approximately 3 meters. Though not particularly swift, it halted significantly when navigating corners. displaying a lack of intelligence. Its hatred seemed triggered by her entering its line of sight. As Lin Weiyang ran, she meticulously gathered the subtle details of her surroundings, her mind rapidly analyzing the situation as she endeavored to choose a path with ample twists and turns. Her stamina was waning, and ahead lay a narrow staircase to the left. She pondered if she could elude the beast there. After narrowly dodging another attack, she turned the corner only to find a young girl, around 7 or 8 years of age, standing in the center of the corridor. With the unseen monster closing in behind her, the distance between Lin Weiyang and the girl rapidly diminished. The little girl stood frozen in fear, paralyzed in the middle of the path. Gritting her teeth, Lin Weiyang accelerated, hoisting the girl onto her shoulder. The added weight caused her to draw closer to the creature, and she began to doubt whether her previously calculated stamina would carry her to the staircase. 30 meters, 20 meters no, she wouldn't make it in time. Big sister, just throw me over to hit it. The girl's voice, tinged with tears, echoed in Lin Weiyang's ear. Unable to see the monster, Lin Weiyang's brain raced, rapidly simulating various possibilities. With only 5 meters remaining, she hurled the girl forward. The force propelled her towards the monster, causing Lin Weiyang to topple in the opposite direction. 1 second. The air displaced by the creature's tentacle struck her back as Lin Weiyang maintained her backward trajectory. 2 seconds. The tentacle neared her back, and she braced her left shoulder and elbow. 3 seconds. The tentacle was about to make contact, but Lin Weiyang swiftly positioned her left forearm against the side of her neck, creating a buffer. For seconds, her entire weight shifted to the left, and her forearm absorbed the blow, sending her spiraling like a ping-pong ball into the wall. Although the scene appeared somewhat comical, the roll upon landing dissipated much of the force, and Lin Weiyang collided with the left wall as the creature, driven by inertia, crashed into the adjacent blank wall beside the staircase. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Weiyang bit her lip and scrambled into the stairwell. Straining to pull the girl up with her uninjured right arm, she ascended a level, the cacophony of destruction finally ceasing. She had gambled correctly. The monster's line of sight was limited to the front. Gasping for breath and assessing the pain in her chest, she silently thanked her stars that her ribs were unbroken. The little girl sat beside Lin Weiyang, crying softly, seemingly fearful of attracting the creature's attention. Lin Weiyang, devoid of strength to offer comfort, lay on the ground, awaiting her energy to be restored. Chapter 14. The Orphanage. 2. Fortunately, no further anomalies manifested. As Lin Weiyang propped herself up, she assessed her physical state, which appeared rather grim. Her left forearm, serving as a makeshift cushion, was grotesquely bent. Her back bore extensive bruises from the impact. Her knees were swollen, yet still functional, and her face was marred by considerable abrasions. Lin Weiyang began rudimentary first aid using fabric from her clothing, while simultaneously inquiring about the circumstances from the little girl beside her. Do you recall how you arrived here? I was playing hide and seek with everyone, and it was my turn to be it. As soon as I finished counting and opened my eyes, the sky had turned crimson. The girl replied, her eyes reddened, nervously clutching her shirt hem. Have you seen anyone else? I was just about to check the dormitory, but before I could get there, I encountered a monster, she said, sniffling, and then politely thanking Lin Weiyang. Thank you, big sister, for saving me. It's nothing. Just stay close to me, and we'll look for the others, Lin Weiyang reassured her, securing her left arm with a strip of fabric as cold sweat beaded on her forehead. A tiny hand reached up to Lin Weiyang's face, gently wiping away the perspiration that threatened to drip down. Thank you, Lin Weiyang said, feeling she had sufficiently treated her injuries. She stood and asked, what is your name? Yuko, the girl replied sweetly, stepping forward to assist her. My name is Asahi Yuko, big sister. Accepting Yuko's support, the two ventured out of the stairwell. The layout of the second and first floors was quite similar. They found themselves at the westernmost point of the building, with the infirmary located in the northeast corner, necessitating a traverse across much of the second floor. Lin Weiyang resolved to visit the infirmary first for further treatment before heading to the third-floor dormitory to check for any others. Cautious from their earlier encounter, the pair proceeded with care, relieved that the cursed spirit did not reappear, allowing them to reach the infirmary safely. The infirmary was modest, containing a bed and a set of tables and chairs, with a small compartment storing medical supplies. Lin Weiyang located bandages and antiseptic to tend to areas she had not previously addressed. After completing her task, she entered the compartment to see if there were any useful medications available. The shelves within the compartment were neatly stacked with numerous cardboard boxes filled to the brim with medical supplies. Did an orphanage truly require such an abundance of medication? Lin Weiyang pondered as she rifled through several boxes. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from outside, prompting Lin Weiyang to dash out of the compartment. Pulling Yuko beneath the bed for cover, the door burst open, and a person rushed in, breathing heavily. Lin Weiyang caught sight of signs of violent destruction through the slats of the bed, leading her to conclude that this cursed spirit was not the same as the one they had encountered on the first floor. The newcomer entered and closed the door, hastily moving into the compartment. Lin Weiyang bit her lip, fixated on the infirmary door. An eerie silence enveloped the room as the sounds ceased abruptly. After a while, she instructed Yuko to remain hidden under the bed while she ventured into the compartment. "Hello, miss, are you all right?" Lin Weiyang's sudden appearance startled the woman hiding behind the shelves, and upon confirming that her visitor was not the invisible monster, the woman collapsed onto the floor in a fit of distress. "What in the world was that? What is this place, and who are you?" she inquired, her voice trembling with fear. "That was a cursed spirit, a type of monster. We are currently trapped in a monster-esque domain. But it's been long enough that the outside world has likely noticed and will send help," Lin Weiyang explained. Recognizing the woman's identity and beckoning Yuko to join them, the three sat together to devise a plan. The woman introduced herself as Takao Misato, a caretaker at the orphanage, who had just changed into her work uniform when she found herself here. When asked about the orphanage, Takao Misato admitted she had only just arrived and did not know much. Yuko listened quietly to their conversation, displaying remarkable composure. "How unfortunate. Why do such calamities always befall me?" Takao Misato exclaimed, her frustration boiling over after Lin Weiyang's explanation of the cursed spirit as she craved a cigarette, only to suppress the urge in front of the two minors. "Are you really so accepting of the existence of cursed spirits?" Lin Weiyang observed the woman, who was agitatedly running her fingers through her hair and keenly noticed the splattered stains of blood on her. However, she refrained from asking. The woman agreed to Lin Weiyang's proposal to explore the dormitory area, and the trio carefully gathered some medical supplies before cautiously opening the infirmary door. The hallway appeared largely unaffected, with the old fluorescent lights flickering and the walls showing signs of age. All traces of the previous violence had vanished. Gojo Satoru surveyed the vast hemispherical domain before him, his expression grave. This was clearly a completed domain. A cursed womb could not achieve such refinement at birth. However, there were no signs of the outside world visible through the windows, making this special-grade domain seem to have materialized out of thin air. Either that group of rotten oranges was up to some grotesque antics again, or something had catalyzed the growth of this cursed spirit. Either explanation left Gojo Satoru exceedingly displeased. "Jia, you've arrived," Gojo Satoru called out to the newly arrived Suguru Geto, who bore a particularly grim expression. Had he not left Lin Weiyang behind, she would not have unexpectedly fallen into this special-grade domain, her fate now uncertain. "How long has it been?" Suguru Geto inquired. "She has been uncontactable for about half an hour, and considering the observation time prior, it's estimated to be around 40 minutes, Gojo Satoru responded. "Let us go?" Suguru Geto did not hesitate, stepping through the door where cursed energy flowed abnormally. Gojo Satoru observed his friend, who was clearly troubled. When his expression was neutral, his azure eyes conveyed an inorganic quality that evoked a sense of dread. "Jia, while we have spent time with Lin Weiyang, you must understand that when an ordinary person goes missing in a special-grade domain for over half an hour, it signifies something grave." Suguru Geto remained silent, continuing to walk without uttering a word. At 10:52 a.m., special-grade sorcerer Gojo Satoru and special-grade sorcerer Suguru Geto entered an unregistered special-grade domain. The moment they entered the domain, the sky turned blood-red, and an orphanage stood ominously in the center. "Ugh, this feels like a horror movie," Gojo Satoru remarked as he analyzed the flow of cursed energy, pondering whether the cursed spirit was born from the terrifying emotions surrounding the orphanage. With a purification mission aside from their rescue task, the two opted to enter the building for exploration. Upon entering, they were greeted by chaos. The most prominent feature was a large pit in front of a wall, where a tattered wooden board hung, rendered unrecognizable by destruction. Six eyes endeavored to reconstruct the scene that had transpired, envisioning a person standing before the wall when the cursed spirit attacked from behind, igniting a chase. They exchanged no words, but followed the traces further. The signs became increasingly complex. This place had witnessed multiple pursuits, with rooms housing corpses in similar states of demise. Despite not finding the girl's body, they maintained their silence, for even without six eyes, the two semi-special grades could sense the absence of life within the entire domain. Chapter 15. The Orphanage. 3. Lin Weiyang and her companions ascended to the third floor. Compared to the first and second floors, the third floor felt even more constricted. This level primarily consisted of dormitories. The west side housed the girls' dormitory, the east side the boys', with a staff lounge in the center, and the director having a separate room. The three cautiously explored each room, one by one. The dormitory was filled with double-decker iron bunk beds, adorned with uniformly dark bedding, and scattered with mundane daily necessities, devoid of vibrancy. In the dim light, the cramped furnishings only served to amplify the oppressive atmosphere. After inspecting several rooms, the three found only lifeless objects, with no other survivors in sight. This place felt eerily sinister, sending chills down my spine. Takao Misato rubbed her arms. Unable to bear the stagnant air, I used to reside in this very spot. Yuko led Lin Weiyang to a bed, which, like the others, bore no distinction. Yuko lifted the mattress, retrieving a few colorful candy wrappers. The headmistress rewards well-behaved children with sweets. I've received many, while that foolish Seijiru has never received any. Yuko's tone held a hint of pride as she lovingly stroked the wrappers and handed them to Lin Weiyang. Here, big sister, this is for you. Yuko gazed shyly at Lin Weiyang. Thank you, Yuko. The little girl's eyes sparkled with innocence, and upon receiving the gift, she beamed a bashful smile. Who? Takao Misato's voice pierced the air, suddenly shouting. Lin Weiyang swiftly turned towards the doorway, catching a fleeting glimpse of a figure. Takao Misato dashed out first, with Lin Weiyang pulling Yuko along closely behind. They pursued relentlessly, but the figure ahead sprinted with remarkable speed. Why are you running? We are human. Takao Misato cried out in frustration, the figure ahead not maintaining its pace, soon within their reach. You, monster, let go of me. Monster, ah. It was a frail man, his clothes tattered, appearing disoriented from fear. Monster, monster. The man collapsed to the ground, scrambling backward with hands and feet, his face contorted, tears and snot smearing his visage. Just as Lin Weiyang approached to speak, an icy dread gripped her. The ground beneath the man suddenly cracked open, an unseen force dragging him down in a swift motion. Lin Weiyang threw a piece of fabric towards him, and the group resumed their flight. As they passed the staff lounge, a door abruptly swung open. Come here quickly, a middle-aged woman yelled at them. In a desperate attempt to evade the cursed spirit behind them, they rushed inside. Panting heavily, they collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. A searing pain radiated from Lin Weiyang's chest, her lungs feeling as if they were being sliced with a knife. Each breath was a struggle. This is terrible. It seems my ribs aren't merely bruised but possibly fractured. While catching her breath, Lin Weiyang observed the room, which contrasted sharply with the previous ones. This space was warmly decorated, indicative of a woman with a zest for life. Headmistress, you suddenly broke her silence. And Lin Weiyang directed her gaze towards the woman who had beckoned them inside. The woman appeared to be in her 40s or 50s, her demeanor gentle, adorned with a cross around her neck. She caught you as she rushed into her arms, a look of deep concern etched across her face. Poor child, you have suffered. Lin Weiyang noticed another middle-aged man in the room, clad in a caregiver's uniform, his expression grim, interrupting their conversation. So what are we to do now? The man lit a cigarette. Who are you all? How did you get in here? They shared their experiences. And Lin Weiyang learned that the middle-aged woman was named Murakami Yoshimi, the headmistress of the orphanage. She had been handling documents when she encountered the unseen monster upon stepping outside, and fortunately, she had managed to take refuge here. The brooding man was named Kudo Kenichi, a caregiver who had also found himself in this place unexpectedly. Have you seen a frail man? Lin Weiyang described the man they had encountered in the corridor. That is Oshima Tomo. He was with us, the headmistress replied, her expression one of sorrow. Poor child, terrified to the point of losing his life. Lin Weiyang remained silent, leaning against the table, her gaze falling upon a jar of candy in the cupboard, the wrappers identical to those you had gifted her. Rather than worrying about others, it was wiser to focus on her own safety. Kudo Kenichi regarded the group, exhaling smoke towards you, who stood closest to him. Takao Misato frowned, pulling you behind her. Put that cigarette out. The space is limited, and there's no need to pollute the air. Kudo Kenichi spat, extinguishing the cigarette on the ground. The headmistress maintained her compassionate expression, offering no words, merely holding the cross and praying silently. The atmosphere grew heavy. Meanwhile, Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto had finished their search of the second floor. This realm felt peculiar. They had yet to encounter any attacks. Yet an unsettling aura of cursed energy altered the orphanage's very essence. As they traversed, they had already discovered 9 corpses. What on earth is lurking here? Shrouded in mystery and driving me mad. Frustrated, Satoru Gojo began to demolish the walls. The inability of his 6 eyes to perceive anything only heightened his agitation. To hell with this rescue mission. I'll blow this place to smithereens and see where it hides. Blue cursed energy gathered in his palms, and his impatience grew as the 6 eyes failed to penetrate this peculiar domain, ready to unleash destruction. Suguru Geto released a wave of cursed energy, interrupting Satoru Gojo. We should hurry and search. Suguru's voice was dry. Having witnessed so many corpses, he felt devoid of hope. He recalled the last time he saw the girl, her thoughtful smile urging him to return home to check on his parents. He remembered her dark eyes reflecting his image beneath the fireworks. The fragments of their moments together formed a vivid picture of a girl with a gentle smile. If only I hadn't left. If only I had invited her to my home when I had the chance, none of this would have happened. Didn't my parents always hope I would bring friends home to play? Why did I hesitate to extend an invitation back then? Suguru Geto found himself ensnared in a spiral of thought, his throat tightening. Sensing his friend's negative emotions, Satoru Gojo paused. He felt no responsibility for Lin Weiyang's death, yet a surge of anger welled within him. He believed it was a fury born from the contamination of his domain by an external presence. The strongest entities within his realm, even if thrust upon him, bore his essence. Why should these intrusions provoke such a response? Both were lost in their thoughts, and a silence enveloped them. Suddenly, an unusual surge of cursed energy emanated from a certain spot in the space. Their expressions shifted, and they raced towards the source. They had passed this area earlier, finding nothing, yet now, a corpse had inexplicably appeared. It was a slender man, his face twisted in terror, as if he had witnessed something dreadful before his demise. The two began to investigate the sudden emergence of the corpse. "Geto," Satoru Gojo called out. Suguru Geto lifted his gaze, noticing Satoru retrieving a piece of fabric from the corpse, resembling a garment Lin Weiyang frequently wore. On that piece of fabric, a crooked Arabic numeral had been inscribed in blood. 2. Chapter 16. The Orphanage. 4. Lin Weiyang realized the source of the dissonance in this realm upon seeing Oshimatomo. The bloodstains lingering on others, the absence of any corpses along their path, and the buildings that bore signs of destruction yet remained intact, all painted a vivid picture of the enigma surrounding them. This also elucidates why, after nearly an hour of entering the domain, no sorcerers have made their appearance. This realm possesses a dual-layered space, akin to the inner and outer worlds depicted in Silence Ridge, with Lin Weiyang's location regarded as Space 1. The remnants of Space 1 will linger in Space 2, and it is conceivable that the traces in Space may second correspond to those in Space 1. This is merely a tentative hypothesis based on current clues, yet Lin Weiyang feels it is likely close to the truth. Given her unique circumstances, it is highly probable that this task will fall upon Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto. Should Satoru Gojo enter and unleash a cursed technique, obliterating the space they perceive, Lin Weiyang's actual location could be annihilated. Hence, she cast fragments of her clothing towards the dragged-away Tomofumi Oshima, hoping to signal the DK group in the alternate space. She wished for them to comprehend, for Satoru Gojo's destructive capacity far surpasses that of any cursed spirit. However, Lin Weiyang remains uncertain about how to traverse these two spaces. The only information available indicates that bodies will be transmitted away, and she harbors no inclination towards self-destruction. Perhaps if Dazai were present, he might find it exhilarating. Lin Weiyang refocused her thoughts and prepared to confront the immediate situation. She noticed Dean Sayaka Murakami frequently glancing at Miri Kurobi, her expression tinged with perplexity. "What is it?" Lin Weiyang approached Sayaka and whispered. "Ah, nothing," Sayaka replied, her tone somewhat grave. "It's just peculiar. This young lady is unfamiliar. She claims to be the new janitor here." "New, you say?" The dean's face paled as if a realization struck her. "Is there an issue?" Lin Weiyang continued to probe. Sayaka opened her mouth to speak, but I have no recollection at all. At this moment, Kenichi Furukawa, who had been observing, interjected. She probably recalled what Tomofumi Oshima mentioned earlier. "We found him on the second floor, curled up in a corner, repeatedly uttering the same phrase," he said. Monsters are humans transformed. The DK group also fell into contemplation. Upon perceiving this hint, both individuals felt a sigh of relief. Lin Weiyang was most likely still alive and had the strength to relay information to them. 2. What does that mean? Satoru Gojo glanced around, his mind racing. Suguru Geto, reflecting on the increasing scars marring the building, proposed his theory. Could it be that Weiyang-san is attempting to inform us of the existence of two spaces? The assaults they encountered in that realm may leave traces that project into ours. Hence, we observe the continuous accumulation of scars here. What the hell is this domain? Satoru cursed, discarding the fabric in his hand and stretching. If that's the case, then tearing through this cursed energy barrier should lead us to her, right? Let me see what sort of entity dares to toy with me. Cursed energy crackled around his hands. What do you mean? This space is so confined. Clearly everyone has overheard this discussion. Are you implying that I am the monster? Miri Kurobi retorted sarcastically. I never said that. I merely recounted Tomofumi's words, Kenichi replied. His voice steady, yet his gaze decidedly unfriendly. Yuko, sensing the tense atmosphere, timidly huddled behind Lin Weiyang. Everyone is frightened right now. We are not doubting you. Merely seeking to ensure the safety of each individual, Sayaka said, her complexion somewhat pale. I see you all wish to use me as a shield. Miri scoffed coldly. Monsters are humans transformed. We never claimed you were one. So why the intense reaction? Kenichi questioned. As the group engaged in heated argument, the ground suddenly trembled. An unprecedented occurrence since entering the domain. What the hell is happening? Kenichi's face turned ashen. Children, run, Sayaka urged, opening the door and beckoning everyone to flee. The tremors persisted as several individuals dashed out of the room. Realizing something was amiss, Lin Weiyang glanced back, only to discover that the dean and the caretaker had vanished. Run. Why are you dawdling? The monster is upon us. Miri shouted, tugging at Lin Weiyang. Sure enough, the monster seemed stirred. The traces on the ground rapidly converging towards them. At a fork on the second floor, Lin Weiyang faltered, stumbling over falling debris. Yuko returned, crying as she attempted to help Lin Weiyang to her feet. Sister, hurry. It's coming. Lin Weiyang clutched Yuko tightly, but remained unable to rise. Miri gritted her teeth, dodging the descending stones as she moved closer to Lin Weiyang. The monster drew near, the ground shaking more violently. In a final act of desperation, Lin Weiyang forcefully pushed away Miri's outstretched hand, holding Yuko close, as they, along with the cursed spirit behind them, plunged into the gaping chasm created by the collapsing ground. Simultaneously, a blue glowing rift materialized before Miri, from which emerged two tall silhouettes, one black, one white. Lin Weiyang. Satoru Gojo had just breached the barrier separating the two spaces when he witnessed the tattered Lin Weiyang clutching a child, plummeting downwards alongside a cursed spirit. Suguru Geto darted forward, intent on rescuing her, yet in the next instant, the entire ground reverted to its original state. Both youths observed clearly as Lin Weiyang's final gesture before her descent formed the words, "Be careful." Be careful of what? Suguru struck the ground with frustration as the girl brushed past him. Lin Weiyang landed heavily on the ground, pain causing her to release Yuko. Sensing the cursed spirit that had fallen with them, now lurking not far away, it stared at them hungrily. Sister, what do we do? Yuko curled into a ball, pressing tightly against Lin Weiyang. Lin Weiyang remained silent as the cursed spirit roared, exuding a frenzied excitement, as if poised to seize its prey, stirring up dust from the ground with its colossal, unseen limbs. At last, Lin Weiyang responded. It's just the two of us now. Are you still going to pretend? Miss Yuko, we must act. Chapter 17. The Orphanage. 5. Suguru Geto and Satoru Gojo appeared grim. They watched helplessly as Lin Weiyang vanished into the hole in the ground. The young woman had likely sustained severe injuries. Her body was wrapped in bandages, and the 6 eyes discerned that her left arm was gravely fractured, nearly splintered into 4 pieces, with various wounds scattered across her limbs and back. Lin Weiyang's fate remained uncertain once again. Who are you? Sorcerers? A woman's voice echoed behind them. You know about sorcerers? Satoru inquired. Lin Weiyang informed me. We had been operating together for quite some time. After a brief exchange with Miri Kurobi regarding the events that had transpired here, Suguru Geto and Satoru Gojo resolved to split up. Suguru would seek out survivors, while Satoru would breach the space once more to rescue Lin Weiyang and Yuko. Stay close to me. Suguru instructed Miri as he headed towards the dean's resting room on the 3rd floor. En route, he encountered a grade 1 cursed spirit. Suguru swiftly dispatched it, unleashing his most formidable cursed spirits to resolve the encounter with haste, compressing it into a sphere to pocket it. Turning to call for Miri, he was met once again with that all-too-familiar gaze. Fear. A fear akin to that felt in the presence of a cursed spirit. Suguru offered no explanation, merely continuing forward in silence. Mizuki Takao gradually realized that she had been overly alarmed. After all, her opponent was a sorcerer, not a mere nobody. Indeed, she had displayed a look of fear moments ago, prompted by the chilling words of the 2 individuals who had mentioned that the monsters were transformed humans, leading Suguru Geto to misinterpret her reaction. It seemed that fear could indeed cloud one's judgment. Mizuki pondered. Are you sorcerers akin to the police? She inquired. Not at all. Geto replied coldly. Oh, is that so? Mizuki reflected on Lin Weiyang's description, automatically attributing to them a label of righteousness and virtue. Geto remained silent as they approached the dean's office. Upon pushing the door, it did not yield, prompting Geto to summon a cursed spirit to force it open. Who is it? A woman's voice resonated from within. Recalling the previous unpleasantness, Mizuki fell silent. Geto glanced at Mizuki and declared, I am a sorcerer, here to rescue you. A sorcerer? A man's voice responded, followed by hurried footsteps as a man with a delighted expression flung the door open. Quick, take me away from here. I can pay you, just get me out of this cursed place. The man's face was filled with joy as he shook Geto's shoulders. Geto frowned slightly, pushing the man's hands away and stating, I will do my utmost to protect you. Just follow me and do not run off. Murasakiyami presented 2 cups of water to Geto and Mizuki, gently saying, Thank you for your efforts. I cannot adequately express my gratitude, so please have some water first. Mizuki gazed at the cup but did not accept it, while Geto took it, his expression softening somewhat. Why are you two still here? Did you not run away earlier? Mizuki questioned. We were shaken too much. After barely moving a few steps, we could hardly go on, so we took our chances and hid again, Murasaki lamented. Relieved to see Mizuki unharmed. You're lying. You two did not leave at all. Did you push us three out as a decoy? Mizuki's expression turned icy. Do not slander us. We had our reasons to suspect you. Of the three of you who left, only you remain. Can you truly claim you are innocent? The man retorted vehemently, then turned to Geto, saying, Be cautious of this woman. She is definitely suspicious. Let us move. We can discuss matters outside, Geto instructed, leading the group to follow him as they traced the remnants of cursed energy to cleanse the cursed spirits. A woman, resembling his mother in age, found an opportunity to pull Geto aside, her face etched with worry as she recounted the words of Tomofumi Oshima and the suspicions surrounding the woman named Mizuki Takao. Please be careful, child. Observing the genuine concern in Murasaki Yami's eyes, Geto's gaze shifted back to Mizuki Takao. Satoru Gojo was nearly laughing in exasperation. He attempted to tear through the fabric of space as he had before, but discovered he had entered an entirely new realm. Is this some sort of jest? The azure glow of his 6 eyes radiated a terrifying luminescence, eager to obliterate all obstacles in his path, yet he ultimately refrained. Never mind. I shall find the others first before turning this place to rubble. Just as Gojo contemplated ripping through space once more, his omnidirectional 6 eyes caught sight of Lin Weiyang's silhouette, watching her approach and stop in front of a wooden map affixed to the wall on the first floor. He inquired, What are you doing here? Before he could get closer, Lin Weiyang suddenly bolted. Hey, even if you don't wish to see me, you shouldn't run away in a place fraught with danger. Just as Gojo intended to pursue her, a cursed spirit passed through him, crashing down where Lin Weiyang had just stood, leaving a familiar crater. What is this? A projection of events that transpired earlier? Gojo mused, intrigued as he followed the specters, observing how Lin Weiyang narrowly evaded the cursed spirit's assaults. Ah, how pathetic, encountering such weak cursed spirits and still only managing to flee, he commented, his voice filled with a mix of amusement and critique as though witnessing a performance. Oh, have you discerned the opponent's visual weaknesses and are taking a circuitous route? Quite clever. The girl was clearly beginning to tire, her breaths becoming ragged. You've barely run any distance. Keep going. If you lose, it'll be the end for you. How tragic. His 6 eyes detected a figure standing in the corridor ahead. Is that the child I saw last time? Gojo recalled Lin Weiyang clutching the child tightly. You actually picked her up? Are you unaware of your own limitations? What a foolish act of kindness. Watching Lin Weiyang scoop up the girl and continue sprinting, Gojo's eyes widened slightly. Ahead lay a narrow staircase. Lin Weiyang seemed intent on reaching it. Yet the cursed spirit was rapidly closing the gap, making her chances of success slim. Now, let us see what you've done to survive this far, Gojo thought. Akin to a noble observing a gladiatorial contest in ancient Rome, his blood surging with excitement. When Lin Weiyang was merely 5 meters from the staircase, she hurled the child away. Gojo observed as the girl fell back, propelling herself toward the cursed spirit's tendrils. He felt his heart racing. The girl leaned left, and finally, Gojo beheld her pitch-black eyes, devoid of fear, devoid of regret. Nothing at all. She merely focused on her actions, like a finely tuned machine, meticulously calculating each movement while completely indifferent to the impending harm. Or perhaps, the harm was a calculated part of her strategy. Watching the girl collide with the wall but remain lucid enough to enter the stairwell, Gojo could not contain his laughter. You truly are not a sorcerer? How regrettable. You're clearly just as insane. He chuckled as he spoke. No, some sorcerers aren't even as mad as you. I can't believe Geto considers you a mere human. He wiped the tears of laughter from his eyes and cracked his neck, condensing cursed energy into his palm. All right, as a reward for this delightful spectacle you've provided, I shall retrieve you. The blue cursed energy surged wildly as Gojo tore through the barriers of space once more. Chapter 18, The Orphanage, 6. Suguru Geto led the 3 survivors as they explored the building. This place is peculiar, he noted. According to the sorcery knowledge he had acquired, the domain of cursed spirits should be entirely private, devoid of such an abundance of cursed entities. Rather than mere spirits, they resembled sentinels, patrolling the halls incessantly. After exorcising several first and second grade cursed spirits, Geto paused in a room to catch his breath, examining the cursed spirit jewels he had just refined. Their sources of negative emotions were vastly diverse. Someone, or perhaps a cursed spirit, has deliberately captured them. But why? Geto recalled the instructions he had received for this mission, which differed from the previous straightforward exorcisms. This time, there was a specific directive to protect the survivors. Was it solely due to Lin Weiyang's identity as a Huagua citizen? Contemplating these matters, he unconsciously furrowed his brows. Child, do you have worries? The dean approached, sitting across from Geto, concern etched on her face. "It's nothing, madam." Satoru Gojo offered a reassuring smile to her, feeling a profound affinity towards this director, as she exuded a maternal essence reminiscent of his own mother. "Do not fear. Even if it is just the four of us left, we shall find a way to escape," Yuki Jukiyama gently consoled. Comforted by the motherly tone, Satoru's long-held tension began to dissipate, and he expressed his gratitude while pondering. "I wonder if Wu Tao has located Lin Weiyang and that child. Wait, something is amiss." Satoru's breath caught in his throat, his pupils constricting sharply. The three individuals accompanying him, Lin Weiyang and the child, along with the 9 corpses previously discovered and the one that bore Lin Weiyang's message, totaled 15 individuals. Yet, the mission he received prior to entering indicated that only 14 were missing. One person more. This sudden revelation sent a shiver down Satoru's spine. Recalling Lin Weiyang's warning to be cautious, he pondered. Cautious of what? Cautious of whom? The only ones present at the time were himself, Wu Tao, and the woman named Korwa Mirai. Should he be wary of Korwa Mirai? Satoru's gaze once again settled on Korwa Mirai, based on her cursed energy fluctuations. She appeared to be an ordinary person, unable to perceive cursed spirits. However, it was also plausible that she was feigning ignorance. This domain was inherently sinister, and this special grade was likely adept at disguise. Thoughts of Tomo Oshima surfaced, the man who had spoken of monsters that were once human before his attack. Satoru heightened his vigilance towards Korwa Mirai. "Are we not leaving?" Korwa Mirai inquired, her impatience evident. "Where do you wish to go?" Satoru probed nonchalantly. "Where do I want to go? Can I return home?" The woman retorted, exasperated. "If there's nowhere else to go, it would be better to stay in the lounge for a while. The beds there are quite comfortable." "Very well, let us go," Satoru replied, rising and heading towards the door. "Are we really going?" Korwa Mirai stammered. "Cursed sorcerer, were you not here to rescue us? Why are we still here?" Kenichi Kodu's voice rose, filled with anger and discontent. "Take me out now." "Excuse me, are you ordering me?" Satoru replied with a dangerous smile. "If you wish to leave, then do so. I am not stopping you." Kenichi's facial muscles twitched in response, and he fell silent. The group ascended once more to the 3rd floor. "Everyone, take a moment to rest. I have arranged for cursed spirits to protect you, while I attempt to contact my companions." Satoru informed them before stepping out to devise a method to reach Wu Tao. He needed to convey the situation to Wu Tao. Another reason for Satoru's departure was to observe whether any of the 3 would reveal any abnormalities. If anything amiss occurred, his cursed spirits would immediately sound the alarm. Channeling his cursed energy, Satoru prepared to breach the thin membrane. "Big sister, when did you notice?" Yuko Asakai inquired with curiosity, gazing at Lin Weiyang. A colossal cursed spirit lunged from behind her, but with a gentle gesture from the child's hand, the spirit shattered like glass striking concrete. Although Lin Weiyang could not see the cursed spirit, she sensed its demise. "I can guess. You must have sensed something was off the moment you first laid eyes on me, given your intelligence, right?" Yuko mused, resembling an inquisitive child of her age. "Yet you still picked me up. Was it out of uncertainty, or perhaps to mislead me?" Yuko squatted before Lin Weiyang, meeting her gaze evenly. It was merely suspicion. The only one who entered the domain without experiencing spatial transformation, the bed was evidently one that had not been slept in for quite some time. Piece by piece constructing Lin Weiyang's doubts about Yuko. "What are you?" Lin Weiyang asked, refraining from further explanation, instead posing a question of her own. Yuko responded, as if intrigued by the inquiry. "I am a cursed spirit. You are quite familiar with us, yet you do not recognize me face to face." Lin Weiyang, however, seemed to have come to a realization, exhaling a sigh. "You are Yuko Asakai." The seemingly disjointed statement caused Yuko's expression to darken instantly. "Huh. You may call me that if you wish, but I am certainly not Yuko Asakai." The little girl reached out, grasping Lin Weiyang's neck, gradually tightening her grip. "Is it because I have spared you that you feel misled? Then I shall not hold back." Lin Weiyang's complexion turned purple from lack of oxygen. Yet she managed to utter, "You are Yuko Asakai. I can see you." The grip only tightened further. "Cough. If you seek retribution, I know where to find it." The pressure around her neck eased, and Yuko grinned, leaning closer. "Dazai was right. You are indeed clever," Lin Weiyang remarked. "This conversation feels all too familiar." Clutching her neck, Lin Weiyang coughed. "So, Dazai sent you to kill me?" After regaining her breath, she simply lay on the ground. "You really are quite trusting, aren't you?" "I am a special grade, you know." Yuko leaned in, her curiosity piqued. Yes. So what did Dazai say?" "I want to hear," Lin Weiyang replied, playfully ruffling the little girl's fluffy head with her uninjured right hand. "You truly are an odd one." Yuko did not shy away. Instead, she leaned in closer. He said, "If you wish to kill her, then do so." What a cruel thing to say. How could he say that to you, big sister? I wonder whose face you are currently sporting. You both are quite similar, Lin Weiyang thought inwardly, yet her words remained supportive of Yuko's playful gesture. Indeed. That is quite cruel. However, it is rather peculiar. You are undeniably human, yet I find no aversion towards you, Yuko stated, her large eyes locking onto Lin Weiyang's. Filled with confusion. Ah, what big eyes you have. Satoru would be envious, Lin Weiyang thought, showing no sense of urgency in facing the special grade, even drifting into thought. Big sister, are you daydreaming? Came the dangerous tone from Yuko. No, I was merely contemplating how to assist you, considering that Satoru and Wu Tao are quite formidable. Oh, so you care for me. Big sister, how wonderful. Why not join me? Yuko nuzzled against Lin Weiyang. My ribs hurt more now. The ground trembled once more. Identical to the vibrations before their fall, a horrifyingly twisted expression appeared on Yuko's face. Damn 6 eyes, interrupting my time with big sister. I will kill you. I will kill you. Lin Weiyang sighed, rising to pinch Yuko's face. A lady should not display such expressions. Take me back now, Yuko. Yuko studied Lin Weiyang for a moment before breaking into a wide smile. All right, big sister. But do not deceive me, even if I like you so much. I will still kill you. Chapter 19, The Orphanage, 7. Just as Satoru was about to unleash his cursed energy, Satoru Gojo appeared before him. Wu Tao? Did you not find Weiyang? Satoru inquired. Is this finally not an illusion? Wu Tao responded, sidestepping the question. He had traversed numerous spaces, experiencing many previous projections, yet had failed to locate the space where they had initially entered, nor had he found Lin Weiyang. As he was about to speak further, the cursed spirits surrounding the 3 individuals suddenly sounded an alarm. Satoru called out to Wu Tao, and the two hurriedly made their way to the 3rd floor. Along the way, Satoru relayed his discoveries to Wu Tao, who raised an eyebrow, not one to peruse mission reports. Is there a ghost among them? Indeed. The 2 individuals arrived at the door of the lounge, pushing it open to find the director standing beside Kudo Kenichi, anxiously tending to his injured arm. She attacked us and then fled outside. Kudo Kenichi recounted the events that had transpired, explaining how Kurobi Miri had suddenly turned violent after Suguru Geto's departure and subsequently escaped. I told you she was problematic. We don't have a cleaner by that name in our institution. Murakami Yami appeared to be in shock. Seated on the bench with her hands tightly clasped over the cross around her neck, her entire body tense. Suguru Geto retracted the cursed spirit he had left at the door and, through the images he received, indeed saw Kurobi Miri burst through the door, bloodied and panic-stricken as she fled in a particular direction. Softly, he comforted Murakami Yami. He simply could not disregard a lady as gentle as she. The 2 youths conferred and decided to adhere to their original plan. Suguru Geto would remain there to continue searching for Kurobi Miri with the 2 survivors, while Satoru Gojo would seek a way to return to the original space to rescue Lin Weiyang. This situation has turned dire. Kurobi Miri was concealed in a corner on the 2nd floor, biting down on a strip of bandage to secure her wounded arm. Her body gradually felt numb and heavy, her thoughts becoming increasingly chaotic. How infuriating. When was I discovered? She struggled to maintain her lucidity, attempting to recall when her true identity had been revealed. Lin Weiyang. Oshimatomo. Hide. Earthquake. Frantically, she rummaged through her pockets, only to find the space where her phone had once been was now empty. Kurobi Miri cursed under her breath, realizing that this time, she might be trapped here, unable to withstand the effects of the drug, just before slipping into unconsciousness. She caught a fleeting glimpse of a girl wrapped in bandages. Lin Weiyang sat at a solid wooden desk, poring over a ledger in her hands. It was a thick notebook bound in leather, its pages yellowed with age, densely filled with numerous dates and names, as well as some incomprehensible symbols. The handwriting was elegant, clearly the work of a single individual. Kurobi Miri was laid on a nearby bed, quietly slumbering. Big sister, I can hardly hold back Satoru Gojo any longer. Chao Yuko announced as she entered, her face somewhat distorted, as if the power sustaining her form was faltering. Lin Weiyang closed the ledger and gently patted the little girl's head. It's all right. I have completed what I needed to do, and you did wonderfully. Instantly, Chao Yuko brightened, seizing the opportunity to cling to Lin Weiyang and act adorably. Then big sister can come with me. I can take you to find Dazai, and we can bully him together. Not yet. Lin Weiyang refrained from providing a definitive refusal or acceptance, offering only a vague response. What a cunning answer. Chao Yuko pouted. What is happening? Kurobi Miri had awakened a minute prior, realizing she was lying in the director's lounge, and was taken aback, pretending to remain unconscious, fearing that those 2 had captured her again. Upon discovering it was Lin Weiyang, she remembered the girl she had seen before losing consciousness and sat up to inquire about the situation. You're awake, Lin Weiyang remarked, turning to her with a glass of water. Drink some water first, let us talk. Kurobi Miri did not reach for it. She currently trusted no one. Previously, While with Kudo Kenichi, the director had offered her a piece of candy, and after consuming it, she had felt dizzy. When she attempted to escape, Murakami Yami had inflicted a wound on her arm with a cross. Lin Weiyang paid no heed, placing the water aside and taking a seat. Kurobi-san, please do not worry. I have no ties to this orphanage. I am merely an innocent bystander drawn into this situation. What do you know? Despite the seemingly frail and harmless appearance of the girl before her, Kurobi Miri remained exceedingly cautious. Are you inquiring about my identity? Or the occurrences within this orphanage? Lin Weiyang countered. Sensing the adult woman's wariness, Lin Weiyang gradually articulated her thoughts. Kurobi-san, since you have infiltrated here alone, you must possess some evidence. Her tone was calm and unhurried, instilling a sense of trust. I can assist you. Do you see this ledger? It belongs to Murakami Yami. Filled with everything you are interested in. I can help you locate it. Is it not right here? Why not just give it to me? Kurobi Miri inquired. We are situated within a cursed domain, not a real orphanage. These are mere phantoms constructed by cursed energy and cannot be taken out, Lin Weiyang patiently explained. Those two sorcerers clearly recognize you, yet their attitude toward me is entirely different. Recalling the vigilance and scrutiny of the dark-haired youth, Kurobi Miri had always assumed the sorcerers were allied with them. Sorcerers operate independently and do not answer to societal authorities. That dark-haired boy was likely deceived. Perceiving Kurobi Miri's thoughts, Lin Weiyang proactively clarified. After a brief silence, Kurobi Miri reached a conclusion. I understand, but who are you? Why do you wish to help me? She posed her final question. Any person with a conscience would not stand idly by in the face of such events, Lin Weiyang simply stated. No sooner had she spoken than the space began to ripple, everything distorting and shaking as if stirred by unseen forces. Upon reaching a certain threshold, the scene shattered like a bubble bursting, and several individuals simultaneously appeared in an open area. Satoru Gojo greeted Chao Yuko, whose visage was twisted, with a cheerful smile. Hi there, little cursed spirit. Chao Yuko glared malevolently at the bothersome man. The cursed energy he had just unleashed was clearly intended to obliterate the entire domain. She had no fear of the explosion, but her sister was still within the realm. Hey, why so quiet? Aren't you supposed to be quite intelligent? Are you enjoying a game of hide and seek? Satoru Gojo chuckled, but his hands were still weaving a dangerous spell. Wait, you aren't a cursed spirit. What are you, some kind of experiment? Upon noticing that the entity before him was not entirely a cursed spirit, retaining some human characteristics, the spell in his hand did not falter. Just a moment before, Suguru Geto had been searching for Kurobi Miri's whereabouts when he suddenly felt the presence of Satoru Gojo's cursed energy. In the next instant of spatial distortion, he was transported there, comprehending the situation upon hearing his dear friend's words. Wait, Lin Weiyang is still over there. Suguru Geto halted Satoru Gojo. Kudo Kenichi and Murakami Yami huddled behind Suguru Geto like quail. Upon hearing this, Chao Yuko had a revelation, revealing a malicious grin as she lunged forward, tightly embracing Lin Weiyang, who was struggling to help Kurobi Miri to her feet. Stumbling from the impact, Lin Weiyang exclaimed, You all handle your business. Please don't involve me. Thank you. Big sister, help. That nasty man wants to kill me, what? Chao Yuko's tone was pitiful, yet her gaze was fixed on the four individuals, laden with evident threats. That won't happen. Big brother is merely trying to scare you. Although aware that Chao Yuko was the true instigator, pretense was still necessary. Big brother? How disgusting. I don't want a big brother. I only want a big sister. Chao Yuko continued to play the adorable card. Kurobi Miri observed this bizarre atmosphere, quietly taking a step back. What do you want? Satoru Gojo retracted his cursed energy, casting a bemused glance at Yuko Asakai, who was tightly clutching Lin Weiyang. It seemed that Yuko had recalled something, as she tightened her embrace around Lin Weiyang and called out to the two sorcerers, whose murderous intent was almost palpable. How about this? I'll release everyone else, and you can leave the big sister to me? A 1-for-3 trade, quite the bargain. Let me go. My ribs are about to snap, Lin Weiyang thought, revealing a look of despair from an angle unbeknownst to the others as she felt the grip around her tighten. You're the special grade in this realm? The show must go on, but I can see you. This signifies my bond with Big Sister. Not just me, everyone can see you. If I eliminate them, only Big Sister will be able to see me. Lin Weiyang thought, damn, that makes a lot of sense. Truly impressive. A deadpan expression accompanied her internal admiration. Suddenly, a tremendous force surged from above towards Yuko Asakai, compelling her to release Lin Weiyang, who was then thrown backward into a cold, fragrant embrace reminiscent of pine. Are you all right? Hang in there. We'll get you out soon, Suguru Geto said, cradling Lin Weiyang and moving her to safety while Satoru Gojo faced off against Yuko, their battle intensifying. Observing Yuko, who seemed barely able to contend with Gojo, Lin Weiyang reached out and grasped Geto's collar, just as he intended to set her down to join the fray. Don't go. With you added, Yuko will likely struggle. Suguru Geto glanced down at the girl in his arms, who clutched his collar tightly, burying her head against his chest and trembling slightly like a frightened rabbit. Her clothing stained with blood, her injuries stark against her pale skin, she bore scars all over her body. The broken girl clung to him, surrendering herself entirely in a gesture of trust. Geto's breath hitched for a moment as he summoned his cursed spirit to assist Gojo, remaining rooted in place while holding the girl. It's my fault she's in this state, he thought, tightening his embrace slightly. It's all right, it's all right. It was unclear whom he was trying to comfort. Chapter 20, The Orphanage, End. Satoru Gojo observed the special grade cursed spirit, no longer concealing its power. Holding the dark-haired girl, his gaze turning somber. A subtle anger surged within him, akin to a territory being encroached upon. With a scoff, he released a hollow laugh upon witnessing Geto's cursed spirit strike first, following suit to assault the special grade. Sis, Yuko Asakai, seeing Lin Weiyang snatched away, attempted to reclaim her, but was forced to evade the cursed energy unleashed by Gojo. Hey, wouldn't it be better to share some of that attention with me? Is my charm not enough? Gojo winked at Yuko, his attacks growing fiercer. He unleashed a spell, song, obstructing her movements, and swiftly severed her arm. Disgusting, disgusting, disgusting. Why are you so vile? Get away from me. Yuko's expression crumbled as her severed arm sprouted a cursed spirit's body, launching another assault. Huh, am I not handsome? Do you find that repulsive? Have you looked in a mirror lately? As he bantered, Gojo deftly dodged while analyzing her new appendage. The cursed spirit form is quite powerful. Why not reveal it all? Are you underestimating me? Die, die, die. The cursed spirit-fied Yuko lost her sanity, hurling vicious curses as the battle raged on, leaving destruction in its wake, rendering the onlookers pale with fear, except for Lin Weiyang. Yuko won't lose control, will she? Lin Weiyang nestled in Geto's arms, furrowing her brow as she contemplated a strategy. Suddenly, something ensnared her, and before she could react, Lin Weiyang was yanked into the air. Lin Weiyang. The cursed spirit Yuko had not lost her wits. It was merely a ruse, concealing her technique. During a close-range attack, Yuko suddenly vanished, teleporting behind Lin Weiyang and Suguru Geto, feigning an assault on Geto's back while extracting Lin Weiyang in the process. Sister, Yuko said, contentedly embracing Lin Weiyang, burying her head in the crook of her neck. Thank you, but my rib is truly broken this time, Lin Weiyang replied. Suguru Geto's expression darkened, a tempest of frustration and anger swelling within him. He had failed to protect her once more. His purple eyes clouded with chaos. His cursed energy began to spiral out of control. What kind of strength was this? Satoru Gojo reacted swiftly, teleporting to reclaim Lin Weiyang, only for Yuko to nimbly evade, reappearing in another part of the air. Ignoring the bothersome sorcerer, Yuko cradled Lin Weiyang like a cherished doll, her smile innocent. I advise you not to come any closer, Yuko said, her hand lightly resting on Lin Weiyang's neck, threatening the two men before her. What do you want? Gojo finally abandoned his playful demeanor, the presence of ordinary people complicating the situation. Lin Weiyang's second capture had infuriated this cursed spirit. Disregarding Gojo, Yuko pressed her forehead against Lin Weiyang's, adopting a sweet, coaxing tone. To let big sister see me. I've worked so hard to maintain this form. Don't you have any compliments for me? Lin Weiyang retorted. What should I commend you for? For being strong enough to break my rib? Very impressive. Her expression was earnest as she attempted to placate Yuko. You're the best. You don't feel at all like those disgusting humans. I wish to take you away, to be together forever. Even though I'm just a half-cursed spirit, Yuko still possesses the core of a cursed spirit, her overwhelming possessiveness gleaming in her eyes. No, I don't want to leave here yet. This declaration was sincere. Yuko's lips formed a pout of displeasure as she tightened her grip around Lin Weiyang's neck a fraction more. Big sister is still in my grasp. Won't you comfort me? Lin Weiyang remained silent. Forget it. Who told me to like you? Yuko's expression shifted to one of resignation, as if she had no choice but to relent to Lin Weiyang. However, before I leave, let me give big sister a gift, Yuko said, her smile returning. An alarm blared in Lin Weiyang's mind as she felt Yuko's hand press against the sensitive area on her lower back, a chilling essence invading her body like a blade. How can there be another scent on big sister? That's infuriating. Let me replace it with mine, shall I? Yuko asked sweetly, her hand forcibly marking Lin Weiyang. Damn it. Realizing what Yuko was doing, the two young men no longer hesitated, launching a swift counterattack. Yuko, satisfied to see her cursed energy enveloping Lin Weiyang, released her grip. See you next time, big sister. Enduring the pain coursing through her body, Lin Weiyang, with hair flowing in the descending wind, watched as the little girl vanished into thin air. Satoru Gojo attempted to seize Yuko, but he was a moment too late. Feeling herself once again fall into familiar arms, Lin Weiyang could not suppress a cough of blood. As the special grade cursed spirit departed, the entire domain shattered, the sky returning to its original hue. Suguru Geto bowed his head, silent, summoning a flying cursed spirit to take Lin Weiyang back to Jujutsu High to find Shoko Yeri. Wait, cough. I'm fine. Lin Weiyang tried to stop Geto, still uncertain about the safety of Kurotail Mary. In the event that Gudu Jinni and Cungia may decide to eliminate Kurobi, what should one do? After all, Kurobi Misaki is privy to their secrets. Let me handle this, Jia. Wu Tiao Wujin approached, grasping his dear friend's arm. Regardless of Lin Weiyang's inner turmoil, the two youths were solely intent on swiftly escorting her back to the Jujutsu High for treatment. The technique of teleportation, it was evident, surpassed his cursed spirit in terms of speed. This is entrusted to you. Suguru Geto swallowed hard, passing Lin Weiyang to Wu Tiao Wujin before turning to address subsequent matters. Wu Tiao Wujin, put me down. Lin Weiyang protested, kicking her legs in an attempt to leap down. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over her. I didn't crash into anything. It seems this teleportation was quite smooth. Wu Tiao Wujin, cradling Lin Weiyang in his arms, sought out Ainuma Shoko. She's so light. It feels as if a slight exertion could shatter her. He weighed the girl in his arms. Don't jostle me. I might vomit on you. The lingering dizziness in her mind intensified with the vibrations, and Lin Weiyang felt increasingly nauseous. If you dare to vomit on me, I'll toss you out. Wu Tiao Wujin retorted, confident in his limitless capabilities. Limitless isn't meant to be used like that. Lin Weiyang felt the warmth radiating through the fabric of his clothing. Is he not using it? No, he is enveloping me. Is this the condition for teleportation? Despite the pain, Lin Weiyang instinctively collected every scrap of potentially useful information. Upon entering the infirmary, Wu Tiao Wujin beheld Lin Weiyang, battered and bruised. Ainuma Shoko bit her lip, forcing herself to maintain composure. Wu Tiao, place her here. Shoko's voice trembled slightly, her clenched fists tightening further. Stay calm, it's all right. As long as she is alive, I can save her. Taking a deep breath, she began to examine Lin Weiyang. Noting extensive abrasions, a severely fractured left arm, a broken rib, additional fissures, and multiple muscle tears, with varying degrees of joint damage. More ominously, a malevolent aura of cursed energy emanated from the girl, indicating the presence of a new curse entwined with her. The reversal technique activated, gradually erasing her injuries. Yet Lin Weiyang's complexion remained as pale as parchment. Thank you, Shoko, she said, managing a tired smile of gratitude. Shoko opened her mouth, but ultimately turned her gaze to Wu Tiao Wujin. What does your 6 eyes reveal? I'm observing, he replied, propping his chin on his hand as he scrutinized Lin Weiyang. Abruptly, Wu Tiao Wujin approached and flipped the girl onto her back, lifting her shirt at the lower back. Wah! Lin Weiyang was startled as her face plunged into the pillow. The sensitive area of her back, previously untouched, was prodded, causing her to instinctively grab the pillow and hurl it at Wu Tiao Wujin's face. Ouch! He yelped, not from the pillow but from Ainuma Shoko's fist, which landed squarely on his head. What are you doing, Shoko? Wu Tiao Wujin grumbled, rubbing his head. If you don't respect women, you might as well perish. Shoko scolded. I was merely examining the curse on her. Wu Tiao Wujin protested, pointing at Lin Weiyang. Can't you see? The two curses on her are clashing. Chapter 21, Compliments and Embraces. The first curse on Lin Weiyang resembled a vortex, continuously siphoning her cursed energy. However, due to her inherent scarcity of cursed power, it remained relatively subdued. Now, the situation had shifted. The curse from Yuji was infused with potent special-grade cursed energy, and the vortex eagerly absorbed the concentrated energy, while Yuji's curse attempted to devour the vortex. Realizing that neither curse would harm the cursed individual, Wu Tiao Wujin conveyed his conclusion to the others before departing to inform Yagaseigo. The infirmary was left with only Shoko and Lin Weiyang. The reversal technique is remarkably effective. Witnessing my wounds heal is such a novel experience, Lin Weiyang mused, raising her left hand and admiring its full recovery. Shoko remained silent, merely responding with a non-committal The atmosphere grew quiet. What is it with Shoko being so moody? Are all children of this age so perplexing? Lin Weiyang sighed, organizing her words before speaking slowly. I'm fine, Shoko, what are you thinking? She descended from the bed and approached the taciturn girl. It was just an accident. I'm all right. Ainuma Shoko lifted her gaze, her expression devoid of emotion, staring intently at Lin Weiyang, as if seeking confirmation of something. Lin Weiyang sighed, embracing the slightly taller girl and patting her back. Let us clarify. I'm right here. Shoko returned the embrace. As those responsible for subsequent tasks prepared to escort the survivor away, they discovered that Kurobi Misaki had vanished. Strange, She was just here, one staff member remarked, scratching their head in confusion. After exiting, Kurobi Misaki seemed somewhat off. Suguru Geto observed her closely, noting that she slipped into a nearby alley when no one was watching. However, he remained discreet, dispatching a tracking cursed spirit to follow her, curious about her intentions. If it pertains to the recent cursed spirit incident, Suguru Geto's expression darkened. The woman retrieved a motorcycle from a concealed spot, mounting it with grace before speeding away. Sensing the cursed spirit's location, Suguru Geto began his pursuit. Kurobi Misaki parked her motorcycle outside a clinic, dismounting and removing her helmet as she confidently pushed open the door. Nita-san, come out quickly. I've injured someone. A man emerged from within, furrowing his brow. What is it this time? What dangerous escapade have you undertaken? Kurobi Misaki scratched her head, speaking irritably. I'm really in a bind. The lead I was following dried up, and an accident occurred during the infiltration. Excuse me, what was the lead? A sudden voice startled Kurobi Misaki. What are you doing here? Spotting the dark-haired sorcerer with a decidedly unfriendly demeanor, Kurobi Misaki felt her heart race. Why did you flee? Suguru Geto approached them, exuding a palpable sense of pressure. Speak. Who are you, and what exactly are you doing? As night gradually enveloped the city, the crowd at the orphanage had been dispersed due to the recent special-grade cursed spirit incident. Until the subsequent cleanup was completed, the orphanage would remain off-limits. Suguru Geto sat on the steps of the orphanage, shrouded in shadows. In his hand lay the cursed spirit jewels collected that day, and he prepared to absorb the accumulated cursed energy from recent days. The cursed jewels, repeatedly tasted yet still nauseating, filled his mouth with a revolting flavor. His esophagus convulsed, threatening to expel its contents. Covering his mouth, he endured the torment, his gaze remaining unchanged, shrouded in chaos. Self-inflicted pain, he mechanically shoved another jewel into his mouth, persistently repeating this grim process. Memories of the evidence Kurobi Misaki had shown him, along with the truth she revealed, replayed in his mind. The orphanage is, in truth, a den of debauchery for various dignitaries, where the headmaster sends entranced orphans to indulge the whims of the powerful. I possess evidence, albeit insufficient, and today I ventured to the orphanage to gather more. That Kudo Kenichi is, in fact, a high-ranking government official. His presence here is a result of his recent indulgence. As for Murakami Yame, she plays the role of a madam, selecting suitable orphans to cater to these individuals. It was only after I revealed my identity that they plotted to eliminate me. Ugh. Unable to withstand the physical revulsion, Suguru Geto collapsed onto the ground, retching violently. How repulsive. Upon hearing the name Asaka Yuko, I felt a strange familiarity, later recalling that she was a girl listed among the recent missing from my collected records of the orphanage. I had heard her mention receiving candy from the headmaster several times. It was the same candy I consumed today, which renders one incapable of resistance. How utterly disgusting. Suguru Geto recalled the gentle smile on Murakami Yame's face, realizing that even such a smile could conceal filth and scheming. What, ultimately, am I protecting? The image of Lin Mia, covered in wounds, resurfaced, along with her momentary look of panic when she was easily abducted by a special-grade cursed spirit. What indeed? Can I protect? Am I truly the strongest? In my current state, what does strongest even mean? Continually retching, Suguru Geto knelt, tears mingling with bile as they dripped onto the ground. Gradually calming, he positioned himself on the ground, moving his arm to self-harmfully bring a cursed spirit jewel to his lips. It's fine, as long as I persist, I will grow stronger. I can still do it. A hand grasped Suguru Geto's wrist, halting his impending action. Suguru Geto, what are you doing? It was Lin Mia. The girl stood before him, brow furrowed, pulling him up with a firm resolve. Suguru Geto's throat constricted. The darkness enveloping them did not impede his vision. The dim light danced upon her skin, revealing that she had received treatment. Her wounds completely vanished. She was a whole Lin Mia. Her eyes, imbued with compassion, gazed down upon his disheveled form, exuding a divine sorrow. Such a girl stood in the darkness, drawing near, reaching out to him. Suguru Geto thought he was hallucinating. He wished to speak, yet the urge to vomit stifled him. Lin Mia regarded Suguru Geto, aware of the agonizing process of controlling cursed spirits, yet she was taken aback by his current state. With a firm grip, she pulled him upright, assisting him to sit on the steps. Lin Mia, Suguru Geto called her name, recalling Black-tailed Miri's words that Lin Mia had sensed something amiss shortly after entering the orphanage. Her warning to be cautious likely directed at the headmaster. Yet he had perceived nothing, even associating her actions with his mother, protecting such a person. Lin Mia awaited his next words, but he fell silent, voiceless. Wasn't I the one most grievously injured? Why do they all appear in worse shape than I? Sigh. It matters not. After all, they are still children. Children inherently possess the privilege to be coddled. Lin Mia gently cupped Suguru Geto's icy cheeks in her delicate hands, her warmth spreading to the contact points. Suguru, you have done remarkably well. She gazed intently into his eyes. In the darkness, she observed his black irises, which he had scrutinized for the second time. In daylight, they absorbed light, yet at night, they radiated a peculiar brilliance. You have done exceedingly well, far surpassing your responsibilities. Her soft voice cascaded through the darkness, flowing into his ears. I failed to protect you, and moreover, I sheltered such a despicable person. Perhaps it was the excessive consumption of cursed spirit jewels or the day's overwhelming stimuli, but Suguru Geto exhibited rare vulnerability. His heart wavered. This is not your fault, Geto. You have truly done well. You have safeguarded me, an ordinary person, and have led fellow survivors away from the realm of special-grade cursed spirits, fulfilling your duties with excellence. Lin Mia produced a tissue, meticulously wiping the remnants from his face. I have often expressed my gratitude for sorcerers like you, Geto. Ordinary people fear the unknown, and you have likely faced numerous misunderstandings, yet you steadfastly chose to protect. Such a choice is commendable, truly remarkable. Those you have protected will undoubtedly feel more grateful upon understanding these cursed spirits, and they will regret their previous misconceptions towards you. Discarding the tissue, Lin Mia reminisced about the times she felt lost, always finding solace in a soft embrace. Mimicking the actions of a red-haired woman from her memories, she enveloped the boy in her arms, gently stroking his neck. It's perfectly normal to feel exhausted. You are human, and humans tire. It's all right to take a break. This is a child's privilege. Children are always entitled to a bit more praise and comfort. Feeling himself enveloped in a warm and gentle embrace, Suguru Geto stiffened for a moment. In the next instant, he fiercely returned the hug. In the darkness, two figures clung tightly together. Chapter 22. In your tender gaze. What significance does an embrace hold for humanity? The contact of bodies, merging into a shape that fits snugly, consciously sharing one's personal space with another, fully entrusting one's chest and back. With bodies so close, souls seem to draw nearer as well. The essence of an embrace is bestowed by proximity. Following Lin Mia's lead, Suguru Geto felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he regained consciousness. Recalling his earlier actions, he suppressed the heat in his cheeks, donning a gentle expression as usual, though the tips of his ears remained aflame. Fortunately, having undone his messy bun, the reddened tips had found a place to hide. The taste of mint lingered in his mouth as Lin Mia produced a piece of candy from his pocket, the one he had placed there earlier, and popped it into his mouth, dissipating some of the nauseating odor of cursed spirits. You must have understood what transpired here, right? Lin Mia broached the topic, mindful of the sensitive pride of a boy his age. I did, Suguru Geto replied, his heart growing cold at the recollection of the sordid events. He recalled Black-tailed Miri's admiration for Lin Mia. That child is truly perceptive. Her intellect is somewhat intimidating. Perhaps my actions are laid bare before her. How did you discover it? Suguru Geto inquired. Lin Mia observed the structure of the orphanage, responding, I was injured and went to the infirmary, where a plethora of sedatives were stocked. I found it rather concerning. The two made their way to the third-floor dormitory area. As Choi Yuko informed me, the principal would reward them with candies. From her words, one could infer that the majority of the recipients were girls. Logically, such incentives are intended to encourage children to be more obedient and should not exhibit any gender bias. Upon entering the principal's lounge, Lin Weiyang circumnavigated the room, seemingly in search of something. Have you noticed that the third floor feels more congested compared to the first and second? After contemplating the cramped and gloomy dormitory area, Natsuyo-jo nodded in agreement. Initially, I presumed that the plethora of furnishings in the space contributed to the visual clutter. However, after retracing my steps, I discerned that this floor was indeed smaller, and it was not merely an illusion. Yet, prior to entering the orphanage, I had perceived the buildings to possess uniform dimensions across all 3 stories. A segment of the area has vanished, or perhaps been concealed. Lin Weiyang paused beside a painting hanging by the window, giving it a gentle tap. Ah, found it. She astutely halted her train of thought, realizing that continuing would lead to the implications of Choi Yuko's curse technique, a matter best not divulged to the Jujutsu High. Could you do me a favor, Natsuyo-jo? Would you mind demolishing this wall? Rest assured, there are no supporting pillars here. With existing manpower, there is no need to exhaust ourselves searching for mechanisms, Lin Weiyang mused. Very well. With Lin Weiyang behind him, Natsuyo-jo delivered a powerful punch to the wall, shattering it and revealing the space within. Indeed, as dust swirled up, Lin Weiyang activated her flashlight and readied her phone's camera, stepping inside. Natsuyo-jo held her back. Allow me to lead the way. Without objection, Lin Weiyang followed behind. This was a concealed passage, connecting all the dormitories, allowing one to observe the entirety of the rooms from various angles. Those prominent figures lurked here, watching over the slumbering children, selecting their desired prey. In the principal's office, there was also a direct route leading underground. Natsuo Joe's expression grew grave as he pressed his lips together and descended along the path. The orphanage extended beyond the 3 floors above ground. Below lay a hidden area, filled with rooms containing various unsightly items, some of which were clearly in disarray, having not yet been tidied. Amidst the pervasive scent of incense, Natsuo Joe detected the unmistakable odor of blood. Upon reaching the farthest room, the two opened the door to find several small bodies sprawled on the ground, the metallic scent of blood emanating from their wounds. Were these the children who had not been processed due to the hasty evacuation following the cursed spirit incident? Lin Weiyang pressed the shutter button, attempting to move forward, only to be pulled back by the boy beside her, who covered her eyes. "Do not look." His voice was icy, trembling with anger. The hand over her eyes was cold from the night air, applying enough pressure to elicit discomfort. "Natsuo-kun, that hurts." Lin Weiyang could not budge the hand and had no choice but to voice her concern. "I apologize." The grip loosened slightly, yet the hand remained in place. "Let me go, I am fine. I still need to gather evidence to bring those responsible to justice." Lin Weiyang finally pried Natsuo Joe's hand away. Approaching the small bodies, she crouched down, pulling a plastic sheet from the side to cover them. Innocent lives, buried in the filth of the world before they had a chance to begin. How can one commit such acts and still be deemed human? Natsuo Joe struggled to contain his emotions, reflecting on the individuals he had endeavored to protect today. "They are human, Natsuo-kun." In the face of such a scene, Lin Weiyang's voice remained as calm as ever. "The world is populated by many, both good and evil. This is a natural occurrence. You habitually equate the weak with the good, Natsuo-kun. Such a perspective is excessively narrow. Humanity is complex, not to be defined by a mere handful of words. It is precisely this complexity that renders humanity so intriguing, is it not?" This sentiment, however, seems ill-suited for Natsuo Joe, who has been indoctrinated by righteous doctrine for far too long. Any attempt to rectify his views would necessitate a dismantling of his preconceived notions before reconstruction could occur. The time for such dismantling has not yet arrived, Lin Weiyang contemplated. Natsuo Joe found himself at a loss for words. In the face of such occurrences, do you not feel anger? He wished to pose this question to Lin Weiyang, yet his voice caught in his throat, unable to emerge. Why, confronted with such an event, do you remain so composed? What are you truly thinking? Suddenly, Natsuo Joe recalled how Lin Weiyang, despite appearing amicable with everyone at Jujutsu High, always maintained relationships within certain limits. For instance, with Inumaki Toge, who had recently shown a clear desire to grow closer to Lin Weiyang, yet she had subtly rebuffed him. Lin Weiyang indeed possessed maturity and kindness beyond her years. Yet she did not isolate her heart. For instance, with her friend Yamanaka Koyuki, Natsuo Joe could sense the ease and comfort Lin Weiyang displayed in her presence, the almost imperceptible barrier between them dissolving instantly. Why? Is it because we are sorcerers? Then why extend such warmth and tolerance towards us? Do you, as you profess, harbor fear of this power? Yet, your eyes betray no fear. In your gaze, what are we truly? A barrage of questions surged through Natsuo Joe's mind as he stood in silence, observing the girl searching the room, an inexplicable fury coursing through him, tinged with a hint of bitterness. Sensing the complex gaze Natsuo Joe cast upon her, Lin Weiyang remained unresponsive, continuing her search. She unearthed a hidden box containing a brown paper notebook. How curious that it was not taken. Why? Was it because the cursed spirit attack prevented its relocation? Lin Weiyang flipped through the pages, confirming it to be Murakami Yami's ledger. Contemplating the peculiar feeling that lingered in her mind, she tucked the notebook into her jacket, her peripheral vision catching sight of the bodies covered on the ground. "Wait, Natsuo Joe, we must leave," Lin Weiyang shouted, rushing to his side to urge him to flee. Unable to pull him along, she felt a wave of embarrassment. Gritting her teeth, she leapt into Natsuo Joe's arms, commanding, "Run quickly, as fast as you can, and I will explain outside." Recognizing the seriousness in her tone, Natsuo Joe asked no further questions, moving swiftly with Lin Weiyang in tow. Just as they reached the midpoint of the passage, a violent explosion erupted from below, toppling them. Natsuo Joe quickly regained his balance, summoning a cursed spirit to shield them from falling debris, hastening his pace. Expletive. Lin Weiyang bit her lip, cursing vehemently. She felt injured again from the shockwave of the recent explosion. The injuries she sustained today far exceeded those accumulated over the past few years. Hearing Lin Weiyang curse, Natsuo Joe cast a sidelong glance at her, opting not to comment, and leaped onto the back of a flying cursed spirit. Together, they soared above, watching as the orphanage below was reduced to ruins amidst the explosions. Chapter 23. Caught you. On the journey back to Jujutsu High, Lin Weiyang briefly shared her suspicions, suggesting that those powerful figures, fearing exposure for their actions, had utilized the gas pipeline to obliterate the orphanage. Natsuyo Jo fell into a deeper silence, refraining from responding to Lin Weiyang. On the way, Lin Weiyang received a call from Gaoshan Jinwu, using the excuse that her family needed to inquire about the events of the day, prompting Suguru Geto to return home first. She had initially thought it would take a few more exchanges to send him on his way, but to her surprise, Suguru merely cast a cryptic glance in her direction, offered no farewell, and walked away. What could be the cause of his sudden temper? Lin Weiyang found herself perplexed by his anger. Nevertheless, it mattered little to her. Once she confirmed she was not being followed, she vanished into the night. In a basement on the outskirts, Lin Weiyang sat before an operational display screen, replaying the day's occurrences as she dialed a number. Beeps echoed through the line, but the call did not connect. She dialed again, and this time, a male voice mixed with the distinctive electronic crackle of a flip phone emerged from the receiver. Well, little Weiyang has taken the initiative to call me. How utterly touching. Lin Weiyang remained silent, and the conversation lapsed into stillness. Oh dear, are you upset? Don't be so petty, Weiyang. Look at your life. It's so mundane. Isn't it more interesting to create a little surprise? The voice on the other end dripped with saccharine mirth, reminiscent of sticky malt sugar. The display screen flashed a loading complete sign as Lin Weiyang navigated her computer, continuing the conversation. We have no idea how much the six-eyed has grown. Today's test may have been excessive. If he senses anything amiss, our subsequent plans will be significantly compromised. Her fingers danced over the keyboard, swiftly processing streams of code. You orchestrated the encounter with Asahi Yuko, didn't you? How many strings did you pull to ensure I crossed paths with her? Can you predict the consequences of each string-s tremor? Pausing to consider Asahi Yuko, Lin Weiyang halted her work. What? I thought you handed me the phone so I could use those strings freely. You're quite heartless, you know. A lot of effort went into preparing this surprise for you, and all you can do is criticize. The male voice conveyed a feigned sense of grievance, though beneath it lay a mocking amusement. Dazai, you know she is still unstable. Lin Weiyang's tone remained steady. Yet Dazai Osamu could sense the irritation simmering beneath her calm exterior. Ah, are you upset? Is it because I arranged the meeting without your consent? Or perhaps you sympathize with this subject and wish to keep her out of it. He chuckled lightly. All right, I'll be quiet. How unappealing you are, little Weiyang. Disregarding someone's good intentions can lead to curses, you know. He emphasized the word curses, as if hinting at something. Have you uncovered anything on your end? While Dazai's antics often led to discomfort for others, Lin Weiyang understood that his current actions were meant to encourage her to make contact. Their relationship needed to remain discreet. Every conversation required utmost caution. You're so impatient, little Weiyang. Well, I have a lead on what needs to be investigated. The information is already stored in the Foundation. Thank you for your efforts. I'll check it out. And by the way, I might go missing for a while. Don't think of me, little Weiyang. Dazai's amethyst eyes narrowed slightly, a semblance of amusement flickering across his features as he gazed at a body lying before him. Its visage twisted in agony. Is there a problem? Ah, just a minor issue. A little mouse accidentally knocked over an oil lamp, and important data was destroyed. Dazai sauntered closer, the liquid on the ground causing his footsteps to sound sticky. He casually grasped the head of the corpse, then tossed it aside, treating it like a broken toy. Be careful, Dazai-kun. After a brief pause, Lin Weiyang added, once you're done there, you can contact the Ponching sect. I would do so even without your prompting. Dazai replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. But I am increasingly curious, little Weiyang. What exactly are you planning? Your intentions are quite elusive. Lin Weiyang closed her eyes momentarily, choosing silence. Well, no matter. I'll find out eventually. Just ensure you fulfill your promises. Whatever you wish to do in this world, I have no interest in, provided you can keep your word. Ignoring the underlying warning in his words, Lin Weiyang replied in her usual tone. All right, I will. Stay safe on your end. Goodbye. Her words dripped with unabashed indifference. Hey, what a heartless girl you are. Using me and then hanging up without waiting for a response. Lin Weiyang promptly cut the call, preventing any further useless banter from Dazai. With an expressionless demeanor, she removed the SIM card and discarded it into a nearby shredder, opening a drawer filled with disposable SIM cards. She selected one and began decrypting the information stored in the Foundation. The Foundation served as a clandestine network for the exchange of information between Dazai and Lin Weiyang. Hidden, encrypted, and disposable. Once used, it would be destroyed, ensuring that no third party could ever uncover these details. The decryption process was swift, ignoring the idiosyncratic language and emoticons. Lin Weiyang scanned the new data, her gaze pausing on a particular term, suture line. Recalling the woman named Kaori Itadori, she began to synthesize the information in her mind. Gotcha. A smile crept onto her lips, imbued with a thrilling intensity. 2005111-20001 mobile. The trails ultimately led to vastly different places. Yet the actions taken were undeniably interconnected in some manner, all tainted with the foul odor of rats. Ah, how I detest rats. I never expected such creatures existed in this world. A portion of these events involved individuals sharing similar characteristics, appearing uninvolved yet akin to extras in a film scene. The modern surveillance apparatus was woefully inadequate, making it challenging to trace earlier occurrences, yet a palpable sense of incongruity lingered. I haven't clarified everything yet. After all, the sample size is too large. Only someone with a peculiar mind like yours, Lin Weiyang, could process and integrate such an abundance of information. I wonder who is more formidable, you or Adagwa Rampo. Meanwhile, as an ordinary person, I find myself utterly exhausted. Try searching for individuals with suture lines on their heads. They may belong to a certain organization. The frequency of their appearances is too low, or it could merely be coincidence. In any case, Lin Weiyang has her own affairs to attend to, merely attending classes while I am left to shoulder the workload. After all, I am just a pitiful miner. Everything is fine on the Huagua side, but there are some issues in the west. Prepare yourself. War is likely to break out there. Chapter 24. UXX are a dog. Suguru Geto and Lin Weiyang had fallen into a cold war. To be precise, it was Suguru who had unilaterally entered a state of icy silence with Lin Weiyang. This conclusion was reached by Yeri Shoko after observing their interactions over the past few days. He deliberately altered his schedule to avoid her, maintaining a physical distance as they walked, and even when speaking, he would deliberately shift his focus away from her. Furthermore, when conversation was unavoidable, he adopted a politely aloof demeanor. What is going on between you and Suguru? Yeri subtly poked Lin Weiyang, gesturing towards Suguru Geto with a nod. Is there an issue? Interrupted from her reverie, Lin Weiyang withdrew her gaze from the void. She glanced at Yaga Yoshinobu, who had turned to write on the blackboard, while Inumaki Shoko leaned in closer, lowering her voice to continue. Haven't you noticed? Suguru Geto seems to be angry with you? The girl's head, faintly tinged with the scent of smoke mingled with her own minty fragrance, was not unpleasant, yet Lin Weiyang couldn't help but frown. Shoko, didn't we agree that you wouldn't smoke? Inumaki Shoko retreated a bit awkwardly, hastily rubbing her nose to avoid Lin Weiyang's disapproving gaze. A piece of chalk flew from the lectern, not aimed at the girl, but precisely striking Satoru Gojo on the forehead. Hey, what was that for? Gojo exclaimed, clutching his head, having been catching up on sleep after a night of gaming. What do you mean, what for? Yaga Yoshinobu's temper was at its peak, his fists clenched. Sleeping. Gojo replied defiantly. Yoshinobu approached and delivered a swift blow to Gojo. Hey, no limits defense. You can't hit me. Gojo cheekily stuck out his tongue, pointing at the motionless Suguru Geto beside him. It's not just me sleeping, Geto's asleep too. You can't overlook him just because his eyes are small. Geto, who had also been up all night gaming, interjected, listen to me, thank you. You too, get over here for the next practical class. Today, even Yaga-sensei was particularly irritable. Lin Weiyang, not being a sorcerer and free to move during practical lessons, had no interest in witnessing the destructive capabilities of the sorcerers and chose to return to her dormitory for some rest. After Yaga Yoshinobu's iron-fisted reprimand, Suguru Geto and Satoru Gojo obediently began their training, while Inumaki Shoko practiced with Yaga-sensei's cursed corpse. After class, behind the playground near a vending machine, Inumaki Shoko and Suguru Geto leaned against the building, smoking, while Gojo squatted beside them, attempting to blend in with a lollipop in his mouth. From a distance, they certainly resembled a group of delinquents. Hey, Geto, what's going on between you and Weiyang? Inumaki Shoko exhaled a puff of smoke, posing the question. Suguru Geto remained silent, offering no response. Huh, what's wrong with them? Gojo leaned in, recoiling a few steps at the scent of smoke. What a dull-witted fool, Inumaki Shoko muttered, lightly kicking the silent Geto. Hey, speak up, what happened? Huh, how can someone who doesn't even know about Achilles' tortoise dare to call others fools? Oh, Geto doesn't know either. So, is that why your brainwaves can understand each other? With a temperament as unpleasant as his good looks, the white-haired delinquent showed no concern for how many people he might offend in one go. Inumaki Shoko rolled her eyes, maliciously blowing smoke in Gojo's direction, resembling a rogue teasing a young girl. Shoko. When Lin Weiyang arrived, she was greeted by the sight of Inumaki Shoko grinning mischievously while Gojo squatted on the ground, teary-eyed from the smoke. Lin Weiyang, an image of an elderly person with a mobile phone on the subway. Geto paused momentarily, his hand clutching the cigarette, then discreetly extinguished it. Noticing the girl's subtle distaste, Inumaki Shoko promptly extinguished her cigarette, adopting a contrite demeanor. I'm sorry, I can explain. I didn't smoke, okay? Praise me, praise me. Gojo sidled up to Lin Weiyang, showing off. Observing Gojo almost clinging to her, Inumaki Shoko suddenly realized that following the recent special grade curse event, it wasn't just Suguru Geto who was acting unusually, Gojo's attitude toward Lin Weiyang was also out of character. While Gojo was notorious for his incessant banter and lacked any sense of social boundaries, he was fundamentally an arrogant and indifferent individual. Previously, his interactions with Lin Weiyang, though friendly, felt more like an imitation of how others treated their friends, merely replicating those behaviors without genuine sentiment. The only person Gojo genuinely regarded was likely Suguru Geto, as someone of equal strength. Inherently, with Gojo's godlike detachment from humanity, he would not regard ordinary individuals at all. Now, witnessing Gojo's incessant pleas for praise, Inumaki Shoko was lost in thought. The Gojo of yesteryear had never exhibited any behavior aside from mischief when seeking anything from Lin Weiyang. Praise, in essence, is an acknowledgement, and the validation Gojo sought was not something ordinary people could provide. Yet now, despite the playful elements, Gojo had indeed engaged in such actions. What transpired within that domain? Hearing his friend's insistent voice, Suguru Geto recalled the darkness of the orphanage, where the girl offered her gentle praises. Geto, you're already doing great. His dark eyes sparkled with brilliance. Watching Lin Weiyang, who was trying to break free yet helplessly restrained by the disparity in strength, Gojo wore a mischievous grin. Just as he was about to press down harder, a force tugged at the back of his collar, lifting him up. Geto, what are you doing? Let go of me. We didn't settle the score, let us have another round. Suguru Geto dragged Gojo toward the training field. In a nimble escape reminiscent of an eel, Gojo wriggled free from Geto's grasp. No way, are you trying to suffocate me with your smoke? Disregarding the antics of the two delinquents, Lin Weiyang approached Inumaki Shoko, who was lost in thought against the wall, extending her hand. Cigarette. Observing Lin Weiyang's serious demeanor, Inumaki Shoko resembled a student caught by the teacher. Slowly retrieving her cigarette case. There were only a few cigarettes left. Lin Weiyang had no intention of confiscating them. Instead, she took out a piece of silver aluminum foil and returned the cigarettes to Inumaki Shoko. What are you doing? Gojo swiftly moved beside Lin Weiyang, curious about what she was folding with the aluminum foil. Lin Weiyang did not respond, folding quickly. Before long, 2 silver paper ingots appeared in her hands. She stuffed one into Inumaki Shoko's hand, speaking in a serious tone. I have nothing left to advise you. This is for you. You can burn it for yourself when you're in the late stages of lung cancer. Inumaki Shoko. Inumaki Shoko. Duck, no need. Ha ha. Gojo burst into laughter, taking one and handing it to Suguru Geto. Geto, take one too, be prepared early. Suguru Geto. What brings you here? Do you need something? Inumaki Shoko inquired of Lin Weiyang. I sent you a message earlier, but you didn't reply. I happened to come downstairs and decided to find you, Lin Weiyang said, waving her phone in front of her. Christmas Eve is approaching. The songstress senior wants to invite you out for dinner. Are you going? What dinner? I want to go too. Gojo chimed in, peeking over. Sorry, but the songstress specifically emphasized that you and the dog are not allowed to join. Lin Weiyang replied with an expression of helplessness. How unfair. She didn't take me and Geto along to play. Gojo exclaimed. Suguru Geto delivered a punch in response. You're the damn dog. A smile of satisfaction spread across the scene. Chapter 25, Christmas Eve. Weiyang, Shoko, go Gojo. Why is that dog here? Standing below, waiting for the 2 lovely classmates, the songstress showcased a dramatic transformation akin to a peaking opera face change. Oh, isn't this the songstress? You look quite spirited today, Gojo said, seemingly oblivious to her disapproval, casually draping an arm over Suguru Geto's shoulder as he greeted her with a broad grin. You and the dog are not allowed to join. Get lost, you jerk. The songstress, and tugged at 2 younger girls, gritting her teeth at Wu Tiao Wuji. How vulgar of you, songstress. It's no wonder you've yet to find a partner at such an advanced age. But aren't you also single since birth? How dare you criticize others? We are not the same. I choose solitude, while you remain unwanted. You. Ultimately, the group made their way to a barbecue restaurant. This was not an upscale dining establishment. Rather, it was nestled on an ordinary street, illuminated by warm yellow lights. Inside, many patrons were already seated, noisily enjoying their meals, while the owner bustled about in the midst of it all. Ah, Miss Mingming, you have arrived. The private room is ready. The owner greeted the group with a smile, beads of sweat still glistening on his forehead, having once received assistance from Mingming. The owner reserved a private room for them and offered a generous 50% discount on their meals today. Young people should go out and enjoy themselves. Feel free. He chuckled heartily. As they entered the private room, the atmosphere quickly became lively. When Wu Tiao Wuji and En were together, it was akin to slaked lime meeting water, resulting in a vigorous chemical reaction. They exchanged barbs like 2 squabbling schoolchildren. The others were not idle either. Mingming and Xiao Jia opened up boxes of beer, while Jiyuan Niatzi and Lin Weiyang took charge of grilling the dishes. The iron plate over the flames gleamed with oil. its temperature rising as beautifully colored slices of meat were placed upon it. The sizzling smoke billowed from the grill, filling the room with warmth. "Just wait, watch me today," and declared, pressing a frosty glass filled with amber liquid against her flushed cheek, momentarily taken aback by the chill. "All right, songstress, if you continue to fool around with Wu Tiao, it would be a disservice to the perfectly grilled meat I prepared," Juan Niatzi interjected, handing the glass to him. "I turned down 2 significant orders for this meal. If someone is distracted, I might unleash my wrath," Mingming added with a playful threat as she leaned her glass against her face. "The meat is ready," Lin Weiyang announced, presenting a platter to everyone. No sooner had the words left her lips than a pair of chopsticks darted in to snatch a large piece of meat. When those chopsticks attempted to strike again, they were intercepted by another pair. "Let go, Jia. What are you doing?" Wu Tiao Wuji exclaimed, trying to change his angle, only to be thwarted once more. "The one causing the ruckus has no right to eat meat," Xiao Jia remarked, smirking, as he watched the meat being depleted. Wu Tiao Wuji quickly shifted tactics, snatching an untouched slice of grilled meat from An's plate with lightning speed. "Damn it, Wu Tiao, why don't you just die?" and shouted, hurling her chopsticks at the white-haired boy, who effortlessly dodged while savoring the hot, tender meat. Xiao Jia chuckled at the sight of Wu Tiao Wuji, who was now nursing a burned tongue, before turning to see meat on his own plate. Glancing at Lin Weiyang beside him, he noticed the latter smiling as he watched Mingming admonish and feeling his gaze. Lin Weiyang encouraged him, "Go ahead and eat. It's not every day you manage to snag this from Niatzi." "Don't make it sound like I'm Wu Tiao," Jiuan Niatzi retorted disdainfully after sipping her drink. "Do I sound like I'm insulting you?" Wu Tiao Wuji questioned, sticking out his tongue. Xiao Jia remained silent, popping a piece of grilled meat into his mouth. "Jia, don't you season your grilled meat?" Wu Tiao Wuji asked in astonishment. "Is the meat too large for your mouth?" Came Xiao Jia's benign smile. As the drinks flowed, rosy hues adorned their faces. And, swaying slightly, raised a bottle of alcohol while scolding Wu Tiao Wuji, who was busy calculating the dry cleaning costs of her clothes in her mind. Juan Niatzi leaned her head against Lin Weiyang's shoulder, relishing his tender ministrations on her full belly. Wu Tiao Wuji tugged at Xiao Jia's hand, clamoring for a belly rub, eliciting a disgusted expression from Xiao Jia, who delivered a playful punch in response. Lin Weiyang observed as Mingming subtly refilled Wu Tiao Wuji's glass. Without realizing the brewing trouble, Wu Tiao Wuji gulped down a large mouthful of drink, only to collapse onto the table with a thud the next moment, and burst into loud laughter, reveling in the sweet satisfaction of revenge as she whipped out her phone to capture the moment. When the group finally stumbled out of the restaurant, the dim yellow lights illuminated the slow descent of snowflakes from the heavens. "It's snowing," and, exhilarated from the drinks, dashed outside, spreading her arms wide to welcome the falling snow. The streets on Christmas Eve were bustling with people, many of whom paused in unison to admire the enchanting snowfall. The students from the high school also exhibited a rare sense of leisure, gazing up at the fairy tale-like snow cascading down on this peaceful night. Except for Wu Tiao Wuji, who was lost in a slumber reminiscent of an infant. Mingming and Niatzi rushed over to prevent An from lying down in the street, but for a moment, they were unable to control the drunken antics of the songstress. Lin Weiyang observed the scene, feeling the coolness of snowflakes melting into droplets upon her cheeks. This was precisely the experience that children of their age should cherish: studies, friendship, joy, and indulgence. This was the life they ought to lead. Lost in thought, she was suddenly interrupted by a coat draping over her shoulders, the familiar cold fragrance wafting from the fabric. Lin Weiyang turned to see the dark-haired youth who had carried the unconscious Wu Tiao Wuji. "I possess cursed energy. Perhaps you could use some," Xiao Jia explained calmly. Lin Weiyang accepted without hesitation, smiling her gratitude. Once Niatzi and Mingming managed to rein in Un, they hailed a cab. Upon noticing Lin Weiyang wrapped in the coat, Juan Niatzi raised an eyebrow, sharing a knowing glance with Xiao Jia, who feigned ignorance. Niatzi excused herself to care for Un and boarded one of the cars, while the DK group and Lin Weiyang took another. As the phone vibrated twice, Xiao Jia retrieved it. "Niatzi, 2 packs of cigarettes, no bargaining." Niatzi, smiles. Xiao Jia pocketed his phone, maintaining a neutral expression. "My apologies," he broke the silence, his voice appearing somewhat abrupt. "A few days ago, I was disrespectful." Lin Weiyang shook her head, indicating that it was of no concern. The remainder of the journey passed in silence. "It's snowing." A dark-haired woman stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, on the phone, watching the snowflakes dance against the neon lights. "Indeed, it's that time of year when the cold can be deadly." On the other end of the line, a man with single eyelids, clad in a suit, sat on a sofa, lighting a cigarette with a peculiar accent. "Boss, you didn't summon me just to admire the snow, did you?" "I must clarify that I do not engage in office romances." After a pause, he added, "That's a different price. Please, spare me the disgust, Kong Shiyu." Hu Xiangxi turned, taking a seat on a stool. Are you aware of that transfer student from Huahua at Jujutsu High? Ah, I recall, Lin Weiyang, right? I want all the information about her. Hu Xiangxi got straight to the point. Ah, well, that might be a bit challenging, considering she is from Huahua. The man's voice reflected some difficulty. Double the payment, you won't be shortchanged. Sounds good, boss. Kong Shiu sat up, extinguishing his cigarette, his tone obsequious. Just don't expect to take the money without delivering results, Mr. Kong, Hu Xiangxi remarked, reviewing the paper letter in his hand while coordinating with the person on the other end of the line. After hanging up the phone, Itadori Yuji sat in the darkness, contemplating with an impassive expression before dialing another number. Hello? On the beach, a voluptuous woman basking in the sun pushed up her sunglasses, revealing her light-colored pupils. Upon glancing at the caller ID on her phone, she shifted into a more comfortable position and answered the call. Moshi, Tsukumo Yuki, you've been abroad long enough. It's time to return. An aged voice emanated from the other end, carrying an aura of decay that was palpable even through the phone. Hello? Hello? The signal here is poor. I can't hear anything. Tsukumo Yuki closed her eyes, adopting a nonchalant tone. Tsukumo Yuki, as a special grade sorcerer, you are obliged to contribute your strength to the sorcery community. The elderly voice grew irate yet persisted. I know you have been searching for a special grade curse tool. I possess information about its whereabouts, provided you complete this task. I heard you loud and clear. Just send it to me. It was indeed in the hands of those old geezers. Tsukumo Yuki squinted. After ending the call, Tsukumo Yuki sauntered towards her hotel, dialing another number. The call did not connect, a routine occurrence for her, so she hung up and entered her room to switch on her computer. Found it, just as I suspected. It's related to that group of old-timers. In exchange, they want me to collect the fingers of Sukuna's vessel. I'll probably return home tomorrow. Do you want to meet? I can bring a little something as a gift. Having finished her message, Tsukumo Yuki entered the bathroom with her clothes. The computer screen displayed a loading notification for sending, and soon after, a successful email sent confirmation appeared. Recipient, Lin Weiyang. Chapter 26, The Tyrant Bestowed by Heaven. I completed a task in Kaohsiung County, and their local delicacies are quite unique. I brought some for you. Suguru Geto smiled warmly as he handed the souvenirs to Lin Weiyang. Since their Christmas Eve gathering, the members of Jujutsu High had resumed their busy lives. The senior students were particularly occupied, and the frequency of missions for Suguru Geto and Satoru Gojo had noticeably increased, leaving the school feeling somewhat desolate, with only Karara and Lin Weiyang remaining for most of the time. It had been over half a month since their last meeting. And today, Suguru Geto and Satoru Gojo finally returned to the classroom. Suguru Geto resumed his previous demeanor towards Lin Weiyang, as if the earlier Cold War was merely a figment of Karara's imagination. But it was certainly not. Karara glanced at the souvenir on her desk, identical in wrapping to Lin Weiyang's, and she couldn't help but scoff inwardly. She couldn't recall these two bringing back souvenirs after completing their missions before. Perhaps someone was using this as an excuse for some undisclosed personal motives. Thank you, Suguru-kun. Lin Weiyang received the snacks with a smile, saying little more. The affectionate gesture from that night seemed like an illusion as the girl addressed him with familiarity. Suguru-kun maintained his smile, concealing the emotions in his eyes, and returned to his seat. Why just thank Suguru? I was in line too. Satoru Gojo's head suddenly appeared between the two girls, feigning a pitiful expression. Before the two girls could react, Gojo swiftly retreated a considerable distance. As Suguru Geto's cursed spirit reclaimed the souvenir that Gojo had stealthily taken and placed it back on the two girls' desks. Gojo, I remember you bought quite a few. Suguru flashed his signature smile. Things taken by force are often tastier. Gojo evaded the spirit that had grabbed him, nimbly dodging the oncoming tendrils, and with a playful tone, said to the two girls, you girls will gain weight eating these. I'm here to help you solve that problem, so you should thank me. Suguru Geto's expression remained gentle as he released another cursed spirit. As the commotion escalated, Yaga Mazamichi finally arrived. The righteous Iron Fist once again rescuing the classroom teetering on the brink of chaos. Gojo, a 3,000-word reflection. Handed in tomorrow. Watching the usual youthful comedy unfold in the classroom, Lin Weiyang felt a strange unease rising within her. Something was amiss. This was the last thought that crossed Lin Weiyang's mind before losing consciousness. On a date in 2006, an unregistered special grade cursed spirit invaded the Jujutsu High barrier, leaving the special protection subject, Lin Weiyang, in a state of coma. According to the report from the Six Eyes, the attack was linked to the vortex curse afflicting the non-sorcerer Lin Weiyang. Watching the beautiful black horse accelerate in the final turn, overtaking the frontrunners to cross the finish line, Fushiguro Megumi crumpled the betting slip in his hand, cursing under his breath. The horse he had chosen was among those overtaken. Approaching the automatic betting machine for another chance, he found only a few crumpled betting slips in his pocket, all from today, none of which had won. Realizing he had spent all his money, Fushiguro gnawed at his canine teeth in frustration. Just as he was about to leave the racetrack, a card appeared in front of him. This contains 1 million. A stunningly tall woman held the card, her laughter bright and carefree. Fushiguro raised an eyebrow and leaned against the nearby wall. Miss, I'm quite expensive. This amount won't suffice. Relax, tyrant bestowed by heaven. Tsukumo Yuki, seemingly oblivious to his tense muscles and wary eyes, maintained her cheerful demeanor. What type of woman do you prefer? Any woman who pays me, he replied, his deep voice laced with intrigue. Fushiguro smirked ambiguously at this formidable sorcerer. Is the esteemed sorcerer really interested in someone like me? What a dull answer, Tsukumo Yuki remarked, blocking his sudden attack while her interest remained undiminished. Oh, what kind of answer do you desire? As long as the money is right, I can say anything. Seeing his attack thwarted, Fushiguro maintained his flirtatious tone, launching at a more cunning angle. Just as Tsukumo Yuki narrowly avoided a blade, she patted her chest in relief, retaliating with equal strength and cursed energy, all the while remaining unfazed by the sharp intent emanating from him. There's no need to be so fierce. I merely came to discuss a collaboration. Fushiguro cleaved through her cursed energy, adhering to the belief that she wouldn't unleash techniques in a public setting, intensifying his assault. I'm just a zero cursed energy waste. What could I possibly offer to the esteemed sorcerer? Watching his attacks being deflected, Tsukumo Yuki's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at Fushiguro. In the split second before his strike landed, he vanished, only to be heavily slammed onto the ground the next moment. A black card was placed before Fushiguro, who remained in a prone position without resistance. I genuinely like you. Megumi-kun, would you like to give it a try? Tsukumo Yuki inquired with a smile, feeling the pressure lifted from his body. Fushiguro picked up the black card and tucked it into his pocket, donning the smile that wealthy women adored. Sure, sorceress, where shall we go next? Onlookers, who had been ready to call security, watched in bewilderment as the two, who had moments ago seemed ready to kill each other, walked off sweetly together. Hugh? Fushiguro lounged confidently on the sofa, toying with a cursed tool. It should be quite easy for you, right? Tsukumo Yuki sat across from him, propping her chin on her hand, her gaze fervent as she looked at Fushiguro. It sounds quite dangerous. This little amount of money isn't enough. Despite her intense stare, Fushiguro maintained a playful expression. Money is not an issue. As long as the task can be accomplished, that's what matters. Tsukumo Yuki winked at Fushiguro and continued. Given how straightforward I am, will you agree to a date with me, Megumi-kun? I sincerely apologize. The mere sight of a sorcerer makes me feel queasy, and your presence induces a wave of nausea. Fushiguro Megumi's words dripped with sarcasm, his gaze laced with malice. Do not be so absolute. It truly wounds my heart. Tsukumo Yuki pouted dramatically, her eyes still fixed intently on the man across from her. With a flick, she deflected a blade aimed at her eyes, raising an eyebrow in response. A slip of the hand. Nonchalantly retracting his cursed tool, Fushiguro Megumi rose, preparing to depart. Do consider our date, Megumi-kun, the woman laughed heartlessly. After parting from Tsukumo Yuki, Fushiguro Megumi felt a twinge of regret for accepting this assignment. Tsukumo Yuki, at this juncture the only special grade sorcerer, had sought out him. A worthless being devoid of cursed energy. The intensity of her gaze made it increasingly difficult for Fushiguro Megumi to suppress his murderous intent. As if he were the prey under her relentless scrutiny, he licked the scar at the corner of his mouth, his eyes cold. I am truly sorry. I am no mere quarry. Watching Amanai show and Tsukumo Yuki depart, Tsukumo Yuki glanced at the faint cracks in her cursed tool and smiled. Amanai show. Such a unique existence. Had I been my former self, I would have undoubtedly sought to ensnare him. However, now, I have the optimal solution. It is best to let him go. How fortunate you are, Fushiguro Megumi. Tsukumo Yuki stowed away her cursed tool and rose to leave, the image of a slender girl with black hair filling her mind. Remembering the unanswered email from the last encounter, Tsukumo Yuki resolved to visit the Jujutsu High. Let us go and see how she has been faring lately. Chapter 27, The Divine Cursed Spirit. At the moment Lin Weiyang fell into unconsciousness, Satoru Gojo sensed a surge of immense cursed energy, akin to a dam bursting, flooding within the confines of the Jujutsu High barrier. Yet, the barrier did not activate its protective mechanisms. It merely emitted a warning due to the overwhelming volume of cursed energy. Jia. Satoru Gojo scooped up the unconscious Lin Weiyang and swiftly exited the classroom. Suguru Geto, accompanied by Kori Iri, also hurriedly withdrew from the classroom. In the next instant, the colossal cursed energy crashed violently upon the spot they had just vacated, reducing the two-story building to ruins within seconds. Yaga Yoshinobu, armed with a protective cursed corpse, wore a grave expression as he relayed the alarm to the higher-ups. After placing Kaori in a safe position, Suguru Geto exchanged a glance with Satoru Gojo, both recognizing the same sentiment in each other's eyes. There could be no mistake. This surging cursed energy was undeniably identical to that emanating from the unconscious girl. Lin Weiyang had registered her cursed energy within the barrier, which was why the protective mechanisms had not been triggered. The six eyes perceived even more. The girl in his arms, the swirling curse at her lower back had completely vanished, while the source of that immense cursed energy exhibited a similar flow to the vanished swirling curse. Satoru Gojo examined Lin Weiyang once more. All her physiological responses remained within normal parameters, as if she were merely asleep. The cause of her unconsciousness remained elusive, yet it was undoubtedly linked to the sudden emergence of cursed energy. These reflections occurred in a fleeting moment, and then that colossal force shifted, targeting Satoru Gojo, who hovered in the air. He did not evade. The force collided against him, brutally splitting into two streams, warping the very air. Suguru Geto unleashed a cursed spirit, shielding himself as he moved toward the epicenter of the cursed energy, yet the turbulence rendered it impossible to ascertain direction. The cursed energy emanated erratically from that center, striking various locations within the Jujutsu High. Satoru Gojo channeled cursed energy to maintain the limitless barrier around himself and Lin Weiyang. Observing the chaotic and vast currents of cursed energy, his mind heating up from the overwhelming influx of information as he analyzed the precise source of this cursed energy. Once more, he deflected an attack, seizing a thread of cursed energy as if grasping the only loose strand in a tangled ball of yarn, following it inward. Almost there. A dull pain throbbed in his brain, and blood vessels crept into his cerulean eyes. Just here, the six eyes pierced through the final layer of cursed energy concealment, only to find nothing. Go. Behind you. Suguru Geto shouted into the air. What? Satoru Gojo barely had time to amplify the limitless coverage. There was no opportunity to evade, and he was struck hard in the back, plummeting from the sky. TCH, Suguru Geto disregarded the fallen Satoru Gojo, launching an attack at the figure suspended in midair. That figure vanished into thin air, and Suguru Geto's assault met with nothing but emptiness. The white-haired cursed spirit appeared behind Satoru Gojo, who was cradling Lin Weiyang, stammering as it raised a hand to strike at him. Satoru Gojo retaliated with a swift strike, creating distance between them. As the dust settled, the assailant revealed its true form. The white hair billowed in the explosive airflow. The expression was gentle, with emerald eyes shimmering with soft light. Clothed in a white robe adorned with golden patterns, loosely cinched at the waist with a crimson belt. The onlookers, witnessing the immense cursed energy radiating from the cursed spirit, suppressed their astonishment. Were it not for the familiar pulsation of the swirling curse it exuded, they would have never recognized it as a cursed spirit. Divine nature, indeed. They had the audacity to apply such a term to a cursed spirit, yet it was the most fitting description for the essence of this white-haired being. Its demeanor was gentle, imbued with a touch of divine compassion. It resembled a deity more than a mere cursed spirit. In that moment, the white-haired cursed spirit turned its gaze towards Satoru Gojo, stuttering words akin to a toddler learning to speak, yet swiftly adapting and gaining fluency. Satoru Gojo, standing closest, clearly heard the words. Return her, give her back to me. Return Lin Weiyang to me. A young man with long hair sat beneath the towering ancient tree. A breeze seemed to blow from an unknown source, causing his white hair to flutter in the sunlight. Lin Weiyang walked upon the void, approaching the great tree, drawing near to the silent figure. Standing before him, Lin Weiyang looked up at him. The emerald eyes, once brimming with light, now gazed tenderly at Lin Weiyang. Just like the recurring dream, the young man gently placed his hand atop Lin Weiyang's head, caressing it with a sense of cherished affection. Yet Lin Weiyang understood that this was not the dream where she existed alone. She opened her mouth, but her vocal cords tightened, her hands clenching tightly at her sides. Weiyang, you have grown. The young man observed Lin Weiyang with warmth, his gaze filled with pride. He resembled the ocean, a vast green sea brimming with vitality and acceptance. Merely drawing near would allow one to bask in the divine grace he exuded. Gazing at the silent girl before him, the young man sighed helplessly and enveloped her rigid form in his embrace. Lin Weiyang's eyes welled with tears in an instant. She buried her head in his embrace, holding him tightly. Ching. Lin Weiyang felt the familiarity of this embrace, akin to a child who had felt wronged finally finding home, and she began to weep loudly. Yes, I am here. Ching gently patted the girl's back, soothing her softly. You were not here, Lin Weiyang cried, clutching at his white robe. You were not here. Yu Qing sighed, a hint of sorrow evident in his eyes, yet his touch remained tender. After a long while, as Lin Weiyang's cries began to subside, the ethereal young man covered her eyes with his hand. Do not. No. Lin Weiyang yearned to withdraw from that warm hand, yet her consciousness inexorably descended into darkness. No. Don't leave, please, don't depart. The girl's voice, filled with helplessness, echoed like that of an abandoned kitten, pleading incessantly. Move forward, Weiyang, press on. The young man's voice remained steady, but Lin Weiyang felt droplets cascade down her cheek. You will find it, the answer you seek. Lin Weiyang's awareness succumbed to the abyss. Jujio Yuki sensed a tremendous surge of cursed energy as he approached the Jujutsu High. This magnitude surely indicated a special grade. A shiver ran down his spine. He rolled down the window of the speeding vehicle and leaped out, channeling his cursed energy at lightning speed. How could a special grade be present within the academy? Was it an attack? Why did the barrier not react? Furthermore, this cursed energy felt so familiar. Where had he encountered it before? Contemplating this, Jujio Yuki entered the academy, narrowly evading a cursed attack, and surveyed the chaotic battlefield. Upon spotting the 6 eyes of the Gojo clan safeguarding Lin Weiyang, Jujio Yuki breathed a sigh of relief, only to abruptly realize that the familiar cursed energy emanated from Lin Weiyang herself. What is happening? Why does the cursed spirit's energy mirror Lin Weiyang's so precisely? With no time to ponder further, as the cursed spirit was about to reach Lin Weiyang, Jujio Yuki unleashed his cursed tool, severing the spirit's arm. Weiyang. The cursed spirit's expression remained unchanged, oddly gentle, as it softly called out to the slumbering girl. Jujio Yuki? Seeing the newcomer, Yaga Mazamichi exhaled in relief. Although unsure how this elusive individual had arrived, the presence of a special grade sorcerer tilted the standoff in favor of the Jujutsu High. Hey Yaga. Jujio Yuki greeted with a smile, seemingly unperturbed by the long-haired cursed spirit in the midst. And to the students of Jujutsu High, a pleasure to meet you. Jujio Yuki turned to the 2 wary youths, his gaze subtly sweeping over the girl cradled in the arms of the Gojo clan's 6 eyes. Thankfully, she appeared uninjured. Jujio Yuki felt a wave of relief wash over him, his smile unwavering. May I pose a question? What type of women do you prefer? Gojo Satoru, Geto Suguru. Chapter 28, Awakening. Noticing Yaga's relieved expression towards the newcomer, the 2 sorcerers chose to disregard the suddenly formidable woman and continued to confront the cursed spirit. Are the students of Jujutsu High this dull now? With no one acknowledging him, Jujio Yuki muttered in displeasure, joining the fray. The cursed spirit began to falter, its regeneration slowing. Weiyang, the spirit's gentle demeanor remained, as if cloaked in a tightly fitting mask, its once pristine robes now marred with dirt. Despite being besieged, its gaze never wavered from the unconscious girl, the glimmer in its emerald eyes growing murky, revealing a hint of the spirit's greed and obsession. You can speak? Jujio Yuki swung his cursed tool, slicing through the spirit's throat, his smile still intact. I ask you, what type of women do you fancy? The wound that nearly severed its head was visibly regenerating at an alarming rate. The spirit diverted its gaze to Jujio Yuki, repeating the question. It felt somewhat repulsive to pose such an inquiry to a cursed spirit. Geto Suguru wiped the blood seeping from his facial wounds, indifferent to his injuries, sustaining himself with cursed energy. Ha, Suguru. Such things are inherently disgusting. Even if shredded into pieces, they can revert to their original form. Gojo Satoru's voice brimmed with uncontained excitement, a fervent spark flickering in his azure eyes. What if it were obliterated into dust? Could it still regenerate? Wait, Lin Weiyang. Sensing the sudden surge of cursed energy from the 6 eyes, Jujio Yuki's smile vanished, and he frowned, shouting at the clearly ecstatic Gojo Satoru. Gojo released his grip in midair, and the unconscious girl plummeted. At that distance, Jujio Yuki couldn't possibly catch her in time, and, with a reversal of the technique, a colossal energy surged, causing the space to ripple, as the structures belonging to Jujutsu High crumbled into dust, like a black hole consuming the surroundings. You lunatic! Cursing vehemently, Jujio Yuki summoned his cursed energy to shield himself, struggling to move towards the direction where Lin Weiyang was falling. This cursed force would spell disaster for anyone unprepared. Far worse than the fate of those buildings. A voice halted Jujio Yuki in his tracks. Satoru is truly reckless. Geto Suguru appeared behind Jujio Yuki, cradling Lin Weiyang in his arms. However, despite his words of reproach, Suguru's gaze betrayed an eagerness beneath the surface. Gojo floated amid the swirling dust, observing the chaotic flashes of cursed energy that vanished and reappeared unpredictably. How intriguing, how fascinating. The opponent's technique eluded his understanding. Not that he couldn't see through it, but rather, he simply couldn't comprehend it. As the dust settled, a massive crater radiating 100-meter radius marked the location of the long-haired cursed spirit. In its center, only the head remained unscathed while the lower half writhed, still undergoing repair. I have preferences. The spirit's voice emerged, muffled as it continued its bodily restoration. I like Lin Weiyang. Yet, this declaration resonated not from the depths of the crater, but rather instantaneously appeared behind Gedo Suguru, who was holding Lin Weiyang. Uffed. Gedo Suguru reacted swiftly, evading a fatal strike, yet still suffered a punctured lung. The blood he coughed up remained suspended in the air, sparing Lin Weiyang from any spillage. Suguru hastily sealed the wound-s blood vessels, creating some distance while fixating on the droplets of blood, held aloft by the cursed spirit-s technique. Return her to me. Do not tarnish her. The cursed spirit surged towards Suguru, its voice low and menacing. Gazing at the floating blood, Jujio Yuki's eyes darkened. If he was not mistaken, this technique bore a relation to time. Should the higher-ups discover this, they would undoubtedly go to any lengths to acquire such a precious technique. The spirit clearly aimed for Lin Weiyang, and its eerie abilities, coupled with an almost inexhaustible regenerative body, posed a significant challenge for the trio. As both sides remained at an impasse, the story's protagonist finally awakened. Lin Weiyang opened her eyes. Her gaze unfocused for a moment as her mind rapidly processed the information before her. The curse has activated. The school has transformed. This must be Gojo's doing. Oh. Jujio has arrived. It seems he has located the item. Tugging at Gedo Suguru's clothing, she indicated for him to set her down. Shoko should be nearby. You should attend to your injuries first. Gedo Suguru wore a smile that deviated from his usual demeanor, casting a glance at the girl in his arms. Aside from her slightly disheveled hair, she appeared entirely well. Even amidst such chaos, she exhibited no signs of panic, maintaining her composed demeanor. Her first words urged him to seek treatment. The girl's body relaxed softly in his embrace, unconsciously revealing a profound trust in him. In my arms, trusting me. In this exhilarating battle, who claimed that only Gojo Satoru revealed the maniac beneath his otherwise composed facade. Equally, the formidable Gedo Suguru was ignited by the violence and bloodshed. His dark purple eyes clouded with obscurity. Weiyang, look at me, behold me. Sensing Lin Weiyang's awakening, the voice of the cursed spirit fluctuated markedly. It did not defend against Jojio's attacks, sacrificing a portion of its own corporeal form to hasten its approach. Suguru Gedo once again distanced himself. The young girl in his arms had been well protected by the limitless defense, not a speck of dirt marring her purity. It seemed she had a peculiar allure for cursed spirits, whether it was for Choi Yuko or this particular entity. The spirit even went so far as to expend significant cursed energy to halt the tainting of her blood. Contamination. The mere thought of the term caused Suguru Gedo's fox-like eyes to narrow. Although the cursed spirit eluded visibility, Lin Weiyang discerned its pursuit through the reactions of those around her and the marks upon the ground. Aware of Suguru Gedo's condition, she wished for him to hand her over to Jojio or Satoru Gojo for urgent treatment. Before she could voice her intent, Suguru Gedo tightened his grip on her to evade the spirit's attack, lifting her upwards. Lin Weiyang's face was pressed against his chest, where a grievous wound had been inflicted, the metallic scent of blood assailing her senses. You must take me to those two. Tend to your wounds first. At last seizing the opportunity, Lin Weiyang struggled to turn her face away from the injury, her tone resolute. Observing the once innocent pallor of her cheeks, now stained with his blood, and the anger reflected in her dark eyes from her refusal to cooperate with treatment. Suguru Gedo felt a sharp pain from the pressure on his wound, but smiled with delight. Very well. He had intended to entrust Lin Weiyang to his close friend, but altered his course midway, handing her over to the female sorceress acquainted with Lin Weiyang. TSK. Taking the girl in her arms, Jujio Yuki furrowed her brow at the beaming black-haired youth. Though it was their first meeting, her instincts warned her that this seemingly gentle and courteous sorcerer was exceedingly dangerous. It would be prudent for Lin Weiyang to have minimal contact with him. After all, who could be considered normal if they were capable of associating with Satoru Gojo? Sorcerers are all mad, indeed. Temporarily retreating from the battlefield, Suguru Gedo found Yuji Itadori protected by Yoshinobu Nakanishi. What brings you here? Isn't the fight still ongoing? Yuji looked at Suguru Gedo with confusion. Oh, I've sustained injuries and came for treatment. Be swift. Suguru Gedo wore a somewhat troubled expression, as if regretting the disturbance he caused Yuji. Has he become so deranged that he cannot respond appropriately to emotions? Yuji gazed at him expressionlessly. The emotions Suguru displayed were typically normal, yet in such a fierce battle, a semi-special grade sorcerer like him should not exhibit such a reaction. Is this behavior not suitable? It should be just as it is. Suguru Gedo's expression remained unchanged. Rolling her eyes, Yuji activated her cursed techniques to treat his various wounds. It's truly unprecedented. Lord Suguru would withdraw from battle for such minor injuries. Hearing her sarcastic remark, Suguru sighed, revealing a hint of distress. That's why I came, to regain my composure. After a brief pause, he added, Otherwise, I might act unpredictably around her. Just as she was about to scold him for being a pervert, Yuji noticed the significant bloodstain on Sugiru's chest, and her medical instincts kicked in. Why not use cursed energy to seal off the blood vessels here? The opponent is formidable. This wound doesn't require healing, just the lung to be treated. I wish to keep a memento. Suguru Geto felt the sharp pain in his chest, but maintained his composure. Upon seeing his insincere smile, Yuji understood and sneered, yet proceeded with the treatment as per his wishes. Do take care, Suguru. If you frighten her away, I shall be quite displeased. Suguru smiled, his gaze shifting to the protected black-haired girl. I will do my utmost. Chapter 29, Becoming a Sorcerer. Weiyang, why won't you look at me? The cursed spirit desperately sought to capture Lin Weiyang's attention, shouting fervently. Upon awakening, the white-haired spirit abandoned its previous strategy of defense and offense, forsaking all protection to approach Lin Weiyang at any cost. Ah, I understand now. You cannot see me, can you, Weiyang? Picking up the severed limb that Satoru Gojo had severed, the spirit's expression shifted from repression to illumination. I should be able to make you see me. I'm not certain, but I shall try, Weiyang. Hearing the spirit's nonsensical utterances, Satoru observed it retracting the dispersed cursed energy, consolidating it within its own form. Six Eyes, what was that you just did? Huh, can't you do it again? Jujo Yuki, cradling the girl, remained vigilant as she observed the spirit's ambiguous and erratic behavior. If it could perform that feat 2 more times, it would nearly exhaust itself. What a pity. It won't work, it was just a sudden burst earlier, and now I can't replicate it. Satoru reminisced about the fleeting sensation from moments ago, vaguely grasping the concept of negative and negative yielding a positive as Yuji had mentioned. The cursed spirit, oblivious to its own achievements, continued to close the distance to Lin Weiyang. These sorcerers are so bothersome. It waved at Lin Weiyang, its thoughts racing. If I get too close, I might take Weiyang away, so first, let her see me. She will surely like me. The spirit adjusted its expression, donning a broad smile. Jujo Yuki, unaware of the spirit's intentions, began to retreat with Lin Weiyang in her arms. However, Satoru detected something, bursting into laughter. Ha! Hey, are you truly a cursed spirit? The entity utilized cursed energy to manifest a tangible form, and Satoru gazed at it as if he had discovered a new continent, his eyes ablaze with interest. What are you doing? Ah, I see. You want her to see you, don't you? Satoru abruptly turned his attention to Lin Weiyang, securely shielded by Jujo Yuki, and unleashed a wave of cursed energy towards her. The ensuing gust of air drew Lin Weiyang's attention. She instinctively raised her gaze to the sight of a disheveled figure in the center of the arena. Satoru had been observing Lin Weiyang all along and did not miss the sudden contraction of her pupils upon seeing the cursed spirit. Do you know it? Not only Satoru but also Jujo Yuki distinctly sensed the stiffness in Lin Weiyang's muscles. Weiyang, you can see me. The spirit, having noted the girl's shift in demeanor, felt its gentle facade shatter under a wave of exhilaration, revealing fervent obsession and possessiveness. You like me. I knew it. You would like me. You like me. The spirit, as if high on a stimulant, recklessly faced Satoru's assault, its gaze fixated on the girl. Satoru, observing the spirit's eyes brimming with insatiable greed, felt an inexplicable and peculiar anger swell within him. Always imagining things that do not belong to you. How utterly repulsive. With his back turned to the onlookers, Satoru's expression twisted under the turmoil of intrigue and indignation surging within him. Cursed technique reversal. Hell. He performed the hand seals, his azure eyes radiating murderous intent. Yet, regrettably, nothing transpired. The cursed spirit seized this opportunity to breach Satoru's defenses. TSK, how tiresome. Satoru Gojo tousled his hair and grasped the arm of his opponent. Yet the cursed spirit effortlessly tore away from his grip, akin to a lizard shedding its tail, and charged towards Lin Weiyang, cursing under his breath. Yuki Tsukumo was deceived by Gojo's feigned maneuver and was ill-prepared for the ensuing confrontation, allowing the cursed spirit to make contact with Lin Weiyang. Alongside Suguru Geto, who had re-entered the battlefield, the onlookers witnessed the cursed spirit deflect Tsukumo's attack, and in an instant, both figures vanished upon touching Lin Weiyang. Over there, the 6 eyes detected traces of cursed energy still lingering within the confines of the Jujutsu High. The long-haired cursed spirit bore a visage replete with a sickly satisfaction, embracing Lin Weiyang amidst the ruins. Weiyang, look at me. I adore you. The white-haired cursed spirit's voice echoed with a morbid glee, incessantly repeating, Weiyang, love me. Fixated on the long-haired cursed spirit, several sorcerers summoned their cursed energy, stealthily preparing to strike. It was evident to all that the cursed spirit was on its last legs, utilizing its final reserves of cursed energy to seize Lin Weiyang. A sickening sound pierced the air as a blade pierced flesh, momentarily halting the undercurrents of murderous intent. A small cursed tool was embedded in the cursed spirit's head, and the ecstasy frozen on its face appeared somewhat dazed. Lin Weiyang, expressionless, withdrew her hand, her demeanor icy. Who permitted you to appear in such a form? Her voice was cold enough to freeze. The six eyes, providing an extraordinary visual perspective, clearly captured the tempest of murderous intent swirling in the girl's eyes, rivaling that of any madman present. Ha 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 ha. Gojo laughed, his entire body trembling with mirth. So ordinary people can exhibit such murderous intent? Or could it be that Lin Weiyang is a madwoman as well? He recalled the girl he had seen in the illusion last time, her relentless exploitation of him, and her chilling indifference to her own life. Gojo found it all exceedingly amusing. Even as an ordinary person, she was the most fascinating ordinary person he had ever encountered. Do you not like it? The long-haired cursed spirit tilted its head, confusion flickering in its eyes. You clearly adore this version of me. The spirit's tone bore a childlike sense of grievance as it withdrew the cursed tool, its gaze fixated on Lin Weiyang. Her expression grew even colder. As if perceiving Lin Weiyang's inner turmoil, the cursed spirit hastily explained, "No, I did not pry into your memories. I am you, Weiyang. Do you not recognize me?" Observing the unchanged expression on Lin Weiyang's face, the spirit blinked in dismay, muttering to itself, "It's all right, it's all right. Once we return, you'll remember, won't you?" At that moment, several sorcerers surged forward, intent on concluding the battle. The cursed spirit did not evade. Instead, it bore a fanatical glint in its eyes and, without warning, pierced Lin Weiyang's heart with its hand. Lin Weiyang. A torrent of attacks engulfed the cursed spirit's form. Gojo employed his limitless technique to seal the wound at Lin Weiyang's heart, while his six eyes scanned for traces of the cursed spirit. All that remained were remnants of filth strewn across the ground, the cursed spirit's essence having vanished entirely. Recalling the spirit's last smile, filled with a sense of satisfaction, Gojo frowned. Suguru Geto scooped up Lin Weiyang and sprinted towards the location of Kinji Hikari, with Yuki Tsukumo following closely behind. Despite sustaining such grievous injuries, the girl remained alert, showing no signs of pain. "Hikari will heal you," Geto spoke in a hoarse voice to the girl. "I, Lin Weiyang, do not feel pain. But the physiological injuries have impaired my control over my body, rendering me mute. That cursed spirit utilized a peculiar method to numb your sense of pain." Tsukumo concluded as he examined the wound, "But the harm inflicted is undeniably real, and your body has reacted physically to the pain." Just as Hikari was about to initiate a technique, Lin Weiyang finally managed to regain control over her vocal cords, halting the impending treatment. "Wait, call Gojo over." Hikari paused, casting a puzzled glance at her. Lin Weiyang's expression was frigid, still tinged with lingering murderous intent. Hey, is someone calling me?" Gojo appeared in an instant behind the group, grinning. "Can you see that thing in my heart?" Lin Weiyang pointed at the horrific wound. "Is this a request, little Weiyang?" "A month's worth of sweets, and I'll comply." While he spoke lightly, Gojo had already begun examining the anomaly within Lin Weiyang's heart upon his arrival. "Wow." Gojo's eyes widened slightly. "What is it?" The others turned their attention to Gojo, urging him to speak. Ignoring their gazes, Gojo leaned in closer. "Wow." Hearing Gojo's tone reminiscent of a merchant peddling wares, Suguru Geto threw a punch, narrowing his eyes in a silent demand for Gojo to hurry up. "Huh? Are your eyes merely for venting?" Using his limitless technique to deflect his friend's attack, Gojo continued to gaze at Lin Weiyang with unabashed interest. Yaga Mazamichi blocked Tsukumo, who intended to strike Gojo, his tone grave. "Go." Yes, I forgot you all lack the six eyes," Gojo remarked, gesturing towards Lin Weiyang. "But you can still see cursed energy, right? Take a look at this fellow's cursed energy." The group turned their gazes towards Lin Weiyang. How could this be? Hikari's eyes widened in shock. The battlefield, recently engulfed in chaos, was now littered with remnants of cursed energy identical to that of Lin Weiyang's spirit, which had obscured their initial perception of the girl's unique cursed energy. Exactly, that's the most direct observation. Gojo circled around Lin Weiyang, scrutinizing her as if she were a rare specimen. "Incredible. Are you a magical girl who suddenly transformed into a sorcerer?" Chapter 30, Rejection. The six eyes detected a surge of cursed energy and an identical technique structure materializing from thin air, sprouting from the heart, an entity akin to a seed. Silence enveloped the air as the group fell into contemplation. An ordinary person transformed into a sorcerer. The ramifications of such an occurrence, if disseminated, would reverberate throughout the entire jujitsu community. It was unfathomable. When Satoru Gojo was born, he shattered the equilibrium between cursed spirits and sorcerers, precipitating a frenzied evolution of curses into the present world. What transpired today would likewise disrupt a millennial-old balance within human society. Waves of turmoil surged within the hearts of the onlookers. Yuki Tsukumo, in a moment of clarity, promptly lowered his guard and stealthily approached Lin Weiyang. His expression icy as he regarded the sorcerers from Jujutsu High. While I hold a favorable impression of you all, I will not hesitate to become enraged should you attempt to take away little Weiyang. Tsukumo brandished his cursed tool in its spirit form, eyeing the contemplative group with caution. Should Lin Weiyang fall into the hands of those high-ranking officials, Tsukumo's eyes darkened with frost. Observing the hostility radiating from Tsukumo, Yaga furrowed his brow, poised to speak. But Lin Weiyang interjected first. Tsukumo, it's fine. Lin Weiyang tugged at the tall woman shielding her. The bloodlust from the battle dissipating as the girl's expression settled into calmness. Ignoring the complex expressions of those around her, Lin Weiyang turned to the seemingly out-of-place Gojo and asked, without preamble, may I ask something of you, Gojo-kun? Are you serious? Gojo finally cast aside his flippant demeanor, his gaze fixed intently on the gentle-faced girl. Though uncertain of the riddle being exchanged between the two, Tsukumo complied with the girl's request and stepped aside. Indeed. I appreciate your assistance, Lin Weiyang responded with a gentle smile, nodding her head. I kindly ask you, Gojo-san, to help me extract this. Do you not sense the difference in yourself at this moment? Gojo Satoru inquired, seeking to discern any changes in her tranquil expression. Yes, I do feel it. Lin Weiyang replied. With your current cursed energy and this unique technique, you might one day rival both me and Geto in strength. Gojo's tone bore a hint of temptation as he continued to scrutinize her demeanor. Lin Weiyang offered no reply, merely gazing back at Gojo. Very well. Acknowledging her sincerity, Gojo initiated the technique, deftly manipulating the cursed energy to target the gruesome wound. However, it did not reach Lin Weiyang, as the energy was halted in its tracks. Gojo turned to see Geto standing in his way. Go, what are you doing? Geto's expression was complex, upon witnessing Gojo's actions. His body instinctively moved to intervene before his mind could catch up. Why are you stopping me? I'm not trying to harm her. Did you not hear her request? Gojo questioned. Geto himself was unsure why he had intervened. His thoughts were muddled, struggling to keep pace with the rapid developments unfolding before him. He gathered his scattered thoughts, opting not to respond to Gojo but instead addressing Lin Weiyang. You may be feeling somewhat disoriented. Both Gojo and I can assist you in adapting to this newfound power. Is it the daunting tasks that sorcerers face that frighten you? We can take you on missions, you need not worry. Or is it the fear of being taken by the higher-ups and losing your freedom? We will not disclose today's events to them, and we will provide cover. Stating that your cursed energy was awakened in battle. After a pause, Geto could not conceive of any other reasons that would lead Lin Weiyang to reject this power. He envisioned a future where they fought side by side, leaving him momentarily perplexed about his own emotions. Without rushing to understand his feelings, he made a solemn promise to her. I will protect you. Lin Weiyang met Geto's earnest gaze with a soft smile, her eyes calming. Thank you, Geto-san. Believing he had swayed her, Geto smiled slightly. However, Lin Weiyang's expression remained unchanged as she gently but firmly stated, I do not require this power. But, Geto, Kasumi interrupted, reminding him, do not forget the source of this power, cursed spirits. If it is exposed, even if Weiyang is Chinese, the higher-ups will not hesitate to act against her. Yaga. With a more contemplative approach as a teacher, added to Geto, many things cannot be accomplished merely through power. Even the strongest. Geto was utterly perplexed. Why not? I see the potential in that power. With proper training, Lin Weiyang could ascend to the pinnacle of strength. Yet, why does she refuse? Even if exposed. If she grows strong before that, what can the higher-ups do? With Gojo and myself, she would be safe. They don't understand, perhaps because they are not the strongest. Geto mused, glancing at Gojo, who shared that distinction. Ugh, don't look at me like that. It's her decision. I'm merely assisting, Gojo replied, scratching his head and averting his eyes from his friend. What's with you? Unlike the differing opinions of the Jujutsu High personnel, Tsukumo Yuki discerned the hidden meaning in Lin Weiyang's words. It was not a matter of refusal, but rather one of necessity. Lin Weiyang did not need cursed energy. Tsukumo chuckled, observing the sorcerers deliberating Lin Weiyang's fate. They were oblivious to how their discussions mirrored the decision of an object's fate, disregarding her thoughts, as if her desires should not dictate her own future. Except for Gojo, who simply chose not to voice his thoughts, regardless of Lin Weiyang's outcome. He would still be able to witness the spectacle. Even though a powerful technique coursed through her, these sorcerers continued to define her as a special, ordinary person. They likely remained unaware of the superiority and arrogance that seeped through their every gesture. Tsukumo focused on Lin Weiyang, who wore a perfectly timed smile, choosing to remain silent. Ah, indeed, I once belonged to that haughty crowd until I encountered Lin Weiyang. To be precise, It was when I came to truly know her. Tsukumo reflected, realizing that these sorcerers were utterly unaware of the capabilities possessed by the ordinary girl they perceived Lin Weiyang to be. Gojo-san, may we commence? Lin Weiyang finally voiced, her smile beginning to falter as she observed the standoff. The exposure of her heart to the air was certainly not an enjoyable experience. Can we expedite this process? Have you reached a conclusion? Gojo addressed the Jujutsu High personnel, signaling his intent to resume the technique. The seed was extracted, and Gojo held it in his hand for examination. The entire process took less than 2 seconds, seemingly effortless. Yet Gojo was acutely aware that, had it not been for his uniqueness, that seed would have likely fused with Lin Weiyang. Kasumi healed the girl's wound and draped her with a covering garment. So, what shall we do with this? Gojo inquired, raising his hand obediently. May I see it? Lin Weiyang extended her hand, eager to receive the seed. Not a chance. This thing is still alive. It could cause trouble if it re-enters your body. Gojo declined, shaking the seed playfully. The Jujutsu High personnel deliberated over the fate of the seed. Gradually, everyone began to detach from the earlier chaos, regaining their composure. At that moment, an unforeseen event occurred. A hand appeared from thin air, snatching the seed and vanishing swiftly. By the time the group processed what had transpired, the intruder had completely disappeared. Are we haunted? Gojo blinked, startled. Is there an intruder? What happened to the barrier? Kasumi asked incredulously. What's going on? Geto, sensing no fluctuations of cursed energy or any residual traces, was bewildered. I'm serious. We might be haunted, Gojo said, gazing at the spot from which the hand had emerged, his 6 eyes activated. He found nothing amiss. Everything appeared perfectly normal, eerily so. Yet, a hand had indeed materialized mere seconds prior, elegant and distinct, likely belonging to a young boy. The group fell into silence once more. Tsukumo discreetly cast a glance at Lin Weiyang. Based on their interactions, he concluded that if anything bizarre occurred, it was likely connected to her. Even if it wasn't, she would certainly possess insight into the matter. Lin Weiyang, sensing Tsukumo's gaze, tilted her head innocently. Confirmed, it was her doing. Tsukumo silently pinched Lin Weiyang's beautiful face, feeling exasperated by her unpredictable nature. Chapter 31, The Fifth Administrative Officer. At Jujutsu High, due to the initial assault by the cursed spirit, only the first-year students were aware of the specifics of what transpired. Without addressing the first-year student Lin Weiyang, Yi Zhengdo harbored his own contemplations, as the group kept Lin Weiyang's sudden transformation into a sorcerer a secret. Ultimately, this matter culminated in the activation of the curse afflicting Lin Weiyang, which was subsequently reported to the higher-ups. At this moment, Lin Weiyang sat upon the hospital bed in the high school's infirmary, a laptop resting on her legs, headphones adorning her ears, as her fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard. All right, let us proceed with that. Initiate negotiations to minimize casualties to the expected levels. No need to worry about that. I will handle it, she concluded. Removing her headphones, she rubbed her ears, sore from prolonged use, then closed her laptop and stretched languidly. Is it truly necessary to be so busy, even as a patient? It seems that the exploitation of child labor in Huagua is not significantly less than here, she mused. Xia Yojia entered with a lunchbox, half-jokingly commenting on her situation. I'm merely an exception, Lin Weiyang replied as she accepted the box with gratitude, casually explaining. Xia Yojia smiled, neither confirming nor denying her words. Without inquiring further, he pulled over a chair and sat by her bedside, opening the lunchbox for her. Here it comes again, Lin Weiyang thought, her expression neutral as she thanked him with a smile. Since the last cursed spirit attack, Xia Yojia had begun to subtly exhibit this display of strength. This is becoming rather troublesome, Lin Weiyang pondered as she ate, engaging in light conversation with the dark-haired youth while her mind wandered. Awakening in Xia Yojia's arms had alerted her to his unusual demeanor, prompting her to ask him to release her for a moment of calm. In retrospect, the outcome of that calmness seemed less than ideal. He appeared to have shed a certain restraint, revealing a latent aggressiveness beneath his gentle demeanor. What does Weiyang think of sorcerers? Xia Yojia casually posed this question. Here we go again. This inquiry was one Xia Yojia seemed to ask in various forms nearly every day. Suppressing her irritation, Lin Weiyang continued to eat, carefully choosing her words to sidestep the topic. You do quite well, Xiaokuan. Only those with sufficiently strong inner fortitude can excel in this line of work. She cleverly rephrased the concept of a sorcerer from a specific group to a profession, a linguistic game she excelled at. However, Xia Yojia was not easily misled. It's not merely a job. What is Weiyang's perspective on this extraordinary power itself? Upon seeing Xia Yojia's gaze, Lin Weiyang understood that he was determined to extract a definitive answer today. How bothersome. Why must such meaningless contemplation be imposed? Thinking is exhausting, she lamented internally. The meaningless contemplation she referred to was not about the question itself, but rather how to deftly navigate Xia Yojia's probing. Does Xiaoquan truly require an answer? Xia Yojia perceived the defeated expression on the girl's face and sighed, adopting a tone of resignation. Yes, I am quite curious. I wish to understand your thoughts on sorcery, as well as why you refuse to become a sorcerer. Xiaoquan likely engages little with other sorcerers, she noted. Rather than hastily divulging her reasons, the girl posed a question in return. Indeed, Xia Yojia, being a sorcerer from humble origins, had predominantly associated with ordinary people before arriving at the high school, and since then, had only collaborated on tasks with fellow first-year prodigies, rarely interacting with upperclassmen. Not everyone possesses formidable talent, unlike Xia Yojia or Wu Tiaoquan, who can approach special-grade cursed spirits with enthusiasm. The girl's voice, slightly softer than usual, bore a calmness with a peculiar rhythmic quality that evoked tranquility. However, the majority of sorcerers are those who must risk their lives even against second-grade curses to complete their missions. Xia Yojia wished to express his awareness of the perilous nature of sorcery, but was interrupted by the girl. I know Xiaoquan is aware of the terrifying mortality rates. Yet those statistics are merely numbers to you. You do not truly grasp the suffering and tragedy that lie behind those figures. Pausing to allow him a moment to reflect, Lin Weiyang continued, the reason I am unwilling to become a sorcerer is rooted in fear. Xiaoquan's strength is considerable, and it is natural for you to not comprehend the fears of us ordinary individuals. This is not a reproach. The world one perceives is dictated by their own level of existence, and that is entirely normal. However, if you truly wish to understand my perspective, you should take a look, observe the lives of those grassroots sorcerers who are struggling to survive. Having finally seen off the troublesome Xia Yojia, Lin Weiyang contemplated his departing expression, estimating she might enjoy a period of peace. After just a few days, little Weiyang's knack for deception has only sharpened. Another troublesome voice chimed from the window. How premature to rejoice. Gazing at Wu Tiao Wuji, who was peering in with a radiant smile, Lin Weiyang pouted slightly. Unlike Xia Yojia, who visited almost daily, Lin Weiyang had scarcely seen Wu Tiao Wuji since the cursed spirit attack. After all, that hand which had materialized out of thin air to seize the seed possessed the ability to elude even the world's finest 6 eyes, which thrilled Wu Tiao Wuji as if he had discovered a new continent. However, Lin Weiyang recalled receiving news from Huagua that certain factions were probing into her information. Tracing it back to the Wu Tiao family, Wu Tiao Wuji was also in pursuit of information regarding Lin Weiyang. She had informed her contacts in Huagua, releasing just the right amount of information to keep Wu Tiao Wuji at bay. Long time no see, Wu Tiaoquan. Pretending not to hear his earlier comment, Lin Weiyang greeted him with a smile. What a cold-hearted woman. Despite sharing a bond over matters of the heart, you still address me so distantly. Truly, there's no affection left. Wu Tiao Wuji pouted exaggeratedly, half-jokingly complaining. Ignoring his remark, Lin Weiyang maintained a polite smile. The events during her unconsciousness had been thoroughly recounted by Jujo Yuki. Affection? Is it appropriate for someone who casually tosses an unconscious person from 10 meters high and delivers special grade attacks to use that term? Lin Weiyang thought. Wu Tiaoquan must have just returned from a mission. Shouldn't you take some time to rest? Not wishing to engage further, Lin Weiyang began to usher him away. I just arrived, he asserted. You show Xiaoquan such patience. You two have been chatting for over an hour. Wu Tiao Wuji, completely oblivious to any sense of being unwelcome, seated himself in the chair where Xia Yojia had just been. Eavesdropping is rather impolite, Wu Tiaoquan. Lin Weiyang maintained her smile. Your voices were loud enough for the entire high school to hear. Should I have closed my ears? Wu Tiao Wuji reclined casually, showing no shame in his eavesdropping. By the way, why didn't you answer the last question Xia asked? Wu Tiao Wuji inquired, his expression still cheerful, as if it were a casual question. I'm curious too, little Weiyang. What is your stance on sorcerers? Wu Tiao Wuji observed the girl before him, who had not changed much since their first encounter, though her pallor from injury made her appear even more delicate. However, as Satoru Gojo pondered the intelligence he had gathered from Hua country, his gaze flickered momentarily before he continued. Let me clarify. I am in no way inclined to believe what Xiao Weiyang just conveyed to Jia. Hua country is governed by 4 administrative officers, each overseeing various sectors of the nation's affairs. This is merely the public facade. Only a select few are privy to the fact that, at the time of the conferral of honors, a total of 5 administrative officers were appointed. The 5th officer does not collaborate with the other 4, but operates directly under the directives of the Grand Chair, maintaining a low profile. Even though the 3 prominent families wield considerable influence in the realm of jiu-jitsu, Gojo is still unable to ascertain the precise nature of this officer's assignments, as they pertain to national secrets of a foreign land. Rumors suggest that the 5th officer is responsible for managing affairs in the gray areas, while others claim that they oversee and regulate the activities of the other 4 officers. Although Gojo is not a citizen of Hua country, he has often heard tales of the notable deeds of these 4 officers, underscoring their immense influence. At this moment, Gojo's attention was drawn to the delicate young girl seated on the bed, the fabled 5th administrative officer, who was smiling gently at him. Chapter 32. The answer. After all, to ascend to the rank of an administrative officer at such a young age, Xiao Weiyang must possess a certain audacity. Gojo seemed to praise her with a smile. Yet beneath his words lay a chilling danger. Deceiving a few high school students would certainly be child's play for her, wouldn't it? Both I and Jia, as well as Shoko, have all been easily swayed by her charm. Such a person, he could hardly believe, could simply depart from her homeland without consequence. Lin Weiyang, what is your true intent in coming to Jujutsu High and approaching us? His 6 eyes fixated intently on the girl's countenance. As no subtle expression could escape their scrutiny, the girl's smile faded. Was she not revealing the truth to Jia, instead coaxing him to divert his attention elsewhere? Despite becoming a jujutsu sorcerer, she seemed to disregard jujutsu power entirely. Could it be that Xiao Weiyang, while expressing gratitude towards us sorcerers, actually harbors a disdain for us as aberrations? Does she perceive us as monsters? Observing the slight furrow of her brow, Gojo mused. Is she about to be angry? The next moment, the girl sat up from the cushion and moved closer to the edge of the bed, facing Gojo directly, allowing them to examine each other's expressions more clearly. I do not deny my identity. It is not easy for me to speak of this matter. If you feel deceived by my silence, I sincerely apologize. Her demeanor was grave, yet devoid of anger. Expressing gratitude for your efforts is not a falsehood. As an ordinary person devoid of jujutsu power, I genuinely feel fortunate to have individuals like you in existence. Likewise, I sincerely believe that you deserve to be celebrated and lauded. Lin Weiyang gazed earnestly into Gojo's eyes, as if attempting to convey her thoughts more clearly through this connection. However, I do not agree with the operational model of the jujutsu world. Task notifications are monopolized entirely by the administrative department, and the already scarce sorcerers are further depleted due to internal power struggles. Those in high positions enjoy privileges while thriving off the blood and lives of those beneath them, who are exploited and deprived of their humanity, reduced to mere tools assessed by their jujutsu talents. Even you, or Jia, while undeniably powerful and possessing exceptional gifts, cannot simply justify throwing so many perilous tasks at children still in their formative years. The proximity allowed Gojo to observe even the fine hairs on her face, to feel her breath and heartbeat. His analytical mind confirmed that her words were heartfelt. Why speak so closely? Gojo thought, feeling slightly distracted and instinctively leaning back. If those old fogies were to witness this, they would undoubtedly admonish him for his lack of decorum. Lin Weiyang assumed he doubted her sincerity and grasped his motion to create distance, drawing even closer. You are still children. You should have more choices and should be recognized for your individuality, rather than existing in such an environment. I understand that, as the strongest, you bear great responsibilities and missions, yet at least for now, I hope you can grow up in a relatively stable and safe environment, allowing you to navigate your formative years properly. The face-to-face distance not only enabled Gojo to see her clearly, but Lin Weiyang could also meticulously observe his expressions. That should suffice. Sensing that he did not employ any unreasonable means to prevent her approach, Lin Weiyang thought. After contemplating, she finally stated, half-truthfully, the adults in the jujutsu world have failed to fulfill their responsibilities. Instead, they overly demand from gifted children. Until this situation changes, becoming a jujutsu sorcerer will not be part of my plans. All right, I understand. Now let go of me. Gojo withdrew the corner of his garment from her grasp, rubbed his nose, and shifted back, remarking, you keep calling us children. Don't forget we're peers, after all. You certainly know how to charm, Lin Weiyang replied. But for now, I'll choose to trust you. Even if there are still secrets, it matters not. After all, I am the strongest. Gojo mused, his 6 eyes reflecting this thought. Lin Weiyang observed Gojo's relaxed expression and exhaled a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, she realized her relaxation had been premature. So what exactly are you? Gojo pressed on. For the first time, Lin Weiyang emitted a perplexed sound. Gojo lifted his gaze to meet hers, scanning her from head to toe. Undeniably human, yet certainly not. Just tell me what you truly are. I'm genuinely curious. This inquiry was not meant as an insult, but rather a straightforward question of pure curiosity. An open-ended question, yet Lin Weiyang comprehended its implications. What could the 6 eyes reveal? A sense of alarm surged within her, but her exterior maintained an expression of confusion. That question is quite impolite, Gojo. Lin Weiyang mimicked Suguru Geto's tone, forcing a smile. You don't know? Oh right, you're an ordinary person, so you can't perceive jujutsu power. Gojo contemplated, resting his chin on his hand, and explained to Lin Weiyang, every individual's jujitsu energy is unique. You know this, right? Including curses. There can't be two identical jujitsu energies. After finishing, he glanced at Lin Weiyang and continued, however, that curse from last time had jujitsu energy identical to yours, which is why the barrier at Jujutsu High did not react. After all, you registered your jujitsu energy. But that is impossible. I've scoured through all the ancient texts of the Gojo clan, and there are no similar records within them. So what exactly are you? Are you a special curse that can disguise itself as a human and split itself into two? Gojo continued his relentless questioning. That is utterly astonishing. Although splitting into two is quite easy for curses, having so many peculiarities concentrated on you makes it seem like my 6 eyes might not be sufficient to comprehend it all. Lin Weiyang felt overwhelmed. So noisy. Help, wait a moment. Stop right there. Rubbing her temples, Lin Weiyang spoke. I am human, a purebred human. Ah, then could it be an exceptionally strange technique? A technique with sentient awareness? Oh, right. I couldn't decipher the technique of that curse last time. Haha, it feels like since meeting you, the world has transformed, bringing forth so many intriguing occurrences. Gojo gazed at Lin Weiyang, continuing to share his thoughts. That merely indicates your limited exposure to the world, Wataru. You should venture out more often. The outside world is truly splendid. Lin Weiyang maintained a serene smile. And what about that long-haired, green-eyed individual? Who is he to you? Wataru Satoru unabashedly continued his barrage of inquiries, seemingly indifferent to any potential sensitivities. Lin Weiyang's smile remained, yet the atmosphere surrounding them had palpably shifted. Satoru observed her body stiffen, as if even the simplest movement had become a challenge. Just an old acquaintance, she replied, her voice betraying a hint of difficulty despite her prior readiness for such questions. What old acquaintance? It's the first time I've seen little Weiyang so concerned about someone. The gaze she directed at that cursed spirit was utterly terrifying. It nearly frightened me to death. Satoru pressed on, oblivious to the tension. Lin Weiyang fell silent. Ultimately, it was Shoko who arrived just in time, leading Satoru away, allowing Lin Weiyang to exhale a long sigh of relief. Remembering Satoru's parting promise to visit her daily, she decided to return to her dormitory from the infirmary, having initially sought a legitimate excuse to skip class. Lin Weiyang gently tapped her laptop resting on her lap. Deep in thought, it was time to contact Dazai. Chapter 33, The Secret of Q. Takayama Masamune surveyed the chaotic scene before him, feeling as though he were grappling with a monumental headache. Setting aside Dazai, who lay feigning death on the floor, and the utterly unhinged Ase Yuko, the mere thought of the aftermath at this safe point filled Takayama with a sense of hopelessness. I'm exhausted, let it all end. He retrieved his phone from his pocket, hesitating momentarily before dialing. Moshi Moshi. A girl's voice chimed in. First of all, I'd like to clarify that this task was an impromptu addition on your part, so the current situation cannot be deemed a mistake of mine. Takayama scratched his head as he began to explain. What is going on? Lin Weiyang felt a wave of foreboding wash over her. Well, that thing you had us retrieve. How do I put it? To put it succinctly, it suddenly grew and knocked Dazai and Ase Yuko away before running off. Takayama succinctly recounted the recent events. Recalling the scene, that seed-like object had transformed into a humanoid form in a rather dramatic fashion and had sent Dazai flying at the first opportunity, while Yuko had immediately engaged in combat upon making eye contact. Understood. Is there anything else? Lin Weiyang sighed, but quickly accepted the situation. Yuko is currently rampaging, and Dazai is on the ground, unwilling to get up. Takayama was taken aback by Lin Weiyang's swift acceptance. Pass the phone to Dazai, she instructed. Takayama dodged the chaos caused by Yuko's rampage and approached the sprawled Dazai, activating the speakerphone. Dazai, are you alright? Lin Weiyang inquired. Not well. I've broken several ribs. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. I can't move. Dazai lay face down on the ground, mumbling. Don't be so negative. Hurry and calm Yuko down, or Takayama will be overwhelmed by the cleanup. But I'm an injured party, Weiyang. You can't exploit the suffering of a wounded individual without a pang of conscience. Dazai groaned on the ground, refusing to rise. Hearing the commotion, Yuko's crimson eyes turned toward them. Die. The power of a special-grade curse is upon you. The malevolent energy surged forth, intent on consuming all life present. Despite the perilous aura encroaching upon them, both individuals remained steadfast in their conversation with Lin Weiyang. Hurry, Dazai. I brought crab leg canned goods. Lin Weiyang spoke soothingly, seemingly undeterred by the chaos. Yuko shrieked, extending her claws, poised to tear apart the two figures before her. Just as her claws were about to make contact, Takayama's figure vanished, and the claws that should have pierced Dazai instead dissipated as if meeting a searing iron after emerging from ice. All right. But this time it's your fault, Weiyang. You never informed me that the cursed spirit you had us retrieve was corporeal. I'm truly at my wit's end. Dazai turned his head, slowly rolling onto his back to face Yuko, who was still attempting to kill him, and complained. The situation was urgent. It won't happen again. I promise. Lin Weiyang's voice was laced with an apologetic tone. Let us consider this a pass, but do remember the crab leg canned goods. Dazai gingerly stood, grimacing as he extended a hand toward Yuko. All right, Yuko-chan, wake up. If you keep this up, Takayama will cry. As Dazai approached, the cursed spirit's limbs swiftly disintegrated, and he navigated through the disarray to kneel before Yuko, affectionately ruffling her semi-cursed head. The threatening appendages, upon contact, shattered like popped bubbles, dispersing into nothingness. A small girl, about 6 or 7 years old, now stood before Dazai, missing an arm, her expression slowly contorting into one of disdain. If one could overlook her growing scowl, the scene could be deemed tender and healing. Ugh, let go of me, you wretched bandages. Where's that guy? I want to kill him. She swatted Dazai's hand from her head, a new arm sprouting as she yelled furiously. Once the chaos subsided, Takayama reappeared, restraining Yuko, who was eager to chase after Dazai. While his gaze fell heavily upon the nearly ruined safe point, he picked up the phone he had dropped and spoke heavily. I wish to apply for funding. Is that my sister? It's my sister. Sister. Upon hearing the phone conversation, Yuko abruptly turned her head to fixate on the phone in Takayama's hand, jumping up and down in excitement as she attempted to snatch it away. Takayama held Yuko's head down, leveraging his height to keep the phone out of reach. No. Before he could finish his warning, Yuko commanded her tendrils, seizing the phone and exclaiming, Sister, sister, I miss you so much. When are you coming to play with me? Yuko, Lin Weiyang greeted warmly. Hearing her response, Yuko became even more animated, chattering incessantly, Sister, I miss you. Hurry and come see me. I've been stuck with these 2 old men all day, and I'm withering away. Oh, sister, you wouldn't believe how annoying that guy was. He just started hitting me out of nowhere. It hurt so much. Takayama attempted to reclaim control of the phone, but Yuko's tendrils swatted him away. Old man. I'm still a handsome young man. How did I end up being labeled an old man alongside this icy block? My heart is wounded. Yuko-chan, you must apologize. Dazai chimed in. The cursed spirit's limbs were ineffective against Dazai, and Yuko evaded his approach, resulting in a chaotic scene. Takayama maintained a stoic facade, but internally he was in agony. I must remind myself that I am a curse user, not a babysitter. All right, Yuko, thank you for your hard work this time. Lin Weiyang consoled the chattering girl. I'll be sure to visit you soon. It won't be long. Okay, sister. Hurry. I miss you so much. Get away from me, you wretched bandage. You're so disgusting. Yuko dodged Dazai, who was persistently clinging to her like a piece of gum. Could you pass the phone to Takayama? I have a few more things to discuss, Lin Weiyang requested. Fine, sister. Yuko relented, albeit reluctantly, handing the phone back to Takayama. Bearing the weight of the accusing gaze from his counterpart, Takayama Shinbu displayed a facade of indifference as he spoke. Hey, I wish to apply for funding. After a brief pause, he continued earnestly. I believe that to enhance our productivity, we ought to recruit an additional employee, preferably one with considerable capabilities. What are your thoughts on this? I would rather not face these 2 troublesome children alone. Takayama Shinbu sighed inwardly, clearly exasperated. I'll consider it, Takayama, but for now, I must ask you to manage, Lin Weiyang replied, evading an outright agreement and shifting the topic. Do you have any idea where Jia has gone? Jia? Takayama echoed, contemplating the name. Is that the name of the cursed spirit? Yes, in a manner of speaking, Lin Weiyang offered ambiguously. I am uncertain. The situation unfolded quite unexpectedly, but I can make an effort to locate him. Then I shall entrust this task to you, Takayama. As another thought crossed her mind, Lin Weiyang inquired. What is the status of Fushiguro Megumi's situation? If all goes well, he should have infiltrated Q by now, Takayama replied. Fushiguro Megumi, having gathered intelligence for several days, had resolved to infiltrate the cursed sorcerer group known as Q alone. It was no simple matter to warrant an exorbitant investigation fee from a special-grade sorcerer. Unlike those lesser cursed sorcerer factions, Q had established a dedicated corporation, disguised within a high-rise building. Contrary to his outward appearance, Fushiguro Megumi was not merely a brute force type. Rather, he possessed commendable intellect. During his observations over the past few days, he had keenly detected subtle discrepancies in the number of individuals entering and exiting the premises. Was there some secret passage involved? Under the cover of night, Fushiguro Megumi stealthily infiltrated the building. Utilizing the mental map he had formed, he adeptly evaded surveillance and arrived at the stairwell on the first floor, which he suspected the most. Excluding the visible upper sections, the individuals who vanished could only have been transported through the underground. After a period of exploration, Fushiguro Megumi made a discovery. The subterranean space was far larger than he had anticipated. Shaking the blood from his blade, he advanced further. Is this all there is? He pondered, as he stowed the cursed tool back into the mouth of the cursed spirit on his shoulder. Gazing into the laboratory, more precisely, at the various glass nutrient tanks containing grotesque specimens, Fushiguro Megumi grimaced in disgust. His gaze settled on a singularly large, empty tank, where he noticed a label faintly inscribed with the designation X021. The remainder was illegible. Without hesitation, he shattered a nearby glass jar, causing a viscous green liquid to spill forth, revealing the submerged limb within. The appendage appeared to be a human arm, grotesquely fused at its base to the head of a cursed spirit. To his horror, the mouth of the spirit still moved slowly, while the human arm clawed towards him. Grasping the floor, "Ugh," he muttered, his scarred lips curling in distaste as he crushed the abhorrent thing underfoot. It seems this group is engaged in truly unspeakable activities. However, he concluded that it was sufficient merely to report these findings to that sorceress. The rest was not his concern. With that thought, Fushiguro Megumi departed. Chapter 34. Jie's departure. Having completed a day of church duties, Imura Osamu changed into casual attire and ventured to a convenience store to purchase a near-expiry bento. As he glanced at the half-priced beers on the shelf, he hesitated but ultimately refrained from buying any, settling his bill before exiting the store. As a church worker, Imura's salary was modest. With his parents deceased, he had already expended most of his earnings supporting his sister's education, and his compassionate nature often compelled him to assist impoverished congregants, leaving him with even less for himself. Clutching the bento, Imura resolved to call his sister upon returning home. As he neared a corner close to his residence, a figure suddenly collided with him, sending him tumbling to the ground. "Ouch," he groaned, rubbing his sore backside as he glanced at the individual he had collided with. "Are you all right, sir?" "Hey, sir, sir." The young man with white hair lay motionless on the ground. Despite being the one knocked over, he appeared to have lost consciousness. Imura rose and approached him, shaking the youth gently. The young man remained unresponsive, his eyes firmly shut. This is... Without a thought for the bento left behind, Imura hoisted the stranger into his arms, intending to transport him to a hospital. Suddenly recalling the paltry balance on his bank card, he hesitated and redirected his steps towards a nearby clinic. Dr. Nida, this person has fainted. Please come quickly," Imura called out anxiously. A figure clad in a white coat emerged, sporting pronounced dark circles under his eyes and an unkempt stubble that suggested a few days without a shave. He yawned and remarked, Well, it seems you've progressed from rescuing stray cats and dogs to rescuing people." Imura, gently placing the young man on the examination table. Imura ignored the doctor's teasing, urging Nidhi to approach the bedside. "Hurry, doctor. This person suddenly collapsed after colliding with me. Please check on him." All right, stop pushing me," Nida said, donning a stethoscope and beginning his examination. "How is he?" Imura inquired, observing Nida's peculiar expression with trepidation, swallowing hard. This individual." Nida listened attentively. "What's wrong with him? Surely I didn't injure him in the collision?" Imura's mind raced with concern. "This person..." Nida removed the stethoscope and peered into the youth's eyes. Imura's expression turned bitter. "He's just asleep," Nida declared. "Asleep?" Imura's countenance froze in disbelief. "Yes, indeed, he's asleep, very soundly so," Nida affirmed. After laboriously carrying the slumbering youth back to his home, Imura finally sat down to enjoy his dinner. Reflecting on the exasperated look he had given Nida, wishing to administer a few slaps, he chuckled and shook his head. What on earth is wrong with this person? Why is he sleeping so deeply? He mumbled through a mouthful of bento. No sooner had he spoken than the seemingly lifeless young man abruptly sat up. "You," coughing. Imura pounded his chest to dislodge the obstruction. The white-haired youth merely sat silently, his expression inscrutable. After gulping down some water to clear his throat, Imura exhaled in relief and turned to the silent young man. What is your name?" Jie raised his head, meeting Imura's smile. This person was known to Weiyang. Thus, he remained motionless. Suppressing the restless, cursed spirit within, Jie mimicked the stoic demeanor of Takayama Shinbu, responding expressionlessly, "I am Jie. Pleased to meet you. Hello. I am Imura Osamu. Today, I found you outside. How are you feeling?" Imura felt an inexplicable sense of intimidation emanating from Jie. "Why do I feel such pressure?" he thought, forcing a smile as he inquired. Jie had previously sensed a wave of revulsion and had forcibly broken free from his seed form to engage in combat, ultimately exhausting his energy and succumbing to slumber upon encountering Imura. Now awake and replenishing his strength, Jie felt remarkably well. "Thank you. I am quite all right now," Jie replied with a nod of gratitude. Observing that Jie showed no inclination to move, Imura refrained from urging him to depart and instead went to the kitchen, bringing a glass of water for him. You've been asleep for quite a while. You should drink some water. Jia accepted the water without a word and downed it in one go. Do you need assistance in contacting your family? Imura asked. As the other party uttered the words family, an image of a vibrant, red-haired woman with cascading waves flashed unbidden in Jia's mind. After a moment of contemplation, a spark of realization lit up his eyes. Could you please connect me with Lin Weiyang? Jia suddenly broke into a wide grin. Ishizu Shu, momentarily taken aback by the other's abrupt change in demeanor, stammered. All right, just a moment. Lin Weiyang? You mean that exchange student from Huagua? Yes, Lin Weiyang. Suppressing the irritation that arose from hearing her name spoken by another, Jia maintained his beaming smile. All right, please hold on. He refrained from inquiring how the other knew of his acquaintance with Lin Weiyang, speculating that the individual might have originated from Huagua, given Lin Weiyang's foreign status. Beep, beep. The phone rang a few times before it was answered. Is this Mr. Ishizu? A youthful voice resonated through the receiver, causing Ishizu to miss Jia's suddenly intense gaze. Hello. Miss Lin, Ishizu replied. I encountered a gentleman who knows you, and he asked me to help connect you. Knows me? Lin Weiyang's voice was laced with confusion. How could someone who knew her have found Ishizu? Yes, he said his name is Jia. Ishizu glanced at Jia, who sat quietly, his eyes widening in surprise. Huh. How did you become a redhead? The once white-haired youth had inexplicably transformed into a stunning woman with flowing red waves. With a large smile, the beauty gazed at him. Or more accurately, at the phone in his hand. Realizing the incredulity in the other's tone, Lin Weiyang quickly pieced it together. How could Ishizu have encountered Jia? Suppressing her astonishment, she spoke calmly into the phone. Oh, it's all right. P.S. my friend, a magician. Could you pass the phone to him? I'd like to speak with him. Oh. Still in shock, Ishizu handed the phone to the cheerful, smiling beauty. Hello, Yang, Jia greeted. His voice adopting a sultry tone. If you don't want me to stab you again, you better change back. Lin Weiyang's voice turned cold. And don't do it in front of Ishizu. Jia's smile faltered, and he pouted, speaking in a strangely altered voice. But why, Weiyang? You clearly like it. You should appreciate me. We obviously. Shut up. Now, return to the place where you fought with Chao Iyuko, and follow those people. Lin Weiyang interrupted. I want to go. I don't like them, Jia protested. If you don't go, you'll never see me again. Even if I go, I want to be able to see you. Don't lie to me, Jia retorted, his fluency in speech noticeably increasing. The line fell silent. I will return, Weiyang. Jia concluded, not pursuing the conversation further as he returned the phone to Ishizu. After a brief pause, Jia rose to leave. Are you leaving? Ishizu inquired. The hour nearing midnight, the streets shrouded in darkness. Regardless of whether the individual was male or female, he felt compelled to ask. Yes, goodbye. Jia offered no further words as he departed the scene. Such a peculiar person, Ishizu mused. Hey, what's going on? Jia was called out to while walking down the street. He turned to see the source of the voice. Are you a cursed spirit? How did you acquire a human body? A one-eyed cursed spirit with a volcanic head glared at Jia. Jia remained silent, observing the entity. What's the matter? Have you forgotten your kind? The spirit approached, scanning Jia from head to toe. Can you not speak? The volcanic-headed spirit rambled on, seizing Jia's hand. Wow, it feels just like a real human body. Forget it. Just come with me. You seem rather dazed. It's what comrades do to help one another, as Huan Yu said. Come on. I'll take you to find your kin. With that, the two figures vanished into the night. Not long after the two cursed spirits disappeared, Dazai and his companions arrived at the location. Huh, did we arrive too late? Why is everything gone? Dazai exclaimed dramatically, peering into the void. There's an unfamiliar residue. It doesn't belong to any of the high schoolers. Reflecting on the high school personnel residue compendium that Lin Weiyang had entrusted him with, he noted that the residue here did not correspond to any of them. Moreover, it's quite formidable. Chao Yuko narrowed her eyes, her gaze shifting to Jia's residue. Her anger reigniting. What on earth is this person? Why do the traces of cursed energy mirror my sister's precisely? It's infuriating. I'll inform Lin Weiyang. Yuko, you take Dazai and eliminate these traces, Takayama Masamune directed. The group silently faded into the night, just as they had appeared. Chao Iyuko's side story. 1. Do you believe that deities exist in this world? Young Chao Iyuko once held such beliefs. She was sent to an orphanage at the age of 6 and could recall some memories from her early childhood. In those memories, her parents were devout worshippers, venerating the deities of their village, leading a humble life within the shrine. A tragic fire claimed her parents, while she escaped unharmed, playing with friends. After that, she was sent to the orphanage by the villagers. Those who brought her there told her that the deities, in their compassion, had taken her parents away to relieve them of suffering. Young Chao Yuko nodded, only partially grasping the concept. Then can I also serve the deities when I grow up? She asked the adults nearby, unable to discern the awkwardness and impatience etched on their faces. Receiving no answer, she entered the orphanage, filled with curiosity and longing for the divine. Thus began her hellish existence. A young child could not comprehend the probing touches, nor could she express her resistance, as she lacked the means to oppose the sordid desires of adults. Chao Yuko was always a well-behaved child. The orphanage director said to her, "Eat this candy. It's a reward for good children." Chao Yuko complied. Then, broken and battered, she was stuffed into a large plastic bag, yet she still lived. She clung to life, gasping for air, the immense pain in her left hand urging her to scream, though she lacked the strength to do so. As pain became a testament to her existence, Chao Yuko vaguely thought of the deities. "Great deity, please take me away. Let me meet my mommy and daddy. I will learn how to serve you. Please take me with you." The young child, unable to differentiate her emotions, transformed all her despair into a fervent prayer, desperately wishing within the cold confines of the body bag. Swish. Chao Yuko looked at the man outside, who surveyed her bloodied, naked, and broken form with satisfaction. "Very good, such negative emotions are excellent," the man muttered, leading Chao Yuko to the laboratory. Little did she know, she had merely fallen from one hell into another. Chao Yuko grew rapidly. The man revealed to her that deities did not exist. He told her that her parents had not died in a fire, but at the hands of the villagers. He informed her that her parents had resisted the relocation of the shrine, obstructing the financial interests of others in the village. He explained the implications of the events occurring within the orphanage. Why? Gods, are they truly non-existent? Through endless cycles of tormenting experiments, Asahi Yuko has learned to harbor resentment and disgust. Why must this world treat her in such a manner? Why are the beliefs she holds dear merely illusions? Why? Crack. The sound of shattering glass resonated, and Asahi Yuko, overwhelmed by immense pain, felt herself released from the frigid nutrient fluid, falling into a soft and warm embrace. "Dazai, I leave her in your care," a gentle voice whispered in her ear as it tenderly wiped the liquid from her body. It had been far too long since Asahi Yuko experienced such tenderness. She longed to see who this was, yet she found her eyelids too heavy to lift. Asahi Yuko succumbed to unconsciousness. In her daze, she glimpsed her 6-year-old self perched atop the great tree at the shrine, smiling and asking her present self, "Do you believe in the existence of gods?" Asahi Yuko was at a loss for an answer. Yet, she felt that if gods truly existed, they would embody such warmth. Asahi Yuko's Side Story, Part 2. Asahi Yuko harbors a profound disdain for humanity. Both the traumatic experiences of her childhood and the cursed spirit that has woven itself into her very being have intensified her loathing. Had it not been for Dazai being the nemesis of cursed spirits, she would have slain him the moment their eyes met. "Ah, Yuko-chan, you're as irritable as ever today," the owner of Violet Eyes remarked with a tone that filled Asahi Yuko with revulsion. "Is this how you treat your savior? How hurtful, Yuko." Observing the unabashed disgust etched across Asahi Yuko's face, Dazai dramatically clutched his chest, feigning a near faint from sorrow. "Speak if you have something to say, otherwise, get lost," Asahi Yuko retorted, hurling a table towards the man who called himself Tsushima. Although she could not physically harm him, she knew that using other objects could still inflict damage upon Dazai. Yet, the irritating voice persisted. How ferocious, how ferocious. "Takayama, you should say something to her." Dazai waved his hand, dispersing the acrid smoke. Asahi Yuko glared malevolently at the tall man beside her, her inner malice threatening to consume her. Humanity. Male. Tall. Asahi Yuko's murderous intent locked onto him. Takayama Mamoru remained silent, having heard Lin Weiyang recount the trials the girl had endured. He understood that it was best for him to refrain from speaking. Just as Asahi Yuko was on the brink of a violent outburst, Takayama swiftly moved with Dazai to her rear, Dazai placing a hand atop the cursed girl's head, causing the flailing cursed limbs to vanish in an instant. "Let go." Asahi Yuko forcefully shoved his hand away, but due to her frail state, she was unsuccessful. "Oh dear, Yuko-chan, I actually have important matters to discuss today." Dazai spoke to the girl confined in this room, presenting it as a splendid opportunity for a breath of fresh air. "What do you say? Aren't you intrigued?" Asahi Yuko cast a skeptical glance at Dazai, questioning, "Really?" Ever since he rescued her, these individuals had kept her locked away in this room, while lacking for nothing. The confinement was driving Asahi Yuko increasingly to madness. "Don't act as if we're the villains here," Dazai chuckled, clapping his hands. "The reason for keeping you here is entirely due to the fact that you might explode at any moment. Once you can control your powers, you'll be free to leave whenever you wish." Asahi Yuko remained silent. She had previously inquired of the two men whether a gentle-voiced woman had been present on the day of her rescue, only to receive a negative response. "Well then, this time, we're taking you back to that orphanage. How does that sound? Are you not excited?" Dazai observed the surge of murderous intent that erupted within her upon hearing the mention of the orphanage, yet he maintained his cheerful demeanor. At that time, you might meet someone quite interesting. Oh, I just remembered, Dazai added, tapping his head. Her name is Lin Weiyang. Asahi Yuko smirked maliciously and asked, what? Is she your friend? Are you not afraid I'll kill her? Not seeing the reaction she had anticipated, Dazai waved his hand dismissively, replying to Asahi Yuko. If you wish to kill her, then go ahead. It was only when Asahi Yuko encountered the black-haired girl within the domain that she realized the source of Dazai's unfounded audacity. This warm embrace. She recognized it. In a corner invisible to the girl, she gently inhaled the fragrance that clung to her. Undeniable. She was her deity. Thus, when her battered deity inquired about her name, Asahi Yuko finally recalled how to smile, recalling the muscles that needed to engage to create that expression. She smiled and said to her deity, Yuko. Her deity gazed at her with obsidian eyes, and Asahi Yuko felt even the cursed part of her quivering with excitement. I am Asahi Yuko, big sister. Chapter 35, Star Matter 1. At the front of the Kyoto East Station, a golden-haired youth stood by the roadside, luggage at his side, occasionally glancing at his watch. You must be Nanami, the junior, a gentle male voice called from behind him. Nanami Kinto turned to find a tall man with a black-haired bun inquiring about him. Trailing behind was a short-haired boy with a beaming smile, his dog-like eyes sparkling as they regarded him. Yes, are you Suguru-senpai? Nanami Kinto responded with courtesy. Indeed. This is Hibara, your classmate. I've come to escort you to the Jujutsu High. Suguru Geto smiled, gesturing to the person behind him. Hello, I am Hibara. I look forward to working with you. Hibara executed an exaggerated bow, casually slinging an arm around Nanami's shoulder. Is your hair dyed? Oh, you're mixed race? How impressive. Let me tell you, Suguru-senpai is incredibly talented, balabalabala. The group climbed into the car, and Hibara continued his relentless chatter, while Nanami Kinto politely endured. Suguru Geto interjected, succinctly explaining the school environment. In the second year, aside from Idori Shoko, there is another senior named Lin Weiyang. She's not from this country and has a rather unique situation. She is not a sorcerer. Suguru Geto elaborated. Non-sorcerers can attend Jujutsu High? How remarkable. Hibara exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. Not quite. She sought the school's protection after being afflicted by a curse, Suguru Geto patiently clarified, then added with a smile. But even as an ordinary person, she possesses a uniquely special presence. However, she doesn't take kindly to being disturbed, so you two juniors should be mindful. Had Idori Shoko been present, she would have surely cast a disdainful look at Suguru Geto's apparent self-interest. Yet, the two juniors remained oblivious, nodding along to signify their understanding. Suguru Geto observed the two obedient juniors, his smile becoming more sincere as he thought of his less-than-ideal friend, cautioning them. You've likely heard of Satoru Gojo. He can be rather difficult to deal with, so just ignore him when you can. The conversation comes to a close. And as for the two junior students who still regard their senior with a lens of respect, they will come to understand this truth through their interactions with Satoru Gojo. Thought Suguru Geto. Upon arriving at Jujutsu High, only Shoko Yeri awaited them at the entrance. Noticing the absence of a certain figure, Suguru raised an eyebrow at Shoko inquiringly. If you have questions, you should ask yourself, she replied with a roll of her eyes. I'll take the two juniors to the dormitory. Teacher Yaga is looking for you, and Satoru is already in the office. After exchanging greetings with the two fresh-faced juniors, Shoko inquired, why haven't you and Satoru been going on missions together lately? Suguru Geto, along with Satoru Gojo, was regarded as the strongest. Initially, the higher-ups intended to separate the two for missions, but they abandoned the idea due to Yaga's opposition and Satoru's defiance, deciding against sending first-year students to face tasks alone. However, not long ago, Suguru proposed splitting into different teams, opting to undertake tasks with some lower-tier sorcerers, even neglecting to report and independently addressing lower-level assignments. An unusual behavior indeed. It's nothing. I simply wanted to observe how others handle their tasks. Suguru recalled the words of the black-haired girl and responded. Lately, he had been working tirelessly, managing his own assignments while also gaining insight into the lives of lower-tier sorcerers. Initially, he partnered with them, but when encountering cursed spirits, he swiftly resolved the issues, leaving him unable to gauge their true conditions. Subsequently, he chose to discreetly follow those lower-tier sorcerers, and he witnessed firsthand how they confronted what he perceived as fragile cursed spirits, an existence that posed a calamity for the majority of sorcerers. Thus, did the girl refuse to become a sorcerer out of fear? No, Suguru sensed that it was more than just that. There were other factors at play. Otherwise, with his and Satoru's strength, protecting her would surely be a trivial matter. With such thoughts, Suguru arrived at Teacher Yaga's office. You're quite slow, Geto. Satoru exclaimed from his seat, idly playing with his phone. It's been ages. What have you been up to lately? Why haven't you been on missions with me? I'm so bored alone. Ignoring his annoying friend, Suguru greeted Yaga. Teacher Yaga, is there something you need from us? Satoru, come sit properly. Yaga commanded, pulling the reluctant Satoru back to his seat by the collar before proceeding with the matter at hand. The reason I've summoned you is for an important mission. We need to protect the star plasma vessel that is to assimilate with Tenjin and escort her to the Shinjuku Palace until the assimilation is complete. Lin Weiyang perused the mission documents in hand and casually inquired, so, when exactly is the assimilation scheduled to occur? It will take place 3 days after that, Lord Lin. A well-mannered gentleman dressed in a traditional kimono replied respectfully from beside her. So neither Satoru nor Suguru are aware of the actual assimilation time? Lin Weiyang mused, chewing on a lollipop that Satoru had gifted her, which was quite delicious. Indeed, the higher-up suspect they might release the star plasma vessel, hence they fabricated the mission details. The gentleman continued, if they were to let her go, it would be easier to replace her and spread false information about her being abroad, claiming there is more than one star plasma vessel. Upon hearing this, Lin Weiyang let out a laugh. These old geezer's methods are so painfully simplistic and cliched. She set the document aside and absent-mindedly toyed with her emerald pendant, lost in thought. The gentleman remained quietly seated beside her, his head bowed in deference, saying nothing. We need to lend a hand. Otherwise, those two impassioned youths won't let this matter rest easily, and you may find it difficult to manage, Lin Weiyang remarked, snapping back to the moment and addressing the gentleman. It would sadden me greatly if you were to be harmed because of Satoru's impulsiveness. Thank you for your consideration. Lord Lin, Satoru replied humbly. No need for such formality. We are partners, not superior and subordinate, Lin Weiyang smiled. Lord Lin has bestowed upon me a second chance at life. I cannot forget your generosity, Satoru insisted, maintaining his respectful demeanor despite Lin Weiyang's words. Lin Weiyang smiled, choosing not to press further. She discarded the lollipop stick, propping her chin on her hand as she gazed around the traditional Japanese residence. The star plasma vessel was to be transported to the Shinjuku Palace, concealed beneath Jujutsu High, and as an outsider, Lin Weiyang had been asked to vacate the premises. The Jujutsu world had established formidable barriers around her residence for protection. To some extent, this also restricted her freedom. She could not leave this place. However, Lin Weiyang thought, she need not intervene in the matter of the star plasma vessel. Kumo Noritoshi would not allow the vessel to successfully assimilate. She should not need to do much. All she had to do was wait for the outcome. Chapter 36, Star Plasma Vessel, 2. Suguru observed Satoru Gojo and Tenari Riko frolicking on the beach, reclining on a beach chair while sipping coconut water. As dusk approached, the setting sun painted the horizon in hues of crimson, blurring the line where the sea met the sky, transforming everything into a canvas of twilight. Hey, Geto, come quick. Ha ha ha, this guy is hilarious, Satoru shouted, pointing at Tenari, who was buried in sand, laughing uproariously. Tenari emerged, her face flushed from the sand, hurling a clump of sand at Satoru, who had toppled her. Go die. You piece of trash, Gojo. Not a chance. I won't fall for your sneak attack like before, Satoru retorted, effortlessly blocking the sandball aimed at his face with his limitless technique, making a cheeky face at Tenari. When Tenari had been unconscious, she was rescued by Satoru and Suguru. And upon waking in Satoru's arms, she mistakenly believed he was Q, the sorcerer come to take her away, and without hesitation, slapped him. Completely unprepared, and especially with Satoru's limitless activated, the slap left him in a state of disbelief, a story that would surely amuse even the songstress in her dreams. Suguru smiled as he watched them, feeling a sense of joy. This long-awaited vacation in Okinawa, with the sun and sand, had dissipated the restlessness accumulated from endless missions. If only Shoko and Lin were here as well, Suguru mused. Hey, your bangs aren't exactly innocent either. Ugh, you look so disgusting, clearly thinking about something weird, Tenari scolded. Hands on hips, her expression one of disdain. Hey, Satoru, I don't think Riko has ever been buried this deep before, right? Suguru approached the group. Wait, let me go? You ruffians. Aw, help me, Kurwa. Upon returning to their room, Suguru and Satoru did not sleep. Suguru sat on the windowsill, lost in thought, while staring at his phone. Geto, why are you slacking off? I'm handling all these cursed spirits by myself. Satoru entered, his clothes still stained with blood. Well, you can deal with a few minor pests, can't you? Suguru replied, his fingers still poised over the send button. Huh, what are you doing, Geto? Satoru leaned in, trying to glimpse the content displayed on Suguru's phone, only to be halted by Suguru's cursed spirit. Oh, it's nothing. Aren't you going to check on the situation around here? Suguru inquired, turning his head to look at Satoru. There are just a few insignificant nuisances. You underestimate me too much. Wakaba Goto remained undeterred, persistently inquiring, are you still messaging Lin Weiyang? Huh, surely what Shoko said cannot be true, right, Suguru? Shoko had previously teased Suguru during Lin Weiyang's absence, yet Wakaba was skeptical that his dear friend truly harbored feelings for her. In fact, Wakaba had never even considered the possibility of Suguru developing affections for anyone. The very concept of love seemed foreign to him. Without addressing the question, he felt the vibration of his phone and checked the message. Suguru, I'm in Okinawa with Waku. Is there anything you would like me to bring back? Mio, thank you. Suguru-kun, but I don't really want anything. Why are you ignoring me, Suguru? Is what Shoko said true? Is it really true? It can't be, right? Wakaba evaded Suguru's attempts to obstruct him, leaning over to glimpse the message on the screen. What is this? Just a simple inquiry about souvenirs? Shoko was indeed deceiving him. Wakaba pouted and flopped onto the bed. Suguru, not hearing his friend's response, Wakaba stiffened, lifting his head from the covers to gaze intently at Suguru, whose expression appeared somewhat unnatural, his eyes wide with surprise. Could it be true, Suguru? In response to Wakaba's inquiry, Suguru composed himself, reclining onto his own bed. Perhaps. Do you know what kind of person Lin Weiyang is? Wakaba sat up, his expression serious as he regarded his dear friend. I know she conceals certain things from us. Suguru's expression was shrouded in darkness, yet the 6 eyes still caught the emotion etched on his friend's face. But she truly is a wonderful person, isn't she? In truth, Suguru himself was unsure of his feelings for Lin Weiyang. He felt he could never fall for an ordinary person, though he could not fathom the origin of such a notion. Yet, this had become his contemplation after distancing himself from Lin Weiyang for some time. It was not that Suguru disparaged non-sorcerers. Rather, he believed that only those of similar ilk could truly understand and accept one another as the strongest. What he pursued was beyond what an ordinary person could endure. However, no one could possibly reject something so warm and inviting. Suguru reflected on Shoko and then on Wakaba. Neither was particularly easy to get along with, yet both were irresistibly drawn to the unique qualities possessed by Lin Weiyang. If one were to encapsulate it in a single word, it would be warmth. Her inherent capacity for acceptance, imbued with a gentle yet fragile essence, burst forth with a fervor akin to fireworks, an existence that individuals like them simply could not turn away from. Suguru continued, I know, Waku, you must have discovered something. Initially, I was wary of her too. What could an ordinary person want from us? But since you haven't acted against Lin Weiyang based on your findings, it must not pose any issue, right? Besides, even if there were a problem, we are the strongest, are we not? Suguru flashed a smile that belonged solely to the strongest. Wakaba observed for a moment before burying his head back into the covers. Do as you wish, Suguru. But Lin Weiyang is a fascinating individual. You mustn't scare her away. Why do both you and Shoko say such things, as if I am the one with issues? Suguru chuckled softly. Wakaba recalled the underlying obsession in Suguru's expression when he spoke of Lin Weiyang, muffling his voice beneath the covers. Perhaps, Suguru returned to his usual demeanor, gently stating, Waku, your concern for this matter must mean you care about me, right? I appreciate your thoughtfulness. Wakaba was entirely unimpressed. Don't flatter me, Suguru. There's no need for such probing. I find Lin Weiyang interesting, but as for romance, I feel nothing at all. After all, I am simply perfect. No one can match my caliber. Hearing his friend's unabashed declarations, Suguru chuckled lightly, though his expression soon turned serious again. By the way, Waku, are you really going to send Riko Amanai to the Star Palace? Wakaba flipped over, gazing at the dark ceiling. What are you talking about, Suguru? If she wishes to leave, of course, I will let her go. I thought you were keeping such a close watch on her because you genuinely intended to send her to merge with Tenjin. Suguru sighed in relief. Ha, she slapped me. Suguru, no one has ever dared to treat me like that. Of course, I must retaliate. Wakaba stated matter-of-factly. The two strongest engaged in a light-hearted conversation while guarding against threats, oblivious to the faint glow emanating from the combined phone screens. Lin Weiyang listened intently to the dialogue of the two DKs. The 6 eyes were indeed formidable. Yet when confronted with the cutting-edge technology devoid of cursed energy fluctuations, even the 6 eyes failed to detect the listening device within Suguru's phone. Setting aside the trivialities, Lin Weiyang juxtaposed the subsequent action plans of her adversaries with the mission to eliminate the star plasma vessel orchestrated by Kenji Hikari. Indeed, experience often trumps youth. The pitiful DK group remained blissfully unaware that their plans had been entirely deciphered by Hikari. Perhaps it was their overwhelming power that led them to complacently allow their minds to grow as muscular as their bodies. As Lin Weiyang sketched on paper, she pondered the situation concerning Kinjaku. It appeared he too had considered the infamous sorcerer slaying Hikari. Truly, a creature who had lived for a millennium was not to be underestimated. Nonetheless, Hikari could not perish here. Lin Weiyang did not believe Tenjin could eliminate either of the two strongest. The most likely outcome was that Hikari would successfully ambush and kill the star plasma vessel while avoiding direct confrontation with Wakaba and Suguru, seeking an opportunity to escape. This was the optimal solution. Hikari was a crucial component of Lin Weiyang's strategy. He could not die here. After deliberation, she resolved to undertake the journey herself, ensuring an additional layer of insurance. She needed to guarantee both Hikari's survival and the demise of the star plasma vessel. The threads of fate could not assist in this matter. Only she could bring it to fruition. Stretching her arms wide, Lin Weiyang formulated her subsequent course of action. Chapter 37. The Fall of the Divine Child, 3. After dispatching countless cursed spirits, Wakaba and Suguru finally escorted Riko Amanai to the Star Palace. What a pity. She is going to her death like this, Wakaba remarked, donning sunglasses inappropriately. Riko walked in silence, advancing towards the end she had been burdened with since birth. To merge with Tenjin, to become the singular existence. This was the utmost honor. Since her earliest memories, everyone had told her so. After her parents' passing, her worth was bestowed upon her by the star plasma vessel. She had even deceived herself into believing, after merging, I will be Tenjin. However, once the merging was complete, would she still exist? Even if she did, would she still be truly herself? Riko's mind was a chaotic tangle, her steps moving forward mechanically. Why are you silent? Weren't you just confidently proclaiming that you are Tengen-sama? Wakaba pressed on, ignoring the growing redness in the girl's eyes, his tone unchanged. Enough, Waku. Suguru intervened. Turning to face Riko, the expression on her face had already conveyed her answer to Suguru. This is how it should be. No individual should bear such a wretched fate. Suguru Geto has always believed that his destiny is shaped by his own choices. With a smile, he continued softly, he is merely the jesting Riko Amanai. From the very beginning, we never intended to truly send you to merge with Tenjin. Suddenly, a sickening sound pierced the air, the sound of flesh being punctured. Though the noise was not particularly loud, it caused the atmosphere to freeze in an instant. The scent of blood began to pervade the surroundings. Satoru Gojo widened his eyes, staring at the cursed tool that had pierced through his chest. How could this be? Wakaba. Suguru Geto reacted swiftly, shielding Riko Amanai behind him. How could this happen? Has the Shinjuku Palace been infiltrated? Before Satoru Gojo could launch his attack, Megumi Fushiguro drew back his cursed tool to a relatively safe distance. Huh. So you are the Six Eyes? Megumi Fushiguro flicked the blood of the sorcery world's deity from his weapon, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Is that all you are? Geto, take Riko and leave, Satoru Gojo urged, channeling his cursed energy to seal the wound that pierced his chest. Go, you. Suguru Geto frowned, casting one last glance at Megumi Fushiguro before saying nothing more and walking towards the Shinjuku Palace with Riko Amanai. You are not a sorcerer. You are that Tenjin and cursed binding, right? Satoru Gojo gazed expressionlessly at Megumi Fushiguro. What was your name again? Zenin, correct? Spare me that repulsive surname. Hurry up. Six Eyes. Megumi Fushiguro licked the scar at the corner of his mouth, a malicious grin forming. Once I kill you, I will also eliminate that star plasma vessel. Lin Weiyang felt an ominous premonition lingering in her heart today. This sense of foreboding peaked upon learning that Kinji Hikari had left the Jujutsu High Barrier due to a mission. This should not be happening. There had been no reports of any sudden incidents among the higher echelons of sorcery. As the reverse curse technique user, Kinji Hikari could not possibly have the opportunity to venture outside. The reverse curse technique signifies not only a near-immortal healing ability, but also symbolizes a monopoly on power within the sorcery community. Only through obedience can one enjoy the benefits of this technique in the perilous world of jujutsu, which is why most sorcerers willingly comply with the directives from the higher-ups due to the uniqueness of these medical resources. Yet today, the day the star plasma vessel entered Shinjuku Palace, the reverse curse technique had been retracted. Outside the Shinjuku Palace, Lin Weiyang released the barrier she had brought, unleashing a surge of cursed energy. If Satoru Gojo were present, he would likely recognize this as the cursed energy of the sorcerer, Tenjin. The moment she released her cursed energy, three figures materialized before Lin Weiyang. Sister. Yuko Choi rushed forward, embracing Lin Weiyang. Yuko. After a brief greeting, Lin Weiyang turned her gaze towards the enigmatic figure, Osamu Dazai, who had his hands in his pockets. The situation has changed. We need to move quickly. There is a problem. Little Weiyang, is it truly possible for you to be uncertain? Osamu Dazai teased, a sly grin on his face as he pulled a few people towards the tent, which seemed to dissolve, allowing them passage. As previously noted, when Osamu Dazai snatched the boundary from Satoru Gojo, he appeared and vanished without a trace. For a long time, Satoru Gojo believed this to be a peculiar technique belonging to just one individual, but that was not the case. Tenjin possesses a spatial technique known as teleportation, which allows instantaneous travel to locations marked by his cursed energy. However, this seemingly overpowered technique has a fatal flaw. The residual cursed energy at the teleportation point clearly indicates the destination. Yet, this negative effect can be entirely negated by Osamu Dazai's cursed energy black hole. Simultaneously, a new issue arises. By eliminating these cursed energy remnants, Osamu Dazai also becomes immune to Tengen's technique. If he wishes to erase traces, he would find himself stranded at the original teleportation point, unable to return. Thus, the isolation ability of Yuko Choi played a crucial role. She can create barriers between objects, distinct from a mere tent. It embodies the essence of isolation, separating two entities. This allows for the isolation of Osamu Dazai from Tengen's technique, enabling Dazai to be transported as if he were sulfuric acid contained within a glass bottle. This led to the haunting scene that Satoru Gojo had described earlier. Returning to the present, as Lin Weiyang advanced deeper into the Shinjuku Palace, her mind raced through possible outcomes. If that's the case, you all go ahead and hold them off. I need to converse with Riko Amanai. Lin Weiyang expressed her thoughts, attempting to steer clear of Satoru Gojo while taking Megumi Fushiguro away. If Megumi Fushiguro perishes, as previously stated, we must take the body. What about the star plasma vessel? Tengen inquired. I will inquire about her wishes. Lin Weiyang merely stated this, her typically gentle smile replaced with a rare expression of neutrality. In her original plan, she had never intended to engage with the star plasma vessel. However, circumstances necessitated contact. Unconsciously, Lin Weiyang touched the emerald pendant hanging at her chest. Then I shall respect her choice. After revealing her intentions, she felt the person in front of her come to a halt. Lin Weiyang raised her gaze to the figure blocking her path, Tengen, and voiced her query. Tengen did not step aside, observing the black-haired girl before him. Carefully choosing his words, Weiyang, ahead is Satoru Gojo. Yuko's technique can deceive the Six Eyes for a moment. I will deal with him. You all focus on taking Megumi Fushiguro away, Lin Weiyang asserted, preparing to move forward. Osamu Dazai interrupted her. Oh no, little Weiyang. It's perfectly fine for us to stroll right past. He pushed aside Tengen, revealing the scene behind him. Lin Weiyang's pupils constricted. It was indeed Satoru Gojo. However, Osamu Dazai assumed a surprised posture. But I didn't say it was a living Satoru Gojo. The white-haired deity lay sprawled in a pool of blood. His usually striking white hair was stained crimson from a wound that pierced his skull, and his azure eyes, once vibrant, now appeared lifeless. His expression bore a shocking astonishment. His mouth slightly agape, as if in disbelief. Yet, this was merely the remnant of his expression. The information gathered by his eyes unmistakably conveyed to Lin Weiyang that this favored child of the divine had utterly lost all vitality. Satoru Gojo was dead. Chapter 38, Star Plasma Vessel 4. The Six-Eyed Sorcerer lay amidst a vast pool of blood, the metallic scent invading Lin Weiyang's senses, momentarily transporting her back to the battlefield. An inappropriate thought crossed her mind. So, Satoru Gojo could bleed so much? You all. Lin Weiyang's face remained impassive, her brain whirring rapidly like a precise, emotionless machine, searching for the singular optimal solution. You will enter from the side to find Megumi Fushiguro, detain him, and ensure Suguru Geto's safety. She issued her commands without a moment's hesitation. Sister, Yuko Choi attempted to speak, but Lin Weiyang interrupted her. The death of the Six Eyes is my oversight. The subsequent plans will require significant adjustments. You may leave with Megumi Fushiguro once you secure him, and I will contact you afterward. Lin Weiyang continued, striding towards the entrance of the Shinjuku Palace. Gaoshan Junwu observed Lin Weiyang, who exhibited no discernible reaction. Pursing his lips slightly, he hoisted the evidently troublesome Dazai Osamu and murmured, Very well, we shall proceed to the side entrance. You. He paused momentarily before continuing. Take care of yourself. If anything arises, do not hesitate to call us. We shall go ahead. With that, he turned and departed. Once the trio left, the front hall appeared significantly more desolate, the stench of blood intensifying. Lin Weiyang strode directly towards the main entrance. Heaven and the curse have slain the Six Eyes. How did this transpire? She stepped into a pool of blood, feeling the wetness beneath her feet. She refrained from glancing down, her gaze fixated solely on the grand door ahead. The Six Eyes, how could they possibly perish here? This is illogical. The body of the white-haired deity lay still, resembling a marionette in a display case, devoid of the vitality it once possessed. Approaching the corpse of Wu Tiaowu, Lin Weiyang did not pause for even a moment. She fluidly stepped over the body as if merely crossing a threshold or stepping over a stone. What shall we do now? After so many years of scheming, must we merely await the next Six Eyes? Upon reaching the door, Lin Weiyang placed her hand upon it, preparing to push it open. The surroundings were profoundly quiet, as if stripped of all life. Ah, indeed, there was none. The Six Eyes are dead. No, That was incorrect. Not the six eyes. Lin Weiyang's dark eyes finally betrayed their calm demeanor, as tumultuous emotions surged from the depths of her gaze. Wu Tiaowu is dead. Her hand slowly fell, and she turned towards the astonishingly silent figure. She had remained remarkably composed since witnessing Wu Tiaowu's lifeless form, a stark contrast to the tumultuous thoughts boiling within her, akin to magma yearning to break free from a treacherous frozen expanse. Lin Weiyang leaned forward, kneeling amidst the pool of blood before Wu Tiaowu. His azure eyes were veiled with a haze, gazing vacantly at the heavens. She struggled to delineate her current emotions. She had awaited the six eyes for far too long and had sacrificed excessively for their arrival. Thus, she could not ascertain whether she felt anger, helplessness, shock, or regret. Or perhaps these complex emotions stemmed not solely from the loss of the six eyes, but also from the demise of Wu Tiaowu. She extended her hand, gently wiping the bloodstains from the youth's pale visage, tenderly closing his eyes. His body still radiated warmth, as if he had merely succumbed to slumber. A peculiar intonation resonated through the desolate front hall, neither neon nor Chinese. The young woman bowed her head, her dark tresses cascading down, intertwining with the crimson and the white locks. The sound was indistinct, akin to an ancient chant, low and distorted, yet impossible to ignore. Lin Weiyang, with an expression of profound reverence, gently pressed her lips to the forehead of the white-haired youth. Having uttered her final words, she rose and, with no lingering sentiment, retreated into the inner hall. Shoyo Jie guided Tian Nei Riko into the inner sanctum. Gazing at the distant tree, Shoyo Jie inquired about Tian Nei Riko's decision. "We are the strongest," he asserted with an air of inevitability, grinning broadly. "Regardless of the choice you make, we shall ensure your future. We are indeed the strongest. Protecting one person is a trivial endeavor." Shoyo Jie recalled Lin Weiyang, having once promised her that he would safeguard her, come what may. Tian Nei Riko's expression shifted repeatedly before she ultimately cried out, "I want to stay with everyone a little longer. I want to explore various places and see all sorts of things." Shoyo Jie exhaled, smiling as he extended his hand towards the similarly dark-haired girl. "Let us return, little Riko." With tears and smiles, Tian Nei Riko reached out her hand. "Yes." Bang. Her outstretched hand fell to the ground. Shoyo Jie widened his eyes. Tian Nei Riko lay unconscious in a pool of blood. "Little Riko? Why are you here?" Shoyo Jie turned to see Fushiguro Zenin standing at the doorway, a wisp of smoke escaping from the firearm in his hand. "Ah, why am I here?" Fushiguro Zenin licked the scar on his lip and chuckled, "Because the six eyes are dead, plain and simple." Wow, it seems little Weiyang has truly miscalculated this time. What a monster this fellow is, pure physical strength capable of obliterating those two little brats. Dazai Osamu observed as he watched Fushiguro Zenin utterly dominate Shoyo Jie within Chao Iyuko's domain. What about that star matter? That gunshot was enough to kill her. Why did I need to rescue her? Chao Iyuko glared at the unconscious Tian Nei Riko in her domain, pouting in annoyance. How irritating. Why should she share the same hair color as my sister? Why should my sister converse with her? The gunshot that had struck Tian Nei Riko's head was intercepted by both Chao Iyuko and Gaoshan Jinwu, sparing her from any critical injury. "Wait for Weiyang. Yuko, we still need to protect Shoyo Jie." Gaoshan Jinwu attempted to pat Chao Iyuko's head, but was unsurprisingly rebuffed by her cursed technique. "Disgusting, do not touch me." "Ha ha. Gaoshan has been rejected again. I can touch Yuko-chan's head. Are you envious?" Dazai Osamu's hand slipped through the barrier, successfully resting upon Yuko's head. "You idiot. Let go of me." Chao Iyuko shrieked, powerless to prevent the dissolution of the domain. The three of them, along with the unconscious Tian Nei Riko, materialized within Fushiguro Zenin's line of sight. Dazai. Gaoshan Jinwu seized Dazai Osamu by the hair, pulling him aside, exasperatedly rubbing his temples as he regarded the dangerously smiling Fushiguro Zenin. Fortunately, Shoyo Jie was already unconscious and had not witnessed this scene. "I had a feeling something was trailing behind me. Is it you lot?" Fushiguro Zenin mused, fingering the Tenjin reverse spear in his hand, tilting his head at the trio. The sudden appearance of the three utilized a unique technique, rendering their forms and features indistinct. "Mr. Fushiguro, we bear no ill intent," Gaoshan Jinwu stated thoughtfully. "In truth, we are here to escort you to safety." "Oh, is that so? A sorcerer, a half-cursed spirit, and a weakling wish to rescue me?" Fushiguro Zenin assessed the auras of the trio, his figure vanishing in an instant. "Then let me see what qualifications you possess to take me away. How about that?" The cursed weapon descended like a bolt of lightning, and Gaoshan Jinwu, along with the others, teleported to another side. "Mr. Fushiguro, we truly mean no harm." "Very well, then perhaps you should first release my prey, shall we?" 30 million, Fushiguro Zenin remarked, eyeing Tion Nei Rico in their arms. Please wait, she. Huh, you claim to mean no harm while holding on to my prey. Do you think I would believe that? Fushiguro Zenin charged once more. Gaoshan Jinwu, resigned, led the others in evading, persistently attempting to persuade him to relinquish his weapon. Go for it, Gaoshan. This gorilla-like fellow is entirely my nemesis, Dazai Osamu chuckled, tugging at his hair. Why does my life have to be so difficult? Gaoshan Junwu's eyes dimmed, losing their luster. Amidst the chaos of the scene, a childlike voice suddenly cut through the tumult. Fushiguro Megumi? Where are you? Fushiguro Megumi froze, turning toward the source of the voice. A frail girl with ebony hair held up a mobile phone, from which the youthful voice emanated. Are you seeking death? Fushiguro Megumi's murderous intent surged, directed at the smiling girl. Hello, Mr. Fushiguro. Little Fushiguro Megumi is looking for you. Lin Weiyang tilted her head, grinning as she extended the phone into the air. In the manga Jujutsu Kaisen, Chapter 39, Star Plasma Vessel, 5, Fushiguro Megumi's almost tangible aura of menace surrounded Lin Weiyang. What is this, a threat? He began, but was interrupted by the childish voice from the other end of the line. I'm sorry, has he been drinking again? Please provide me with the address, and I will come to retrieve him. Though the voice belonged to a child who should have been only a few years old, the words were surprisingly mature, indicating a familiarity with such situations. Lin Weiyang shook her phone, signaling for Fushiguro Megumi to answer it. TSK, ignoring the disdainful glances of Takayama Shinbu and Ase Yuko. Fushiguro Megumi's murderous aura dissipated as he irritably ran a hand through his hair and approached. Seizing the phone from Lin Weiyang, he remained silent and simply hung up. I know you, the transfer student, right? Speak. I grant you 1 minute to explain. Fushiguro Megumi had researched Jujutsu High and was aware of Lin Weiyang's existence. The dossier clearly labeled her as an ordinary person. Yet, here she was, evidently allied with the recent group, unfazed by the bloody scene before them. An ordinary person? Huh. Fushiguro Megumi's green eyes were fixed intently on Lin Weiyang, resembling a wolf's gaze. Under such scrutiny, Lin Weiyang's expression remained unchanged as her gaze briefly flitted over the unconscious figure of Suguru Geto. No life-threatening danger. There was no issue in leaving him be. Lin Weiyang continued to regard the towering man before her. Mr. Fushiguro, I apologize for underestimating your strength. Hence I took the liberty of orchestrating this rescue. Her voice was sweet and soft like red bean soup. Please believe that we harbor no ill intentions. Fushiguro Megumi smirked derisively. What? Is it now fashionable to deliver threats in such a refreshing manner? No, Mr. Fushiguro, if we intended to threaten you, we wouldn't have come here today. For someone like you, a face-to-face threat would be an act of folly, Dazai Osamu chimed in, peeking out from behind Takayama Shinbu with a messy hairstyle and a grin. Indeed, Mr. Fushiguro, we are here hoping to gain your assistance, Lin Weiyang said with a smile. Please, join us. I refuse. Fushiguro Megumi dug at his ear, having barely listened before voicing his refusal. No worries, Mr. Fushiguro, let us discuss another matter first. Lin Weiyang tilted her head, unfazed by his rejection. I offered double the compensation for the Star Plasma Vessel mission in exchange for 30 minutes of dialogue with the Star Plasma Vessel. Is that acceptable? Originally, the plan had been to rescue him when Fushiguro Megumi was on the brink of death, aiming to gain his trust. However, the circumstances had turned out to be the complete opposite, making his refusal entirely expected for Lin Weiyang. Fushiguro Megumi finally smiled, cradling the Tenkai Baku. What happens when time is up? You wouldn't expect me to abandon my mission, would you? No. At that point, we will not interfere with subsequent events. Lin Weiyang's gaze swept over the 500 million yen cursed tool, Tenkai Baku. Komo Noritoshi actually found it. No wonder it could kill Satoru Gojo. Remembering the figure lying quietly in a pool of blood, Lin Weiyang gently closed her eyes, concealing the emotions roiling beneath the surface. Very well, hurry up. I still have to deliver the Star Plasma Vessel's body for the mission. Fushiguro Megumi waved his hand dismissively. But don't think you can deceive me. His green eyes narrowed. You lot. Killing you would be but a mere afterthought. Understood, Mr. Fushiguro, Lin Weiyang smiled. But please reconsider joining us. As long as you join, we will compensate you on a daily basis. Her words abruptly halted. Huh, why the silence? I have no interest in your trivial plans, Fushiguro Megumi replied, an ambiguous smile gracing his lips, hinting at adult undertones. There are many ways one could possess me. Miss Weiyang, you are welcome to try. He was uncertain of her intentions, but with the right monetary incentives, everything could be negotiated. Lin Weiyang raised her pitch-black irises. The pure black hue was a unique color, capable of devouring all others, concealing everything that thrummed beneath it. Casting a glance at Dazai Osamu and the others, she tidied her hair and continued speaking to Fushiguro Megumi. Let us discuss this later. May I use those 30 minutes now? Ah, please proceed. In the presence of a generous individual, Fushiguro Megumi didn't mind donning a pleasant demeanor. Dazai Osamu observed the gestures Lin Weiyang made while tidying her hair, an established set of signals between them, indicating danger and the need to hide and wait. Takayama Shinbu teleported Lin Weiyang to his side, and the group vanished simultaneously within the confines of the Kozii Palace. Fushiguro Megumi, what? His superior senses informed him that the group had departed, leaving not even a trace of cursed energy behind. What? No way. Fushiguro Megumi's brows knitted together as he ground his teeth. With their grand entrance, years of experience told him they would not deceive him. Yet, it was evident that they had utilized a special technique to teleport out of the Kozii Palace. A hollow laugh escaped him as Fushiguro Megumi's expression morphed into something more sinister. They could have just come directly to the Pantheon. The girl's voice echoed in the desolate ruins. Fushiguro Megumi retracted his aura, rolling his eyes as he disregarded the chaos left behind in the Kozii Palace and made his way to the Pantheon. Within the Kozii Palace, tranquility returned. No one witnessed the great tree that symbolized the Tenjin tremble unnaturally as it swayed its branches. Chapter 40. Departure. 6. Tenai Riko was a person who had seen the end from the moment of her birth. Everyone told her, "You are the exalted star plasma vessel, bearing the mission of merging with Tenjin. This is the supreme blessing, an existence others aspire to but can never attain." All respected her, revered her. Her entire self-worth and dignity were bestowed by this identity. She too held herself to the standards of the star plasma vessel as perceived by others, conducting herself with grace, speaking with depth, cultivating refined tastes, practicing self-purity, and she felt compelled to repay the gifts brought by her identity as the star plasma vessel. Thus she concealed her true self deep within the recesses of her heart, revealing not a single fragment of her essence. Tenai Riko had always performed admirably, earning her accolades. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, this star plasma vessel perpetually dreamt the same dream. In her dreams, she possessed a diminutive body, ensnared in a cold, muddy swamp. The filthy, fetid, and viscous mire surrounded her. However, two warm, large hands lifted her upward, bringing her into the light of the sun. The warm, bright, and penetrating sunlight enveloped her. She yearned to discern the identities of the two large hands owners, yet her eyes remained resolutely shut, only able to perceive a dry yet comforting power emanating from the palms. Coursing through her skin, it stirred a desire to weep within her, though she could not fathom the reason behind it. All she could sense was the gaze of the hands owners, filled with love and reluctance, resting upon her. However, Ten Nakariko knew. Those were her parents, taken from her in a tragic accident during her childhood. With tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, Ten Nakariko awakened. Still immersed in the emotions conjured by the recent dream, staring blankly at the ceiling. "You're awake, Riko." A slender girl with black hair sat at the edge of the bed, smiling down at her. Memories surged forth in a tidal wave within her mind. Ten Nakariko threw off the covers in a panic, exclaiming, "Who are you? Release me at once." "I am. What is it?" The culmination of her memories culminated in a deafening gunshot, followed by the sound of her own body hitting the ground. Am I dead? What is happening?" "Calm down, Riko, I mean you no harm." Lin Weiyang chuckled helplessly, gently soothing the frightened girl who resembled a startled rabbit. "Your wounds have been treated. Feel it. It should no longer hurt, right?" Ten Nakariko raised her hand to touch the bandaged wound on her forehead, which had been neatly wrapped and was indeed painless. This was also the effect of the isolation technique employed by Choi Yuko. Isolating pain is also a form of seclusion. "Who are you?" After experiencing Q's relentless pursuit, Ten Nakariko had developed a heightened sense of vigilance and was not easily swayed by the girl's mere words. "Look at my memory. I haven't introduced myself yet." Lin Weiyang pouted in frustration, tapping her own head. "I am Lin Weiyang. A pleasure to meet you, little Riko." Lin Weiyang, a classmate of Suguru Geto and Satoru Gojo? Ten Nakariko recalled Suguru Geto mentioning Lin Weiyang's name, slightly easing her guard. "You saved me? You were just an ordinary person?" The warm smile of the girl radiated with the standard of an ordinary person's cursed energy, leaving Ten Nakariko somewhat astonished. To think that someone who saved her was merely an ordinary individual? "Indeed, Riko." Lin Weiyang maintained her serene expression, nodding slightly. "Oh, I didn't mean to imply that being ordinary is bad. I just..." Realizing her words might convey an unintended bias, Ten Nakariko hurriedly clarified. "It's perfectly fine, I don't mind." Lin Weiyang comforted the somewhat flustered girl. "So, where exactly are we?" The absence of hostility from her companion allowed Ten Nakariko to relax, and she began surveying the room. It was a simple, traditional Japanese-style room, with herself resting on the sole tatami mat. "Should we contact Suguru Geto and Satoru Gojo? By the way, how are they?" Tanaka Riko inquired urgently, her brow furrowing. Lin Weiyang opened her smiling eyes, gazing intently at the unguarded girl approaching her. In her eyes lay only concern for others. Devoid of any regard for her own situation, here she was, the one marked for obliteration, yet in her flight from death, her first thoughts were for others. Such a life, so vibrant, yet deemed by the world's consciousness to meet a wholly tragic end. The light in Lin Weiyang's gaze slowly dimmed as she regarded Tanaka Riko. They were defeated by Fushiguro Zenin. Satoru Gojo has perished, and Suguru Geto lies gravely injured and unconscious. Lin Weiyang spoke softly, revealing the current state of affairs at the Star Palace to Tanaka Riko. In an instant, Tanaka Riko felt her blood run cold. Impossible. Her voice cracked, trembling with disbelief. They are the strongest. They. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Just moments ago, they had promised to protect her, reaching out to her, vowing to visit the seaside again. How could this be? How could this happen? Lin Weiyang sighed, rising to embrace the sobbing girl who was gasping for breath. It's all right, she soothed. They promised, hic. They promised. Tanaka Riko clung tightly to the only source of warmth she had in that moment, as if grasping onto the sole piece of driftwood in a tempest. Lin Weiyang gently patted the back of the weeping girl, her touch tender and comforting. They have nothing to do with this, Riko, her sweet voice, akin to a bowl of red bean soup, resonated clearly in Tanaka Riko's ear. Yet the very next moment, despite the unchanged tone, the words that followed sent a chill through Tanaka Riko's recently warmed body. Their story with you has concluded here. So, let us discuss your future. If possible, I still hope, little Riko, that you may, as before, walk into the embrace of death. Tanaka Riko lifted her gaze, terrified, towards the girl who continued to gently pat her back, her smile unwavering. Fushiguro Zenin sat on the steps of the inner hall of the Star Palace, raising an eyebrow as he saw Lin Weiyang approaching him, leading the downcast star body. You actually came, huh? I thought you would take her away. What a cold-hearted woman you are, Fushiguro Zenin remarked enigmatically, observing her. Indeed, she was a genuine star body, with the fatal wound on her head temporarily sealed by the technique, allowing her to move. Upon hearing this, Tanaka Riko pressed her pale lips tightly together. Lin Weiyang gently squeezed the hand of the girl she held, transferring her warmth to her. After all, we'll be cooperating with you in the future. Such sincerity is the least one can offer. Lin Weiyang smiled nonchalantly, shrugging her shoulders. Huh. Fushiguro Zenin chuckled, withdrawing a knife from the mouth of the cursed spirit resting on his shoulder. Then let us not waste time and get this over with. I want to go place some bets. Tanaka Riko's complexion grew ever paler, her grip on Lin Weiyang's hand tightening as her body trembled uncontrollably. Lin Weiyang stepped in front of Fushiguro Zenin. What's this? Having second thoughts? It's too late for that. In an instant, Fushiguro Zenin appeared behind the two girls, thrusting a knife towards Tanaka Riko. The attempt failed as the blade was repelled by an unseen force. Oh, you really are having second thoughts, Miss Lin. Fushiguro Zenin ready to strike again, malice lacing his tone. No need for further effort, Mr. Fushiguro. She will soon be departing. Lin Weiyang replied coolly. The cursed energy attached to the fatal wound on Tanaka Riko's head gradually dissipated, and the life-threatening injury began to reclaim control of her body's functions. She felt no pain, yet instinctively trembled in the face of death's presence. Fushiguro Zenin regarded her for a moment before sheathing his knife. Then let us clarify things. I'm too lazy to take another swing. It's exhausting. Ignoring Fushiguro Zenin's indifferent words, Tanaka Riko lifted her gaze, her eyes red-rimmed as she stared at the girl before her. The girl with black eyes gazed back at her, earnest and calm, and in that moment, Tanaka Riko saw her own reflection. Life as vitality was waning. Death elongated time into a singular line, and within that line, Tanaka Riko discerned a concept that transcended time. In those fleeting seconds, she defiantly held the gaze of those black eyes for what felt like an eternity, or perhaps even longer. Her bloodless lips trembled as she spoke, her voice fragile, akin to melting ice. My death. Is it meaningful, right? My existence. Is it meaningful, right? Before she could finish, the girl's brown irises dimmed, losing their luster. Lin Weiyang gazed silently, devoid of sorrow or joy, only exuding tranquility. She gently lifted the girl who had collapsed into her embrace, laying her softly on the ground, caressing the locks of black hair that mirrored her own. All is meaningful. Your life and death enrich your existence. Fushiguro Zenin looked at Lin Weiyang and opened his mouth, yet uttered words incomprehensible to her. After merely a glance, he dismissed the peculiar emotion that surfaced upon hearing such language and approached, intending to take the corpse of the starry entity for his report. Could I perhaps offer double the payment to Mr. Fushiguro for the proper handling of Shiori's body? Lin Weiyang spoke softly, tending to the girl's appearance as if she were merely sleeping. TSK deal. Fushiguro Zenin, having treated her with such indifference, cast a glance at Lin Weiyang before carrying away the starry entity's corpse. Lin Weiyang watched them depart, then lifted her gaze. The clouds hung low, and the air was thick with the scent of dust. A gloomy day indeed. It was still quite uncomfortable. Chapter 41. Bargain 7. The leader of the Panqing sect looked upon the corpse of Tin Inai Riko with a grin that revealed teeth but obscured eyes. Well done. Truly worthy of the tyrant bestowed by heaven. Yet, Fushiguro Zenin paid little heed to such praise. His sole concern lay with his remuneration. Has the payment arrived? Oh, let me check. Yes, here it is, Fushiguro, enough for you to squander for a while. Kong Shiyu perused his phone messages, waving the bank transfer details before Fushiguro Zenin. All right, I'm off then, the rest is up to you. Fushiguro Zenin did not bother to scrutinize the information, leaving in high spirits. Along the way, numerous followers of the Panqing sect hurried towards the grand hall where Fushiguro Zenin had emerged. Their faces bore expressions of joy, eyes shimmering with a sense of victorious relief. However, this was of no concern to Fushiguro Zenin, who hummed a cheerful tune, eager to indulge in gambling. His fortune appeared auspicious today, a perfect opportunity to win big. Having vanquished the divine beings of the sorcery world, today must surely be his lucky day. Therefore, who could possibly tell him about the blood-soaked figure blocking his path? Who is this? Is this for real? Fushiguro Zenin's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, it was true. Satoru Gojo lifted his bangs, revealing the scar on his forehead, his cerulean eyes brimming with chaotic madness, yet he appeared remarkably spirited. Upon being pierced in the brain by Fushiguro Zenin, Satoru Gojo ceased all techniques, focusing solely on his fatal wound. In that moment, his thoughts accelerated to an unprecedented speed. The concept of time and space disintegrating, while his consciousness spread like a virus in all directions, replaying every event of his life simultaneously within his mind. He concentrated, extricating every understanding related to the reversal technique. It's negative times negative, the brown-haired peer murmured, cigarette in mouth. Negative times negative, negative times negative. The reversal technique. But still, something eluded him. Look again, look again. Time flowed concurrently in countless streams, and Satoru Gojo could feel nothing. He beheld the overwhelming information, gazing at his tumultuous life. Emotionless, he smiled, a mixture of anger, numbness, madness, and strength. Suddenly, in an instant, Satoru Gojo felt a wave of tedium wash over him. The cacophony of voices flooded his already numb senses, and his soul and feelings became detached. He merely observed and listened. Satoru Gojo, you bear the burden of responsibility. The sorcery realm is dull. Take responsibility for it. The existence of sorcerers is tedious. Save lives, save lives. Death. Death is monotonous. Negative times negative. Living is equally unexciting. This is a miracle. This world is dreary. Satoru Gojo. Satoru Gojo is also dull. In light of this, the current opportunity was indeed fortuitous. Flee, Satoru Gojo, he murmured to himself. He lifted his head, yet in this fragmented thought process, there was no sky to behold. In a daze, he heard the sound of waves or something else, engulfing him in darkness. However, something gentle grasped him, a voice like a lullaby. Incomprehensible, yet resonating within his soul. You should not halt here, your life, or your existence. He felt he recognized this voice, a warm current flowing into his numb thoughts. Though your death holds no significance for me, please, if possible, continue to exist. Existence. Satoru Gojo contemplated this term, feeling a light touch on his forehead akin to a droplet of water. Numbness dissipated, and he felt pain, a testament and gift of existence. The fallen divine being in the pool of blood opened his eyes. He no longer needed to gaze up at the heavens. He himself was the heaven. What kind of monster is this? Dazai Osamu frowned for the first time, his expression icy as he observed the cackling Satoru Gojo, suspended in midair. What should we do? Fushiguro Zenin seems to be in dire straits. Should we intervene now? Takamachi Shinwu inquired of Lin Weiyang beside him. Lin Weiyang surveyed this unprecedented battle, her gaze fluctuating. This is Satoru Gojo. No wonder so many special-grade cursed spirits have emerged to maintain balance. Yet, it appears that even with their presence, they are insufficient against someone like Satoru Gojo. Indestructible, unmatched. Then, we can only wait. The healer from Huagua has arrived. As long as there is a breath left, there is no need to worry, Lin Weiyang stated, urging everyone to be patient. Little Weiyang, I truly Haven-T inquired about your intentions, Dazai Osamu remarked, tilting his head as he scrutinized the seemingly composed girl. Lin Weiyang had maintained this expression since that time. This gentle demeanor, once characterized by a mask of cracks, had now seemingly melded with the very flesh of the girl, becoming an intrinsic part of her. Yet Dazai Osamu had witnessed Lin Weiyang's initial, authentic self. It was precisely because of her true nature that he approached and trusted her, agreeing to her request and entering this world. However, facing such a monster, did she genuinely believe she could achieve her goals? Dazai Osamu was uncertain about Lin Weiyang's true intentions, having been in the dark from the very beginning. Lin Weiyang smiled helplessly, shrugging. Having come this far, we might as well continue. With that, she turned her gaze back to the battlefield, needing to gather first-hand information on the Six Eyes, ensuring not a single detail was overlooked. The near-fatal incident involving the Six Eyes had made Lin Weiyang even more cautious. She could not afford any further mistakes. Moreover, the Six Eyes can indeed be deemed a miraculous existence, yet Satoru Gojo is, without a doubt, a tangible human being. Lin Weiyang continued, asserting that as long as one is human, vulnerabilities exist. They are not monsters, after all. No sooner had she spoken than a tremendous sound shattered the air. Satoru Gojo effortlessly unleashed a technique he had previously struggled to master. Fushiguro Zenin was caught off guard. As the dust settled, a portion of Tenyu's body lay in ruins, yet he remained standing. Do you have any last words? Gojo inquired, regarding his opponent with a sense of respect in certain aspects. Fushiguro Megumi's visage flashed through Fushiguro Zenin's mind. Is this some kind of revolving lantern? Quite amusing. Indeed, blood mingled with his labored breaths as Zenin declared, I have a son, quite remarkable, having inherited the Zenin family's techniques. I sold him to the Zenin family for 1 billion. If you wish, you may take him. 10 shadow techniques? You only sold him for 1 billion? Lin Weiyang spent 20 billion merely to lift a curse. Your appetite is rather small, isn't it? Gojo laughed heartily, addressing an empty space. Wouldn't you agree, little Weiyang? There was no response, and Gojo appeared to be losing his mind. However, all present knew he indeed saw the few individuals who had been isolated. The space rippled like water, revealing the figure of a dark-haired girl. Yes, Gojo-kun, Lin Weiyang replied calmly, not the slightest hint of panic. It is indeed too cheap. Chapter 42. Peering, 8. Little Weiyang, you truly are a delightful surprise. Gojo laughed so hard he could scarcely stand, gazing down at Lin Weiyang from above. Lin Weiyang remained silent, letting out a sigh. What's the matter? The clearly unhinged Gojo teleported directly in front of Lin Weiyang, their faces mere inches apart, their breaths intertwining. Their black and blue eyes, much like when they first spoke, reflected each other's forms. Little Weiyang, what exactly do you wish to accomplish? Just say it. I am not some rotten orange. Perhaps I could assist you. So close that their proximity felt tangible, Gojo did not retreat, but instead drew nearer. After all, in a sense, it is you who has shaped my current self. You saved my life. I can be exceedingly lenient with you. With his attention wholly focused on the dark-haired girl, Gojo gently waved one hand, instantly unleashing a technique towards Fushiguro Zenin, while with the other, he grasped Lin Weiyang's waist, lifting her into the air. Kairi Yuko's attempt to envelop Fushiguro Zenin with a technique was abruptly forced into a defensive maneuver, narrowly allowing the near-fatal Tenyu to evade the destructive force. During their previous encounter, Kairi Yuko had been able to withstand Zenin's technique. Yet now, even evasion felt like a concession from the opponent. Do you desire this person? That won't he do. He is too wicked. He stabbed me right here back then. It hurts so much. Weiyang, I think I'm dying. With a tone of grievance, Gojo lowered his head, brushing aside his bangs to reveal the scar that even the reversal technique could not erase. Lin Weiyang's gaze fell upon that scar, without any physical contact. Merely the weight of her gaze upon his wound had Gojo trembling with excitement. Quite terrifying, isn't it? Yet back then, little Weiyang, you weren't frightened. Why is it that you show no reaction now? If you wish to see how I appeared then, that can be arranged. I have learned the reversal technique. Even if I endure such wounds a few more times, I won't perish. Gojo rambled incoherently, utterly exhilarated. Gojo, I need him. This was Lin Weiyang's first utterance after being restrained by Gojo. Am I not allowed, little Weiyang? I am currently the strongest. I could manage without him. Gojo lifted his head, fixating intently on the dark-haired girl, his eyes brimming with madness. After all, I have taken many lives. If you desire kindness, I can learn it. Why not utilize me, little Weiyang? Because what I seek can only be accomplished by Tenyu. Lin Weiyang pondered absent-mindedly. Sensing the girl's silence, Gojo's gaze deepened, maintaining his exaggerated tone. Fine, little Weiyang, then I shall give him to you. Lin Weiyang always seems to attract such peculiar individuals. Whether it be that half-cursed spirit or the boy with violet eyes who gazes at her with an enigmatic smile, or even the inexplicably appearing curse from before, she draws them all in. How bothersome, little Weiyang. Why can't you just quietly stay with us? Why must these chaotic individuals be granted your attention? Simply watching us would suffice. Gojo buried his head in the girl's neck, feigning sorrow. Lin Weiyang remained vigilant of Gojo's every move, signaling her companions with a discreet gesture. I'll hold him steady. You find an opportunity to take him away. As she gestured, a sudden jolt of pain shot through her shoulder, causing Lin Weiyang to instinctively grasp Gojo's hair, attempting to pull him away. Gojo remained unmoved, tightening his grip around her, sinking deeper into her. Blood flowed from the wound, staining both their clothes, the mingling scent of their blood intertwining. Let go, Gojo. Lin Weiyang frowned, her voice trembling slightly. Gojo did not budge, raising his eyes to the violet-eyed man. From the moment he laid eyes on him, Gojo felt an intense aversion. Dazai-Osamu, with a smirk, observed the two suspended in midair, not missing the possessiveness and hostility reflected in Gojo's eyes. Huh. Is this how wild animals mark their territory? How barbaric, a creature with muscles for brains. It was not merely Gojo's one-sided disdain. Dazai-Osamu inherently repelled this so-called divine child. While Takayama Shinbu and Kairi Yuko cautiously devised a plan to relocate Fushiguro Zenin, Dazai-Osamu suddenly spoke up. Hey, big guy over there, could you release our little Weiyang? If you continue to harass a blossoming young lady, I'll report you for sexual harassment, you perverted DK. Takayama Shinbu, I forgot about this troublemaker. Kairi Yuko, are you out of your mind, Dazai-Osamu? Huh, what did you say? I didn't quite catch that. Gojo raised his head, not wiping the blood from his mouth, grinning at Dazai-Osamu. Are you saying, who belongs to you? Their gazes collided midair, Gojo chuckled, and swiftly unleashed a technique. Gojo, come to your senses. Lin Weiyang was genuinely overwhelmed. What on earth is happening with these two? Gojo is one thing, but what is up with Dazai now? The technique, which shattered half of Tenu's body and exceeded human physical limits, obliterated everything in its path. However, after the calamity-like force swept through, the silhouettes within the smoke remained unscathed. Observing the gleam in Gojo's eyes, Lin Weiyang's mind raced. No, it cannot be delayed any longer. Fushiguro Zenin cannot hold on. So, you can see more now, can't you? Lin Weiyang suddenly inquired. Yes, indeed. I feel absolutely fantastic now. Gojo continued to fixate on the dark-haired boy capable of dissolving cursed energy. So it was indeed him last time. Now look at me. Lin Weiyang extended her hand, turning Gojo's face toward herself. Do you wish to divert my attention again, Lin Weiyang? However, the six eyes possess a 360-degree perspective. You know, said Satoru Gojo with a mischievous grin, facing Lin Weiyang. No, Lin Weiyang replied, gazing at the white-haired deity. He had truly become a god now. Can you see it? Can you comprehend it? I permit your intrusion. The incomprehensible language piqued Satoru Gojo's interest, drawing his serious attention to the young girl. Through her impenetrable black eyes, he suddenly felt a flicker of familiarity, a sensation akin to the disintegration of thought he experienced when he was on the brink of death. The six eyes instinctively activated, revealing glimpses of fate. An intertwining tapestry of crimson threads, a pristine world, and towering trees twisted together. Satoru Gojo widened his eyes, striving to understand and digest this revelation. To onlookers, it appeared as if two individuals were locked in a gaze, abruptly halting. What? The overload of the six eyes caused his brain to overheat. Bloodshot veins marred his eyes. Suddenly, he coughed violently, spewing blood, and fell from the sky, cradling Lin Weiyang in his arms. Chapter 43, The Star Plasma Body, End. Suguru Geto awoke in the infirmary, his horrifying wounds now vanished. How do you feel? Kinji Hikari inquired, closing her book and looking at the raven-haired boy lying in bed. When she first saw Suguru Geto, she was genuinely startled in her understanding. It was inconceivable that Satoru Gojo and he could sustain such grievous injuries. Where's Satoru? Suguru Geto's gaze was vacant, fixated on a point in the void. He went to the star cult to find the star plasma body. Kinji Hikari looked at Suguru Geto with concern. He seemed unwell, his usually tied hair now disheveled, and his eyes revealed a sense of numbness. Are you all right, Satoru? Suguru Geto murmured, his head turning slightly before he swung his legs off the bed. Ready to leave. Where are you going? Teacher Yaga instructed you to rest here. Kinji Hikari's words were a gentle obstruction, yet she did not rise, merely watching his movements. She had heard the accounts from those dispatched by the higher-ups to restore the scene. For these two, the shadows left by this incident would undoubtedly be profound. Let him face it alone. This was a hurdle only they could surmount. I'm going to find Satoru. Suguru Geto mounted a cursed spirit. The rainbow dragon had been depleted in that battle, and this was another. Keep an eye on that guy, he's a bit off. Kinji Hikari advised before returning to her reading. Suguru Geto offered no reply and quickly departed from Jujutsu High. In the resplendent hall, a girl lay quietly on the altar, as if in slumber. Surrounding her were people whose lips curved in unison, applauding in celebration. The death of the star plasma body marked their victory, igniting a grand revelry. When Suguru Geto and Satoru Gojo arrived, this was the scene they beheld. Suguru Geto had spotted Satoru Gojo outside the Star Cult, where he lay unconscious, bloodied on the steps, amidst a scene rivaling the aftermath of a battle within the Star Palace. As Suguru Geto contemplated contacting the Gojo family to take him back for treatment, Satoru Gojo suddenly sat up as if resurrected, then erupted into laughter. Watching his frenzied best friend, Suguru Geto simply pocketed his phone. He had no inclination to inquire about the previous events, still engulfed in an unprecedented sense of defeat. He numbly cast a quiet glance at his now manic friend before continuing inward. Satoru Gojo laughed for a moment, then abruptly halted, lost in thought before following along. Thus, they witnessed an eerie yet ironic scene. Satoru Gojo's emotionless gaze swept across the area. These ordinary people resembled puppets crafted from the same mold, repeating identical motions. Suguru. At this moment, I could slay them all without a second thought, Satoru Gojo remarked, cradling the lifeless body of Rika Tainai, turning to Suguru Geto. What do you say? Shall we kill them? Meaningless. Suguru Geto's gaze fell, fixated on Rika Tainai's body. He recalled the girl's tearful smile and her outstretched hand within the Star Palace. Meaning, is it truly necessary? Satoru Gojo queried. Suguru Geto swallowed hard, continuing to stare at Rika Tainai's lifeless form. Meaning, of course it exists. It must hold significance, right? Suddenly, the visage of a black-haired girl appeared in his mind, softly speaking, Suguru, you have done wonderfully. The strange wavering seemed to dissipate. And Suguru Geto looked at Satoru Gojo, declaring, it is indeed necessary, especially for sorcerers. Zenin Fushiguro opened his eyes. The green depths sparkled with a beastly light, clarity washing over him as if his previous stupor was merely an illusion. In an instant, he reverted to his languid demeanor. Huh, I can't believe you actually saved me, he said, sitting up and examining the left side of his body, his eyebrows raised in surprise. Is this reverse curse technique? He had never heard of a second reverse curse technique existing. Recalling the unpleasant entity of the six eyes, he clicked his tongue. Wow, how rude to treat your saviors this way, Dazai Osamu exclaimed, puffing his cheeks and pointing at Zenin Fushiguro. Huh, I never asked you to save me. So don't expect anything from me, Zenin Fushiguro retorted coldly, directing a nonchalant shout at Lin Weiyang. Kid, make sure to transfer the payment for our previous transaction to my account promptly. I'm leaving. With that, Zenin Fushiguro stood and walked barefoot toward the door, disdainfully glancing at Yugo Asakusa. Wait a moment, Mr. Zenin, Lin Weiyang called out. What is it? I'm not the kind to repay favors. You'd best leave me alone. Zenin Fushiguro did not pause. No, I merely wish to express my sincerity, Lin Weiyang said, taking a few steps toward him, her shoulder wrapped in bandages. I can share our objective with you. I already told you I'm not interested, Zenin Fushiguro said irritably, waving his hand dismissively. We aim to overturn the sorcery world. The girl's voice echoed behind him, halting Zenin Fushiguro in his tracks. The current sorcery world is excessively insular. We intend to alter its power structure to ensure it operates in a healthy and normal manner. Therefore, Mr. Zenin, we require your strength and your assistance. Zenin Fushiguro turned to gaze at the slender girl not far away. She was truly earnest. This realization provoked a chuckle from him, and he burst into laughter. Ha, kid, are you part of some comedy troupe? Since you've managed to amuse me, I'll say this once more. The sorcery world is indeed a dump. But what does that have to do with me? I refuse. Don't make me repeat it a third time, kid. With that, Zenin Fushiguro vanished from the room in an instant. Oh dear, what should we do now, Lin Weiyang? It seems things are not going well, Dazai Osamu remarked, stifling laughter with a hand over his mouth. Stop being a nuisance, Dazai. The ever-silent Takamura Masamune tugged at Dazai's hair. Weiyang, what is our next move? Disgusting, utterly disgusting. What a repugnant man indeed. Choui Yuko cursed vehemently, her eyes brimming with venom as she fixated on the spot recently vacated by Fushiguro Megumi. Lin Weiyang lowered her gaze, placing her hand gently upon Choui Yuko's head, soothing her with tender strokes. Gradually, Choui Yuko quieted down. As previously advised, it was best to proceed without altering their plans. Komo Noritoshi should have already assumed a new guise, and now he could disseminate information regarding me. From the Cursed Return manga, Chapter 44, In the Shadows. Is that all? A young man bearing stitches upon his head inquired. Boss, what do you mean by is that all? The information on that Hua country individual is more elusive than the ancient texts of the three great families. The adversary's background is no trifling matter. The fact that I can still converse with you in good health is already a miracle, considering the perilous experience I had while researching him, nearly facing gunfire. Kong Shiyu grimaced at the recollection. Thank you for your hard work. The remuneration has been dispatched, so do take the time to rest. Xuanzang pondered over the findings he had unearthed. The 5th administrative officer of Hua Country, a vessel of a special grade curse. Who would have thought this seemingly ordinary individual I neglected to deal with would possess such an identity? Xuanzang reflected on the fragmented images transmitted from the Star Palace, envisioning Lin Weiyang approaching the lifeless 6 eyes, awakening him, much like a fairy tale, where a princess is roused from her slumber by a kiss. What purpose does she have in coming to the Jujutsu High? Does Hua Country wish to stake a claim in the realm of curses? A myriad of questions flooded Xuanzang's mind. The emergence of Lin Weiyang could instigate unpredictable upheavals in his plans. Suddenly, a chuckle escaped him. What am I doing? Xuanzang carelessly tossed aside the item in his hand, mocking himself. It seems I am succumbing to paranoia regarding Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto. However, Lin Weiyang is hardly the strongest. She is merely an ordinary individual. Regardless of how unique her identity may be, she remains but an ordinary person who could be easily disposed of. Xuanzang mused. Given her position as a politically significant figure, she must have made enemies. For instance, the remaining 4 administrative officers she oversees. Would they truly welcome being monitored by a mere girl? Eliminating her wouldn't even necessitate the use of the cursed items I have collected. A simple act of incitement would suffice to silence her permanently. Manipulating human emotions is Xuanzang's forte. He casually cast a communication curse, beginning to orchestrate the pawns he had embedded within the world of curses. As an ordinary person, Lin Weiyang's influence over the Gojo clan and that cursed spirit manipulator, along with the reverse curse technique, was excessively profound. In the dimly lit conference room, an indistinct elderly voice spoke, obscured by shadows. As a 5th administrative officer of Hua Country, what could her intentions be in coming here? I suspect she harbors ulterior motives regarding the Jujutsu world. Another voice chimed in. To aspire to meddle in the Jujutsu realm as an ordinary individual? Unforgivable, utterly unforgivable. A female voice interjected. Such an existence is far too unstable. I propose we take action against her. I concur. I concur. Voices of agreement rose in chorus. Please, everyone, let us remain calm. Lin Weiyang is a non-jutsu practitioner, and the Jujutsu world has regulations prohibiting jutsu practitioners from harming ordinary individuals. This voice emerged within the conference room, halting the previous chorus of agreement. We are merely striving to maintain the stability of the Jujutsu world. This voice interrupted. As jutsu practitioners, we cannot transgress such rules. The expressions of those seated in the shadows turned sour. But who claims she is entirely an ordinary person? This voice carried an icy undertone. Reliable intelligence indicates that the special grade curse, which recently assaulted the Jujutsu High, has been fused with Lin Weiyang, endowing her with comparable techniques and reserves of cursed energy. As the words echoed, the conference room fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. What? This is impossible. An ordinary person transforming into a jutsu practitioner? This surely. This must be collusion with cursed spirits. Death penalty. She must be executed. Amidst the furious voices, there was a subtle undercurrent of fear. Fear that their cherished talents might one day be eclipsed by an ordinary person. Everyone, please be quiet. There is one more matter. This voice chuckled, granting entry to an unexpected guest. I have received a commission from Hua Country. Mr. Chun, one of the 4 administrative officers, hopes that we can eliminate Lin Weiyang, who poses a potential threat due to her special grade curse, and he wishes for the Jujutsu world to accept this request. Mr. Chun smiled amiably at the gathering, continuing the previous speaker's statement. It is highly probable that the curse Lin Weiyang bears is one she has inflicted upon herself. The Hua Country authorities have reason to suspect that Lin Weiyang fled abroad to evade scrutiny for dangerous crimes committed within Hua Country. We hope the Jujutsu world will accept our commission to assist in secretly apprehending Lin Weiyang. The conference room buzzed with hushed discussions. Finally, an elderly voice declared, Very well, we accept the commission from Hua Country, but during the apprehension, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, it would be considered normal. Mr. Chen did not wait for the completion of the statement, smiling as he replied, Hua Country only requires Lin Weiyang alive or dead. The elderly voice chuckled softly, revealing its owner, shaking Mr. Chen's hand. Then let us wish for a pleasant collaboration. A pleasant collaboration, Mr. Chen echoed with a smile. As the meeting concluded, attendees departed one after another, with Mr. Chen trailing behind. In Hua language, Sir, do we truly need to proceed in this manner? A young man trailing Mr. Chen suddenly voiced, Do the other 3 administrative officers know about this? We Xiao Wang. Mr. Chen fixed his gaze ahead, his stride unwavering. Lin Weiyang cannot remain alive. Why? Xiao Wang queried in confusion. Because of war. Mr. Chen sighed, beginning to elucidate to his apprentice. Lin Weiyang is the 5th administrative officer. Everyone believes her role is to oversee the remaining 4 administrative officers, which is true. However, Beyond oversight, she possesses additional responsibilities, the authority to command in warfare. I have personally witnessed the battles she has led. Mr. Chen's voice lowered. She is indeed an exceptional commander. A mere glance at the battlefield allows her to effortlessly comprehend all advantages and vulnerabilities of both allies and foes. Yet, her strategies disregard the value of lives. Casualties that could have been avoided are, in her eyes, merely unnecessary, superfluous steps. I do not deem this a normal attitude toward life. Nor do I wish for such a person to wield the authority to command in warfare. This way, the future can ensure the survival of more individuals. As Mr. Chen and his apprentice spoke, they exited the headquarters. Xuanzang received news from the headquarters and chuckled softly. The information he had gathered on Lin Weiyang did not solely stem from Kong Shiyu. He had other avenues at his disposal. Lin Weiyang, this slender figure, had indeed made her presence known on numerous existing battlefields. He picked up a photograph. In the image, a delicate girl with black hair stood beside a towering pile of corpses, surrounded by swirling smoke. Her attire was smudged with ashes, her face bore traces of blood, and her hair was tousled by the wind. In her hands, she wielded a machine gun nearly half her size. Yet her gaze, unmarred by the sanguinary scent of warfare and devoid of any guilt or fear born from slaughter, regarded the blood-soaked battlefield with the same indifference one might reserve for their own kitchen. It was a complete absence of emotion, a chilling apathy. She recalled her intricate strategies and the admiration, albeit slight, from Wu Tao and Xuanzang. Alas, it was a pity. Xuanzang tucked the photograph into his pocket. Knowing that this was where it must end, he cast a glance at Lin Weiyang across the street, whose expression was a mix of helplessness as she faced Wu Tiaowu, silently bidding farewell. Chapter 45, Rules. Suguru Geto took action to subdue the incapacitated cursed spirit, stowing the cursed spirit jewel into his pocket. Ah, how impressive, Senior Geto! Yu Haibara exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he watched Geto effortlessly dispatch a grade 2 cursed spirit. Haibara, stay still, your wound hasn't been treated yet. Kinto Nanami admonished his naive companion with a tone of exasperation. Geto smiled at them, still engaged in a separate mission from Wu Tiaowu, this time tasked by Teacher Yaga to guide 2 new students in a field exercise. Following the death of Fushiguro Megumi, Geto could distinctly sense that his counterpart had transcended a long-standing boundary, achieving not only the reversal of techniques, but also a deeper level of breakthrough. He could no longer declare himself the strongest. It was abundantly clear that Wu Tiaowu now rightfully held that title. Geto inquired about the new students' physical conditions and led them away from the mission site, refraining from uttering platitudes about their future potential. They all understood that cursed techniques could not simply be cultivated through training. While practice could enhance proficiency, it remained constrained by one's inherent talent, thereby reaching its zenith. Those sorcerers whose talents barely allowed them to perceive cursed spirits were the most unfortunate. They could see, sense, and be attacked, yet they were powerless to defend themselves, relegated to cowering beneath the wings of the strong. The very thought of strength elicited a sardonic smile from Geto. He had once considered himself a formidable force, making promises of protection to both Nariyuki and Lin Weiyang. However, having been so easily bested by a powerless monkey, his own vows shattered. He questioned whether he could still be deemed strong. His promises to Nariyuki dissipated like bubbles. What of Lin Weiyang then? Could he still proclaim, as he once had, "I will protect you"? More importantly, did he possess the capability to safeguard what he wished to protect? The tumult of his thoughts remained concealed beneath an exterior of warmth and composure, for Geto excelled at masking his true sentiments. Senior Geto, your phone is ringing. Haibara, despite his injuries, reminded the distracted Geto. Ah, my apologies, I'm just a bit fatigued, Geto replied with a courteous smile, answering the call. The caller ID read, Lin Weiyang. It was rare for her to initiate a call, as she typically preferred sending messages. Steeling himself, Geto pulled away from his previous thoughts and answered the phone. Hello, Weiyang. Is something the matter? Before he could finish, he was interrupted by an exuberant voice on the other end. Geto, guess who I'm with right now? Geto fell silent, uninterested in the lack of a response as Wu continued. Bingo. You got it. I'm with little Weiyang. Jealous, are we? Who told you to refuse to team up with me for this mission? Haha. The atmosphere on the other end was calm, yet it was punctuated by the sound of laughter and the exasperated voice of a girl. Wu, stop teasing Weiyang and hand her the phone, Geto instructed. Ha ha ha. You're so short. Jump a little, and maybe you'll reach it. Wu ignored Geto, continuing to tease the already exasperated Lin Weiyang, who was gazing up at the nearly 6-foot-tall man-child. So annoying. Why is he everywhere? Since the conclusion of the star plasma incident, Wu had been incessantly clinging to Lin Weiyang. I won T. Little Weiyang, why are you still using honorifics? Just call me Wu. Wu leaned closer. his face mere inches from Lin Weiyang's, his deep-set eyes peering at her from beneath his sunglasses. And unless you let me see again, I want to give you your phone back. A vein throbbed on Geto's forehead as he spoke through clenched teeth. Wu, what kind of dreadful conversation is this? What do you mean see again? Hibara and Nanami exchanged glances, recognizing that Wu Tiaowu was the only one capable of eliciting such a reaction from Geto. Hey, I'm not deaf. I can hear you, Geto. Don't shout like that. You'll scare little Weiyang. Wu Tiaowu chuckled. So annoying, Lin Weiyang thought to herself. I'm done talking, Geto. I want to continue enjoying this lovely time with Weiyang. Little Weiyang, that restaurant up ahead is one we frequently visit. The eel rice is fantastic. Let us go try it together. Wu Tiaowu hung up the phone. Geto, just you wait. Geto turned to his two juniors, forcing a smile through gritted teeth. You two head back to Jujutsu High with the monitoring team. I have some matters to attend to. Sensing the ominous aura emanating from their senior, Hibara nodded obediently. Nanami, however, cast a sidelong glance. He had met Lin Weiyang before. She was always pleasant and considerate, often reminding them to stay safe before missions, making her the only truly reliable senior compared to others. Moreover, she was not at all like the reclusive Geto described at the start of the school year. Perhaps he simply wished to shield those he had affection for from excessive exposure. Observing the admiration in Hibara's gaze towards Geto, Nanami sighed inwardly. It seemed best not to shatter the naive illusions of his sweet and innocent classmate regarding his senior. Dragged into the restaurant by Wu Tiaowu, Lin Weiyang wore an expression of resigned disbelief. Oh dear, how can you be so gloomy while on a date with a super handsome guy like me? I might just get heartbroken, boo-hoo. Wu Tiaowu lamented dramatically, his voice dripping with insincerity. If you can't squeeze out tears, don't bother trying, Wu Tiaokuan, Lin Weiyang retorted, regaining her composure and smiling gently. That's quite ugly. Ugly? How can you speak such untruths about this handsome face? Wu Tiaowu inched closer, seemingly reveling in the proximity. Was it to induce discomfort, or was he merely curious about her expressions? Lin Weiyang maintained her composure, refusing to retreat. Is there something you need from me, Wu Tiaokuan? Why must you ask such questions, little Weiyang? I'm simply curious about your secrets. Friends should share good things together. Wu Tiaowu pouted playfully. Lin Weiyang sipped her tea, deftly diverting the conversation. I've been to this place before. Their eel rice is delicious. How cunning you are, Lin Weiyang. You must not evade the question. Satoru Gojo grasped Lin Weiyang's face, compelling her to meet his gaze. Lin Weiyang felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. It was only out of necessity that she had permitted the all-seeing eyes at the pinnacle of the rules to catch a glimpse of those secrets. Now, she was left to figure out how to wrap things up. What a hassle. This was also the reason Lin Weiyang had been doing her utmost to avoid Satoru Gojo during this period. To be frank, Lin Weiyang was not one to act immediately when faced with a dilemma. She preferred to procrastinate whenever possible. But do not think you can deceive me, Lin Weiyang. When it comes to matters I wish to know, I am not so easily fooled. Satoru Gojo interrupted her before she could speak. Anticipating her actions, Lin Weiyang suddenly felt a gaze piercing through her. Just as she was about to turn her head to investigate, Gojo held her in place, rendering her immobile. Well, since Gojo felt nothing amiss, it should be fine. For now, she should address the immediate trouble at hand. Satoru Gojo observed the girl seated before him, her expression considerably subdued. She finally spoke. Satoru Gojo, some things cannot be clarified simply because I wish to explain them. In this world, rules exist. That is the utmost I can convey within the realm of my abilities. The girl sat quietly, her cheeks slightly flushed from the grip of Gojo's hands, her gaze unwavering as if she were earnestly handing over the key to Pandora's box to him. Chapter 46. Face your existence. In just a few brief sentences, Satoru Gojo's mind began to race. Mountains and seas of red threads, a pristine world, towering trees. Something loomed, veiled behind a translucent gauze, flickering in and out of sight. Just as Satoru Gojo prepared to continue speaking, he was interrupted by a punch that sliced through the air toward his face. Swiftly dodging backward, he touched his nose in confusion and asked, Jia, what are you doing? Thank me for preventing my friend from being reported for sexual harassment, Gojo. Suguru Geto retorted, his dangerous smile glancing at Gojo as he settled into the chair that had just been occupied by him. Eyeing the black-haired girl whose face still bore a faint red mark, Geto's fingers curled slightly. The moment he entered and saw the girl in a completely submissive position under his friend, an unsettling desire stirred within him. Even though he knew Gojo would not harm Lin Weiyang, after delivering a punch to his friend, a slight release of tension allowed Geto to suppress that desire once more. Are you alright? Gojo's not exactly the sharpest tool in the shed, don't mind him. Saying this, Geto produced a wet wipe and began to clean the girl's face. It's a bit dirty, let me help you. What do you mean? Are you saying I'm dirty? Gojo exclaimed, Jia, it's been a while since I've fought. Let us go have a brawl right now. Thank you, Jia, But I can manage on my own, Lin Weiyang replied, reaching for the wet wipe but unable to pull it from his grasp. It's fine, don't move, Gedo insisted, his smile unwavering. Jia, that hurts, Lin Weiyang winced, reminded of the terrifying experience of scrubbing her back in a bathhouse in northeast China. Sorry, Gedo chuckled apologetically, retracting his hand and observing the red marks he had left, now overshadowing the previous ones. Much more pleasing to the eye now, he thought, smiling. After the meal, the group began to relish their feast. Jia, why are you only eating so little? Are you on a diet? Gojo inquired, looking at Gedo. No, just feeling a bit bitter, Gedo replied, propping his head up with one hand. Lin Weiyang glanced at Gedo, but said nothing. Once dinner concluded, a phone call summoned Gedo away for a task, leaving only Satoru Gojo and Lin Weiyang to return to Jujutsu High. What are you thinking about, Gojo? To Gojo's surprise, Lin Weiyang spoke first. Am I thinking about something? Lin Weiyang? Gojo asked playfully. Lin Weiyang scrutinized him for a few moments, and then said, Are you worried about Jia? An instant of silence enveloped the air. Oh, it's hardly at the level of concern. He's the strongest, after all, and doesn't require such treatment, Gojo replied casually. It's just that it's been a while since we've seen each other. He must be feeling a bit lonely. After all, both Jia and Lin Weiyang never take the initiative to seek him out, and Shoko can only stay within Jujutsu High. I am genuinely worried about Jia, Satoru. Lin Weiyang's sudden candor took Gojo aback. Lin Weiyang's emotions were so repressed that he almost thought she was a robot. This was the first time she had so directly expressed her feelings. Why is he Jia and I'm still Satoru? Lin Weiyang, you cannot play favorites. The momentary astonishment remained hidden as Gojo huffed in protest. Stop being silly, Satoru. I'm being serious, Lin Weiyang countered, ignoring his complaint. After what you experienced in the last battle, describing it as a rebirth would not be an exaggeration. You are truly the strongest now. Yet, Jia witnessed the person he wished to protect killed before his eyes. That was his first true confrontation with such a devastating failure at the cost of life. I feel the same, Lin Weiyang. Why are you not concerned about me? Gojo continued to sulk playfully. You are different, Satoru, she replied. Call me Satoru, Gojo insisted, using his height to encircle Lin Weiyang's neck. All right, Satoru, please let go of your hand, Lin Weiyang relented. Gojo grunted, releasing her while wearing a satisfied expression. Following this brief interlude, Lin Weiyang felt slightly disjointed in her emotions. She struggled to maintain composure as she continued. Satoru, you are indeed different. For you are the genuine strongest. However, Jia has now become the second strongest. Such a disparity, coupled with what Jia has always sought to pursue, may lead to peculiar friction. Upon hearing this, Gojo stroked his chin, pondering thoughtfully. Lin Weiyang, your words seem to carry some weight, but I know that guy well. This sort of issue will not ensnare him. Lin Weiyang raised her head to observe Gojo's trademark expression of utmost confidence, choosing not to say anything further. This much was sufficient as a reminder. In return for being treated kindly, I have certainly done my utmost. Lin Weiyang thought to herself, donning an expression of agreement. Indeed, I may have overthought it. More importantly, I am quite curious about what you intend to do, Lin Weiyang. What exactly do you want with that heaven and curse binding? After all, I have already stated that I owe my existence to you. If you require power, you might as well utilize me, right? Or perhaps you desire the heaven and curse binding specifically to counter me. Lin Weiyang remained silent. Even if that were the case, the heaven and curse binding would be utterly incapable of contending with my current self. If Lin Weiyang intends to confront me, it would be more prudent to reveal your purpose. Should you sway me, I might even willingly submit myself to you. Gojo continued, entirely unconcerned about whether the person beside him harbored any malevolent intentions. It cannot be termed malice, he concluded, dismissing the descriptor. It can only be referred to as a scheme. He possessed his own judgment regarding matters, and he did not believe that one person could harbor malice toward another without revealing a hint of it over such an extended period. Even if there were a scheme, it mattered little. Satoru Gojo pondered deeply. Throughout his life, he had never encountered anyone who harbored no ulterior motives towards him. From the moment of his birth, he had been destined to be a figure regarded with reverence and awe. With his miraculous 6 eyes and innate formidable cursed energy, his worth was undeniably immense, and it was only natural for others to seek to exploit him. Gojo accepted this notion with a sense of inevitability. However, what was this he heard? The girl beside him furrowed her brow, her tone imbued with an unfamiliar intensity of disapproval. She said, Satoru Gojo. She said, cease this objectification of yourself. It is fundamentally misguided. She said, I acknowledge your existence, and I implore you to do the same. She said, the value of existence should not derive from innate abilities, but rather from what one bestows upon oneself. She earnestly asserted, discover your own existence, not the 6 eyes, not the limitless potential, not the esteemed sorcerer, not the divine child, but simply, "You are Satoru Gojo." Gojo gazed at the dark-haired girl, a vague sensation stirring within him, as if his mind were ablaze. Chapter 47. In the Depths of Thought. On the weekend, Lin Weiyang found an excuse to leave the Jujutsu High School and ventured to a safe house. Upon opening the door, she stepped directly into the bedroom, which retained the same arrangement as always. Lin Weiyang flopped onto the bed, exhaling a deep sigh. Recent events had been rather overwhelming, leaving her somewhat fatigued. Yet, it was not yet time to rest. She needed to synchronize with the latest updates of existing data. After lying there for a moment, Lin Weiyang closed her eyes, meticulously observing the myriad of intertwined red threads that enveloped the space. Standing amidst this ocean of crimson strands, she commenced her organization. This was neither an art exhibition nor a textile factory. It was the inner sanctum of Lin Weiyang's mind. Each thread symbolized an individual's life, while the walls of the space represented various coordinates within the world. If one were to follow a single thread, it would depict the journey from birth to death, with intersections along the way signifying encounters with others. This simple explanation, however, barely scratches the surface. The informational space also encapsulated the concept of time, with countless moments coalescing. The visual surface revealed a dynamic tapestry of threads, creating a spectacle that transcended dimensions. Once, someone inadvertently glimpsed this realm, and the unfortunate soul remained in a hospital for recuperation to this day. Returning to the matter at hand, anyone whom Lin Weiyang had observed was stored in her mind in this manner, facilitating her predictions and foresight. For instance, the individual designated as line 1098, a mature male named Ishii Masaru, had his information woven into this tapestry, quietly entwined within the vast sea of red threads. Beyond mere observation, Lin Weiyang could also manipulate these threads. A subtle alteration at a specific junction could trigger a profound butterfly effect across the entire tapestry, silently achieving certain objectives. A process of speculation and foresight. For example, if she were to induce line 2600 to abandon purchasing a lottery ticket today, a series of consequential events might lead to line 4376, a high-ranking government official, missing a critical deadline for a proposal tomorrow. While this may seem incredulous to some, the reality is indeed as such. The connections within human society resemble an irregular, colossal web. Disturbing one node inevitably influences another, distant node. Hence, Osamu Dazai would marvel that Lin Weiyang's mind resembled a finely tuned supercomputer. Perhaps even a supercomputer would overheat under such computations. This realization also served as the foundation for Lin Weiyang's discovery of Narinabu Kumo's existence. Initially, Lin Weiyang had not observed many individuals, and when some exhibited inexplicable behavioral shifts, she merely attributed it to the mounting pressures of society. However, as her observations expanded, those inexplicable changes ceased to appear coincidental. Ultimately, Lin Weiyang's focus shifted towards the shadowy corners of the jujitsu world, a realm where her influence was temporarily limited. Yet today she finally unearthed an answer. Narinabu Kumo, a being who had evaded the eyes of death for a millennium, marked by stitches upon his head. Today, she encountered the woman known as Kaori Itadori, who dismantled the peculiar organization associated with Dazai's stitched head, leading Lin Weiyang to her conclusion. This was an entity that perpetually relied upon the corporeal forms of others to elude the grasp of death. Lin Weiyang smiled, finding the situation rather intriguing. Aside from Tenjin, there existed another who had escaped the shackles of time. He must possess something I desire. With this thought, Lin Weiyang pushed open a door that appeared out of thin air, stepping into another realm. Compared to the previous ocean of threads, this space felt far more expansive, dominated by a colossal wall. From a distance, the black lines adorned upon it resembled an immense spider's web, featuring many names and information. Suguru Geto, Kiyotaka Ijichi, Yuki Tsukumo, Megumi Fushiguro, Masamichi Yaga, Riko Emanai. The most prominent position displayed a photograph of a youth with white hair and blue eyes, exuding an aura of otherworldly divinity. Beside it lay a dense compilation of detailed records chronicling Satoru Gojo's life. Satoru Gojo, Lin Weiyang mused, her gaze lingering upon those cerulean eyes, her fingers gently caressing the surface. Soon, just a little longer, the time has not yet come. Withdrawing her hand, Lin Weiyang paused momentarily, connecting Narinabu Kumo and Suguru Geto upon the wall. There's something amiss here, Lin Weiyang contemplated, instinctively touching the emerald pendant around her neck. Memories of her interactions with the youth named Suguru Geto resurfaced, his inherent arrogance masked beneath a facade of benevolence while aiding the ordinary. Why does Narinabu Kumo seek to influence Suguru Geto's persona? Initially, Suguru Geto had not appeared within Lin Weiyang's purview, for he bore no impact on her plans, merely possessing knowledge of the other's information. It was not until she unearthed Narinabu Kumo's presence that she incorporated him into her focus. Presently, It remained unclear what Narinabu Kamo specifically sought to achieve, yet it was evident he desired the disintegration of Suguru Geto's character. Recalling the perpetually gentle smile of the youth, Lin Weiyang gently closed her eyes. In any case, Suguru Geto was beneath her very gaze. Should he attempt any maneuver, she would surely perceive it. After all, she operated from the shadows. Having completed this, the young woman allowed her consciousness to sink into the abyss of chaos. Within a certain building in Tokyo, a middle-aged man sat before a massive wooden table, methodically unsealing a leather pouch laid before him, his fingers deftly flipping through the contents. The smoke from the cigarette clasped between his fingers curling languidly into the air. A young man stood attentively at the edge of the desk, silent, while a tall woman occupied a sofa across the room. The only sound that filled the space was the rustle of paper pages being turned. Miss Kurai, you must be aware of the reason we have summoned you. The middle-aged man continued his task, not raising his gaze. How would I know? I am merely an obscure reporter, surprised to be invited by the government, Ms. Kurai replied, extracting a cigarette from her pocket and lighting it. This hardly seems like the demeanor of someone taken by surprise, Ms. Kurai. The middle-aged man stated, let me get straight to the point. The personnel list is something the government does not wish to see leaked. Of course, this is not a form of coercion. We will manage these individuals. However, if such matters were to escape into the public domain, it would undermine the government's credibility. Haiku Raimai exhaled a puff of smoke and smiled. Indeed, it was as Lin Weiyang had anticipated. Glancing at the nameplates on the solid wooden table, Haiku Raimai, with a hint of amusement, remarked, as a citizen, I shall certainly cooperate. Mr. Inoue, your stern demeanor is rather intimidating. Regardless, this information had already been relayed to Asakai Yuko. Those scoundrels would undoubtedly meet a most undignified end. Once Haiku Raimai departed, the two men in the office, one seated and the other standing, fell into silence. After a moment, the middle-aged man casually tossed the documents aside, and as the papers were about to touch the ground, they suddenly ignited into flames. The man took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaled slowly, and extinguished it in the ashtray on the table. Speak your mind, the middle-aged man said, his voice low and resonant. The younger man pressed his lips together and straightened slightly. With the sudden visitation of Director Tanaka, my hospitality has been lacking. I hope for your understanding. The young man, known as Inoue, began. Pausing momentarily, he continued. Haiku Raimai had contact with Lin Weiyang during the last incident and may have fallen under her influence. I am uncertain of your views on Lin Weiyang, but as the 5th administrative officer, her origins remain ambiguous, and the stance from Huagua is equally vague. As it stands, she is undeniably effective, is she not, Inoue? The middle-aged man, named Tanaka Akihiko, rose and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, where the bustling Tokyo nightlife sprawled before him. The neon lights seemed to illuminate every corner of the city, yet beneath this facade of false prosperity, certain elements remained concealed and untouchable. This nation has been dominated by the sorcery realm for far too long. Moreover, those decayed sorcerers have become excessively greedy, reaching far beyond the boundaries initially agreed upon. Faced with the current circumstances, a knife has been offered, and the government has no choice but to accept it. Otherwise, should it fall into the hands of others, one cannot predict where the blade may point. Let us tread cautiously, step by step. Chapter 48, The Tidings of Death. The prolonged summer days seemed endless. The incessant chirping of cicadas transformed the oppressive heat into sound, assailing the weary spirit through both sensation and auditory perception. In such an environment, the turmoil of human hearts gave rise to a peak of cursed spirits. Countless sorcerers busied themselves during this period, akin to aging gears in a machine, grinding away until they glowed with heat. Yet, their taut nerves dared not relax, for they understood that even the slightest misstep in the face of cursed spirits could prevent them from seeing the dawn of the next day. Having grasped the reversal technique, Satoru Gojo had learned to manifest the limitless in a passive manner, with the reversal technique continuously healing the damage inflicted by the negative effects of sorcery. This divine child had seamlessly integrated the technique into his daily routine, akin to savoring a cup of coffee. The confectionery shop, Kiku Fukudo, renowned for its edamame cream daifuku, was swiftly clearing out an overwhelming number of tasks. Gojo had dismissed the assistant supervisor who sought to burden him with additional work while he queued outside the Sendai Kiku Fukudo store. Neither Jie nor Shoko relished these treats, so he resolved to procure something else for them. Only little Weiyang could revel in the joy of desserts, so he decided to bring her a portion from Kiku Fukudo as well. Gojo pondered this. Although Lin Weiyang conducted herself with remarkable maturity and propriety, Gojo had noticed her peculiar fondness for culinary delights, particularly sweets. Unbeknownst to her, when indulging in delectable fare, her dark eyes sparkled with an undeniable radiance, betraying her joy and enjoyment. Gojo had been on this business trip for over half a month, an unprecedented duration, with an unending stream of tasks piling upon him, leaving him long deprived of the company of his peers at Jujutsu High. Likewise, Suguru Geto had also been away for over half a month. The sweltering summer was a nightmare for every sorcerer. A 996 or 007 work schedule merely constituted a reprieve for them. As the mental strain escalated alongside the ceaseless onslaught of cursed spirits, Geto swallowed a cursed spirit jewel, kneeling on the rooftop of an abandoned building, retching, his eyes devoid of life. After a while, he turned over, gazing at the starry sky above this remote village. Far from the city's neon glare, the stars appeared even more magnificent. Yet, the numb Geto lacked the heart to appreciate this rare beauty, his mind overwhelmed with confusion and weariness. Foolish ordinary people. Mountains and seas of cursed spirits, the maniacal laughter, gunfire, the deceased girl. Geto had been plagued by nightmares of late. In his dreams, the girl, Inari Riko, extended her hand to him, tears mingling with her smile. He caught her swiftly, pulling her close to evade a gunshot. Yet, as she looked up, she transformed into Lin Weiyang. Lin Weiyang bore a horrifying gunshot wound, smiling as she asked, Geto-kun, aren't you the strongest? Why didn't you protect me? Reflecting on this dream, the numbed Geto struggled to move his neck, retrieving the remaining cursed spirit jewels. I will protect you. His sense of taste had deteriorated. Yet the nauseating sensation transcended mere flavor, manifesting as an invasive discomfort. I will grow stronger, I will. He repeated, I will protect you. The starry sky lost its color. Geto endeavored to recall that gentle embrace, hoping it might alleviate the immense pain. Memory became a balm for this teenager's struggle against suffering, and through this repetitive reliance, the girl subtly deepened in significance, becoming ever more important. After what felt like an eternity, Geto finally descended from the rooftop. Dawn had begun to break. He made his way towards the city. Aside from the faint shadows beneath his eyes, he appeared unchanged. It had been a long time since he had seen his peers. He wondered whether they would appreciate the gifts he had brought back. With this thought, Geto opted not to take a vehicle, instead whimsically utilizing cursed energy for a swift return. He felt an urgency within himself, the origin of which he could not discern, eager to return to Jujutsu High. I want crab leg canned goods, crab leg canned goods, crab leg canned goods. Takemaki, hurry and buy some for me. Dazai Osamu sprawled on the sofa, resembling a puddle of liquid. Takemaki, hasn't my sister messaged you yet? Why hasn't she come to find me? You need to ask her quickly. Isekai Yuko, with limbs reminiscent of cursed spirits, shook Takemaki Shinbu up and down. Takemaki Shinbu offered a weary smile. Please put me down, Yuko, I feel nauseous. Having finally found a balance, Takemaki spoke weakly. If I set you down, you must call my sister. Isekai Yuko threatened. Oh dear, Yuko-chan. Threatening people isn't something an adorable little girl should do, Dazai Osamu retorted, placing a hand on Isekai Yuko's head, dispelling her swirling cursed limbs, causing Takemaki to plummet from the air. Thankfully, Takemaki was agile enough to flip in midair and land safely. Dazai Osamu, remove your filthy hands. Isekai Yuko roared, slapping his hand, but regrettably, her frail form left no mark behind. Dazai Osamu disregarded Ase Yuko's clawing gestures and mockingly pointed at Takayama Shinbu, exclaiming, Are you a cat? Haha, you must land on both paws. Takayama Shinbu felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Lin Weiyang, hurry up and find another fool to join us. I can hardly endure this any longer, he thought to himself when suddenly, his phone vibrated. Not just his, but Dazai Osamu and Ase Yuko's phones emitted a notification chime simultaneously. The cheerful atmosphere swiftly dissipated. Upon opening the messages, they discovered a string of garbled texts sent by Lin Weiyang. Just as Takayama Shinbu was about to retrieve the decryption device, Dazai Osamu halted him. Can you sense that Lin Weiyang has liberated your cursed energy anchor point? Lin Weiyang's message reads, On the brink of death. Kumo Noritoshi returned to Jujutsu High, the sun blazing fiercely. The heat oppressive. The campus was eerily quiet, which Noritoshi found quite normal, considering it was summer, a season rife with cursed spirits. Everyone must have been out on missions. Upon entering the infirmary, he was surprised to find that Ijiri Shoko was absent as well. A frown creased his brow, a mysterious chill seeping from his core. After searching around, he found a group outside Yaga's office. 2 first-year students, Ijiri Shoko, and even Satoru Gojo was present. They stood at the office door, their expressions obscured. But their movements revealed Ijiri Shoko perched at the window, smoking. Has Shoko become this daring? Noritoshi made an effort to maintain a gentle smile, striving to ignore the deepening chill within him. He approached them. It's been a while. What brings you all here? Usually as radiant as a sunbeam. Higashiyama Yu was unusually silent, his head bowed, while Nanami Kinto nodded at Noritoshi, deliberately avoiding eye contact. Has something happened? Gojo, are you tormenting them again? Shoko, can't you lend a hand to your juniors? Noritoshi's voice carried a forced gentleness, and he wore a smile akin to a mask. Ijiri Shoko remained turned away, continuing to smoke without uttering a word. Gojo turned his head, his azure eyes reflecting a familiar emotion that stirred memories within Noritoshi. When had he last seen Gojo's gaze like that? Noritoshi, Gojo observed Noritoshi's unchanged expression, his voice and demeanor imbued with an unsettling calm. It seems your prank this time was rather excessive. Even Shoko is ignoring you. Noritoshi continued, I brought quite a few souvenirs this time. I'll distribute them now. Noritoshi. Gojo's voice rose slightly, interrupting Noritoshi's actions. Noritoshi looked at his expressionless friend. Such expressions were rare for Gojo, almost never seen. He heard his friend speak in that disconcertingly serene tone, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. Lin Weiyang is dead. Suddenly, Noritoshi recalled when he had last seen such a gaze. Not long ago, when Gojo had looked upon the lifeless body of Shino Naoko. The cicadas outside sang their mournful tune more piercingly. Chapter 49. Predicament. The day before the news of death. Lin Weiyang sat in the back seat of a car, propping her head against the window, watching the scenery flow by. Have you become accustomed to your time at Jujutsu High? Mr. Chun, the driver, casually chatted with Lin Weiyang, resembling an elder caring for a younger generation. I'm quite accustomed. It has been rather peaceful. Those troublesome peers of mine have been on a mission for quite some time, and we barely communicate outside of short texts. That person from Huagua often mentions you. He hopes to see you when you have time. Everyone misses you, Mr. Chen remarked. Remembering someone who cared for her, Lin Weiyang's gaze flickered briefly. Once I finish this busy period, she said, diverting the topic, was the urgency of this situation the reason for my sudden departure from Jujutsu High? Indeed. Everything has been prepared on their end. We are merely waiting for your arrival, Mr. Chen replied, his tone unchanged. Upon hearing this, Lin Weiyang lowered her hand from her head, tilting her head to catch a glimpse of Mr. Chun's eyes in the rearview mirror. Sensing her gaze, he looked up and offered her a smile. The two remained silent until they reached their destination. Just before stepping out, Lin Weiyang grasped the car door that Mr. Chen was about to close. He maintained his smile, looking at her. Are you sure about this, Mr. Chen? Lin Weiyang asked. Yes, I am certain. Hurry inside. Everything is ready. Don't keep them waiting too long, Mr. Chen replied, still kindly smiling. Lin Weiyang released her grip and turned to walk towards the building. Watching the young girl's departing figure, Mr. Chen sighed, resting his head against the seat. After a moment, he took out his phone and sent a message. Lin Weiyang entered the building. It was eerily quiet. Not a soul was present. Her expression remained unchanged as she walked straight ahead. In the elevator, an unseen force enveloped her, causing Lin Weiyang to lose consciousness. Dim, oppressive, decayed. Within this enveloping sensation, Lin Weiyang regained awareness. A feeble beam of light illuminated her head, and she adjusted to the brightness, surveying her surroundings. She found herself bound to a chair by an invisible force. The area outside the small circle of light was engulfed in darkness. Shadows flitted in the gloom, whispering among themselves. Lin Weiyang, do you acknowledge your crimes? One shadow questioned loudly. What crimes? Even in such dire circumstances, the girl responded with calm defiance. Impudent. You dare to speak to an adult without honorifics. Such arrogance from an ordinary person. Another shadow retorted fiercely. Oh, and what adult would that be? Lin Weiyang inquired. Why, of course, there's no need to converse further with this sinner. Lin Weiyang, you are implicated in deceiving sorcerers and colluding with special-grade cursed spirits, inciting war. The aforementioned charges are confirmed, and the board has unanimously decided on the death penalty. Lin Weiyang's expression remained stoic. The voice, having failed to elicit the expected reaction, grew impatient, intensifying its tone. However, considering you are an ordinary person, the Jujutsu community, in adherence to its regulations to avoid harming the innocent, will hand you over to the governmental department managing ordinary citizens for sentencing. Be grateful, Lin Weiyang. This is the Jujutsu community's mercy. As the haughty voice paused, Lin Weiyang's expression shifted. A smirk graced her lips, not the panic or gratitude they sought, but thick with derision. Me? Deceiving whom? As an ordinary person devoid of cursed energy, how dare I attempt to deceive the scion of the Gojo clan and the sole sorcerer capable of controlling cursed spirits? Come on, Noritoshi, are you still in denial of your guilt? The second voice thundered with indignation. That voice belongs to the elder of the Gojo clan. Must you even govern their friendships? What are you, a group of failures who place all your hopes on children? Lin Weiyang retorted scornfully. Silence. An ordinary person dares to tarnish the noble sorcerers. You shall perish. Noble? Lin Weiyang echoed the word. I beg your pardon, but where lies this nobility? Is it not the inherent talent that designates sorcerers as superior? You, who crawl like insects, depend on us sorcerers to survive in a world teeming with cursed spirits. You, like a parasite, should promptly express gratitude and accept the gifts we bestow upon you. Lin Weiyang's smile deepened. Crack. Amidst a chorus of derision and disdainful remarks, the chair upon which Lin Weiyang sat suddenly shattered. The rancid words abruptly ceased, for they could not fathom how Lin Weiyang had liberated herself from the binding of the cursed object. Rising to her feet, she stretched her body, stiff from prolonged inactivity, wielding a mysterious black cursed tool. Quick! Someone! Restrain her at once! Damn it! How did she break free? How did that cursed object materialize? Wasn't she searched thoroughly? The shadows cried out in panic. Lin Weiyang swiftly transformed the cursed tool in her hand into a firearm, one nearly half her size. She gazed at the figures cowering in the shadows. You've been protected for far too long. Residing in this cozy nest constructed from the flesh and blood of grassroots sorcerers, your forms have begun to resemble that of creeping vermin. What's the matter? Oh right. You've monopolized sorcery for so long that you probably no longer recognize modern firearms. Lin Weiyang aimed the weapon at those shadowy figures. Allow me to introduce you to the latest innovation in cursed weaponry. Prepare to be enlightened. A smile unfurling on her lips, one that had never graced the faces of the elite sorcerers, she added, no need to thank me excessively. Bang, 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 bang. Wood splintered as bullets struck, imbued with cursed energy, augmenting their force and precision, capable of penetrating most barriers of sorcery. Lin Weiyang maintained a gentle smile, while the muzzle flashes illuminated her face in stark contrasts. Yet, even the highest echelons of sorcery possessed formidable defenses. The panicked sorcerers hastily activated their protective measures and sought cursed tools suitable for subduing Lin Weiyang. Observing their flustered demeanor, Lin Weiyang erupted into laughter. Look at you. Reduced to such a state by an ordinary person. Esteemed sorcerers, you ought to take a good look in the mirror. She continued. Perhaps capturing this moment to display at your directorate's entrance would be a splendid idea. Ah, how I wish Gojo Satoru were here. He would undoubtedly relish this notion. The sorcerers' faces flushed crimson, their earlier composure and superiority evaporating. Bold, audacious, death penalty. It must be the death penalty. Their incoherent shouts only served to amplify Lin Weiyang's laughter. Noticing the greed and longing in their eyes as they gazed at her weaponized cursed tool, she remarked, this cursed object is my creation. Should you kill me, no one else will know how to replicate it. The raucous voice fell silent, its owner's flushed face appearing utterly ludicrous. Enough. Everyone cease. A more aged voice resounded, bringing a hush to the room. An elderly figure approached the restrained Lin Weiyang, his expression grim, with a serpentine gaze fixated on her serene smile. Miss Lin, you are still far too young. The realm of sorcery is not the familiar society of ordinary people that you know. We possess myriad methods to extract the answers we desire. I initially intended a more courteous approach, but your audacity leaves us no choice but to abandon niceties. Lin Weiyang regarded him with a smile that remained unchanged, finding his demeanor repulsive. Behold, behold these sorcerers. How arrogant, how haughty. They speak of righteousness and propriety. Yet is it truly for their so-called justice, or is it merely to satiate their base, insatiable desires? The elder seemed to grasp Lin Weiyang's scorn, his temples twitching. Take her away. Proceed with soul extraction. After all, she has declared that life or death matters not, correct? Chapter 50, Conspiracy. How about it, Takayama? Can you locate her? Dazai Osamu's expression was icy as he fixated intently on the screen before him. The monitor displayed all potential locations Lin Weiyang may have visited on the day of her disappearance. I can sense that she has indeed released a cursed energy anchor, but I cannot detect it from here. She is likely confined in a place that isolates cursed energy, Takayama Masamune said, carefully attuning himself to his own cursed energy, attempting to grasp the fleeting signal. Sister, sister, Asahi Yuko whimpered, hugging herself, her head bowed as she nervously bit her nails, her cursed spirit's limbs flailing uncontrollably. Yuko, calm down. Lin Weiyang is certainly fine, Takayama Masamune reassured, prying her fingers from her mouth. Dazai Osamu continued to scour the various surveillance feeds on the computer, not lifting his gaze. That individual cannot possibly die so easily. Asahi Yuko turned her bloodshot eyes toward Dazai Osamu. Takayama Masamune pursed his lips, remaining silent. Ah, found it. These are the ones, Dazai Osamu declared, releasing the remote and leaning back slightly. If that guy hadn't destroyed all my listening devices, this wouldn't be so difficult. He pulled up a map, deducing a rough area based on the trajectory of the vehicle in which Lin Weiyang had been spotted. Let us go. Meditating here will yield no answers. We must search. The group set off in pursuit of clues. Was that Mr. Chen we just saw? Takayama Masamune inquired, having recognized the fleeting license plate in the footage. It's highly likely, Dazai Osamu nodded thoughtfully. Then let us go find that guy, Asahi Yuko exclaimed, preparing to exit the vehicle. Calm down, calm down. Locating him is no simple task, Dazai Osamu cautioned, restraining her. Even if we find him, he may not speak the truth. The vehicle fell silent. Dazai Osamu simulated Lin Weiyang's possible movements within the most prominent building in view, arriving at the elevator. You two go take a look. My presence might disturb any traces left behind. Just describe what you see inside. He gestured for them to proceed. Halting at the elevator entrance, the other two stepped inside. Asahi Yuko scanned the area, spotting remnants of cursed energy at the ceiling of the elevator. It appears to be remnants of a cursed spirit. No, it should be a cursed tool made from a cursed spirit. It spreads from this point onward. She squinted. And then what? Then it vanished. Lin Weiyang found herself imprisoned in a room lined with talismans, devoid of light, unable to see anything. Darkness has a way of awakening the most primal fears within humanity, stemming from a lack of control over one's own fate and the terror of the unknown. Yet, Lin Weiyang sat quietly in the darkness, eyes closed, as if in a trance. The door to the room swung open, and someone entered. I don't understand why the elders would waste such a precious cursed object on an ordinary person, one of the newcomers complained. You don't know. This individual is a politician, and what's in his head is quite valuable, another replied. Lin Weiyang remained unresponsive. Is everything prepared? A youthful voice suddenly spoke. The two individuals who had entered stepped aside, bowing submissively. Master Gojo, everything is ready and can commence at any time, they intoned in unison. Their voices laced with just the right amount of sycophancy. Hearing that voice, Lin Weiyang opened her eyes and lifted her head. Miss Lin, it has been quite a while. Wu Tiaokan stood against the light, smiling and waving at her. Ah, so it is you. Lin Weiyang gazed expressionlessly at the young sorcerer she had encountered not long ago. A flicker of understanding crossing her eyes. Miss Lin remains as astute as ever. It seems she has grasped the situation at hand. Wu Tiaokan's narrow eyes fixated on the girl seated on the ground, his gaze laced with malice. What situation? Are you referring to your attempts to sway Mr. Chen? Or perhaps the fact that you were merely utilizing me from the very beginning? Lin Weiyang chuckled softly. Wu Tiaokan shook his head, as if exasperated by a disobedient child. Thus, it is true that Ken holds a genuine fondness for Miss Lin. She is indeed an exceptionally clever individual. Lin Weiyang snorted disdainfully. Of course, I also despise that aspect of you. Wu Tiaokan finally ceased to conceal his malevolence. How dare a mere human treat a sorcerer with such arrogance? What do you think you are? Would it not be better to remain quietly within your own territory rather than intruding here in a futile attempt to taint the noble divine child? Wu Tiaokan's voice was sharp, piercing the eardrums. Perhaps realizing his emotional outburst, he cleared his throat and donned that nauseating false smile once more. Enough of this, Miss Lin. Allow me to escort you on your way. This shall be the last occasion I address you with such courtesy. Jie and his newly acquainted companions lay amidst the forest, idly gazing at the sky. What do you suppose Weiyang is doing at this moment? Jie casually inquired. The lone large eye of Lohu rolled in annoyance. Disinterested in engaging in conversation, this companion he had found seemed to have a few screws loose. He actually claimed to harbor feelings for a human? A human? How could a cursed spirit possibly hold affection for a human? Those humans, especially those sorcerers, have slaughtered countless of their kind. Yet this fellow dares to profess his love for a human. Initially, Lohu would confront him fiercely, but eventually, he could not even be bothered to spare him a glance. There exists a profession among humans dedicated to such cases. What was it called? A psychologist? Do cursed spirits have their own version of such beings? This misguided fellow must be set straight. Lohu had contemplated simply eliminating this human named Lin Weiyang, but she consistently remained within the barrier, leaving him with no opportunity to strike. He had yet to even lay eyes on Lin Weiyang. In contrast to Lohu, Huayu harbored a degree of curiosity regarding Lin Weiyang. Huayu uttered something incomprehensible, prompting Jie's eyes to brighten as he shot upright, eagerly launching into a torrent of words about her. Weiyang is special. She is exceedingly beautiful, radiating warmth. Once you meet her, you will understand. Only in her presence will you realize she is our eternal homeland. A broad smile illuminated Jie's face, radiant and fervent. Yet his words left others perplexed. Just as Jie prepared to elaborate further, he suddenly halted. A searing pain ripped through his heart, blood spilling from his lips as his chest erupted in a violent explosion. Huayu and Lohu were taken aback by this sudden turn of events and immediately began to treat their mentally unbalanced friend. Lohu placed his hand over Jie's wound, ready to channel cursed energy, but Jie grasped his hand tightly. Weiyang, there is danger. Hurry, save. Chapter 51, The Gathering. Wu Tiaokan emerged from the interrogation room, his blood-stained cursed tools in hand, flecks of blood adorning his fair visage. He respectfully presented the cursed items to the elders seated in the main position. Bowing slightly, all of Lin Weiyang's memories are contained herein. I implore you to accept them, my lord. Excellent, Wu Tiao. The elder received the cursed items. Satisfaction etched upon his features. These memories, those politicians will undoubtedly clamor for them. The foolish ordinary people, in their pursuit of base power, are truly laughable. Yet, it is precisely this lowly pursuit that grants them countless benefits. What shall be done with Lin Weiyang's corpse? Wu Tiaoqian inquired. Simply hand it over to the Hua country. The group departed, leaving behind a pool of blood. Xiao Jia held a bouquet of flowers, his gaze lowered as he stared at the grave before him. Today marked the second day since he received the news of Lin Weiyang's demise, and it was his second visit here. This place was a secluded cliff, far removed from the world, with only endless woods stretching into the distance. Not far away lay a grave, housing the remains of Tian Nai Lizi, a star plasma being. They had received notification that Lin Weiyang had encountered an attack from an unidentified cursed spirit while out, leaving no trace of her remains. He and Wu Tiao Wudo had doubted the report and personally visited the scene. The sight was horrendous, with Lin Weiyang's delicate cursed tool scattered in a corner. That cursed tool lay there, solitary and soaked in blood. Xiao Jia had long since forgotten the emotions he felt at that moment. Since Wu Tiao Wudo had broken the news of Lin Weiyang's death, his senses seemed to disconnect from his physical form, floating above as he observed his own stiff movements. Each step bringing him closer to the site of the tragedy. Upon seeing the scene, he felt the answer that had once equipped him to confront myriad problems shatter with a resounding crack. Those meanings, those agonies, the warmth that had sustained him, the anchor that had held him steadfast. Thus, in such disarray, in what could only be described as a farcical accident, she had perished. Xie Yojia watched as the memory of himself approached step by step, picking up the cursed tool still tinged with the girl's residual energy. What was he thinking at that moment? What was I thinking? Xie Yojia could no longer recall. He placed the pure white rose in his hand down gently. There was another bouquet, presumably left by Natsuki. Wu Tiao Wudo did not join them in constructing this grave. After surveying the scene, he seemed to vanish, becoming unreachable. Xie Yojia knew that beneath the earth lay only the cursed tool soaked in the girl's blood, devoid of her corporeal form. After gazing for a while, Xie Yojia bent down and softly placed a kiss upon the photograph of the girl, who wore a gentle smile. His eyes were shrouded in chaos. Jiaru Natsuki leaned against the wall in the infirmary, smoking. One cigarette after another, the ashtray gradually filled. When she attempted to extinguish the cigarette in her hand to light another, her fingers brushed against the accumulated ash. Her gaze shifted to the overflowing ashtray, and Natsuki felt a pang of guilt. Following this was a sudden dull ache in her heart, accompanied by a self-deprecating curve at the corners of her mouth. No one would care for her any longer. That black-haired girl would never again tug at her ear, demanding she relinquish her provisions. Sensing her eyes growing warm, Natsuki bit down on the soft flesh inside her mouth, hastily lighting another cigarette and inhaling deeply. She idly mused, I must find something else to occupy my mind. Then, with a hint of sarcasm, she thought back to her earlier belief that distancing herself from this circle would ensure safety, that getting along would suffice, as the other party would not face those dangers. Humans are fragile. The young reversal sorcerer once again deeply comprehended this truth. What was she doing when the incident occurred? She was tending to the wounds of the higher-ups. It seemed there had been an attack by a curse user, leaving many in the upper echelons injured. And then, she recalled her desire to venture out to the special grade school to construct a grave for Lin Weiyang, only to be met with rejection. As a precious reversal sorcerer, you should await orders within the special grade school, stated the one who denied her request. Some adults will be arriving shortly. Please prepare for treatment. Deep down, she understood that her existence was not merely a means to provide valuable medical resources for others. Rather, it symbolized and manifested the concentration of power. She was a resource, a symbol of strength and authority, a pawn in the hands of the elite. She was not the one with her own thoughts and feelings. She was merely a tool, a vessel, especially not the student facing the death of a friend. Thus, she relinquished her application and allowed Suguru Geto to take her out of the special grade school. Whatever may come, whether it be reprimand or confinement, was of little concern. As her thoughts meandered, she was preparing to indulge once more, when she suddenly felt her cigarette being drawn from her fingers. Stunned for a moment, she abruptly lifted her gaze. The songstress and JJ looked on with concern and a hint of disapproval. A flicker of hope faded from her eyes. Neko, you cannot continue like this, and JJ admonished. While Weiyang surely hoped it were not the case. I understand, senior, Neko replied, taking 2 steps before collapsing onto the bed, and JJ seemed poised to speak. But Neko interjected, just this once, just today? Her voice was somewhat hoarse. Once today is over, I shall be fine. Satoru Gojo returned to his residence. raising a tent and retrieving a communication talisman. Sir, it has been arranged. Lin Weiyang is deceased, he reported with utmost reverence. Would you like me to send you a copy of the memories concerning Lin Weiyang? A male voice responded from the other end. Very well, thank you for your efforts. Kinji Hikari replied with a smile. You have done excellently. It is an honor to assist you, sir, Satoru Gojo replied with a grin. Kinji severed the connection and poured himself a glass of wine, savoring it slowly. Long before Lin Weiyang exhibited anomalies, he had remained vigilant, placing Satoru Gojo close to her. It appeared to be yielding favorable results. Gazing at the crimson liquid in his glass, a tinge of red seeped into his eyes. Nothing can escape the stage I have constructed. All actors, perform to your heart's content, according to my script. Kinji mused about the future, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Chapter 52, Salvation. So what was Satoru Gojo doing? The six-eyes deity stood atop Tokyo Tower, removing the sunglasses he typically wore, frantically unleashing cursed energy. The entirety of Tokyo gradually disassembled in his mind, as he recklessly sought the familiar traces of cursed energy. During Lin Weiyang's disappearance, Satoru had been engaging in this self-destructive manner daily, searching for any sign of her cursed energy. How laughable! Someone like Lin Weiyang would never perish so easily. Surely, there is something amiss, a conspiracy or her own schemes, none of which concern me. What I desire now is merely to find her and ascertain what has transpired. He was not like Yuta or Neko. He was the one closest to understanding what Lin Weiyang truly represented. Yet, the words he spoke would undoubtedly be met with disbelief from Yuta and Neko. Let me first find her, bring her before them, and it will surely astonish them. Satoru meticulously searched, repeatedly reinforcing his brain with reversal sorcery, feeling no pain, all while fully concentrating on his quest. Time lost meaning. The deconstructed world paused in a certain spot. Satoru chuckled. Ah, look, I've caught you. Little Weiyang, I'm coming to get you. His figure vanished from the tower's pinnacle. What on earth is going on? Luro exclaimed, pounding his head in frustration. Weiyang is in danger. I must save her. He rushed in a singular direction. Not looking back. Wait for me, Hanami, tell me. Luro stammered, his agitation rendering him nearly incoherent. What is going on with my companion? Is he unwell again? Why are we being asked to save a human? What is he thinking? Hanami ensnared Luro with her vines as he was about to cross into Tokyo's territory. Luro means, how do you know Weiyang is in danger? And why should we go save her? Luro tilted his head, seemingly perplexed by the question. Because she is Weiyang. Does that require further explanation? With that, he shrugged off Hanami's obstruction and pressed on rapidly. It doesn't matter if you don't go, my presence is sufficient. Faced with such an obstinate companion, Luro stomped his foot and ultimately called on Hanami to accompany him. Truly, this guy is such a nuisance. When I meet this Lin Weiyang, I will surely kill her. Luro thought fiercely. As he raced toward the synth's location, Luro concluded, Weiyang's situation is dire. Feeling the relentless decay within his chest, he reached this conclusion. Just as he was about to turn a corner, his sixth sense warned him of danger, prompting him to swiftly dodge aside. A small cursed spirit whizzed past him, barely missing his body. We meet again, little cursed spirit, Satoru greeted with a smile. While Luro appeared entirely different from before, the cursed energy he emitted was identical to Lin Weiyang's. Upon seeing this formidable man, Luro spoke little and unleashed his cursed energy at full force. Oh dear, after such a long absence, you are rather rough, Satoru remarked leisurely, remaining still before suddenly teleporting behind Luro, raising his hand to deliver a fierce blow. Enduring Satoru's strike, Luro's body was nearly obliterated, yet his expression bore no pain. Only a look of disdain directed at Satoru. Are we not going to catch up? Is my charm not sufficient to keep you from fleeing in haste? Satoru pouted, feigning grievance. And to the two hiding behind, how do you do? Are you ready to be exorcised by me? What a vexation. I thought I had found little Weiyang. Only to encounter you, an impostor, and it has left me disappointed. Luro focused on mending his body. No, Weiyang is in great danger. I cannot delay. Thus, he declared, Weiyang is currently in danger. I must go save her. Do not impede me. The silver-eyed cursed spirit's gaze glimmered, with cursed energy surging. Luro and Hanami tensed, observing the unfolding situation. Damn it, how could Satoru Gojo be here? Feeling the sudden surge of sorcery from his dazed companion, they readied themselves for battle. Yet, before Luro could cast his sorcery, Satoru abruptly teleported closer to the silver-eyed cursed spirit. Clarify this. What has happened to Lin Weiyang? The six eyes radiated a menacing aura, interrupting the tracking of cursed energy trails. Alas, what a perplexing situation this is. It seems that Xiao Weiyang has truly overstepped this time. Dazai-Osamu tugged at the bandages wrapped around his wrist, exhaling a resigned sigh. Let us go, let us go. If that is the case, it must certainly be related to that group of old-timers. With that, Dazai Osamu turned and strode toward the exit, not waiting for Takayama Shinbu or Isekai Yuko. Wait. Dazai, clarify your thoughts. Takayama Shinbu urged as he and Isekai Yuko ascended from the dark elevator shaft. TSK. Isekai Yuko grimaced in distaste, breaking free from Takayama Shinbu's embrace, using her cursed spirit to elevate herself alongside him. It's quite simple. Considering the cause and effect, it must be that location. In such a critical moment, Dazai Osamu still danced around the issue, though his movements were remarkably swift. Suddenly halting, he slapped his forehead. Ah, what a forgetful fellow I am. I completely overlooked the fact that you can teleport, Takayama. Grasping Takayama Shinbu's sleeve, Dazai Osamu continued. Let us hurry, Takayama. We need to reach the closest anchor point to the headquarters. Xiao Weiyang must be on the verge of collapse. After speaking, he was met with silence from Takayama Shinbu. Dazai Osamu shook him vigorously. Snap out of it, Takayama. And Yuko-chan, did you forget to put on a barrier? Hurry up, you two. I did, you idiot Dazai. Isekai Yuko shouted back fiercely. Takayama Shinbu wore an unusual expression. Quiet down, I think. I think I can feel the cursed energy anchor point released by Lin Weiyang. Huh, then why aren't we moving? Isekai Yuko began tugging at Takayama Shinbu's sleeve. That anchor point is located within the headquarters. Are we really just going to head there directly? Takayama Shinbu glanced at Dazai Osamu, instinctively resisting the idea of returning to that place as a former curse user. Dazai Osamu pondered for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Ah, I see now. How could I have missed that? Quickly explain. Dazai, stop beating around the bush, Takayama Shinbu sighed, rubbing his forehead. Dazai Osamu grinned and said, Yuko-chan, quickly cover our faces. And then let us teleport. Xiao Weiyang is waiting for us. Takayama Shinbu looked at the mischievous smile on Dazai Osamu's face, feeling a chill run down his spine. Chapter 53, The Unexpected Truth Revealed. The aged sorcerer, holding a cursed object containing Lin Weiyang's memories, was driven to a residence. Servants respectfully opened the car door and bowed, escorting this esteemed sorcerer into the house. Gudu Jian wore a sycophantic smile, welcoming the guest. It is truly an honor for you to visit, esteemed sir. Jian is immensely grateful. Please, take a seat. The elder's expression remained impassive, bearing a habitual air of arrogance as he silently proceeded to the highest seat. Gudu Jian, with a fawning demeanor, directed the servants to bring forth refreshments. I wonder if the esteemed sir has brought it with him? Gudu Jian inquired eagerly. This is it. Gudu, the elder produced the cursed object from his sleeve and placed it on the small table. Gudu Jian's eyes gleamed with anticipation. This is the memory of the 5th administrative officer of Huagua. Should I acquire it, I would undoubtedly gain greater leverage in officialdom. I am deeply grateful, esteemed sir. I do not possess any precious cursed objects, but I can offer a humble token of appreciation, Gudu Jian remarked as both parties exchanged pleasantries, finalizing the transaction. After seeing off the lofty sorcerer, Gudu Jian inserted the peculiar cursed energy videotape into the projector. Let me see what surprises lie within this vast treasure of memories. As the tape began to play, images gradually materialized on the screen. Gudu Jian's eyes widened in astonishment. Suguru Geto was engaged in a perilous task. The information provided by the window indicated that this was a special-grade cursed womb on the verge of hatching, with the potential to hatch at any moment. To his surprise, Suguru Geto discovered that this cursed womb was already capable of forming a semi-finished domain. Vigilant against any potential danger, Suguru Geto remained fully concentrated, probing within. Due to the lack of information from the window, his assistant had also fallen into this domain, currently in a state of dispersion. I must save him. This thought burgeoned in Suguru Geto's mind like wild grass, unbeknownst to him how fervently his expression had become. I must save him, without fail, just like in his dreams, where he repeatedly saved Lin Weiyang. He was determined to save another life. I am the strongest. I will rescue these lives. I can save these lives. As he delved deeper, the aura of danger drew closer. Gradually, a mist began to rise. A figure appeared at the edge of his vision. A black-haired girl watched him from a distance, waving her hand. Geto, you've come. Her voice was as sweet as red bean soup. Suguru Geto slowly lowered his hand, which gripped the cursed object tightly. Geto, congratulations on finding me. Surprised? I'm not dead, you know. The girl winked at him. You can't blame me. If you want to assign blame, blame Satoru Gojo. It was all his idea. I was coerced. Observing the familiar exasperation on her face directed at Satoru Gojo, Suguru Geto approached her. The girl looked at him, her eyes shimmering with delight and a hint of mischief. Suguru Geto stood before her. His dark purple gaze lowered to meet the girl, who was significantly shorter than him. She appeared unscathed, devoid of any signs of harm. Weiyang. Suguru Geto reached out and enveloped her in his embrace. Lin Weiyang remained still, as if stunned. pausing for a moment as if to speak, but was interrupted by Suguru Geto's hold. Don't move, just like this, he instructed. Lin Weiyang slowly extended her arms, encircling the tall youth, as if offering comfort. It's all right, I'm here, she whispered softly. In the next moment, Suguru Geto's cursed spirit intercepted the sharp spikes aimed at his back. With a long sigh, he maintained his hold on Lin Weiyang, his tone laced with exasperation. Didn't I tell you? Don't move, just like this. Isn't it better to stay this way? That way, I won't have to strike at you. The cursed womb shrieked, writhing. This cursed womb employs an illusion technique, which is somewhat troublesome, but still pales in comparison to the prowess of a special-grade sorcerer like Suguru Geto. Observing the entity lying motionless on the ground, as if lifeless, Suguru Geto prepared to subdue it. Please, I beg you, dear Suguru, don't kill me. Don't kill me. The voice of his assistant echoed clearly behind him as the cursed womb's field gradually faded. Lin Weiyang's death has nothing to do with me. I was merely following orders from above. I was coerced. The assistant sobbed, trembling on the ground. Suguru Geto's body stiffened. What did you say? He asked, looking down at the quivering, bespectacled man who was curled up in fear. The man, disheveled and drenched in sweat, was in a state of extreme panic. Please, Suguru, don't kill me. Lin Weiyang was taken by the headquarters. It truly has nothing to do with me. I beg you, I beg you. The man trembled, crawling backward on the ground. Suguru Geto felt a chilling sensation envelop his limbs. You mean to say, Lin Weiyang did not encounter the cursed spirit by mere accident? However, he was taken away by the director's office. Suguru Geto yanked the limp man off the ground, his tone frigid. Is that so? After Geto swiftly departed, the bespectacled assistant supervisor slowly sat up from the floor, retrieving his deformed glasses, which had warped under Geto's cursed energy pressure, and struggled to put them back on. He had genuinely sensed the intent to kill from the other party. The terrifying cursed energy had left him with several fractured bones. Yet, at the last moment, the assailant had restrained himself, releasing him before turning away. Such remarkable control over his murderous intent. What a good child, Suguru Geto, he mused. Assessing the wounds on his body with cursed energy, the assistant supervisor rolled his eyes dramatically. A vision of a black-haired girl smiling in his mind reassured him. Don't worry, Suguru-kun won't kill you. He's a very gentle person. Haha, gentle. Gentle enough to merely crush my internal organs and break a few bones. Had he not protected his spine, he would likely be unable to sit up at all. Truly, one can only heed half of that villain's words. Struggling to rise while spitting blood, he made his way to where he had left his communication device, his gaze vacant, and painstakingly dialed a number. Come pick me up, I'm dying. Expletives. Stop laughing. Really, if you don't hurry, you might as well prepare for my funeral. Mr. Chun. Chapter 54. The Disaster of the Director's Office. Inside the director's office, a discussion ensued regarding the distribution of the recent profits. Shall we divide it as before? One share for each family. A particularly prominent voice resonated within the conference hall. Wow, is this a grand loot-sharing event? Count me in. An indistinct figure spoke with a playful tone. Who are you? Oh, it doesn't matter who I am, the newcomer said, unfazed by the several streams of cursed energy directed at him, still maintaining a light-hearted manner. The cursed energy that struck this uninvited guest dissipated as if a stone had sunk into the sea. Your turn is over, now it's ours. Suddenly, a small figure beside him swelled, countless cursed spirits' limbs emerging from her body, launching a terrifying assault on the panicked sorcerers. On a certain day in 2006, the director's office was attacked by an unidentified sorcerer, with the technique suspected to be related to time, as a special-grade cursed spirit appeared. Utilizing the uniqueness of his technique, Kenji Hikari shook off the annoying Satoru Gojo, bringing his two companions around to the director's office. Roku's expression turned grim, once again questioning Seam. How had things escalated to this point? His mentally unstable companion had an episode. They had encountered the cursed spirit's nemesis, Satoru Gojo, narrowly escaping death. And now they found themselves at the sorcerer's stronghold. What is happening in this world? Roku's singular eye reflected a sense of despair. Miwa, I've come to save you. Kenji muttered incessantly as he tore through the protective barrier into the director's domain. Roku and Hanami attempted to dissuade him, but he halted. Hanami asked Roku, "What should we do?" Roku gritted his teeth, preparing to follow, but was pushed back by Kenji. "You don't need to go, return home." Kenji waved them off with a smile. "Thank you, friends." With that, he vanished from sight. Roku and Hanami exchanged bewildered glances, feeling inexplicably touched. It was as if their troublesome child had suddenly learned to show concern, evoking a strange sense of pride and contentment. The two cursed spirits lingered outside the barrier for a moment before resolutely deciding to wait in support. If anything unexpected occurs, they would address it then. The two spirits concealed themselves in an inconspicuous corner. Upon entering, Kinji was surprised to find no sorcerers to impede him. He found it odd. But it was for the best. He needed to find Lin Weiyang quickly, as those bothersome individuals would only hinder him. Trusting his instincts, he navigated through the underground passages. The environment grew dim, and Kinji advanced until he reached the entrance of a small room. His pupils constricted sharply at the faint scent of blood wafting through the air. Yes, it was Miwa's blood. A surge of murderous intent surged within his silver eyes. He swung his limbs, breaking through the door. Inside was a sealed room, its walls plastered with dense talismans. At the center lay a pool of blood, Lin Weiyang's blood. Seeing that the person he sought was absent, Kinji's body began to swell. Limbs thrashing as he pierced through the floorboards, propelled toward the strongest life signs he could sense, cutting a straight path through. Having just endured an attack from the trio of unknown identities, the director's office was gravely weakened. The sorcerers who arrived to assist stared at the horrific scene in the conference room, their faces pale. Blood, corpses, severed limbs scattered everywhere. Yet, there was not a trace of cursed energy residue. It was as if a natural disaster had swept through, leaving no survivors. Just as they prepared to clean up, the ground suddenly trembled. Is there an earthquake? A staff member asked, dazed. Impossible. This is the director's office, fortified by the highest level barriers. An enemy attack. Everyone, be cautious. Cursed spirit's limbs burst forth from the ground, tearing through the floor. A silver-haired, silver-eyed cursed spirit hovered above, supported by those limbs, its eyes, devoid of luster. Gazed down at the sorcerers as if they were mere objects. What do we do? It's a special grade. Damn it. How did he get in? Hurry, notify Satoru Gojo. The sorcerers hurriedly launched their attacks, barely managing to fend off the limbs that lunged at them. Just as the sorcerers' efforts to resist came to an abrupt halt, the cursed spirit's eyes radiated a silver glow as it fixated on the immobilized sorcerers. Where's Lin Weiyang? The cursed spirit activated its technique. On his way back, Suguru Geto chanced upon Satoru Gojo, who was heading toward the Gojo estate. The cursed spirit suddenly unleashed its technique, catching the unprepared Gojo in place. Ask the elder of the Gojo family, and you'll find out, Kinji had told him as he departed. Kinji was unaware of who the elder was. Yet Lin Weiyang had thought of it, and so Kinji did too. Though the other was a cursed spirit, its abnormality led Satoru Gojo to believe his words. Hey Geto, long time no see, but time is of the essence. I need to ask my family's elders about Lin Weiyang. Want to join? Satoru Gojo hurriedly said to Suguru Geto, without pausing for breath. Thus, the two of them instantly transported to the Gojo estate. Today, the Gojo residence seemed unusually quiet, as they encountered none of the familiar faces along the way. Ignoring family rules, Satoru Gojo barged into the elders' quarters. Suguru Geto had already briefly conveyed all he knew regarding the situation to Satoru Gojo. With a forceful kick, he burst through the door and swaggered into the room. To his astonishment, he was met with the sight of several quaking figures, their expressions betraying their fear. Tell me, where's Lin Weiyang? Satoru Gojo asked. A dangerous smile gracing his lips as he casually settled into a chair, snatching a few morsels from the table and taking a bite. Suguru Geto surveyed the trembling individuals before him, his face devoid of expression. Lately, he found himself struggling to maintain a neutral demeanor, and he had grown weary of donning the mask of politeness. What had he just heard? Lin Weiyang was not a benevolent soul. Master Gojo, Master Geto. If she were to die, countless lives would be spared in this war. She merely seeks to cling to you to escape her nation's retribution. Her intentions are far from sincere. The kneeling figure wailed, pleading with them. As ordinary humans consorting with cursed spirits, this is unforgivable. Please, masters, consider this. The man on the ground wept and lamented, recounting everything he knew, or thought he knew. What did it mean that her death would save more lives? What war? Yet, Suguru Geto found himself unable to shake the implications of what had just been said. If he were to make a choice, sacrificing a few lives to save many, how would he decide? A sense of disconnection washed over him. Nonsense. I couldn't care less about their lives. Satoru Gojo's voice boomed, cutting through Suguru's thoughts. Geto turned to his friend. The silver-haired sorcerer seemed almost amused, hurling snacks at the cowering figures, his gaze sharp and radiant. I only came to inquire about Lin Weiyang. Spare me your drivel. Gojo seized the nearest person's hair, his azure eyes locking onto theirs. Where's Lin Weiyang? Don't make me ask a second time. In the headquarters. The man stammered. Let us go, Geto. We need to retrieve her. Gojo tossed aside the man's hair and motioned for his friend to follow. Suguru reflected that Satoru always forged ahead, unfazed by distractions, a trait that made him appear more resolute and undeniably stronger than himself. As they prepared to leave, Gojo noticed the kneeling figures had fallen silent, their stillness unsettling. His heart raced. Before he could voice his concern, a frantic message came from outside. Master Gojo, hurry. The headquarters. The headquarters has been attacked by a special grade cursed spirit. Please, you must assist. Chapter 55, The Historian. Upon their arrival at the headquarters, which symbolized the rigid authority of the sorcerer realm, they were greeted by utter devastation. The once quiet headquarters now reeked of blood, a stark contrast to its usual stillness. Gojo immediately spotted the cursed energy of the silver-eyed spirit, its taint pervasive throughout the wreckage. There was nothing else. As he gazed upon the lifeless bodies of the fallen, Gojo felt little remorse. So what if they're dead? They lived long enough, he mused, noting the decay that lingered in their words. Where's Lin Weiyang? He demanded of the individual who had summoned him. The man lay retching in a corner, his pallor striking. Gojo yanked him to his feet, exasperated. Speak. Can't you see what has become of this place? Even I can't revive these shattered remnants. At the mention of shattered, the man's face turned even paler. Gojo. Sugiru's voice was low as he stopped his friend from shaking the man further. Enough. Gojo released his grip. Suguru looked down at the seated sorcerer, who had regained some composure, albeit with a forced smile. Where is Lin Weiyang? He inquired calmly. I don't know, my lords. I swear I know nothing. The sorcerer knelt, his head bobbing as he fervently begged for mercy. Suguru remained silent, summoning his cursed spirit, which loomed ominously over the man. Its foul mouth inches from his face. Please, don't kill me. I was merely following orders. I know nothing. Please. The sorcerer's terror rendered him nearly incoherent. Gojo glanced sideways at his friend, whose face bore an unsettlingly calm expression. He had anticipated that Sugiru's rationality would prompt him to intervene, but instead, he was met with a heavy atmosphere. The scent of fear permeated the air. Let us go, Suguru. We should consult the historian, Gojo suggested, ascending the stairs. The historian was an utterly objective recording artifact, tasked with chronicling all events within the headquarters. Typically accessible only with a specific key, Gojo forcibly dismantled it, revealing the core records within. Date, 2006. Time, 1738. Non-sorcerer Lin Weiyang, of Huaguan nationality, apprehended. Judgment proceedings commenced. 1756. Lin Weiyang utilized an unknown cursed tool, injuring 7 judgment personnel, subdued by cursed objects. Final decision. Soul search to be executed at dawn the following day. 2130. The reversal technique, brought forth by Neru Akaru, arrived at headquarters to treat the 7 injured personnel. 2006. Date, 0200. Gojo was designated as executor for Lin Weiyang's soul search decree. 0317. Soul search concluded. Lin Weiyang confirmed deceased. 1439. Headquarters attacked by unidentified cursed sorcerers, no survivors. 3 cursed sorcerers absconded with Lin Weiyang's body. 1447. Reinforcements arrived. Cursed sorcerers and Lin Weiyang's body vanished without a trace. 1456. A special grade cursed spirit, suspected to be time-related, appeared, killing members of the support team before departing. 1510. Special grade sorcerers Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto entered the headquarters, records destroyed. The 2 young men stood in silence, their eyes fixed on the unyielding record. The phrase Lin Weiyang confirmed deceased struck them like a dagger, piercing through their minds with excruciating clarity. Gojo's expression morphed into one of disbelief. Lin Weiyang is dead? His rational mind struggled to accept this reality, while his emotions insisted that it could not be true. Someone like Lin Weiyang could not possibly be gone. And so, he laughed. Ha ha ha, Suguru. Little Weiyang is brilliant. She even managed to fool the historian. His eyes widened with mirth. But as he glanced at his friend, the laughter faded. Suguru maintained his smile, yet a dark cloud of cursed spirits loomed ominously behind him. Let us go, Satoru, he affirmed, his violet eyes glinting with twisted intent. We need to interrogate those responsible for this chaos. Meanwhile, Yuhibara and Kinji Nanami sat in silence within their vehicle, en route to their mission's destination. Since entering the Jujutsu High, Hibara had not experienced such a profound silence. In their adolescent years, the young ones, upon formally becoming sorcerers, first encountered the ominous shadow of death that loomed over the world. The secondary cursed spirit they were about to confront possessed a rather troublesome ability. Thus, it was imperative to memorize the details of the dossier for the impending task. Nanami Kinto gently placed the mission documents on Yuhibara's shoulder. Hibara nodded, accepting the file, and the carriage fell into a contemplative silence. Nanami, along with his senior Lin, observed as Hibara bit his lip, eventually breaking the silence. He recalled the gentle smile of a girl who would send caring messages before their missions, who would present them with thoughtfully prepared gifts upon their return, and who patiently listened to his incessant chatter. It was difficult for Hibara to comprehend why such a beautiful presence would depart from their lives in such a sudden and irrevocable manner. Hibara, Nanami said softly, adjusting his glasses as he addressed Hibara, who had lowered his head. In this world, many people succumb to death every day, regardless of whether they are virtuous or malevolent. Various reasons lead to their demise. Yet, among these myriad reasons, none can justify the acceptance of such losses. The existence of sorcerers is to mitigate a trivial fraction of these reasons, to diminish those deaths that bear no meaning, filled solely with sorrow and anguish. Nanami observed the glistening tears in Hybera's eyes, his gaze resolute. Cheer up, Hybera. If you cannot endure such deaths, then strive to prevent them. I will. Hybera sniffled, nodding earnestly as he focused on the mission dossier in his hands. Witnessing his fellow sorcerer regain his resolve, Nanami donned his glasses once more, concealing the emotions that flickered within his eyes. No one could refuse kindness, nor could anyone fail to appreciate the warmth of a compassionate heart. Nanami reminisced about the time he and Hybera returned from their first mission, enveloped in negative emotions after confronting cursed spirits. Venturing out for fresh air in the dead of night, he encountered Lin Weiyang, who was carrying 2 bowls of warm noodles towards the dormitory. Oh, you're out. Perfect timing. I want to have to deliver this to you. The dark-haired girl smiled as she handed him one of the bowls. You must be feeling out of sorts after your first mission. Try my special recipe, tomato and scrambled eggs over noodles. You'll sleep soundly after finishing it. Returning to the dormitory, Nanami sat at the table, hearing Hybera's heartfelt exclamation of gratitude from afar. The warm noodles traveled down his throat, warming his previously cold limbs. That night, for the first time in ages, Nanami truly enjoyed a restful sleep. He picked up the unfinished mission report, pushing himself to continue reading. Due to her unique circumstances, the girl who seemed to perpetually reside at the Sorcerer Academy had become a symbol of security upon their return from each mission. Her presence assured them that everything would be taken care of. Yet now, she was gone. Nanami tightened his grip on the mission report. Upon reaching the task location, the 2 first-year students disembarked and advanced towards their objective. The supervising assistant observed them enter the tent, his expression inscrutable. Chapter 56, The Departure of Summer. Suguru Geto found himself confined in a solitary chamber, staring blankly at the ceiling. That day, he and Satoru Gojo had charged before the higher-ups, swiftly breaching all defenses. He felt his cursed spirit lift them high, sensing the pulsing arteries of the elite in his grasp. With a mere flick, they could no longer utter those loathsome words. He had intended to question them. As sorcerers, how can you harm the innocent? Was separating Gojo and me merely to eliminate Lin Weiyang? How dare you touch those I wish to protect? Yet, in the end, he relinquished the thought. It bore no significance. Killing these individuals would achieve nothing. Eliminate one batch, and another would inevitably follow, endlessly, like cockroaches. So, he merely observed for a moment before discarding the higher-ups as one would refuse, and departed. Gojo caught up with him, inquiring, not going to kill them? Geto shook his head. They had destroyed the cursed tools containing Lin Weiyang's memories without examining their contents. Upon returning to the academy, he anticipated the warnings and punishments from the higher-ups. Unlike Gojo, who seemed unconcerned, he voluntarily entered the solitary chamber, burying himself in darkness. He immersed his thoughts in this abyss, wrestling with them as his cognition teetered on the edge of self-destruction and reconstruction, an endless cycle. Time was indeterminate. It could have been hours or days. When the light from outside finally seeped in, it stung his eyes, provoking physiological tears. The visitor was Yaga Yoshinobu, who regarded Geto for a long moment before speaking gravely. Hybera and Nanami, due to an inaccurate estimation of the cursed spirit's capabilities, faced a first-level cursed spirit and perished. The scorching summer ended abruptly, with the remaining cicadas frantically emitting the last vestiges of their ephemeral lives. The sorcerer's nightmarish summer had finally concluded. Yet no one knew what this prolonged season had taken from the 3 second-year students of the academy. Life marched on, the vast societal machine clattering incessantly forward, never pausing. Since that fateful day, the 3 sorcerers found their time together dwindling, as if each was intentionally immersing themselves in busyness, using this fatigue to force themselves to forget certain terrifying habits. For instance, adding an extra souvenir when shopping, or instinctively checking messages before a mission, or yearning to share amusing tales with someone special, or subconsciously searching for a familiar figure upon returning to the academy. Time would gradually soothe the intensity of certain emotions, burying those chance, unacknowledged emotional fluctuations deep within the night, with no one daring to probe or mention them. Only the fresh blooms before the grave remained perpetually vibrant. In truth, even erecting a tomb for Lin Weiyang was not their place, yet the authorities in Huawa made no acknowledgement after her death, and no one came to sort through her belongings in the dormitory. Later, they learned that Lin Weiyang's demise was entangled with political matters. They discovered she had no family. Her so-called relatives were merely a faction reliant on her influence. Thus, the tomb, hastily constructed in a moment of impulse, became the girl's final resting place. Among the trio, Only Satoru Gojo stubbornly refused to visit this site. She cannot be dead. No body has been found. What sort of imagined death is this? Gojo insisted, burying himself in work. Outside of mission hours, he devoted the majority of his free time to searching for her whereabouts. Satoru Gojo sought to locate the 3 individuals from that time. The enigmatic man with amethyst eyes, Yuko Ashi, and Tamanaka Shinbu. He believed they must possess knowledge of Lin Weiyang's whereabouts. He had previously approached the cursed spirit who had attempted to assassinate him. Yet that audacious individual continued to brazenly appear in various racetracks and nightclubs, making it easy for him to find. Upon learning of Lin Weiyang's disappearance, Fushiguro Megumi merely raised an eyebrow with apparent indifference. Then, in a tone that Gojo found utterly distasteful, remarked, "That sort of person is bound to meet their demise." What? Has the young master of the Gojo family developed a deep affection for her? What a pity. Someone like her wouldn't even look your way, even if she were alive. Gojo did not miss the fleeting surprise in Fushigiro's eyes, indicating that he too found it hard to believe that Lin Weiyang could perish in such a manner. After a confrontation with Fushiguro, Gojo resumed his tasks of slaying cursed spirits, healing himself with reverse cursed techniques, and leading a life dedicated to finding Lin Weiyang. "I will certainly find you," he thought resolutely. Suguru Geto's life was equally uncomplicated. Following the deaths of Lin Weiyang and the 2 junior students, he continued on his previous path, aiding the lower-tier sorcerers. However, there were subtle changes. He had added regular visits to a particular grave to his schedule. He was striving to become stronger, exerting himself more than ever before. After the tumultuous events that had shaken the higher-ups, they had sent representatives to converse with him multiple times. Through their words, he learned of a Lin Weiyang that was entirely unfamiliar to him, the 5th administrative officer of Huagua. Wielding unimaginable power within society, a prodigious commander capable of altering the course of a war with a mere gesture. He had perused documents marked with the highest levels of encryption, wherein a young girl stood atop a mountain of corpses, surveying the battlefield with disdain. They claimed that eliminating Lin Weiyang was also in Huagua's interest, as she had become a liability to this power. No longer aiming for direct victory in warfare, but rather deriving pleasure from inflicting sorrow, escalating the conflict. Only by killing her could more lives be saved. "She is not as benevolent and harmless as you perceive," they cautioned solemnly. Geto left in silence, struggling to envision the Lin Weiyang they had painted, a cold-blooded, ruthless war fanatic who reveled in the suffering of others. Each time Geto visited Lin Weiyang's grave, he lingered for a long while. He contemplated many things: the relationship between sorcerers and ordinary people, what he yearned to protect, what he had lost, and the dynamics of this world and the sorcery realm. He wished to ask Lin Weiyang directly, "What kind of person are you? What is the essence of the tenderness you once showed us?" He did not fully believe the narratives about Lin Weiyang. He only sought to understand the singular question that had long haunted him. "In your eyes, what are we?" Yet the girl capable of answering this question merely smiled in silence, within the photograph, upon the gravestone. Thus, Suguru Geto remained quietly leaning against the frigid tombstone, watching the withered leaves dance in the wind below the cliff, quietly accepting the departure of this summer. Chapter 57. The Raid on Q Headquarters. Q Headquarters. 0:58 a.m. Following the intrusion by Fushiguro Megumi, Q had become exceedingly cautious in its operations. They had bifurcated their organization. One segment remained visible to the public, continuing with routine tasks and operations, while the core of their organization stealthily relocated to another site, functioning under strict secrecy. Thus, when Suguru Geto and Satoru Gojo came to avenge Tennairiko, they only dismantled the publicly visible facade. The core of Q remained largely unaffected. The head of operations paused before a door imbued with protective curses, placing his hand upon a palm-sized device that measured cursed energy. The protective curse dissipated, and the door opened automatically. "How is the experiment progressing?" he inquired as he entered the laboratory. "The latest subject is not particularly stable. The negative emotions generated may be insufficient for merging with the cursed spirit. It is somewhat perilous," reported an attendant, glancing over the records in hand. "What has transpired? Wasn't it stable during the last visit?" The head scolded, his brow furrowed. "Except for subject X021, Yuko Ashi, none of the other subjects have generated enough negative emotions. We were supposed to gather data from her, but she has gone missing," the attendant replied, visibly agitated. The head's mood darkened further. "What utter incompetence! A group of you cannot even keep track of a single child. Well, who could have predicted that she had such tricks up her sleeve, managing to deceive us all?" A familiar sticky voice interjected, deepening the head's scowl. "Daisayo-sama," he said coldly, shooting him a glare. "This situation has never occurred here before. It only came to pass after your arrival, and you have yet to provide an explanation." Unfazed by the icy reception, Dazai maintained a playful demeanor. Don't always shift the blame for your shortcomings onto others. It only makes you appear more of a loser. The head remained unperturbed by the remark. His expression still grim as he warned, "You had better not let me discover any issues on your part, or else." With a disdainful huff, he turned away from Dazai, proceeding to examine the latest research results. That esteemed individual had been pressing for updates. He could not afford to waste any more time. Dazai watched the man's retreating figure, his crescent-shaped eyes reflecting the departing silhouette. He silently counted down, 3, 2, 1. Boom. The corridor ahead erupted violently, flames licking upward and engulfing the blasted area. What is happening? Those who were unscathed screamed, rushing toward the exits. Dazai stood at the exit, pressing a switch that lowered a blue barrier, obstructing the escape of the panicked crowd. "Dazai!" the head shouted furiously, having shielded himself with cursed techniques just as the explosion occurred. Hey, don't be so serious. It's just a little explosion. Relax," Dazai chuckled, waving nonchalantly. "You." Before he could complete his retort, a squad of armored, well-trained individuals surged in from the explosion's aftermath. "Everyone, get down and cover your heads. Cease all futile resistance." The leader commanded, the dark muzzles of firearms trained on the assembled crowd. Mere ordinary folks, coming to deliver themselves to death? A sorcerer scoffed, attempting to strike down these unexpected intruders. The cursed energy he unleashed rebounded off an unseen force, and in the next moment, a bullet pie. They are indeed the chosen ones endowed with the power of curses. How could the mundane societal norms befall them? Yet, this is precisely what transpired. The responsible individual cast a murderous glare towards Dazai Osamu, gritting his teeth as he performed the humiliating gesture demanded by the adversary. With a leader to initiate, the rest followed suit, kneeling one after another. Had they done this sooner, it would have spared them the need for such a dramatic display. It truly was a waste of time. Dazai Osamu, bouncing with exuberance, leapt over the group in a comical manner and approached the heavily armed leader. "Officer Inoue, I'm here to lend a hand," he exclaimed, as if he shared an intimate camaraderie with the man, playfully nudging his shoulder. Inoue evaded Dazai's hand, gesturing for his subordinates to present the items to Dazai. "Please be swift, Mr. Dazai," Inoue urged. Dazai received a stack of handcuff-like devices and advanced towards the most formidable of the sorcerers, securing them in cuffs. The sorcerers, initially contemplating a sudden strike while the adversary was off guard, were horrified to discover that they could no longer sense a trace of their cursed energy once restrained. Observing that the key targets had been subdued, Inoue nodded for his subordinates to proceed with binding the remaining targets. Once this task was completed, another team entered, commencing the collection of various data within the laboratory. "Though I am uncertain why Mr. Dazai chose to assist us, I express my gratitude on behalf of the government," Inoue stated, bowing formally before Dazai Osamu. "Oh, it's nothing at all. Just as long as you, Mr. Inoue, refrain from adding insult to injury and take me away after collecting these documents," Dazai jested, his amethyst gaze fixed on the seemingly respectful figure before him. Inoue maintained his bow, collecting his breath before continuing. "It is not about taking you away, Mr. Dazai. Rather, we wish to enlist your help with the aftermath. As you are more familiar with this place, I must decline. We had an agreement. I am only responsible for providing the layout of this place, and thereafter, I am no longer involved." Dazai shrugged, adopting a demeanor of helplessness. Inoue raised his head, scrutinizing the enigmatic man who had unexpectedly approached the government to propose cooperation. Apart from sharing a name with a certain literary giant, Inoue could unearth no further information about him. Perhaps the name was merely a pseudonym, he contemplated. "It seems we must trouble Mr. Dazai after all." With this, Inoue swiftly lunged at Dazai, intent on capturing him. He had discerned through observation that Dazai was not adept in physical combat. Dazai, having anticipated the betrayal, remained motionless. Inoue's advance was abruptly halted. "Alas, I have no desire to involve myself in these matters. I am merely fulfilling a request," Dazai lamented, as a barrier deflected the bullets aimed at him. He stepped backward, half of his body vanishing into thin air as if by magic. "All right, it seems I have just recalled something." Dazai dramatically slapped his forehead, turning his face towards the visibly displeased Inoue. "Lin Weiyang sent me to convey a message. The plan remains unchanged, so please prepare for our forthcoming meeting." Chapter 58, Haihara and Nanami. As the weather gradually turned colder, a chilling wave began to engulf the Tokyo region. Suguru Geto strolled along the streets, passing a glass storefront where a television displayed news of a government official's downfall. The political arena appeared to be in a state of turmoil, and even Suguru, entrenched in the sorcerer world, could sense the unrest. It was likely a struggle for power, he mused, continuing towards his destination. The realm of humanity is perpetually rife with conflict, over resources, over authority. Once one acquires something, there is an insatiable desire for more, leading to a world filled with strife. During this period, Suguru gradually perceived the essence of humanity's incessant squabbling and mutual condemnation. Such struggles also existed between sorcerers and ordinary people. Suguru chose not to dwell further on this, arriving at his destination. Upon entering the restaurant, he found his two contemporaries had been waiting for a considerable time. "You are truly slow, Suguru. Shoko and I have been waiting for nearly an hour," Satoru Gojo exclaimed, casually tossing a chopstick at Suguru. Catching the object, Suguru offered an apologetic smile. "My sincerest apologies, an unforeseen task delayed me. All right. Now that we're all here, let us hasten the serving of the dishes. I'm starving." Shoko Yeri lamented, sporting heavy dark circles under her eyes as she perused the menu. Suguru took a seat. It had been 2 months since the trio had last dined together. He recalled that occasion vividly, when they had ordered an entire crate of alcohol and had nearly staggered out. Naturally, Satoru had been unwittingly tricked into drinking by him and Shoko. After silencing Satoru, he and Shoko had quietly enjoyed one drink after another. They were well aware of each other's thoughts, even as Satoru muttered a certain name. The sound of dishes being served brought Suguru back to the present as he observed Satoru and Shoko playfully bickering, and for a fleeting moment, he felt as though life had remained unchanged, with everyone retaining their original selves. As Suguru picked up a piece of food to eat, he noticed his two contemporaries staring at him with a look of astonishment. "What's the matter?" Suguru initially intended to ignore it, but the intensity of their gazes proved too compelling. "You don't feel anything, Suguru?" Satoru inquired, his eyes wide with disbelief. "What?" Suguru asked politely, raising an eyebrow. "While you were lost in thought, this guy added a lethal dose of wasabi to your dish," Shoko explained, observing Suguru's unperturbed expression. "Oh, did he? Perhaps Satoru didn't add enough. I find it quite tolerable," Suguru replied, maintaining his composure as he took another bite. Satoru, gazing at the altered dish, fell into a spiral of self-doubt before he too took a bite. Cough, cough, cough. An overwhelming wave of spiciness surged to his head, and as he opened his mouth to cough, Suguru deftly seized another piece of food and shoved it into Satoru's mouth. With a smile, Suguru covered Satoru's mouth, applying enough pressure that veins bulged on his hands. "Let us not waste food, Satoru." Suguru chuckled inwardly at the tears streaming from his friend's eyes. Finally liberated from Suguru's grip, Satoru gulped down juice to soothe his throat, collapsing onto the ground with a thud. Suguru and Shoko exchanged high fives, Shoko discarding the empty beer can onto the table. "You've been quite busy lately, Shoko," Suguru remarked as he raised his glass for a toast. "It's manageable. I've grown accustomed to it," Shoko replied, taking a hearty swig of beer. "At Jujutsu High, things are relatively calm. But you and Satoru seem to be perpetually buried in work." "It's all right. I'm used to it," Suguru echoed her sentiments. After a few drinks, Shoko asked, "Are you returning to Jujutsu High today?" "Yes, I am." Suguru paused, realizing it had been a while since he last visited her. "I plan to see her. Would you like to join?" "No, I think I'll pass. I have some work to wrap up," Shoko said, tilting her head slightly to decline the invitation. She understood that Suguru likely desired some solitude. Without uttering another word, the inebriated Satoru Gojo mumbled phrases such as "You are all fools. Lin Weiyang is definitely not dead." Both Suguru Geto and Shoko Yeri had grown weary of further discussion on the matter. Accepting death is often more arduous than death itself. They both understood this truth. And one day, Satoru Gojo would come to comprehend it as well. After the gathering concluded, Suguru Geto escorted Shoko Yeri and the drunken, incapacitated Satoru Gojo back to Jujutsu High. Upon their arrival at the entrance, they spotted two familiar figures outside the barrier. Suguru Geto and Shoko Yeri paused simultaneously. Suguru reacted swiftly, summoning his Shikigami almost instantaneously upon sighting them. The two figures appeared to be awaiting their arrival. One of them even waved in their direction. "Suguru-senpai. Shoko-senpai. I've missed you both so much." Despite not detecting any abnormalities in the newcomers, Suguru Geto remained vigilant, refraining from dismissing his Shikigami. "Hibara Nanami?" he inquired cautiously. The arrivals were indeed the first-year students, Kinto Nanami and Yu Hibara, who had been reported dead for several months. Yu Hibara and Kinto Nanami sat quail-like at a low table, adopting a proper size of position. Emerging from Yaga's office, the two first-years found themselves cornered by their seniors, who pressed them for an explanation of the events. Unable to withstand the intensity of their scrutinizing gazes, Yu Hibara was the first to break under the pressure. He leaned forward, hands on the floor, and bowed his head. "I sincerely apologize. I'm so sorry for worrying you, senpai. It was my fault for not informing you sooner that we were still alive." Kinto Nanami also lowered his head, quietly expressing his contrition. "Then hurry up and clarify what exactly transpired." Shoko Yeri, clutching a lollipop, assumed a fierce demeanor, her brows furrowed. At the very least, let us understand what happened. We were genuinely concerned when you vanished without a trace for 2 months. In an unspoken agreement to play the role of the stern elder, Suguru Geto gently expressed his sorrow, his demeanor perfectly balancing the gravity of the situation. Satoru Gojo, Yuhibara's expression of regret deepened, and as he lifted his gaze, words he wished to convey faltered on his lips. Casting a hesitant glance at his friend Kinto Nanami, Yuhibara once again bowed his head, silently adopting the quail-like posture. While Suguru Geto nudged the restless Satoru Gojo awake, he turned his attention to the composed Kinto Nanami. The golden-haired youth, perhaps due to his foreign lineage, possessed distinctly sharp features that conveyed a sense of maturity. Before we delve into this topic, could we ask Suguru-senpai to raise a barrier? Kinto Nanami suggested, making an unusual yet reasonable request. Observing the earnestness in his eyes, Suguru Geto and Shoko Yeri exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. From darkness, born of darkness, all impurities and filth shall be purged. The black barrier slowly ascended, isolating the conversation within. Chapter 59, the so-called balance. The headquarters, having undergone several months of post-disaster reconstruction, had regained its former powers. Not only had the defensive barriers been reinforced, but the new location was also notably more discreet. The newly appointed higher-ups were indistinguishable from their predecessors, exhibiting the same style in task allocation and administrative matters. It was as if those former leaders had never perished. Their restless souls donned new skins, continuing to wield their influence in the shadows. What? Those 2 first-year students from the Tokyo school are still alive? How could this be? A man slammed his palm against the table in anger upon hearing this news. No, the existence of Satoru Gojo alone in Tokyo means that if they are alive, the balance between Tokyo and Kyoto schools will be disrupted. Another voice echoed dissatisfaction. In this context, balance did not refer to an equilibrium of strength, but rather a measure to counteract future power inclinations, to prevent any single faction from dominating the jujitsu world due to personal affiliations among students. Maintaining a balance between the 2 schools had been an ongoing covert endeavor by the headquarters. The unexpected survival of the 2 first-year students from Tokyo, who were meant to be balanced out, was certainly unwelcome news for these power-hungry individuals. Remain calm. We will promptly arrange the next balancing operation. One person stated from the side. The others murmured their agreement, and the topic shifted elsewhere. This is how the task process works. Is there anything you do not understand? The assistant supervisor inquired of the 2 first-year boys. But we just escaped from that underestimated grade 1 Shikigami. Do we really have to start the next mission so soon? Yuhibara expressed his discontent. Do you think this is a leisurely job for ordinary people? Being a jujitsu sorcerer is no easy feat. If you do not wish to partake, you may return home and cease your complaints. The assistant supervisor's words were cold and unfeeling. Yet this was the reality of the jujitsu world. Every grassroots sorcerer was driven and enslaved. Yuhibara fell silent, choosing not to meet the derisive gaze of the assistant supervisor. Humph, a mere half-breed sorcerer from an ordinary family dares to defy one of the 3 families? The assistant supervisor smirked disdainfully as he observed the boy's defeat. When do we depart? I need to inform our seniors. Ever since the last incident, they have been quite worried about our mission. Kinto Nanami retrieved his phone, preparing to send a text message. Haven't you weaned yet? The assistant supervisor's eyes widened in alarm as he hurried the 2 boys into the vehicle. Now hurry up. You 2. Those awaiting rescue cannot afford your delays. The 2 youths complied without resistance and boarded the car. Just before disembarking, Kinto Nanami fixed his deep gray eyes on the assistant supervisor and asked, This mission 1T encounter any issues again, will it? Impossible. The intel is still reliable. Upon hearing the word reliable, Kinto Nanami's lips curled into a rare sardonic smile. Without waiting for the assistant supervisor to register his expression, he turned and walked toward the mission, watching as they faced yet another grade 1 Shikigami that did not align with the mission's description. Yuhibara's typically vibrant demeanor was overshadowed by an unusual chill. The Shikigami roared, yet the 2 boys did not exhibit the same panic as before. Nanami, why is this happening? Yuhibara gazed at the distorted Shikigami, his eyes seemingly drifting elsewhere, lost in a haze. Don't you already know, Hibara? Kinto Nanami unwrapped the bandages from his cursed tool, warming up by swinging his blade. For the sake of so-called balance, we are merely discarded pawns. But jujitsu sorcerers are already exceedingly rare. Why must we resort to such absurd reasons to slaughter one another? Yuhibara was utterly bewildered. As he observed the massive Shikigami charging toward them, memories steeped in the scent of death surged in his mind. His eyes reddened as he narrowly evaded the incoming attack. Why is this happening? Kinto Nanami struck at the creature's weak spot, his thoughts racing, just as the 2 began to struggle. Several quasi-special grade Shikigami burst forth from behind them, tearing into the grade 1 Shikigami. Indeed, why is this happening? Suguru Geto's voice resonated behind them. cold enough to chill the air. You've arrived, Suguru-senpai, Kinto Nanami greeted as he sat on the ground, beginning to tidy up his disheveled appearance. Though it was but a fleeting minute, for him and Hibara, confronting a special-grade cursed spirit was quite the challenge. Suguru Geto seemed oblivious, relentlessly tormenting the shapeless form of the special-grade cursed spirit. Under ordinary circumstances, a person as relentless as Suguru Geto would never directly exorcise a special-grade cursed spirit. However, at this moment, his heart was consumed not only by palpable anger, but also by an inexplicable resentment. Why were the higher-ups forbidding the survival of Hibara Yo and Nanami Kinto? Why must sorcerers inflict harm upon their own kind? Dark, viscous emotions, akin to sludge, completely overwhelmed Suguru Geto. The death of the star plasma entity, his own failures, the demise of the black-haired girl, the conspiracy of the rotten oranges, all these accumulated grievances erupted in a single moment. He felt an urgent need to obliterate something, or perhaps to reclaim something. Initially, he aspired to grow powerful enough to compel the higher-ups and those rotten oranges to instigate change and reform. Yet he suddenly pondered, if he continued to wait, how many more such incidents would transpire today? Or rather, how many had already occurred? If he were not a cursed spirit user, and instead a sorcerer from an ordinary family, would he not have been eradicated long ago? Suguru Geto violently tore down the tent, startling the assistant supervisor waiting outside, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Geto, what are you doing here? You shouldn't be. Before he could finish, an overwhelming surge of cursed energy pressed down upon him. Fear etched across his face as he pleaded, Lord Geto, this has nothing to do with me. I was merely following orders. The dark sludge within him churned as Suguru Geto observed the other's desperate pleas, and an urge to laugh unexpectedly arose. He seemed to recall having encountered such a posture before, but he spared the individual then. Would he do the same this time? Perhaps he should. For he could not take a life. May said that he was a good person, a man of principles. He could not disappoint May. With a smile directed at the kneeling assistant supervisor, he turned to leave. Thank you, Lord Geto. I will definitely. The ecstatic voice abruptly ceased, transforming into a hysterical scream. A cursed spirit devoured half of the assistant supervisor's body, its tendrils piercing through him. Suguru Geto walked away with a strange smile, heading toward a certain destination. I will not take a life, May. However, I shall no longer save such individuals. If they can withstand my unleashed cursed spirit, then they have earned the right to live. I will not take a life, May, and I shall not disappoint you. Without a hint of doubt about his convictions, Suguru Geto smiled gently as he made his way to the Gojo household. He still remembered, or rather had never forgotten, a name, the name he had seen in the chronicles, Gojo Kanta, the executor of Lin Mei's soul retrieval. Chapter 60, Long Time No See. Upon arriving at the Gojo estate, Suguru Geto discovered that Satoru Gojo was not home. Excellent. It would be somewhat disrespectful to act against a member of his clan in front of him, Suguru thought. The servant, upon seeing Suguru Geto, respectfully invited him in, preparing to offer tea and snacks. No need for that. Please inform me where Gojo Kana is. I have come to pay him a visit, Suguru Geto interjected, halting the servant's actions with a smile. Very well, please wait a moment while I consult Lord Kanta. The servant replied obediently, hastening away. The servant approached a courtyard and knocked on the door. Who is it? A young man's voice replied from within. Lord Kanta. It is Lord Suguru Geto here to visit. The servant began, only to be interrupted. Thank you for your trouble. Suguru Geto pushed past the servant, summoning a cursed spirit to tear apart the wooden door before him. Inside, Gojo Kanta, who had been enjoying tea, startled and flung his cup away, retreating in panic. Geto? What are you doing? Gojo Kanta's heart raced as he beheld Suguru Geto's oddly serene, yet eerie smile. Don't be alarmed. I'm merely here to have a chat. The piercing alarm of the barrier being breached echoed incessantly, yet Suguru Geto appeared oblivious, his smile tinged with a hint of reluctant apology. He then summoned a special-grade cursed spirit to guard the entrance, stepping across the debris of splintered wood toward Gojo Kanta. The servants outside were bewildered by Suguru Geto's madness, but knew one thing for certain. Notifying Satoru Gojo was imperative. Could it be that their young master had angered Suguru Geto, prompting him to vent his frustrations on his kin? In their confusion, they entertained even such outrageous theories. The phone lines were dead, and messages fell into the abyss, leading them to suddenly remember that Satoru Gojo had attended a meeting at the director's office today as the family head. All they could do was send someone to inform him, hoping Kanta would endure. Inside, Gojo Kanta's situation grew increasingly dire. This madman, Suguru Geto, had unleashed a special-grade cursed spirit upon him. Now, tell me, what did you do to Mei during the soul retrieval? Suguru Geto asked, casually taking a seat on the only remaining intact wooden stool, his hands tucked into his pockets, smiling, struggling to evade the special-grade cursed spirit. Gojo Kanta found himself unable to muster the strength to respond, several deep wounds already visible on his body. Oh, you don't wish to speak? Suguru Geto shook his head, feigning disappointment, his violet eyes fixated on Kanta's waning ability to move, dark emotions swirling within him. Ah, help! Gojo Kanta screamed, his back against the wall, using his last ounce of strength to call out. If you don't come out, I will truly die here. In that moment, Gojo Kanta genuinely believed his end was nigh, his voice cracking with desperation. The anticipated pain never arrived, and as he gasped for breath, he finally recognized the figure standing before him, collapsing in relief. You? Suguru Geto stared at the familiar visitor, his pupils constricting. Ah, long time no see. What is your name again? Apologies, I'm not very good with remembering men's names. Fushiguro Megumi grinned, plunging his blade into the special grade cursed spirit's body, exorcising it with sheer physical strength. Suguru Geto chuckled at the sight. Satoru actually failed to kill you? In an instant, Suguru Geto darted forward, using the cursed spirit as cover to strike at Megumi's vitals. How dare you show your face, monkey? Fushiguro Megumi countered with brute force, laughing even louder. Ha ha. As a defeated opponent of a monkey, what do you think you are? The intensity of Suguru Geto's assault escalated. Months apart had significantly enhanced his abilities. Yet Fushiguro Megumi was no pushover, and the two engaged in a fierce exchange. Cowering in the corner, Gojo Kanta watched in terror as the two figures moved too swiftly for him to discern, desperately trying to minimize his presence, trembling as he sent a brief text. Satoru Gojo lounged casually at the meeting table, his long legs propped up, amused by the frustration of those around him who dared not express their anger. If it weren't for this scene, who would bother attending this ridiculous meeting? Satoru Gojo wore a playful grin. Gojo Satoru, now that you have become the head of the family, you must be mindful of your demeanor and conduct. A middle-aged man stood up, pointing a finger at Gojo. But before he could finish his words, a surge of cursed energy struck him, sending his hand crashing down. Huh, are you referring to me? Gojo chuckled, gesturing to himself. But I rather enjoy sitting this way. If you disagree, feel free to challenge me to a fight. The man fell silent, his face reddening with indignation. Not going to fight? Then spare me from your pointless prattling. Otherwise, if I lose my temper, the entire headquarters might just be blown to smithereens, Gojo threatened, his cerulean eyes locking onto the man with an unmistakable intensity. All right, let's commence the meeting. A voice interjected, attempting to ease the tension. This young heir from the Gojo family is still quite inexperienced. Let us be more accommodating as seniors. As my seniors? Do you truly think you are worthy? Gojo's 6 eyes glimmered with arrogance, offering no courtesy to those he deemed unworthy. You. The individual who had been silenced by Gojo's earlier words stood up again, glaring furiously. Good afternoon, everyone. A voice imbued with gravitas interrupted the standoff, drawing the collective gaze of the room. Gojo recognized the speaker. What was his name again? Ah, Mr. Chun. The Chinese gentleman who frequently came to pick up Lin Weiyang. What was he doing here? Gojo scrutinized Mr. Chun, who wore a cordial smile. While his 6 eyes diligently gathered information, he remained vigilant regarding anything related to Lin Weiyang, still unwilling to accept her demise. Mr. Chun? The host inquired, furrowing his brow as he endeavored to maintain a facade of friendliness. What brings you here? Who allowed you entry? Was anyone informed? Oh. It is certainly regarding the previous incident, Mr. Chun replied, sensing Gojo's unfriendly gaze as he inclined his head slightly towards the young 6-eyed sorcerer. The conference room fell into a hush, with all eyes subtly shifting towards Gojo. Although the godly figure had not overtly targeted the headquarters following Lin Weiyang's death, everyone was acutely aware of the extreme measures he had taken in his search for her. None dared to provoke him at this moment. Why is everyone silent? I actually came to discuss matters concerning Lin Weiyang, Mr. Chun continued, seemingly oblivious to the strange atmosphere. The Chinese side has confirmed that Lin Weiyang did not commit the crimes previously suspected. We are looking to retract the commission. What? Are you mocking us? One person retorted indignantly. How can you say that? Well, your side has not provided us with any leads on Lin Weiyang. So it seems there has been no action taken, Mr. Chun waved dismissively, as if he had heard a jest. The higher-ups of the sorcery community exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. They had indeed failed to relay any information about Lin Weiyang to China, opting instead to sell her memories to politicians in Neon, while her body had been taken by an unidentified curse user. If they were to retract the commission, the last veil of shame for their persecution of Lin Weiyang would be stripped away. Gojo listened intently, observing. The disconcerting expressions of these incompetent individuals never failed to amuse him, yet now, he found no humor in the situation. It seems they are still concealing something from me, he thought, as he noticed their contorted faces. However, Mr. Chun continued, fortunately, your side did not take action. allowing us to have an effective conversation with Lin Weiyang and resolve the misunderstandings. Everyone froze momentarily. Only Gojo abruptly lifted his head, fixating intensely on the shadows behind Mr. Chun. A familiar slender figure emerged, mirroring the image he held in his memories perfectly. We have come here to engage in a friendly discussion. Mr. Chun stepped aside slightly, allowing the girl to enter the view of the assembly. Hello everyone, I am Lin Weiyang. I trust you are all familiar with me. She smiled gently, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. So many new faces. It seems the headquarters has undergone a power reshuffle since our last encounter. What is happening? How did they get in? Finally, someone discerned the anomaly, frowning as they pointed at Lin Weiyang. There was no announcement regarding the arrival of these two Chinese individuals today. No need to be alarmed, everyone. We merely wish to discuss the management of future sorcery incidents between the government and the sorcery community. The dark-haired girl chuckled softly as she approached the conference table and took a seat. Well, it's been a while, hasn't it, Gojo? Lin Weiyang greeted him with a smile, her gaze unwavering since her entrance. Chapter 61. The Discussion, Part 1. What? A high-ranking member chuckled, incredulous that an ordinary person would dare intervene in the affairs of the sorcery community. Young lady, I admit you possess some skill, but do not get carried away. Yet. In the next moment, a deafening explosion erupted from the ceiling, and the attendees gasped in horror as the supposedly impenetrable barrier was engulfed and shattered by swirling flames. Gojo witnessed strange cursed energy amidst the inferno, devouring the barrier's power and preventing the return of the cursed energy. A fully equipped squad of soldiers stormed through the breach, swiftly encircling the conference room. How is this possible? A senior exclaimed, bewildered. The Tianyuan barrier should never be breached by ordinary explosives. The times have changed, esteemed ones. Lin Weiyang responded, donning a unique bracelet that emanated a protective barrier capable of absorbing cursed energy attacks. You truly ought to open your eyes and observe. The so-called ordinary individuals have unlocked an ability rivaling cursed energy technology. You possess advantages, yet if you remain so entrenched in your ways, unwilling to embrace new awakenings and reject any deviation from the norm, then the sorcery community would not find itself in this predicament. I do not know what means you employed to breach the barrier, but a handful of ordinary people attempting to cause a ruckus in the headquarters is sheer arrogance. A sorcerer launched a lethal attack at the composed dark-haired girl. Lin Weiyang did not flinch. She merely adjusted the bracelet on her wrist. A black, mist-like spherical shell enveloped her, absorbing the incoming attack without leaving a trace of cursed energy. How ruthless of you, esteemed sorcerer, to direct such lethal force at a mere underage ordinary. Are you afraid I will reveal something? Lin Weiyang taunted, watching the sorcerer's astonished expression. Or perhaps my memories fetched a poor price, and you wish to procure another? The armed squad immediately raised their weapons following the attack, each individual equipped with similar shell-like devices. The dark muzzles aimed at the senior members present. A tall figure stepped in front of Lin Weiyang and her group. Though your entrance was spectacular, little Weiyang, to disregard me in such a manner towards the sorcery community is rather trusting. Do you believe those gadgets can truly suppress me? Gojo approached Lin Weiyang with a playful smile, maintaining his trademark flippancy. Lin Weiyang halted the actions of her team, deactivating the protective bracelet crafted from the fusion of technology and cursed energy. Indeed, I am not here to inflict harm upon the sorcery realm, but rather to engage in a cordial discourse concerning the future of humanity, Lin Weiyang stated, her tone imbued with a gentle charm, seemingly unfazed by the pressure exerted by the god's son. After all, Wutai must understand that the sorcery world is in a state of disarray. Perhaps it would be prudent to consider my suggestions? I assure you, I mean you no harm, Wutai. Wutai's smile remained unchanged, as did his stance. He regarded Lin Weiyang with an intensity that seemed to pierce through her placid facade, seeking to unveil her true intentions. With a barely perceptible sigh, the corners of Lin Weiyang's mouth faltered. She took 2 steps forward, nearing the enigmatic godson. Wutai paused momentarily as she approached, then retreated slightly. What are you up to, little Weiyang? Are you giving up on persuading me and opting for confrontation instead? Azure-hued cursed energy coalesced in the hands of the godson. However, that was not her intention. The young woman stepped back, leisurely retrieving a stool. As she mounted the stool to meet his gaze, her eyes reflected the same warmth and indulgence as before. She extended her arms, gently enveloping his head in an embrace. I apologize, Wutai. It was not my intention to disappear. I have pressing matters to attend to. Please forgive me, Wutai. I promise to explain everything upon my return. You have had a trying time lately, haven't you? Searching for me must have been exhausting. Soon, you shall be able to sleep soundly. Wutai did not lift his head, quietly enveloped by the girl's embrace. Lin Weiyang sighed, affectionately ruffling Wutai's tousled hair. Alas, the mess I've created, I must now soothe. unbeknownst to Wu Tai. As their eyes locked, the calm demeanor he believed he projected betrayed hints of vulnerability, akin to a cat yearning for affection, perplexed by rejection. Cough, cough, Weiyang. Everyone is still present. Let us address the matter at hand. Mr. Chen observed the scene, struggling to maintain his composure as he sensed in no way casting him a significant glance. His emotions a tangled web. Weiyang, what is this? You are with that godson. Even if you wish to pursue a relationship, must it be at this moment? His feelings were a complex mixture of indignation at the thought of his cherished cabbage being courted by a pig, and a sense of relief that his cabbage was indeed appealing. Lin Weiyang released Wu Tai, intending to signal to the others that she was ready, only to be met with a chorus of bewildered gazes. Why do I not comprehend Mr. Chen's expression? Lin Weiyang pondered, momentarily confused. Just as she contemplated descending from the stool, Wu Tai grasped her shoulder. With a subtle caress, he gently lowered her from her perch, as if nothing had transpired. Akin to a claw machine retrieving a prize. I fear you might fall. Do not forget to express your gratitude, he remarked, his smile brightening in response to her perplexed gaze. Since you wish to speak, do so promptly. Do not disappoint me, or I shall not be lenient with you. Reassured by Wu Tai's softened demeanor, Lin Weiyang signaled Mr. Chen with a gesture of success, only to receive an even more complex look in return. What is happening here? Uncertain, she returned to the tense negotiation scene, where Wu Tai was perched on the table, his fingers lightly grazing the surface as if savoring a sensation. Is the mark from our last encounter still present? Quite commendable, little Weiyang. Though his expression belied his thoughts, internally, he mused on more dubious matters. Should I erase it? Will I need to leave another mark in its place? The assembly of high-ranking officials, who initially anticipated a swift resolution upon witnessing Wu Tai's approach, now stared in astonishment as their godson was so easily charmed. The cunning, ordinary folk, they employ the allure of beauty. Nevertheless, despite their apparent advantage, these few ordinary individuals could effortlessly be subdued, even without Wu Tai's intervention. Various techniques lurked in the shadows, aimed directly at Lin Weiyang and her companions. Wu Tai, may I handle these individuals? Lin Weiyang inquired politely. Do as you wish. After all, if they are gone, others will remain. As Jie's declaration suggests, they are akin to cockroaches. Wu Tai waved dismissively, observing the tense standoff between the two factions with a detached curiosity. He was intrigued by the equipment on these individuals. While his 6 eyes could clearly discern their cursed energy, the mechanical aspects eluded him, akin to fragmented pieces of a puzzle that, if not assembled, would remain a mystery. It was unclear who initiated the conflict, but the combat escalated swiftly. The sorcerers were horrified to discover that the opposing bullets could pierce their cursed energy defenses, landing with precision upon them. What are they wielding? Are these artificial curse tools? How could ordinary people ever create such devices? Under the relentless firepower and the meticulous coordination of the opposing team, these sorcerers, unaccustomed to battle, were subdued with alarming rapidity. Amidst the terrified gazes of these hapless sorcerers, Lin Weiyang maintained her gentle smile. Wouldn't it have been preferable to cooperate from the outset? Why endure such suffering? The raven-haired girl gazed down upon the disheveled sorcerers, her voice soft yet piercing. Chapter 62, Negotiation, Part 2. Wu Tai. You are the head of the Wu Tai family. Do not forget your responsibilities. A beleaguered sorcerer, adorned with wounds, shouted at the relaxed Wu Tai, who remained an observer. Old man, they do not wish to harm you. They merely seek to converse. No need to present yourself as a figure of humiliation, Wu Tai retorted with a wave of his hand, his demeanor lighthearted. Indeed, as previously stated, we are here to discuss the division of responsibilities regarding cursed spirits. Lin Weiyang managed to find a semblance of seating amidst the chaos, flanked by Mr. Chen representing China and Commander Inoue for Japan, with an armed squad standing at attention behind her. As you can see, China and Japan have collaboratively developed cursed energy devices suitable for ordinary individuals. After numerous trials, I assure you that my team possesses the capability to handle at least Class 1 cursed spirits, a fact I trust you are already aware of. Lin Weiyang gestured to Inoue, inviting him to speak. Inoue cleared his throat, suppressing his excitement, attempting to maintain composure as he articulated their recent accomplishments. I represent the government in discussions regarding the division of responsibilities for cursed spirit management. This document outlines detailed responsibilities for handling various cursed spirits, and we hope to jointly undertake such tasks with your side. Oh, that sounds promising. If so, the burden on sorcerers will be considerably alleviated. Wu Tai expressed his endorsement of the proposal, wearied by the incessant demands of cursed spirit assignments. However, the remaining sorcerers did not share his sentiment. They had profited immensely from their monopoly, and once the box of desire was opened, satisfaction became elusive. Have you ever encountered a cursed spirit? Do you understand what they truly are? The countless lives sacrificed by sorcerers have provided you greedy, ordinary folk with a secure environment for survival. Yet you show no gratitude, and instead, Lin Weiyang smiled at the person who spoke, tapping the table lightly. Sir, it is precisely because of the dangers here that we wish to contribute our efforts to mitigate your senseless casualties. She emphasized the word senseless, as if to remind him of something important. I cannot condone some of your methods. Lin Weiyang's smile turned frosty, such as deliberately using false information to endanger capable children for the sake of your absurd balance. Before the high-ranking official could respond, a bullet whistled through the air, grazing his ear and detonating against the wall behind him. Blood trickled down from his earlobe, dripping onto the floor. Lin Weiyang retracted her firearm, delicately wiping the dark barrel with a handkerchief. My apologies. I must confess that I am not one to possess a particularly good temper. She fixed her gaze on the trembling official leaning against his chair, smiling lightly. Killing you would not pose much difficulty. However, for the sake of our ostensible friendly cooperation, I kindly ask that you refrain from uttering anything that might provoke my ire. The sorcerer suddenly felt an overwhelming chill coursing through his spine to his brain, his primal instincts fiercely warning him of imminent danger. How could this be? I am merely an ordinary person. The official quivered and lowered his head, genuinely sensing the unmasked killing intent directed toward him in that fleeting moment. This malevolence was far more fierce and frigid than anything he had previously encountered. You see, these instruments that have bested you are the creations of those ordinary individuals you so disdain. How does it feel to be defeated by such things? Lin Weiyang waved her hand, and her well-trained companions stepped forward, ready to equip the attendees with handcuffs capable of restraining their sorcery. Oh, and let us not forget to express gratitude to those so-called untalented garbage from the three noble families whom you have always looked down upon. Without their contributions to the study of sorcery, none of this would exist. Her words struck a severe blow to the pride of the sorcerers, whose heads had been filled with notions of hierarchy for millennia, igniting a surge of malice directed at Lin Weiyang. You care little for the remarkable talents that the low-powered children of the three noble families possess in other fields. Nor do you acknowledge the modern wisdom held by an ordinary person. Your narrow-mindedness is laughable. It is hard to believe you have managed to transition into modern society without an abundance of luck. Lin Weiyang feigned a frightened expression, mimicking a character from a novel, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Oh dear, your expressions are quite terrifying. I am merely a child, truly on the verge of being frightened. Satoru Gojo raised an eyebrow, genuinely taken aback by this lively side of Lin Weiyang. He remained silent, listening intently, knowing that she must be fully prepared to make such a bold appearance. Your expressions suggest you are contemplating ways to placate Lin Weiyang, perhaps intending to toss a few cursed artifacts into the residences of these individuals once you return. Thinking it a simple resolution, Lin Weiyang shook her head, her gaze tinged with regret. If you wish to attempt such things, by all means, we welcome such endeavors, as well as a test of the newly developed sorcery detection devices. Oh, and I almost forgot to share what I have been up to during my absence. Lin Weiyang tapped her head as if to dismiss her own theatricality. First, I must apologize. It has been quite dull during this time. So I conducted a modest investigation into the financial status of the three noble families. Regarding your unreported earnings and the funds not recognized by law, I have tidied things up for you. Now, aside from apprehending a few suspects of financial crimes, you should be clear on all fronts. Please, do not wear such expressions. I assure you, I won't suddenly perish from shock even if I stare at you all day and night. The government parasites that were colluding with you have also been cleared out. I assume you have little interest in the recent political upheaval. Therefore, it is best to keep pace with the times. As for the matters mentioned, you will be able to verify their authenticity upon returning home. So, let us conclude the opening remarks here and swiftly proceed to the main topic. After delivering her lengthy introduction, Lin Weiyang intertwined her fingers and rested her chin upon them, adopting a position of authority as she surveyed the gathered sorcerers. Now, let us sit calmly at the negotiating table and discuss our future collaboration on equal footing. Releasing her hold on the high-ranking officials, Lin Weiyang continued unabated. The following stipulations represent the stance of the Chinese side. As for the Japanese side, I leave that for you to discuss amongst yourselves. First, the internal processes of the public window organization must be made transparent, with all task information disclosed and ordinary individuals included in the collaboration. Second, all sorcerers are to be evaluated based on task performance, with monthly summaries and bonuses issued. Task assignments require joint review by your side and ordinary individuals. Just these two demands already darken the faces of the high-ranking officials. But Lin Weiyang was not finished. Third, her dark eyes turned toward the young deity who had been watching her intently, her smile warm. All underage sorcerers shall have equal rights to enroll in sorcery high schools or regular universities, enjoy standard winter and summer breaks, and have task limits imposed. prohibiting any unauthorized task assignments to underage sorcerers. That is all I have to say. The remaining matters will be discussed by Mr. Chun and Mr. Inoue with you all. Lin Weiyang stood and made her way to the door, giving Satoru Gojo a playful wink. Gojo, do you wish to remain here as the head of the Gojo clan for further discussions, or shall we return to the high school together to find Shoko and Yuta and discuss how to spend the upcoming winter break? As she flashed a smile and extended her invitation, Satoru Gojo felt his mind heat up once more. Chapter 63, Return. As soon as they exited the director's office, Satoru Gojo was confronted by members of the Gojo clan. They had been anxiously waiting outside, nearly in tears, eagerly anticipating the return of their clan leader. Master, you are finally out. Hurry back, it's urgent at the ancestral home. Satoru Gojo pulled Lin Weiyang in front of him, using his limitless technique to shove away the flustered servants. Get away, you're so annoying. Whatever happened is inconsequential. Do not disturb my return to the high school with Lin Weiyang. Lin Weiyang glanced at the text message on her phone, catching Satoru Gojo just as he was about to teleport away. Perhaps we should listen. They seem quite urgent, she suggested, receiving grateful looks from the Gojo servants. Master, Suguru has rushed into the ancestral home, intending to kill Kanda. You must return and see. What? Satoru Gojo tilted his head. Yuta? Murder? Yes, master. But before he could finish, Satoru Gojo and Lin Weiyang vanished from sight. Once again, they experienced the familiar sensation of dizziness. Lin Weiyang merely blinked, and they found themselves at the Gojo residence. Hey Yuta, I heard you were killing someone. Is it true? Have you finally abandoned your righteous ways? Satoru Gojo grinned, peering curiously at the disheveled Suguru Geto. That celestial binding is indeed quite troublesome, isn't it? Suguru Geto had just been engaged in a fierce battle with Fushiguro Megumi when, for some reason, his opponent suddenly fled. The next moment, he heard the voice of his best friend. Ah, did you flee because you sensed the arrival of enlightenment? Suguru Geto maintained that serene, Buddha-like smile as he replied to his dearest friend. Not at all, Wataru. I shall not take a life. I merely... Turning his head, Suguru's words became lodged in his throat. His eyes widened. Ha! You were startled, weren't you, Geto? I told you. Both you and Shoko are fools. This guy is far from easy to kill. Wataru Satoru, reminiscent of the wise mandrill lifting Simba in The Lion King, hoisted Lin Weiyang high into the air. Wataru, put me down, she exclaimed. Struggling to control her somewhat twitching lips, Lin Weiyang managed to smile at Suguru. Hello, Geto. Long time no see. Wataru, hurry up and let me down. Suguru observed the playful exchange between the two. Was it an illusion? Perhaps a new cursed spirit of the illusion type? Or have I finally lost my sanity? After a prolonged silence devoid of his friend's reaction, Wataru instantaneously transported Lin Weiyang before Suguru, dangling her by the back of her collar in front of Suguru's astonished face. What's wrong, Geto? Have you been rendered speechless? You look so silly. Let us capture this moment. Come on, smile. Lin Weiyang could not help but roll her eyes at Wataru, while Suguru remained dazed, instinctively turning his face towards the camera. Click. The snapshot captured Lin Weiyang's eye roll juxtaposed with Suguru's bewildered expression, immortalizing this embarrassing history. Ignoring Wataru's antics, Lin Weiyang focused her attention on Suguru. Are you alright? Geto, did I scare you? She asked, reaching out to tug at his sleeve. Suguru reflexively grasped her outstretched hand tightly. Yes, it was warm, delicate. Yes, it pulsed with life. Yes, it was Lin Weiyang, alive. Suguru pulled her into his embrace with fervor, holding her firmly, though the embrace felt somewhat uncomfortable. Lin Weiyang did not push him away, gently patting his slightly trembling back. I'm sorry for worrying you. I want to let it happen again. It was not a dream. The girl's voice resonated clearly in Suguru's ears, awakening him from a slumber that had persisted for months. Suguru suddenly felt as though he had grasped a piece of driftwood in a marsh, finally breathing in fresh air. After a moment, Wataru approached and extricated Lin Weiyang from Suguru's hold. Geto, if you don't let go, little Weiyang will suffocate. Wataru exclaimed, pulling her behind himself. I'm sorry. Suguru noticed a bruise encircling the girl's wrist, a result of his unrestrained strength. I'm fine, Geto, Lin Weiyang replied, smiling and shaking her head. Exhibiting no sign of pain, she sought to soothe the boy's emotions once more, but was intercepted by Wataru. Geto, you'd better calm down quickly. I won't let little Weiyang approach you until you do. Wataru patted his friend's shoulder, lowering his voice. Suguru remained unresponsive, his head bowed. All right then. Let us move on to the next target, Shoko. Hurry, I can't wait to see her reaction, Wataru, with Lin Weiyang in one hand and Suguru in the other, skipped away from the nearly flattened residence, as if on a school trip. As Wataru clambered out from the rubble, he collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Suguru, truly, what a terrifying man. This thought crossed Wataru's mind just before he lost consciousness. The school was typically quiet, with Shoko Yeri busily attending to various cases in the infirmary. Just as the tranquility settled, it was bound to be disrupted. "Shoko!" Wataru cried, entering the infirmary with a large box in tow. Ignoring him entirely, Shoko continued her work, unaffected by her classmates' antics. "Wah, Shoko, you're so cold. I brought you a gift." Wataru feigned tears, placing the large box before her. "Get lost, Wataru, I'm busy." Shoko didn't even lift her head. Lost in her tasks. "Just take a look, just a glance. You'll be pleasantly surprised." Wataru attempted to approach her, but her fierce glare rooted him in place. "Wah, so fierce. If little Weiyang saw you like this, she would surely dislike you." Shoko paused, lifting her gaze with a cold stare directed at Wataru. "Wataru, you better know your limits." "Ah, so fierce, so fierce. I'm going to cry," he whimpered. "All right, Wataru, stop bothering Shoko." A voice as soothing as red bean soup rang out, causing Shoko to stiffen momentarily. Lin Weiyang emerged from the box, looking somewhat helpless as she regarded Wataru and Shoko. "I really shouldn't have listened to Wataru. Now Shoko is probably upset," Lin Weiyang thought, feeling a headache coming on. "Weiyang," Shoko uttered, having realized she had spoken the name. The two first-year boys and Lin Weiyang performed a standard apology bow in front of the stern-faced second-year trio. "What on earth is going on?" Shoko slammed her palm against the table, and aside from her slightly reddened eyes, she exuded a somewhat fearsome presence. Suguru and Wataru sat on either side of Shoko, also observing the three boys across from them. Why were Yashihira and Nanami here? When they had passed the infirmary and witnessed Lin Weiyang's miraculous revival, Yashihira had merely greeted her casually. Realizing his demeanor was somewhat lackluster, he stiffened, immediately exclaiming with exaggerated joy, "Ah, Weiyang, it's so wonderful that you're alive." Nanami, attempting to sneak away, was caught by Wataru. "Essentially, Weiyang saved us both, which is why we could return alive." Nanami quickly recounted the events. "Because the news of my survival cannot be disclosed at this moment. I asked them not to inform you. It has nothing to do with them." Lin Weiyang assisted the two first years in explaining. All right, let us discuss that later. How about we focus on another matter for now?" Lin Weiyang clapped her hands, adopting a cheerful tone. "For instance, how shall we arrange our upcoming winter break?" The others, except for Wataru, who remained oblivious to the affairs of the executive department, stared at her in bewilderment. Chapter 64, I Want to Buy You. "Hey, when will the money arrive today?" Zenin Fushiguro lounged on the sofa like a marquis at a host club, his shirt unbuttoned and a cigarette dangling from his lips. In truth, he had just come from a nightclub, the scent of the establishment still lingering on his clothes. Dazai had vanished somewhere, and Asakusa Yuko was also missing after a spat with Fushiguro. Takamitsu Takayama, with a blank expression, observed his new colleague, already contemplating the possibility of resigning. "Hurry up and send the money, or I'll go grab that brat from Jujutsu High myself." Fushiguro flashed a malicious grin at his new colleague, resembling a large feline baring its teeth. "It will be credited soon, Mr. Fushiguro. Please wait a little longer." Takayama turned away, his face cold, refusing to look at the figure causing him distress. What he desired was a capable colleague, not another problematic adult. Gao Shanjinwu wore a countenance that belied the fragmentation of his heart. He seemed to foresee a bleak and desolate future stretching before him. Fushiguro Zenin regarded his new colleague, who was already beginning to fade, and nonchalantly adjusted his posture against the sofa, surveying the safe haven around him. Memories of that fateful night, after Rokugan had come to seek him, resurfaced in his mind. Fushiguro Zenin trudged home, his body marred with wounds. The now mature Satoru Gojo was a stark contrast to the previously naive DK, with scarcely a flaw to exploit. Fortunately, Gojo's intent was merely to deliver a beating, sparing Zenin's life, allowing him to return in such a battered state. Upon reaching the doorway, Zenin's stride remained steady, yet his muscles tensed in anticipation. There were strangers within the house. He pushed the door open, only to be greeted by the sight of Lin Weiyang, who shared a harmonious rapport with Fushiguro Yuta. Smiling warmly at him. "Ah, you truly haven't perished," Zenin mused, dismissing Lin's presence as he tore away the tattered fabric clinging to his wounds, neglecting to tend to them, and prepared to retreat into slumber. Fushiguro Yuta frowned at his unreliable father but remained silent. After all, he had yet to recruit Fushiguro-sensei. He couldn't afford to perish. Lin Weiyang affectionately tousled Yuta's hair, which, despite its spiky appearance, felt surprisingly soft. "It's quite late. You should be resting, Yuta." Yet Yuta did not reject Lin's gentle touch, regarding her with a disapproving expression. This was not their first encounter. Lin had previously visited his school as a teaching assistant, much adored by his classmates. She was the only one who believed in his ability to see those peculiar entities. "Is that so? Then, Yuta, could you share what they look like with me?" Lin inquired, sitting beside him on the steps with a smile. Those entities were far from pleasant, fearing they might frighten Lin. Yuta described only his Shikigami and the elusive Daku. How wonderful. It seems you have companions, Yuta. I was worried you might feel lonely with your quiet demeanor, Lin beamed, stroking Yuta's head, radiating warmth. Yuta did not dislike this sensation. In fact, he found himself somewhat attached to it. Thus, he resolved that this beautiful older sister must not be swayed by his scoundrel father. He had to keep her safe. Noticing the wary gaze of his son, Fushiguro Zenin halted his advance towards his room, a smirk playing on his lips as he addressed Lin Weiyang. Shall we have an earnest discussion? I'll be waiting for you in my room. He cast Lin a suggestive glance. Little Yuta felt a surge of indignation. His father was indeed no good. He must not allow Lin to be beguiled by him. As Lin Weiyang prepared to rise, a small hand grasped her sleeve. Looking down, she met the steady gaze of Fushiguro Yuta, whose demeanor belied his tender age. He appeared shy yet resolute, clinging to her sleeve, expressing his attachment. Lin smiled, crouching to pat Yuta's head. Yuta is already a young man. You must learn to sleep independently. I'm not, Yuta retorted, wanting to clarify that it wasn't fear of sleeping alone, but Lin pinched his cheeks playfully. It's all right. Fushiguro-sensei is not a bad person. Thank you for being so considerate. Yuta, unable to contain herself, Lin planted a soft kiss on Yuta's cherubic cheek. His face flushed crimson as he quietly allowed her to guide him into his bedroom. With the little one settled, it was time to address the elder. This elder proved to be somewhat of a challenge. Lin Weiyang gathered her thoughts as she approached Fushiguro Zenin's room. Upon pushing the door open, a pungent scent of blood assailed her senses. Maintaining her composure, she stepped inside. Ah, you truly dare to enter. Fushiguro Zenin lay sprawled on the bed, blood seeping from his wounds and staining the linens. Noticing Lin's gaze upon his injuries, he smirked maliciously. What? Can't bear to see others hurt. Care to assist with the bandaging? This was dealt by your dear colleague, you must be aware. After all, Rokugan had visited him that morning, and Lin's appearance in the evening was hardly coincidental. Was she concerned about him revealing her survival to Gojo? Initially, Zenin doubted her capability to achieve the ludicrous goal she had proposed, but his perspective shifted slightly. Nonetheless, it remained a slight adjustment. His stance was unchanged. The sorcery world was of no concern to him. Lin Weiyang brushed aside his barbed remarks, placing her medical kit before him, at least in front of the children. It is unbecoming for an adult to be in such disarray. Thus, I must insist that you tend to your wounds, Fushiguro-sensei. What? Resorting to this tactic again? You don't genuinely believe I care for such matters, do you? Zenin remained motionless, yawning. Leave me be. I wish to sleep. Don't force me to eject you. However, recalling the empty wallet from his recent losses, Zenin forced a businesslike smile. Or perhaps, would the young lady care for something more exhilarating? Though in my current state, I assure you, I can still satisfy. Lin Weiyang regarded him, her expression unchanged, yet her words contradicted her demeanor. To utter such lines, you truly are a scoundrel, Fushiguro-sensei. Even Gojo would have to concede. Huh. Zenin raised an eyebrow, surprised by Lin's audacity. Had she just uttered something entirely out of character? But soon, his interest waned. If you're not buying, then leave. Don't disturb my rest. Buy? Why not? Lin replied, advancing towards him. As Zenin observed the slender girl approaching, he instinctively compared her waist to his arm. Huh, is she serious? With a frame as fragile as hers, she might perish before anything even begins. Lin approached without hesitation, sitting directly upon the bloodstained sheets, locking eyes with Zenin. I wonder how you intend to sell yourself? She asked, gazing at the formidable figure half reclining on the bed. Every muscle exuding strength, the contours of his physique sharply defined. Many of his wounds had scabbed over, with some already beginning to flake away, revealing fresh flesh beneath. Coupled with his naturally rebellious charm, he emanated an alluring yet despondent aura. Zenin regarded Lin with a keen gaze, then, with practiced ease, pulled her into his embrace, exhaling warm breath against her delicate ear. That depends on what kind of service the young lady desires. Lin, feeling the firmness of his muscles, concealed any further thoughts. What I seek will likely be quite costly, she replied, her tone steady amidst the intimate posture. Zenin noted that her pulse remained unperturbed. His expression darkened slightly, yet he remained still. Lin lifted her head, meeting his gaze, a gentle smile gracing her lips. I wish to purchase your dignity, Mr. Fushiguro. May I inquire as to the price? Chapter 65, Designation. The vehicle traversed the highway. Lin Weiyang reclined on the back seat, utterly devoid of the will to move. Exhaustion enveloped her. Indeed, the past few days had been exceedingly taxing. Merely explaining her identity had led to her being questioned by several contemporaries no less than 3 times, each demanding an account of what transpired during her absence that compelled the higher-ups to concede. For the first time, Lin Weiyang, who could work tirelessly for an entire week without fatigue, felt an unprecedented weariness. Perhaps this was the price of love? she mused. Because of being cherished and cared for, one becomes increasingly earnest in reciprocating those sentiments. For Lin Weiyang, the emotional investments required were far more arduous than mere logical reasoning. You appear truly exhausted, Weiyang. Perhaps we should take a moment to rest, Mr. Chun, the driver, proposed with genuine concern, observing Lin Weiyang sprawled languidly in the back seat. No, I'm fine, Lin Weiyang replied, rubbing her face and slowly sitting up. She then recalled something. By the way, what was that message you sent to Dazai? I certainly did not instruct you to label it as the highest level of danger. You have no idea how Dazai has been treating me with that sardonic tone ever since. After rescuing Lin Weiyang's lifeless body, Dazai had begun his sharp-tongued mockery, insinuating that Lin Weiyang was playing a game of the boy who cried wolf. Weiyang, you have been too lenient with them. It would be beneficial to train them more rigorously, otherwise. With Dazai's demeanor, he would certainly take his time to come to your aid, Mr. Chen thought, instinctively furrowing his brow at the mere mention of Dazai. Although this boy with azure eyes had been by her side since Lin Weiyang's acquaintance with him, he always exuded an air of unreliability. Moreover, what if an accident had occurred during such circumstances? What if Weiyang had genuinely been harmed? If his colleagues were to learn that Lin Weiyang had encountered a mishap under his protection, he would undoubtedly face severe reproach upon his return. Arriving at their destination, Mr. Chun assisted Lin Weiyang by opening the car door. I could have stayed a bit longer, Lin Weiyang remarked, somewhat exasperated as she exited the vehicle, reassured by Mr. Chen's presence. Miss Lin, you have finally arrived. As if summoned by the mention of his name, Widazhu awaited Lin Weiyang and Mr. Chen not far off. I truly appreciate your efforts this time. Lin Weiyang smiled at him as she entered the building. It is an honor to assist Miss Lin, Widazhu responded cheerfully. Although a hint of concern creased his brow as he inquired, how is your recovery, Miss Lin? Was my previous application too forceful? I have already recovered. It is of no consequence, Kansas. After all, I had requested it first. Lin Weiyang waved her hand, interrupting Widazhu Kansas. Not long ago, Lin Weiyang discovered her ability to perceive the corporeal forms of cursed spirits. Upon examining herself, she realized that during the last invasion, she had inadvertently retained a fragment of Gojo Satoru's 6 eyes. In the confinement chamber of the headquarters, the environment had been conducive to extracting that portion. So she had requested Widazhu to perform a procedure using cursed tools. Regarding Suguru Geto, how have you been? I apologize for startling you, Lin Weiyang said with an apologetic look. The mere thought of that genuinely malevolent sorcerer sent a shiver down Widazhu spine, yet he managed to smile at Lin Weiyang. It is of no concern. Thankfully, you arranged for the barriers to be set around, allowing me to converse with you, Miss Lin. Rest assured, he will not trouble you any further. Lin Weiyang began to address the matter that brought her there. As for Kamo's side, I have yet to send my memories to him, correct? Not yet. I am awaiting your instructions, Widazhu replied. You need not send them for now. Lin Weiyang supported her chin with her hand, contemplating the recent issues Kamo needed to address. A smile graced her face. He has been too preoccupied lately. I will let you know when it is time to send them. Reflecting on the forthcoming plans, Lin Weiyang turned to Mr. Chun. How is the preparation on the battlefield coming along? Everything is ready, Mr. Chun nodded. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Chun. Lin Weiyang expressed her gratitude, stretching her limbs. Then let us prepare to enlist aid from the sorcery realm. We are ready to take the next step. Mr. Chun remained silent for a moment before speaking. Weiyang, actually. Trust me, Mr. Chun, Lin Weiyang interjected, offering a reassuring smile to the elder who had been so attentive to her. Nothing will go awry. I will certainly bring this to an end. In contrast to the relentless inquiries from Idori Shoko and Gojo Satoru, Suguru Geto found himself in a state of cognitive dissonance regarding Lin Weiyang over the past period. To him, Lin Weiyang had always been perceived as a weakling, someone he needed to protect, even a symbol of the ordinary populace in his worldview. Thus, she had become a pillar in his perspective, a lifeline preventing him from succumbing to shadows. However, the true visage of Lin Weiyang was gradually revealing itself to him. She was not fragile and did not require safeguarding. In fact, she was even protecting them, demonstrating her valor through tangible actions that genuinely safeguarded these young, formidable sorcerers. He had discussed this topic with Gojo Satoru, and the light that had shone in Gojo's eyes was one Suguru was familiar with, a light that had once sparkled in his own gaze. So, little Weiyang is indeed a remarkable existence, Suguru mused, stroking his chin with a hint of reminiscence, marveling, huh? Is this what it feels like to be protected? His cerulean eyes widened slightly in astonishment. Truly, quite impressive. Suguru Geto remained silent, refraining from probing the meaning behind the glimmer in the other's eyes or voicing his thoughts. He found himself momentarily unable to accept Lin Weiyang's transformation. Neither did he fully comprehend the peculiar stirrings within his heart. Idori Shoko discerned his silence and scoffed. Suguru Geto, You are quite the enigma. Do you genuinely harbor feelings for Lin Weiyang? Her tone bore no concealment of disdain and mockery towards the adolescent naivety. Or do you merely relish being admired and praised by the weak as their protector? Suguru contemplated that he indeed had feelings for Lin Weiyang. Yet, what was it that he cherished about her? Her tenderness? Her kindness? Her capacity for understanding? No, those were not the essence of Lin Weiyang. Suguru realized. That was merely a fragment of her persona, the harmlessness and fragility she had previously displayed to them. In truth, she was formidable. The thought of that word made Suguru chuckle unexpectedly, though he could not ascertain the reason behind his laughter. A powerful Lin Weiyang. Merely contemplating it felt paradoxical. Yet, it was indeed the truth. Lin Weiyang possessed an ability in certain aspects that neither he nor Gojo Satoru, the so-called strongest, could match. For instance, how long had she been planning? What had she done to silently freeze the majority of the Gojo clan's assets? Or how had she crafted entirely new cursed tools capable of suppressing cursed objects that had persisted for nearly a millennium within the sorcery realm? For instance, how did the other party manage to eliminate the corrupt collusion unnoticed by the upper echelons of the sorcery world? Astonishingly, all these deeds originated from such a delicate figure. Lin Weiyang's subtly warm smile suddenly sent a chill down Suguru Geto's spine. The same question persisted, the source of Suguru Geto's torment. In her eyes, what were they truly? Or, to be more specific, what did Lin Weiyang perceive Suguru Geto to be? The one capable of answering this question had returned to his side, yet he lacked the courage to inquire. Amidst these thoughts, Suguru Geto unexpectedly received a new assignment, to ensure Lin Weiyang's safety during her trip abroad. While refraining from involving himself in the conflicts among ordinary individuals, Nightingale remarked, explaining that Lin Weiyang was required to command during a particular battle. Yet the special-grade cursed spirits had yet to be exorcised, thus necessitating sorcerers to undertake protective duties. They specifically requested you, Geto. 202-3117 plot supplement. Due to the convoluted nature of this segment, I shall provide an omniscient perspective to elucidate what has transpired. Those who comprehend may proceed directly to the next chapter. Upon discovering the existence of Kenjaku, Lin Weiyang infiltrated his vicinity with her influence. Satoru Gojo, who was rather unremarkable among the Gojo clan, became a double agent under Lin Weiyang's guidance. Mr. Chun from the Huan Nation collaborated with Lin Weiyang to orchestrate a scheme against the sorcery world, simultaneously establishing an agreement with the Neon government to act against the feudal sorcery system. However, this cooperation between Hua and Neon was merely a temporary alliance regarding the current incident, not indicative of a shared stance, emphasis added. Suguru Geto's auxiliary supervisor had always been one of Lin Weiyang's people. A foreshadowing was laid in Chapter 11, Fireworks, when the bespectacled auxiliary supervisor alerted Lin Weiyang to Suguru Geto's unusual state, prompting her to bring him along to observe the fireworks. While orchestrating her scheme against the sorcery world, Lin Weiyang simultaneously began laying the groundwork for Suguru Geto's awakening. Through the persecution from the sorcery world against herself, an ordinary person, and the internal oppression faced by sorcerers, Suguru Geto came to realize that not only did ordinary individuals persecute sorcerers, but sorcerers also inflicted harm upon one another and upon ordinary people, thus beginning to correct Suguru Geto's notion that the powerful sorcerers ought to protect inherently weak ordinary individuals. This essentially summarizes the situation. Preparations were underway for the impending upheaval. Chapter 66. Let me see. When Kenjaku received news of the internal destruction of Q, it coincided with the announcement of collaboration and restructuring between the sorcery world and the government. What? Kenjaku frowned, spilling some of his tea. How could this be? How could the sorcery world possibly agree to collaborate with ordinary people? His servant trembled, attempting to diminish his presence to avoid becoming a target for the Lord's frustration. Yet, Kenjaku, having lived for over a millennium, quickly stabilized his fraying sanity. Explain in detail what has transpired. Yes, it was the government that developed a new type of cursed tool usable by ordinary people, which forcibly breached the headquarters barrier, catching the upper management off guard. Huh. Truly a bunch of old fools, incapable of retaining the power they were entrusted with. Kenjaku scoffed, gently placing his teacup down and methodically wiping his hands with a handkerchief. My lord, what should we do now? The research data from Q has been destroyed, and both the headquarters and the government are in disarray. The previously infiltrated lines of communication have gone silent. The servant ventured, cautiously observing Kenjaku's expression. Kenjaku tossed the handkerchief aside and refilled his teacup. He had survived all these years not solely relying on the sorcery world. Even amidst this turmoil, he could continue with his plans. Nevertheless, certain matters would become rather troublesome, requiring considerable time to resolve. Kenjaku's thoughts shifted to another concern. What was Lin Weiyang currently undertaking? He sipped his tea and inquired of his servant. My lord, the Hua nation has requested a cursed spirit manipulator to protect Lin Weiyang during her overseas mission. However, I have yet to ascertain the specific destination, but I will soon uncover it. Sensing Kinjaku's discontented gaze upon him, the servant hastily amended his statement. Kinjaku's expression darkened, not merely due to the servant's inability to track Lin Weiyang's whereabouts, but rather because Lin Weiyang had taken Suguru Geto with her. What could her intentions be? Reflecting on the intelligence he possessed regarding Lin Weiyang and the numerous significant changes that had occurred since her arrival, Kinjaku felt an unsettling sense of losing control, causing him to grip his teacup tighter. No, there could be no further deviations, especially regarding the cursed spirit manipulator. There must be no slip-ups. Kinjaku mused, withdrawing his hand into the folds of his expansive kimono, slowly manipulating a string of prayer beads. Lin Weiyang, is it? I previously underestimated you. The current consequences are the result of my complacency. Kinjaku summoned his servant closer, outlining his directives. This time, you shall not evade capture. The prayer beads suddenly snapped, scattering across the surface. The communication-type cursed tool at his side emitted a sound, revealing the sought-after information, and Kinjaku finally manifested the first smile of the day. At last, news has arrived regarding that cursed spirit with an energy identical to Lin Weiyang's. He tidied his belongings and stepped out. In contrast to the other students at Jujutsu High, Satoru Gojo was exceptionally busy during this period. Not only was he a student at the institution, but he was also the head of the Gojo family. While he had initially watched Lin Weiyang deal with that group of inept individuals with delight, his smile vanished when he was compelled by his own kin to examine the family's financial statements. You are truly ruthless, little Weiyang, Satoru lamented, hanging limply on Lin Weiyang's shoulder, exclaiming, this is far too harsh. Their quality of life has plummeted to a mere tenth of what it once was. Woe is me. I demand compensation from you, little Weiyang. Nanami Kiyotaka found amusement in this situation. It's hilarious to witness the Gojo heir facing economic sanctions. Who wouldn't find joy in that? He gestured to Lin Weiyang with an approving sign, recalling that she intended to venture out with Suguru Geto during the winter break. Where are you two headed? I can't believe those higher-ups actually consented to let you go. It was truly hard to fathom that they had permitted Lin Weiyang to leave at such a time. During the previous negotiations, although it seemed the government had the upper hand, the reality was that the headquarters had failed to adequately prepare. Now, both parties found themselves in a standoff, tentatively probing one another's bottom lines. Given that Lin Weiyang had been instrumental in creating this situation, it was surprising that her request for departure had been granted. Considering the nature of those individuals, Nanami Kiyotaka found it difficult to dismiss the possibility of some underlying scheme. Noticing Nanami Kiyotaka's concerns, Lin Weiyang continued to push Satoru Gojo's face playfully, smiling as she reassured him, do not fret, I shall be perfectly safe. Dazai will be present as well, and if they intend to use cursed tools to scheme against us, they shall undoubtedly fail. If it involves modern technology, that would be even simpler. After all, there are perhaps only a select few who understand these matters better than I do. Lin Weiyang's smile radiated certainty, and Igarashi Shoko felt a wave of relief wash over her. Be careful on your way. When you return, we must go to the hot springs together. What hot springs? I want to go too. Wataru Gojo leaned in eagerly, clamoring to join the outing. After receiving a unanimous look of disdain from the two girls, Gojo rubbed his nose and gazed out the window at the high school's playground. Why am I always met with such rejection? They clearly liked me so much at the beginning of the school year. It must be Shoko's bad influence. I'll have to ensure she spends less time with her in the future. And then there's Suguru, that brooding fellow with thick eyebrows. He's no good either. Lost in these thoughts, Wataru Gojo instantly teleported out of the high school. He, observing the grinning silver-haired DK, felt an almost unbearable irritation rising within him. If Ki were to compile a list of the most loathsome entities in the world, Wataru Gojo would undoubtedly take the top spot, leaving the runner-up trailing 1,000 meters behind. Oh, after all the times we've hung out together. Why do you still look at me like that? It's truly disheartening, Gojo lamented, placing a hand over his heart in a mock display of injury. He remained silent, ever ready to make his escape. Don't be so tense. Gojo vanished from view, only for Ki to feel a hand drape over his shoulder, as if they were close friends. Ki jumped away, as though dodging something unclean. Get off me, he declared, his disdain unabashed. In truth, aside from Lin Weiyang, he harbored contempt for most humans. However, compared to her, they posed no threat and wouldn't he intrude upon her life, nor would he seek trouble with them. But Wataru Gojo was different. He was genuinely bothersome. Ki's brows knitted together, almost capable of crushing a fly. What is going on today? Why is everyone seeking me out? So annoying. Ki prepared to bolt, but Gojo seized his head. I'm just eager to strengthen our bond. Running off like that is quite rude. Gojo tightened his grip slightly, He could hear the unsettling crack of his own skull under the pressure. Without further ado, he launched a strike toward Gojo's face. Unfortunately, it was intercepted with ease. Such violence, Mr. Cursed Spirit. I merely wish to inquire about a few matters. There's no need to go for my life right away. Gojo leaned closer, his large eyes blinking innocently. Back off. A silver light emanated from Ki's eyes, his voice icy and cutting. With swift precision, he disarmed Gojo of both arms. Yet Gojo maintained his cheerful demeanor. No need to be so fierce, little cursed spirit. I simply wanted to ask about your relationship with Lin Weiyang. Ki's technique was interrupted, leaving him momentarily immobilized. It's fine if you don't want to share. Gojo dismissed Ki's reluctance with a nonchalant air, his azure gaze locked onto Ki's eyes, cursed energy swirling around them. After all, I should be able to see for myself. Recalling the sensation from when he had once spied on Lin Weiyang, Gojo manipulated the flow of cursed energy. Let me take a look, little cursed spirit. Chapter 67, Arrival at the Battlefield. Lin Weiyang's journey to the battlefield was far from tranquil. The numerous assassination attempts from the cursed world alone numbered in the dozens, not to mention the political assassinations from other countries. It was safe to say that the path was quite lively. Upon meeting with Suguru Geto, Lin Weiyang noted his demeanor had shifted to one of gentleness, devoid of the previous familiarity and dominance. It felt as though they had returned to the early days of their acquaintance, kind yet distant. Lin Weiyang noticed this change, but chose not to inquire or explain anything. This dynamic suited her perfectly, alleviating much unnecessary worry. She was engrossed in her electronic tablet, streams of data shifting rapidly in her hands. She was quite busy. They would soon arrive at the battlefield, and she needed to grasp the entirety of the situation beforehand. Suguru Geto sat nearby, engrossed in a novel, seemingly oblivious to everything around him. The two shared a space devoid of words, a silent coexistence. Suddenly, the communicator on Lin Weiyang's wrist beeped, shattering the stillness. Setting down her tablet, she rubbed her temples and began sifting through the messages. Dazai, little Weiyang, do you have any crab-legkins left? It was Dazai Osamu. This communicator was designated for handling emergencies. Lin Weiyang suppressed the urge to roll her eyes and replied word by word. Mio, none left. Dazai, how could this be? Little Weiyang must be hiding them. I don't care. I've already dealt with so many batches of assassins for you. If I don't get my crab leg can soon, I'll go on strike. Mio, please take care of yourself. Mio, also, if you keep misusing the emergency channel, I'll block you. Perhaps her threat had an effect. Or perhaps a new batch of assassins had arrived, but Dazai ceased his incessant messages. Lin Weiyang sighed in relief and prepared to pick up her tablet to continue her work. A plate of snacks was pushed in front of her. Lin Weiyang looked up to see Suguru Geto, still engrossed in his book, having summoned a small cursed spirit to deliver the treats. Thank you, Geto. You should have some too. The food conditions may not be great once we arrive. Lin Weiyang smiled gratefully, placing the snack plate atop the little cursed spirit's head. After confronting the cursed world, Lin Weiyang had implanted a cursed sight device in her eyes, enabling her to discern the forms of cursed spirits. Suguru Geto nodded at Lin Weiyang and withdrew the small spirit. How much longer until we arrive? He inquired, closing his book and shifting his gaze to her. About 5 hours, I think. Are you tired? You can rest a bit over here. You've worked hard these past 2 days. Lin Weiyang pointed to a nearby bed, making the suggestion. It was no exaggeration. Suguru Geto had hardly slept in the past 2 days, with cursed attacks coming at every unexpected moment. Thankfully, he had experienced the rigors of continuous missions before, so this level of fatigue was manageable for him. Lin Weiyang had assumed he would refuse, given that he had been making an effort to distance himself these past few days, seemingly reluctant to be near her. However, to her surprise, Suguru Geto approached, lying down in the space beside her. Not hearing any further words from the girl, Suguru Geto's deep violet eyes locked onto her. You seem quite surprised? Oh, not really. Lin Weiyang hesitated, smiling as she continued. Well, maybe a little. After all, you've seemed disinterested in speaking with me these past few days. Is that so? Suguru Geto's gaze shifted away as he questioned. Why do you think that? Is it because my concealment angered you? Lin Weiyang took a piece of the previously offered snack, taking a bite as she spoke slowly. I suppose it is time for a break. This snack isn't bad. I'll have another. Seeing her apparent indifference, Suguru Geto felt an unfamiliar fire ignite within him. Why did she maintain such a nonchalant demeanor, with such an impressive network? Surely she was aware of every move we made at the high school, the grave we have erected for her. Our myriad emotions, do they not seem particularly foolish in her eyes? In the midst of this fury, Suguru Geto abruptly yanked Lin Weiyang, who was nibbling on a snack, and turned to pin her beneath him. You, Suguru Geto observed Lin Weiyang, her cheeks stuffed and her expression a tableau of confusion, yet devoid of any horror or resistance. Her impending questions were swallowed back. It's nothing, my apologies. He released her and returned to his original position, resuming his reading. Lin Weiyang thought. What else with this guy's sudden mood swing? Struggling to swallow the morsel lodged in her throat. She caught her breath while casting a sidelong glance at the impassive Suguru Geto, rolling her eyes inwardly. Never mind, truly. She could not provoke a youth in the throes of adolescence. She would endure, for soon enough, the shattering would commence. Perhaps she should simply indulge him a little. Lin Weiyang seized her tablet and resumed her reading. At last, they arrived. Lin Weiyang opened the carriage door and disembarked, with Suguru Geto trailing closely behind. Upon exiting, 2 imposing soldiers clad in military uniforms saluted her in unison. Welcome, Supervisor Lin. Lin Weiyang smiled at the soldiers, advancing towards the front where a metal-adorned officer awaited. Engaging in discourse regarding the battlefield situation. How is the situation on your end? Understood. And what of the refugees? They refuse to shelter them, do they? Very well. I have transmitted half of the forthcoming strategy to your terminal. You may proceed with the arrangements, and I shall join you shortly. Lin Weiyang spoke swiftly, her demeanor shifting from the ease she had exhibited around the high school students to one of serious authority. Having succinctly addressed the military matters, Lin Weiyang turned to Suguru Geto and said, Geto, although you have undergone numerous high-stakes battles, I still wish to elucidate certain battlefield precautions here. Her dark eyes fixed intently on him, exuding an air of command. This was a side of her he had never witnessed before, Suguru Geto mused. I hope you comprehend. Geto, that war is distinct from mere combat. Lin Weiyang's voice carried an inexplicable gravity. Though you are mandated to refrain from intervening in the affairs of ordinary people, solely safeguarding my sorcerer's safety, since you find yourself on the battlefield, these things must be conveyed to you. First, the concept of strong and weak does not exist in warfare. Only the enemy and our side prevail. Second, never underestimate anyone. Third, do not trust any ordinary person caught in the throes of war. Suguru Geto nodded, carrying their belongings into their quarters. Lin Weiyang observed him as he began to unpack, tilting her head slightly. He would not truly grasp the weight of her earlier words, she thought. However, that was inconsequential. What she required was his lack of understanding. Behind Suguru Geto, Lin Weiyang revealed an enigmatic smile. Chapter 68, No Escape. A Soldier's Diary. It has been 4 months since the war began, and little has changed. Only the ruins have multiplied, and the wails from the battlefield have diminished. I am uncertain whether this signifies victory or if any of this holds meaning. But I know this. I must persist, for it is the only way I may return home. Today, a new officer arrived. At first, I was taken aback. She appears scarcely of age, reminding me of my daughter. She is not a citizen of our country, reportedly sent as aid from an allied nation. It is not my intention to cast doubt, but can she truly manage? I retract my earlier skepticism. This officer is nothing short of a genius. She is born for war. I believe I shall be home soon. No. Rather than a genius, she resembles more of a, yet who cares? Let this end swiftly. Those cries and blood have invaded my dreams. I long to return home. Thanks to Supervisor Lin's assistance, we have been able to resolve this stronghold with remarkable speed. Cheers. The bearded officer laughed heartily, raising his goblet of amber liquid and downing it in one gulp. Lin Weiyang smiled and nodded, maintaining her composure as she drank from her own cup. You flatter me. It is your adept leadership that has enabled such efficient execution of strategy. Ha. Supervisor Lin has quite the capacity for alcohol. Come, drink. Tonight, we shall not depart sober. The bearded officer's esteem for Lin Weiyang grew, beckoning his subordinates to bring forth more barrels of wine. Lin Weiyang engaged amiably as the soldiers began to dance around the bonfire, the flames and songs blending together, their clinking cups mingling with the joy of victory, momentarily overshadowing the stench of gunpowder and blood. All were lost in the revelry of the moment. Suguru Geto sat at the periphery of the gathering, observing Lin Weiyang being toasted and revered at the center, reminiscent of that summer festival when she too was encircled by a crowd, while he stood in the shadows beyond, watching her. He had always remained by Lin Weiyang's side, acutely aware of the soldiers' shift in attitude towards her, how drastically it had transformed. In a matter of days, from initial disdain to awe and reverence, what had Lin Weiyang done? Suguru Geto could not fully fathom, yet he understood that the current victories on the battlefield were inextricably linked to this seemingly delicate girl. He recalled the discussions with officials sent to converse with him, who labeled Lin Weiyang a war fanatic, a lunatic. He mulled over this term as he gazed at the girl, surrounded by admirers. Wakaba Gojo had once told him that Lin Weiyang was no less insane than the rest of them. He was familiar with the term, for he counted himself among the mad. All sorcerers were considered lunatics, a known truth within the sorcery community. So, what truly warranted Lin Weiyang being labeled as a madwoman? As he pondered, the girl in the crowd suddenly turned her gaze towards him, flashing a radiant smile and making her way over. Suguru Geto remained still, unmoving. Several officers, intending to toast her, noticed Lin Weiyang approaching the tall youth and exchanged knowing glances, refraining from interrupting her. What are you thinking? Lin Weiyang seated herself beside Suguru Geto, lifting her cup to continue drinking. Perhaps influenced by the atmosphere of the battlefield, the girl had shed her usual refined demeanor, drinking boldly and exuding a hint of ruggedness. You can drink, huh? Suguru Geto broke the silence, broaching another topic. I never claimed I couldn't drink, she replied, handing him a cup and flashing a smile. Suguru Geto accepted the cup, taking a hearty swig. How is it? This is the local brew. You can't find this back in Neon. Lin Weiyang took another generous gulp. Not bad, Suguru Geto commented, glancing at the girl whose cheeks were flushed. This drink was potent, yet Lin Weiyang showed no signs of inebriation despite her consumption. You can really hold your liquor, he chuckled, clinking his cup against hers, then gazing at the sky. I realize I know very little about you. Lin Weiyang paused, turning to face him. Does it matter to you? Yes, Suguru Geto nodded smoothly, showing no hesitation, taking another deep drink. I once thought I knew you well, and I quite liked you. Oh, at a loss for words, Lin Weiyang continued sipping her drink. Suguru Geto chuckled lightly as he poured another drink for Lin Weiyang, saying, is this truly your reaction to a confession? How should I put it? You never fail to surprise me, Weiyang. You mentioned that your feelings were built upon your initial understanding of me. So, if you've discovered that I differ from your expectations, does that mean your fondness has waned? How can that be considered a confession? Indeed. Geto's gaze drifted away from Lin Weiyang, and his smile faded. Ever since I learned of your demise, I have been enveloped in confusion, he confessed. You were my anchor, a bastion of my beliefs. After your death, I spiraled into a dark obsession and nearly took the life of an auxiliary supervisor. Fortunately, 2 junior students were nearby and saved that supervisor from my wrath. Otherwise, I would have truly committed murder. He let out a self-deprecating laugh before continuing. You once urged me to witness the lives of lower-tier sorcerers. I thought I grasped your intent back then, but now I fear I may have misunderstood. Weiyang, could you enlighten me on your perspective regarding sorcerers? Lin Weiyang gazed into the distance at the flickering campfire. Her demeanor relaxed as she articulated her thoughts. My view on sorcerers is quite simple. They are merely human. Geto was momentarily taken aback by her response. After a moment's pause, he raised his glass toward her, as if conceding defeat. You never cease to amaze me, Weiyang. Lin Weiyang clinked her glass against his and downed the contents in one go. Whether it be Satoru Gojo, you, Shoko, or myself, we are all human at our core. There is fundamentally no difference. Why must we impose definitions or divisions? Unlike you, I refuse to categorize individuals as strong or weak. Such distinctions cannot be universally defined, and your approach can lead to complications. And how do you define them? Geto inquired, refilling his glass. His narrow eyes intently focused on the rosy cheeks of the girl before him, as if coaxing her to divulge more. I do not define them, Suguru. Unaware of her slightly inebriated state, Lin Weiyang cheerfully engaged in their playful exchange, dutifully answering the queries posed by the charming fox. In your eyes, what do I represent? At long last, Geto voiced the question that had long lingered in his heart. In that moment, he was oblivious to the obsessive fervor in his gaze. All that talk of moving on and losing interest were mere speculations from Lin Weiyang. He had never acknowledged such notions. Having been touched by such gentleness, how could he ever relinquish it? How could he allow this tenderness to slip away so effortlessly? Chapter 69, Tsushima. Geto, Lin Weiyang said, touching her slightly flushed face. Her voice is slow and deliberate. Geto patiently awaited her response, his focus unwaveringly fixed upon her. Yes, little Weiyang, what brings you here, hiding away? I've been searching high and low for you. A young boy suddenly appeared from behind Lin Weiyang, pulling her toward him. Geto instinctively reached out, grasping her wrist to halt the intrusion. Who are you? Geto frowned, his irritation escalating under the influence of alcohol. Me? I share a far closer bond with little Weiyang than you do. Who are you, small-eyed one? Release her at once. The boy's tone rose defiantly as he tightened his grip on Lin Weiyang's wrist. Geto sensed no cursed energy emanating from the boy. Just an ordinary person. Not worth engaging with, he concluded, redirecting his attention back to Lin Weiyang and gently inquiring, Weiyang, do you know him? Lin Weiyang, somewhat dazed, turned her gaze toward the boy holding her, struggling to focus as if trying to recognize him. You are. I don't know you. Hello. She offered with a soft smile, attempting to raise her hand in greeting, only to find it firmly held by Geto. Feeling Lin Weiyang's confused and accusatory gaze upon him, Geto tightened his grip and pulled her closer, wrapping her securely in his embrace. She says she doesn't know you. If you don't leave now, I won't be so courteous. The boy, who was none other than a disguised Osamu Dazai, stomped his foot in frustration, exclaiming, Little Weiyang, how could you do this? We swore to each other last time we met. How can you not recognize me after just a few days apart? Geto's irritation mounted as he listened to the boy's words. How annoying. Fortunately, amidst the back and forth, Lin Weiyang regained some clarity. She peered out from Geto's embrace, squinting as she scrutinized the unfamiliar boy before her. Tsushima? She ventured, testing the waters. Correct. It's me, Dazai Osamu. He beamed, dropping his exaggerated pose to reveal a genuine smile. How is everything on your end? Have you resolved the situation over there? Lin Weiyang gently nudged Geto, signaling for him to release her so she could converse with Dazai. Geto, seemingly oblivious to her gesture, maintained his hold around her waist. Geto? Lin Weiyang looked up, unexpectedly meeting his deep, ocean-like gaze. Within those dark violet depths swirled emotions that threatened to engulf her. Suddenly, she found herself speechless. Perhaps she had miscalculated yet again regarding the nature of emotions. Before she could collect herself, Dazai interjected, breaking the standoff. Little Weiyang, what is the matter? Am I not enough for you? Why are you gazing at another man? Didn't we agree to perish together? Enough of this, Tsushima. Lin Weiyang averted her gaze, reiterating. Geto, could you please let me go? I have work to attend to. Geto lowered his eyes and reluctantly released her. As he watched Lin Weiyang walk away with the other boy, he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. What was going on between you and that small-eyed boy during our time apart? Once out of Geto's sight, Dazai dropped his affected demeanor and inquired with a smile. Don't ask me. You know I can't compete with you in this regard. Lin Weiyang sighed, resting her chin on her hand as she contemplated. In the realm of manipulating hearts, she could never match Dazai's prowess. Her strength lay in logically deducing a person's thoughts and actions, while Dazai seamlessly wove his own ideas into the fabric of others' minds without them even realizing it. After observing Lin Weiyang for a moment and confirming that her actions were unintentional, Dazai shrugged, his tone devoid of emotion. So, in that sense, little Weiyang, you are practically a natural talent. Such a terrifying passive skill. Now, let us discuss the situation at hand. Not wishing to dwell on the previous topic, Lin Weiyang redirected the conversation to more pressing matters. Dazai succinctly summarized the developments. Lin Weiyang rested her chin on her palm, deep in thought. What do you think? If we are to shatter it, the day after tomorrow would be an excellent opportunity. We cannot let Mr. Kinjaka's heartfelt intentions go to waste. Osamu Dazai raised his hand, a smile gracing his lips as he offered his suggestion. However, one must ponder whether such a method of growth might be too cruel for someone so naively innocent. Lin Weiyang lifted her gaze, instinctively touching her pendant. After a moment of silence, she spoke. Let it be the day after tomorrow, it will be fine. I will find a chance to bring Suguru Geto to the battlefield. Regarding the arrangements for that day, I entrust them to you, Dazai. Very well, leave it to me. Osamu Dazai clasped his hands together, playfully striking his palms at his chest, his cerulean eyes narrowing in a smile as he regarded the resolute girl before him. For the sake of effect, even if I sustain injuries, it will not matter, Lin Weiyang added. Also, regarding the sorcery world, it has been quite tranquil these past few days. They might be concocting some insidious plot, so please keep an eye out for me. Indeed, replied Dazai obediently. Sensing the unusual compliance from him today, Lin Weiyang shot him a skeptical glance. What is it, little Weiyang? Dazai chuckled. What has happened, Dazai? Speak up, Lin Weiyang inquired. Why do you act so suspicious, little Weiyang? I can be quite obedient too, you know. Dazai puffed his cheeks, feigning indignation. Please refrain from mimicking Mr. Randu's antics. While they may suit him, they do not quite fit you, Dazai, Lin Weiyang retorted with a hint of detachment. That is pure bias, little Weiyang, Dazai exclaimed. Well, there is a minor issue at hand. Lin Weiyang smiled, bracing herself for what Dazai would reveal next. It concerns Isekai Yuko, Dazai said, glancing down at his hands, his demeanor markedly sheepish. You cannot blame me for not keeping an eye on her. She went on a rampage, killing all those from the Kudo family while in a frenzied state. Lin Weiyang exhaled upon hearing this. She had feared something more serious had transpired. Is that all? I thought there was an issue with the plan. Ah, you are not angry, are you, little Weiyang? Earlier, Lin Weiyang had thoroughly emphasized to Isekai Yuko that she must not use her abilities to take lives. For instance, during their previous escapade at the headquarters, Yuko had killed all the sorcerers present, which had led to Lin Weiyang's lengthy reprimands. Those individuals are of no consequence. I do not entirely prohibit Yuko from taking lives. However, such actions must only occur once she possesses a comprehensive moral framework. Yuko has endured excessive hardships, which may skew her understanding of this world. My greatest fear is that she will harbor resentment towards the entirety of existence. Once she has comprehended all facets of this world and makes her own decisions, I shall not interfere, Lin Weiyang explained to Dazai with a smile. Chapter 70, Please dispose of her, Kamiko. Since Lin Weiyang's arrival, she has consistently remained in the rear of the battlefield, hence Suguru Geto, tasked with her protection, has not witnessed the front lines yet. The daily influx of soldiers into the medical tent allows Geto to sketch a grim picture of the brutality and harshness of the battlefield. The agonizing emotions dissipate, giving rise to numerous cursed spirits, and in addition to safeguarding Lin Weiyang, Geto is also engaged in their eradication. He senses that a formidable entity has materialized on the battlefield ahead. However, he cannot abandon Lin Weiyang to confront it. Do you wish to deal with that cursed spirit? Noticing Geto's unusual demeanor over the past few days, Lin Weiyang inquired with concern. Yes, but Geto intended to assert that he would prioritize her safety. Yet Lin Weiyang interjected, very well, I will also visit the front lines tomorrow. You shall accompany me, Geto. However, you must adhere to the necessary equipment and instructions that will be provided to you shortly. With a smile, Lin Weiyang was summoned from the break room to partake in the strategic decisions for the upcoming battle. Following an officer to the equipment room, Geto listened as the man outlined the battlefield precautions, momentarily lost in thought as he envisioned Yaga lecturing. I wonder how Satoru and the others are faring. The officer, sensing Geto's distraction, frowned in disapproval. Hey, focus. You are heading to the battlefield. This is not child's play. Get your act together. Geto offered an apologetic smile to the officer. Noticing his lack of the desired attitude, the officer's voice grew more severe. You had better take this seriously. Director Lin has informed me that you are a sorcerer, right? But the battlefield is far removed from your personal heroics. You must come to terms with that swiftly. Death is the most common occurrence on the battlefield. Don't go wetting your pants. The officer was somewhat irked. Had it not been for his concern that this boy would hinder Director Lin, he would not have wasted his precious rest time on such a child. Understood, Geto replied, adopting a serious demeanor, eager to appease the officer. He could sense that the cursed fetus seemed to be maturing at an accelerated rate. He needed to reach it quickly, or more innocence would suffer. The officer, maintaining a stern expression, quickly detailed the remaining precautions. Before departing, he cast a warning glance at Geto, stating, You had better remember this. Do not cause trouble for Director Lin. If you make any mistakes, I will not let you off easily. Clad in military attire, Geto curiously examined the weighty firearm in his hands. Although he was a sorcerer, no boy his age could resist the allure of such impressive weaponry. Exiting the equipment room, the officer suddenly came to attention, executing a crisp salute toward the front. Director Lin. Geto looked up to see Lin Weiyang smiling at him, and he mimicked the salute, trying to maintain a serious facade. Director Lin. Geto made an effort to keep his expression neutral, suppressing any signs of amusement. Lin Weiyang nodded at both of them. The officer lowered his hand, shooting Geto a glare for his overly enthusiastic salute before leaving. Very impressive, Geto-kun. Lin Weiyang praised him generously. Geto smiled, recalling that he had seen Lin Weiyang's proficiency with firearms, and, somewhat anxiously, requested, Weiyang, I am not familiar with these. Could you teach me? Before Lin Weiyang could respond, a familiar, irritating voice interjected nearby. Geto looked up to see the unknown boy from yesterday. Director Lin is quite busy. I excel at this too. So why not let me teach you? The insufferable voice rose slightly in tone. Geto felt his smile falter. Lin Weiyang glanced at Dazai, who seemed uncomfortable without causing any trouble, and smiled. This should be quite simple for Geto. I entrust him to you, Tsushima. This afternoon, it will be your responsibility to instruct Geto-kun. Dazai, who initially aimed to vex Geto, found himself at a loss for words, staring incredulously at Lin Weiyang as she walked away. The two remaining individuals exchanged glances, tacitly agreeing to part ways. Dazai and Geto simultaneously thought, who wants to instruct this guy? The situation in Tokyo is no better than that of the battlefield where Lin Weiyang finds herself. Following that negotiation, a series of assassination attempts against the senior officials of both parties ensued, resulting in losses for each side, albeit to varying degrees. The sorcery realm sought to maintain its autonomy, while the government aimed to bring it under its control, resembling a ferocious struggle between a wolf and a python, each unwilling to relent until the other was utterly consumed. The sorcery elite found themselves somewhat at a loss regarding the strategies employed by their counterparts in this invisible battlefield. Amused, Guansoa observed this group, which, despite possessing abundant resources, remained powerless against ordinary individuals, as he delivered his findings to the supervisory department. These findings, deemed ineffective, were hoped to be utilized wisely, sparing him from excessive disappointment. In response to the news, the sorcery hierarchy convened an urgent meeting that very night. Upon learning that most of the strategies to counter their efforts were conceived by Lin Weiyang, these leaders grew increasingly resolute in their conviction. Lin Weiyang, they concluded, could not be allowed to remain. Wu Jiao Wuyo glanced at the evidence displayed on the screen, portraying the government's persecution of sorcerers, and tilted his head with an expressionless demeanor. So what do you mean by this? He inquired. The individuals seated respectfully nearby maintained a bowed posture as they explained. The so-called cooperation from the other side is ultimately aimed at weakening the sorcerer's power and ultimately dominating the sorcery realm. The notion of equality initially proposed is a facade. We have uncovered evidence that the Neon government is collecting data on sorcerers' potential for inhumane experimentation. This constitutes persecution against sorcerers. They do not genuinely seek to aid us. One participant exclaimed passionately, his eyes filled with earnest fervor as he gazed up at the formidable deity. So, to state your intentions, what do you wish to achieve? Wu Jiao Wuyo's voice carried an air of impatience. My lord, we have discovered that the individual behind all these plans is none other than a half-length image of a black-haired girl appeared on the screen. It is the 5th administrative officer of Huagua, Lin Weiyang. My lord, for the future of us sorcerers, we implore you to set aside personal feelings and eliminate this individual. The white-haired deity regarded the girl's smile on the screen with an impassive expression.